Traversing the world of slaying gods a century too early? Fortuitously, I have bound myself to the celestial fishing system, though I may not catch any fish. I am blessed with divine armaments. During this century, while Lin Xie was still in the womb, the protagonist has utilized the time-space fishing rod to gather treasures from myriad realms, effortlessly bestowing equipment that could alter the tides of battle. As the plot finally commences, this chief instructor emerges from seclusion. Oh, are we to battle the gods? Allow me to catch a god-slaying weapon first. Chapter 1. I live next door. My surname is Wang. In the city of Sangnan, within the Great Xia, at Flip Street, in the Flip Garden community, a black scabby dog was pursuing a white cat. Yang Jin stood idly by, waiting. At the entrance of the community, Wang Feng, clad in a white shirt and carrying a fishing box, approached leisurely, greeting the neighbors along his way. Upon catching sight of Wang Feng, Yang Jin's eyes flickered with seriousness. After a moment of contemplation, he took the initiative to approach. Uncle Wang, my mother asked me to inform you that you are invited to dinner at our house tonight. My brother Chie is starting school tomorrow, and since you're a school security guard, my mother hopes you can look out for him. Yang Jin regarded Wang Feng with a calm demeanor. Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. We are neighbors. No need for such formalities. As he spoke, he handed the fishing box to Yang Jin. Yang Jin eyed it suspiciously, doubt creeping into his expression. Uncle Wang, are you sure these are fish you caught? Not something you bought at the market? Wang Feng's face momentarily flushed with indignation. What nonsense is this? Do you think I'm a fraud? Familiarity aside, if you claim I bought them, I will sue you for defamation. Defamation? You're accusing me of defamation. After Yang Jin departed, a glimmer of realization crossed Wang Feng's eyes. Has the plot finally begun? Indeed, Wang Feng was a time traveler, having crossed over a century ago into the world of slaying gods. He awakened the celestial fishing system, which allowed him to fish for rewards daily. Initially, Wang Feng believed he had entered a parallel world of Great Xia, only to discover that he had arrived in the world of slaying gods, albeit 100 years too early. Nearly a century of fishing had amassed a plethora of wondrous treasures for Wang Feng, simultaneously thwarting and altering many plot lines, thereby changing the fates of numerous individuals. Now that the narrative was officially underway, Wang Feng could hardly contain his excitement. At Lin Xie's home, on the windowsill, Yang Jin watched Wang Feng standing with a rather imposing demeanor, his suspicion growing deeper. Who exactly are you? Why can I not see through you? After 100 years, is this mysterious person who repeatedly saved Great Xia truly you? Regardless of your identity, I respect you for saving Great Xia, but you cannot have thoughts about my mother. Yang Jin murmured to himself, a look of helplessness evident in his eyes. At that moment, the door swung open. Lin Xie, draped in black silk, entered with ingredients in hand. Oh, what day is it today? Fish to eat? Lin Xie expressed his surprise. He was well aware of his family situation. His aunt worked in a factory, juggling the care of her son and nephew while saving money meat was a rarity in their household. The sudden appearance of fish was indeed perplexing. His aunt, smoothing her hair, remarked, "It was given by Uncle Wang. He must have had a bountiful catch today." Yang Jin scoffed. That guy's just a fraud. He probably bought them at the market. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Do not slander Uncle Wang. He is a man worthy of lifelong trust. His aunt suddenly exclaimed in anger. Lin Xie, Yang Jin, the little black dog, woof. At Wang Feng's home next door, he remained unaware that a single remark from his aunt had successfully incited discord within Lin Xie's household. At that moment, Wang Feng raised an eyebrow as he observed Li Yangwang devouring his meal with the ferocity of a starving ghost, his chopsticks blurring in motion as he consumed the leftovers on the table. Wang Feng's lips twitched in exasperation. I must ask, does your hospital not provide meals? Why do you eat like a ravenous beast? The food on the table is 2 days old. In this heat, the food has spoiled. You know how an ice old bachelor like me has no woman to manage things, so I can't be bothered. If you're still hungry, there are some hamburgers in the fridge, if you don't mind. Before Wang Feng could finish his sentence, the fridge door swung open. 2 hamburgers flew straight towards Li Yangwang. He opened his mouth wide, and the hamburgers vanished within. After consuming them, Li Yangwang burped contentedly, pulling out a toothpick to clean his teeth and casually placing a white chess piece on the table. Upon seeing the piece, Wang Feng's expression flickered. He retrieved a box from a drawer, filled with white chess pieces. Causal chess pieces, burying hidden pieces, and we agree not to interfere too much. You can't just seize my sheep for your own gain. Wang Feng expressed his discontent. Liang Wang smiled slightly. The Great Way has 50. Heaven transforms into Fortinine, and one escapes this is the singular opportunity. In this game, both the pieces and the players are set in place. The capable will toil more, and fewer will perish, which is ultimately a good thing. It's time I must go treat Lin Chia. I'll take my leave. By the way, there's a ghost-faced man lurking not far from the community entrance. It would be best if that little one doesn't encounter any danger. With that, Liang Wang patted his backside and departed, heading next door. Once he left, Wang Feng began to sweep the area with his mental energy. Upon noticing Zhao Kongcheng's busy figure, Wang Feng fell silent for a while before letting out a long sigh. Kid, watch closely. This strike will be magnificent. Indeed, this strike is quite magnificent, worth millions of words. Very well. I shall allow you to remain magnificent until the end. Wang Feng, filled with sentiment, then invaded Zhao Kongcheng's mind with his mental energy. Your blade is striking. Take your time to comprehend it. The blade possesses a spirit. Speak its name. Zhao Kongcheng, while investigating the ghost-faced man, suddenly froze in expression, his demeanor shifting to one of grave vigilance. Who goes there? What rogue dares to linger? Step forth. I am Zhao Kongcheng of the Night Watch Team 136. Come, face me if you dare. Cunning rat, reveal yourself and prepare for battle. Zhao Kongcheng shouted loudly, yet no response came, as if his words were mere illusions. With a heavy heart, Zhao Kongcheng continued his search. Not spotting the ghost-faced man, he swiftly departed. He needed to inform his captain Songnan City harbored a powerful figure whose allegiance remained uncertain. This could not be ignored. Preparations must be made. Watching Zhao Kongcheng leave, Wang Feng shook his head. A good seedling, despite lacking the ability to transcend, his talent may not be exceptional. However, the star blade in his hand could compensate for that. It all depended on whether Zhao Kongcheng could summon its name. After a century of traversing and fishing, Wang Feng had not been idle. It was best to prepare early for certain matters. Chapter 2. The 8th Wang Su. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chia had already completed a week of school. During this week, tranquility reigned, and life flowed as smoothly as still water, devoid of any ripples. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lin Kai's family, aside from his aunt, including the little black dog, began to harbor an animosity toward Wang Feng. Each time the two, along with the dog, laid eyes on Wang Feng, their gazes radiated an unmistakable resentment. The inexplicable looks left Wang Feng utterly perplexed. After much contemplation, he could not fathom what wrongdoing he might have committed. Could it be that they discover my foot-washing habits, thus shattering the grand image they held of me? Wang Feng pondered deeply and concluded it was indeed plausible. In his eyes, he was a saint, routinely aiding orphans and widows, rescuing young women lost in despair. After all, how pitiful were those individuals' gambling fathers, sickly mothers, rebellious brothers, shattered homes. Who else would save them, if not me? Fishermen possess an abundance of compassion. Wang Feng's benevolence merely overflowed. Even in the face of the world's skepticism, he stood unyielding, undeterred by misunderstanding. Sooner or later, they would comprehend his good intentions. While fishing, Wang Feng mused, dismissing their disdain. He reeled in his fishing rod and glanced at the empty fishing box. Another beautiful day of futility had passed. As the sun descended in the west, the dim sky began to be enveloped by darkness. Wang Feng tidied up his fishing gear and made his way to the old town, mindful of the time. Today marked Lin Chia's official initiation into the ranks of the Night Watchers. To avoid any repercussions, Wang Feng resolved to observe discreetly. Upon reaching the entrance of the alley in the old town, an immense and sacred pressure emanated from within. A pair of golden vertical pupils radiated an astonishing aura that spread through the air. The presence of the celestial being was both divine and thunderous, instantly capturing everyone's attention. On the moon, the seraphim Michael slowly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward Songnan City. His glance swept effortlessly across the landscape before abruptly halting. Subsequently, a wave of immense fury cascaded down from the lunar surface. Lin Chia, who had just awakened to his latent powers, was struck by the pressure, causing him to cough up blood. Zhao Kongcheng, standing beside him, was also pinned to the ground. Wang Feng raised an eyebrow in a peculiar manner, exclaiming, "Really, you are angry? He is but a child. If you have grievances, direct them at me." With that, Wang Feng unleashed an equally formidable aura, enveloping Lin Chia and the others within its embrace as he cast a calm gaze toward the moon. On the lunar surface, Wang Feng's sudden surge of pressure thoroughly enraged Michael. Rising slowly, he ground his teeth and proclaimed, "Wang Feng, you dare to show yourself." In Sangnan City, Wang Feng's expression transformed into one of fury. "You wretched creature, do you still dare to ask? Had it not been for your treachery, that thing would never have come upon me. Return to you? If you possess the courage, come and take it. Or perhaps, summon your female acolytes to sound the horn of heaven." The two supreme beings clashed with their auras, casting a shadow over the night sky of Sangnan City. The headquarters of the Night Watchers descended into chaos. On the moon, Michael, who had been seated in silence, suddenly erupted. His divine pressure enveloped the entirety of the great Xia territory. Everyone assumed that Michael intended to invade, like other deities before him. Special task forces began to assemble, with humanity's elite converging on the capital. In an instant, the foremost warriors of Great Xia were gathered, all awaiting the command of their commander, Yi Fan. Upon his signal, they would instantly rush to the battlefield to hunt down the Seraphim Michael. Commander Yi Fan gazed up at the moon, his eyes filled with contemplation. How could the orderly and benevolent Seraphim suddenly be consumed by rage? Was there some hidden truth? Just as Yi Fan pondered this, a pressure emanating from Sangnan City rivaled that of the Seraphim. The two forces collided, clashing fiercely. The familiar pressure stirred excitement within Yi Fan. It is he, the chief instructor. The chief instructor has finally appeared. Overcome with emotion, Yi Fan shot toward Sangnan at sonic speed, followed closely by the elite warriors of humanity. On the moon, Michael furrowed his brows, his anger surging within him. His figure began to move, and with a swing of his holy sword, a massive and terrifying sword intent was unleashed from the lunar surface. Wang Feng's eyes brightened. Excellent. At last, the moment has arrived. He then levitated into the air, extending his right leg in a powerful kick directed at the sword intent. The intent was sent flying, hurtling towards the Indian temple of the gods. Seeing this, Michael unleashed 4 additional sword intents. A smile reappeared on Wang Feng's face. Like a skilled goalkeeper, he continuously kicked the sword intents away. One after another, they were sent towards the abodes of other deities, the Indian temple, the Egyptian Sun City, Olympus, Agarth, and Takamagara. The 5 sword intents descended upon the domains of the gods, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds as the deities fled in disarray. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Michael's eyes, and a smirk crept onto his lips. Once more, he swung his holy sword. Wang Feng cursed vehemently, "You scoundrel! You lack martial ethics, bullying this old comrade of over 100 years. You know full well my strength can only withstand 5 sword intents, yet you unleash a 6th. Do you truly believe I am to be trifled with?" The supreme Taiji, Wang Feng extended his hands, assuming the posture of the 8 trigrams, and once again countered the sword intent, forcefully redirecting it, sending the terrifying energy towards North America. At that moment in North America, the fallen angel Lucifer struggled to break free from his seal. Just as cracks began to form in the binding, a terrifying sword intent struck him, severely wounding him. "Michael, I will kill you. Sooner or later, I will have my revenge." Lucifer roared to the heavens, his eyes filled with murderous intent. On the moon, Michael gradually resumed his seated position, resembling a stone statue guarding the seal. Yet a triumphant smile played upon his lips. In Sangnan City, Wang Feng wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. After speaking, he turned to leave, but as he did, Yi Fan's figure appeared behind him. "Chief Instructor, are you still going to remain hidden?" Wang Feng paused momentarily. "What Chief Instructor? Sir, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely passing through. The night is late, and one should rest early. I have work tomorrow, and being late will cost me my attendance. Speaking of attendance, I earn 6,000 a month, and missing a day deducts 100. If I don't work for a month, I still earn 3,000. Damn it, why can't the principal agree to let me earn money without working?" Yi Fan remained silent, merely listening with a smile as Wang Feng rambled on. At that moment, Lu Wei arrived on his electric bike. "What? You found a loose screw in your delivery? You want me to pay? I'm just a delivery guy. What does a loose screw have to do with me? What? A Russian beauty just arrived at the Red Romance? Quick, help me up. I want to take on 10. Exorcising demons is our unassailable duty. I am Wang Feng, the strongest in humanity's elite, codenamed Chief Instructor, the 8th King of the Void. I want to book the entire venue. Tonight, we shall determine life and death and settle the score." Chapter 3. I wish to care for you in your old age. The pinnacle of humanity? The 8th King's Void? How come I have never heard of this old man? Within the Phoenix squad, Xia Siming blinked in confusion, glancing at Vice Captain Chao Sha. Chao Sha shrugged, indicating his own ignorance. The captain of the Spirit Medium squad, Bu Li, interjected. It is quite normal for you not to know, considering you were not part of the Night Watch when your squad was formed. As he spoke, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Bu Li's eyes. Wang Feng, the Grand Instructor of the Night Watch, emerges once every 20 years. Each time, he cultivates several human pinnacles. Currently, all the pinnacles in the Great Xia have been personally unearthed and nurtured by him. By now, it is indeed time for his emergence. And I wonder how many more pinnacles he will discover for the Great Xia this time. Moreover, he has some connections with Captain Wang Mian. Bu Li gazed enviously at the masked squad. Xia Siming playfully stuck out her tongue, her expression adorably mischievous. So, he is the Grand Instructor. But what precisely is this 8th King's Void? I have only heard of the 1st through 7th King's Voids. My curiosity about the 8th King's Void clearly surpasses my interest in the identity of Grand Instructor Wang Feng. It is the hope of the Air Force. Wang Mian's expression became complex, his body trembling slightly, clearly stirred. The Air Force? Is it a flying-type King's Void? Wouldn't that be similar to the abilities of the Phoenix? Xia Siming's gaze sparkled. If he could provide guidance to the Phoenix squad, wouldn't that enhance their strength and perhaps grant them a vacation? Work? What nonsense! The essence of humanity is to slack off. Working is an anti-human rule. Wang Mian's excited expression turned awkward as he rubbed his nose in frustration. It is not a flying-type King's Void, but rather fishing, or more precisely, angling. My grandfather's King's Void operates under different temporal laws than my father and mine. He engages in angling, capable of fishing across the heavens, reeling in various laws and treasures. Because the angler often flies, his King's Void is dubbed the Hope of the Air Force. What? Xia Siming exclaimed in surprise. The Grand Instructor is actually your grandfather? That makes sense. His surname is Wang, and so is yours. There must be a connection, after all. You are family. However, Xia Siming scrutinized Wang Mian and Wang Feng with suspicion, her expression hinting at unspoken questions. Why do you two not resemble each other? Could it be that you are not biological relatives? Observing Wang Feng shouting at Lu Wuwei, Xia Siming's imagination ran wild with various melodramatic scenarios. The most powerful pinnacle of humanity, and his grandson bears no resemblance to him. Who could be so brave as to dishonor the pinnacle of humanity? Wang Mian could easily surmise that Xia Siming was concocting dramatic tales in her mind. He sighed helplessly. It is my great-grandfather, not my biological grandfather. Oh, now it makes sense. Xia Siming realized, then suddenly seemed to remember something. What did your great-grandfather say earlier? He has no children or daughters, and no one to care for him in his old age? Xia Siming murmured, and in the next moment, she swayed and appeared directly in front of Wang Feng and the others. With a thud, she knelt down. Grandpa Wang, I heard you have no children or daughters. If you do not mind, I wish to care for you in your old age, as long as you grant me a month's leave. I do not want to work, I want to rest. With a whoosh, the previously boisterous scene fell silent. Wang Feng had been tugging at Lu Wuwei's collar, insisting he take him to find a Russian beauty. Upon witnessing Xia Siming's actions, he paused, his mouth twitching as his expression turned solemn. Wang Feng looked towards Yi Fan, whose lips also trembled. After a moment, Yi Fan gazed skyward in exasperation. What a calamity! Young people are so lively and enjoy joking. Please don't take it seriously. Grand Instructor, you just emerged and had a confrontation with the Archangel Michael. I can't help but feel you two were putting on a show. Yi Fan decisively shifted the topic. Wang Feng looked at Yi Fan in surprise. How did you guess? Did it even require guessing? Despite the Archangel's furious demeanor, I am well aware of events from 10 years ago. When I last secluded myself, I mentioned I would seek the future. Now that the future has emerged, I shall conveniently fulfill a promise. Everyone disperse. If there is nothing urgent, do not come to Songnan. The future still needs to grow. I hope for success, as I have staked everything on the future. Wang Feng's gaze was intense as he regarded Lin Xie from the old city. Xia Siming was displeased. Grandpa Wang, I wish to care for you in your old age. At least show some appreciation. Is it because I did not bring a gift that you are ignoring me? Chao Sha. Xia Siming called out to the vice captain. Chao Sha understood, his expression conflicted. He retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from his bag, hesitantly handing them to the captain. Grandpa Wang, I understand the customs. Here are the cigarettes, and the liquor will be delivered shortly. Xia Siming said with a charming smile. As soon as the cigarettes appeared, Yi Fan's lips twitched even more. Wang Feng fell silent. How perceptive. Truly a clever kid. You even know how to bribe. However, he added, but did you not know? I only smoke liqueur. Smoking liqueur for oneself is self-serving. Smoking it together is beneficial for all. Never mind. As it is our first meeting, I must grant you some favors. Does the young lady enjoy playing with walnuts? Come to my room tonight, and I will let you play with some. Xia Siming blinked. Aren't walnuts a bit small? Small ones are cute, but I prefer larger ones. Wang Feng replied. They are not small. They are quite large. Yi Fan face-bombed. Could you both refrain from steering the conversation in such a direction? The passionate youth of martial arts literature must not deviate from the path. Grand Instructor. Since you are using the potential hammer, perhaps you could also bring out the transformation hammer. I have long wanted to modify my carriage. Chen Fuzai shamelessly made an excessive request. Scram. I still have to plan for the future. I have no time. Chapter 4. Go for it, Bruce. You can do it. Under the dim moonlight, in a dilapidated alley, Lin Chiye slowly opened his eyes, shaking his dizzy head. What just happened? Why did I suddenly faint? Lin Chiye murmured to himself, his expression one of confusion and helplessness. His memories still lingering at the moment, he opened his eyes. Child, you are awake? A sudden yet familiar voice echoed, prompting Lin Chiye to glance instinctively. There, at the alley's entrance, stood a man, his upper body bare and covered in blood. He stood tall, like an unyielding pine. In the moonlight, the sight before Lin Chiye caused his heart to tremble. An inexplicable emotion surged within him. Uncle Wang, what happened to me? What about that monster? And the angel on the moon? It seems I missed something crucial. Uncle Wang, why are you here, covered in blood? Did you defeat the monster? Lin Chiye's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze filled with disbelief. He could not fathom how Wang Feng, usually greedy and lecherous, could be a master. Wang Feng's complexion turned pale as he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body slowly slumped against the wall, his chest heaving incessantly. Lin Chiye gasped and rushed to Wang Feng's side. With a complex expression, Wang Feng reached out a trembling hand to caress Lin Chiye's cheek. Good child. Your eyes have finally healed. In truth, I have harbored a secret all along. You are not an orphan. You, along with Ajin and Xiaohei Lai, are my sons. I am your father. Forgive me for concealing my identity for so long. Now that I am nearing death, could you call me father? Lin Chiye fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Uncle Wang, could we refrain from making ethical jokes? Even if Ajin is your son. What about Xiaohei Lai? He is a dog. A human cannot give birth to a dog. Let us respect science, shall we? I am on the verge of death. Please fulfill the wish of a dying man. Observing Wang Feng's hopeful expression, Lin Chiye fell silent once more. Father, Lin Chiye finally managed to utter. As one approaches death, their words become gentle, he thought, willing to grant the wish of one who is about to depart. Good child. My dear son, what a wonderful child you are. Why must your future be so harsh? Rest assured, with me around, you will thrive. Those regrets will be no more. As Wang Feng finished speaking, the hand that had been caressing Lin Chiye's cheek fell limply. Lin Chiye, still in confusion, pushed against Wang Feng's body, attempting to rouse him. But no matter how he shoved, there was no response. He was dead. One cannot resurrect the deceased. It was time to accept reality. I know you are heartbroken. Join us, and soon you shall have your revenge. You possess great talent. If you join us, revenge is assured. At some point, Zhao Kongqing had also awakened. Observing Lin Chiye's futile attempts to move the body, he could not help but offer words of comfort. Lin Chiye nodded. Understood. I will fetch my backpack. He turned and left the alley. Zhao Kongqing thought his words had swayed Lin Chiye. He lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke, feeling fortunate to have discovered a gem. He had expected difficulties, even prepared to use force, yet this lad had readily agreed, adding another promising recruit to the night watch. Do you think it's possible he ran away? Also, did you notice he wasn't carrying a backpack when school ended? Zhao Kongqing's expression froze, and he murmured in disbelief. No way. Wang Feng stood up, brushing off the dust, and scoffed. Don't deceive yourself. You cannot fool your own mind. Zhao Kongqing's face turned ashen. Why must you expose me? Wait, didn't you die? His reflexes finally caught up, and he gazed at Wang Feng in shock. Wang Feng derided him again. You are even less perceptive than a child. I am his neighbor. He sensed I was not dead, yet you, a night watchman, failed to realize it. He sighed. Fine. Since we are all night watchmen, let me give you a piece of advice. To make Lin Chiye join, you must employ strategy, intimidation, and temptation. Do you understand? Threaten him with dire consequences if he refuses to join the night watch. Make his aunt buy a house, burdened by a mortgage. She, a mere worker, will surely struggle. Then you appear, promising him a place in the night watch. If that doesn't work, entice him. Joining the night watch offers a monthly salary of 30,000, 7 insurances, and 2 pensions. You can even find a less burdensome job for his aunt. His cousin could attend a prestigious school. Even their dog could become a police dog. I refuse to believe he wouldn't yearn for progress. Zhao Kongqing's eyes lit up. Indeed, if the benefits are substantial enough, Lin Chiye will undoubtedly wish to join the night watch. Just as he was about to express gratitude to Wang Feng, His phone rang. Upon answering, the other end erupted with angry shouts. "Chief Instructor, are you insane? Why did you have the technician say I am small yet adorable? It's one thing to call me small, but why did you also call the police? I am currently detained at the station with the others." Wang Feng decisively hung up and vanished into the alley. Zhao Kongqing opened his mouth to speak, but was met with Wang Feng's warning. "What I just said was a last resort. The best way is to make Lin Xie willingly join the Night Watch. Remember, your Starblade is powerful. He awaits you to call his name." Before the Fenghua Garden community, Lin Xie's brow furrowed as he walked briskly, deep in thought. Who exactly is Uncle Wan? Supernatural beings. The Archangel Michael and those monsters. The events of this evening are too coincidental. They must be connected to Uncle Wan. As Lin Xie replayed the night's occurrences in his mind, he inadvertently bumped into someone ahead. Just as he was about to apologize, he realized he had collided with his cousin, Ajin. At that moment, Ajin stood with clenched fists, his expression seething with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lin Xie paused, never having seen his cousin in such a state, and instinctively asked, "Ajin, what has happened to you?" Following Ajin's pointing finger, Lin Xie saw Wang Feng riding an electric scooter, with his aunt seated on the back. At the front, Xiao Heilai excitedly rested his paws on the handlebars. "Go, Bruce. You can do it. Come on, Xiao Heilai. Show everyone your moves." Yang Jin gritted his teeth. That bastard. Chapter 5, The Divine Beast by Zhe. "Well, old Wang, not bad. Embracing a beautiful lady. Have you started picking her up from work? When will the wedding be? Just give us a shout." "Exactly. It has been ages since our community had any excitement." In front of the community square, a group of familiar neighbors jeered. Lin Xie's aunt's face turned crimson, her head lowered in shyness, unwilling to speak. Meanwhile, Wang Feng shamelessly bantered with the neighbors. Yang Jin and Lin Xie were nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. Xiao Heilai continued to perform, no longer riding the scooter but standing upright like a human, swaying to the music of the square dance, joining the throng of dancers. "No, I do not agree," Yang Jin declared through clenched teeth. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. His aunt, such a wonderful woman, should not be entangled with a scoundrel like Wang Feng. A man who is greedy and lascivious cannot possibly be worthy of his hard-working aunt. Absolutely not. They were resolute in their opposition. In the square, only Wang Feng remained, playing chess with a group of elderly men. Yang Jin contemplated for a moment, deciding to let Lin Xie take the lead while he remained hidden in the shadows. Lin Xie strode confidently to Wang Feng's side, where Wang Feng was animatedly directing the game. "Oldly, night to hear. Check. Old Lu, why are you glaring at me?" Old Lu glared back. "Night? What night? The horse is dead. Where would the night come from? You inept chess player, if you cannot play, just watch. Remember to call me when it's time for the funeral. We are neighbors, and I will certainly help." The first half of his statement was quite normal, but the latter half took a strange turn. Old Lu was so furious he nearly had a heart attack, pointing at Wang Feng and letting loose a barrage of insults. Wang Feng, unfazed, whistled and walked away, heading straight into the shadows. Lin Xie hurried to follow him. Once in the shadows, Lin Xie saw Wang Feng waiting for him with a smile. "Isn't this little Xie? What brings you here?" Wang Feng asked cheerfully. Lin Xie stared directly into Wang Feng's eyes, wanting nothing more than to punch him. Suppressing his fury, he whispered, "I warn you, no matter who you are, you better stay away from my aunt. You, a scoundrel and a lecher, do not deserve her. If you continue to pursue her, I will ensure you pay the price. Regardless of who you are, should you harbor malicious intent, I, Lin Xie, vow to eliminate you." As he spoke, a golden-red light flickered in his eyes, and a divine and immense pressure emanated from him. Wang Feng furrowed his brow and waved his hand, causing the boundless void to suddenly materialize, enveloping the two. The divine representative of the mortal realm exuded an impressive aura. "Little Xie, power is not to be wielded to oppress the ordinary." Upon witnessing the endless void, Lin Xie's pupils widened. "Are you akin to that foolish giant? What organization do you belong to? Regardless of your affiliation, should you dare to threaten my family, I shall fight to the bitter end. Maintain your world peace, but do not intrude upon my home." After delivering his threat, Lin Xie turned to leave, only to return moments later. "Remove the domain. I cannot exit." Wang Feng chuckled, waved his hand again, and a gap appeared in the domain, allowing Lin Xie to step out. "Little Xie, consider joining the Night Watchers. With great power comes great responsibility. The moment you acquire strength, the lives of ordinary people become distant from you. Sooner or later, you will join the Night Watchers. Do not force me to kneel and beg you." Once Lin Xie departed, Wang Feng's gaze shifted to the horizon. "Erlingzhenren, how long do you intend to remain concealed?" Wang Feng lit a cigarette. From the shadows, Yang Jin, clad in silver armor and wielding a trident, strode forth. The blade pointed directly at Wang Feng, his countenance frosty. Who are you? A dark god? An outer god? Or perhaps a night watcher? Today, you must provide me with an explanation. You remain silent. Do you truly believe I, Yang Jian, am devoid of temper? Howl, celestial dog. Yang Jin bellowed, and Little Black, who had been dancing in the square, transformed into a shadow, rushing into the domain. Once inside, Little Black's form began to swell, rapidly morphing from a pug into a fearsome beast, baring its teeth at Wang Feng. Truly a dog that cannot be tamed. Pan Hong's efforts to strengthen you were in vain. But you have a pet? Why should I not have one? Bai Zhe, come forth. Someone is bullying me. Wang Feng snapped his fingers, and a white figure flashed through the domain. Yang Jin focused, realizing it was the white cat that usually playfully sparred with Little Black. The white cat rapidly grew, soon matching the size of the celestial dog. The two colossal beasts glared at each other before colliding and tearing into one another. Who are you truly? Yang Jin recognized the divine beast Bai Zhe, astonished that it had been by his side for over a decade without his knowledge. Yang Jin's expression darkened. The opponent was a master, one who concealed their prowess deeply. Unfortunately, he was not at his peak condition. Otherwise, he would have employed divination to uncover Wang Feng's origins. Little Yang Jin, I harbor no ill will. Please do not be alarmed. I am merely laying the groundwork for the future. If I were a dark goddess lackey, do you think you and Chiye would still be alive? You would have long been devoured by 4 dishes. Let tonight's events be forgotten, and inform your master to have the primordial celestial lord seek me out. I possess a plan that could enhance your abilities. If he does not come, I shall seek him myself. Wang Feng discarded his cigarette and turned to leave. Upon hearing that Wang Feng knew the location of the gods of the Great Xia, Yang Jin's gaze grew solemn again. Gripping the trident tightly, he shouted, Who are you? Halt. Tell me, or you shan't leave. With that, Yang Jin swung his weapon toward Wang Feng's retreating figure. Wang Feng ignored him, continuing forward. Instead, 2 familiar figures emerged from Wang Feng's shadow. Tianpeng, Zhuanglian, did you not sacrifice yourselves for righteousness? How come you appear in his shadow? Yang Jin blinked in confusion. Marshal Tianpeng, Zhu Beiji, wielding a 9-foot rake, entered with a jovial demeanor. My lord, long time no see. Nothing has transpired. As for why I and Brother Shah are still alive, that is a secret I cannot divulge just yet. But rest assured, he is not a dark goddess lackey. He is a good person. Were it not for his intervention, Brother Shah and I might have truly perished. Yang Jin remained determined to uncover Wang Feng's true nature. Even if Marshal Tianping and General Zhuanglian obstructed him, he felt no fear. Regardless of the hidden truths, it was time to strike first. Yang Jin swung his weapon forcefully. Zhu Beiji and Sha Monk exchanged glances, each sighing deeply. They too raised their weapons to engage. Boom. 3 divine forces clashed violently. Chapter 6. Your name. In the Peace Affairs office of Tsangnan City, the members of Team 136 were chattering excitedly, awaiting the return of their captain, Shunmai. The door creaked open, followed by the sound of delightful wind chimes. The conversation halted as they turned their attention to the entrance. Zhao Kongqing strode in, his stature tall and imposing. Did you see who the 2 powerful presences that emerged from your vicinity were? A Klein-level cultivator capable of exchanging blows with Michael. Tsangnan City conceals such formidable individuals. We must enlist him among the Night Watchers. Once he joins, our city will have a powerful guardian. Hong Ying eagerly inquired of Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing paused, puzzled. 2 powerful presences? A mysterious strongman clashing with Michael? What are you talking about? There was only one presence, that of a divine agent. Wait, I seem to grasp something. Zhao Kongqing murmured, recalling the events that had transpired during his unconsciousness. His eyes widened as he crossed his long legs. You weren't knocked out, were you? When Qima, show old Zhao the video you recorded. When Qima nodded, producing his phone to play the footage. In the video, a towering golden light surged skyward, followed by several terrifying sword energies descending from the moon. A large figure delivered a flying kick, deflecting the sword energies. The video abruptly ended. Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that this individual is indeed a concealed master? He told me that my blade has a name and urged me to call it. What is your name? Reveal it to me. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing grasped the star blade, his gaze serious as he scrutinized it. After probing with his mental energy for a considerable time, Zhao Kongqing wore a bitter smile. His unexpected action left the other members of Team 136 bewildered. They were unclear as to why Zhao Kongqing had drawn his blade. Hong Ying opened her mouth, intending to ask, but Zhao Kongqing spoke first. The master told me that my blade possesses sentience and is awaiting me to call its name. The others were astonished. The star blade possesses sentience? We've never heard of such a thing. Aren't weapons distributed from headquarters? If it truly has sentience, shouldn't the headquarters have informed us beforehand? They felt the situation was somewhat peculiar, as if the unparalleled master was merely teasing them. However, upon reflection, a Klein-level cultivator had no need to deceive. The captain is extraordinarily capable. If the blade possesses sentience, he would undoubtedly know. Lang Xian pondered for a moment and advised, Zhao Kongqing has long sought to awaken his forbidden void but has been unsuccessful. Now that someone tells him the star blade has sentience, it may indeed relate to his forbidden void. Zhao Kongqing considered Lang Xian's words and found them reasonable. The room fell into silence. Zhao Kongqing found a corner to sit down, resting the star blade upon his lap. Old friend, do you truly possess sentience? I will treat you well. Will you tell me your name? Zhao Kongqing persistently called out to the star blade. He shook his head, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, only to be astonished to discover a white go piece within the cigarette box. Zhao Kongqing picked up the white piece, his expression filled with perplexity, uncertain of its origin. Was it a gift with a cigarette? Or perhaps the factory worker was an aficionado of go, inadvertently dropping the piece into the cigarette box? The moment the piece touched Zhao Kongqing's large hand, it vanished in an instant. Rubbing his eyes, he thought he was experiencing an illusion. After confirming the absence of the piece multiple times, he turned his gaze back to the star blade. Gradually, fatigue washed over him. With a heavy eyelid, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Just as he was blissfully asleep, he was stirred by a faint, sorrowful voice. The tone was haunting, as if it bore the weight of immense grievances. Call me. Call my name. I want to come out. Hurry, call me. Zhao Kongqing awoke with a start, his eyes flaring open in irritation. What the hell? A ghost! He gasped, aghast at the bizarre sight before him. A boy, about the same age as his son, looked at him with tear-streaked cheeks. The innocence of his sobbing was overshadowed by the horror of his 3 arms, 2 wiping tears while the 3rd scratched his foot. Do not be afraid. He's the blade spirit, your work companion. Another voice chimed in. Zhao Kongqing then noticed another figure beside him. Clad in the garb of a Han Dynasty general, this person scrutinized him from head to toe, radiating an ethereal white light. What the hell? Who are you? Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, astonished. He spun around, marveling at the spectacle, even whistling in disbelief, which sent a chill down his spine. With a resounding slap, the general's hand landed on Zhao Kongqing's rear. A fine physique, a promising candidate for a general. Do not regard me with such a lecherous gaze. Allow me to introduce myself. The Han general coughed lightly, his demeanor serious and imposing. I am Huitubing, the first chief of the anti-demon department, the pinnacle of humanity. What? You are Huitubing? Do not deceive me. My education is limited. Zhao Kongqing retorted, disbelief writ large upon his face. The general's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I have not finished speaking. May I please complete my thoughts? Zhao Kongqing gestured for him to continue. The head of the celestial division under your lordship is Zhan Yuwu. Zhan Yuwu stood tall, brimming with pride, anticipating Zhao Kongqing's reverence. Zhao Kongqing blinked innocently. I have heard of Huitubing, and I have a vague impression of the anti-demon department. However, Zhan Yuwu, the head of the celestial division, I have no recollection. A sound akin to a heart-shattering echoed in the air. It was not Zhao Kongqing's fault for being unaware of Zhan Yuwu, as his status was far too low. Songnan City was not a prominent city, and ignorance breeds no fear. Zhan Yuwu took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. Let us not dwell on trivialities. If you do not know me, so be it. I have come at the behest of others to teach you how to draw your blade. Come, infuse all your mental energy into the star blade. Call out its name. Zhan Yuwu approached Zhao Kongqing, compelling him to grasp the star blade. He instructed Zhao Kongqing step by step. Zhao Kongqing, however, wore a sorrowful expression. I have no mental energy. If I did, I would have awakened my potential long ago. No, you do. Not this. I genuinely lack it. Deep breath. Chapter 7. The Moon of Oblivion. Regardless of Zhan Yuwu's attempts to help Zhao Kongqing sense his mental energy, Zhao Kongqing could not muster a single ounce. Exasperated, Zhan Yuwu erupted. Can you not achieve anything? A man in his 40s, incapable of feeling even a hint of mental energy. Look at it. Zhan Yuwu pointed at the blade spirit, spitting as he spoke. It has waited for over 2,000 years. It has quietly endured in solitude, yearning to emerge. It is your partner, your blade spirit. As a soldier, can you allow your comrade to suffer in isolation? Consider not only yourself but also your family. You have served for over 20 years, defending your homeland, yet your mother waits in vain for you to care for her in her old age. Forced to remarry in silence. Your wife and children await your return. Do you understand what awaits them if you fail to awaken your mental energy? Scorn. Bullying. Your mother remarrying will make her a stepmother, unable to nurture a heartless child, ultimately cast out to wander the streets in her old age. After your death, another man will sleep with your wife, raise your children, and squander your pension and leisure. Your children will be branded as bastards, bullied by their peers. Zhan Yuwu's expression grew increasingly fervent, his words becoming more venomous. Imagine your son being bullied. Where will you be? Lying helplessly in a cold grave, powerless to scream in anger. All of this is due to your failure to awaken your mental energy to become strong. This world thrives on the survival of the fittest. If you do not strive, you will be subjected to torment. Zhao Kongqing felt a fiery intensity rise within him, his eyes turning crimson. As if the scenes Zhang Yuwu described had materialized in his mind. His thoughts tightened, as though a thread was on the verge of snapping. Do you not wish to become a general? Consider what will happen when your mental energy awakens. You will return home in glory, and your family will rejoice. Your uncle will invite you to the center of the banquet. Your sister-in-law, who has never met you, will know your aversions to scallions and ginger, and will open a box of Mount Ai. The chicken will be freshly bled, the fish wild, and your mother will wear a smile, full of confidence. None of the red envelopes you present will be empty. The elders will raise their cups, watching your every expression, eager to add your name to the family tree. Zhang Yuwu's tone was like that of a devil tempting Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing's breath quickened. Zhang Yuwu's expression turned manic as he bellowed. Your stepfather hopes you can smooth over your niece's job, having always seen your potential since childhood. Those elders who bullied you now tremble, fearing a single word might ignite your wrath. After the banquet, your sister-in-law, in her pajamas, will mistakenly enter the wrong room, eagerly revealing the blooms in the center of the garden, saying there is no need to be nervous, as we are all family. You wave your hand, telling her not to be so formal. Your cousin will secretly close the doors and windows for you, taking your son to buy expensive toys. Your sister-in-law will sob, asking if you disdain her. You will walk away helplessly. Before you leave, your stepfather and mother will reluctantly ask when you will return home next. The car will be filled with local specialties, as childhood friends bid you farewell from your hometown. Zhao Kongqing's eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted, "Enough. Do not speak further." With a snap, the taut thread in Zhao Kongqing's mind finally broke. A colossal surge of mental energy surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Zhao Kongqing gripped the long knife tightly, gazing at the blade spirit, which looked back at him with hopeful eyes. Release. Oblivion blade. Boom. An immense and terrifying mental energy engulfed the entire white space. In reality, in the basement of the Peace Affairs office. Hong Ying and the others stared in shock at the slumbering Zhao Kongqing. When Qima shouted, "It is the forbidden void. It is mental energy. Old Zhao has broken through. Awakening the forbidden void. No, this realm is not a mere reflection. It is the Chuan realm. What the hell? What is happening? Old Zhao has accumulated strength and breaks through to the peak of the Chuan realm. Incredible. Truly incredible. A marvel to behold." Wu Xiangnan gasped, equally astonished. It is the Forbidden Void 083, Oblivion Blade. Old Zhao's Forbidden Void is astonishingly powerful, akin to that of the head of the anti-demon department. Old Zhao truly makes a grand entrance with his awakening. Wu Xiangnan, well-versed in knowledge, could not help but commend him. Just as he was about to explain what the anti-demon department was, 3 colossal divine presences suddenly appeared. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow. It is the aura of deities. Songnan is under divine invasion. Is it those wretched ancient god sects? Team 136, gear up and head to the scene immediately. Within the Great Xia territory, deities are forbidden. Team 136 responded in unison. Fully armed and prepared to head to the scene, Wu Xiangnan cast a glance at the still slumbering Zhao Kongqing. Do not wake old Zhao. He is still in the midst of a breakthrough. The others nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Zhao's awakening of the Forbidden Void would mean the addition of yet another formidable expert to the Night Watchers. Should we inform the captain? Hong Ying inquired. Just as Wu Xiangnan was about to respond, Chun Mai's voice echoed from the corridor. Team 136. All personnel stand by. No one is permitted to move. I have reported the situation to our superiors, and they have instructed us to remain on standby. Someone will handle it. Chun Mai entered with a complex expression, glancing enviously at the sleeping Zhao Kongqing. The news of Team 136 being on standby caused Wu Xiangnan to furrow his brow. Captain, please explain why we cannot act. Team 136 is the Night Watchers of Songnan City. With the presence of divine energy in Songnan City, it is only reasonable for Team 136 to mobilize. After a brief silence, Chun Mai sighed, the chief instructor is in Songnan. The higher-ups have stated that the chief instructor will manage everything. At that moment, he had been pursuing the Ghost-Faced King and had just dealt with one of them. The divine power of the Archangel Michael had then cascaded down from the moon, overwhelming him with immense pressure, rendering him immobile as he helplessly watched another Ghost-Faced King escape. Curiously, the overwhelming force seemed to affect only him, while the Ghost-Faced King appeared unperturbed. Just as Chen Mai was about to pursue the Ghost-Faced King again, his phone rang unexpectedly. Zhuqing here. Can I borrow some money? The reason is rather bizarre. Chen Mai, do you have any cash? Commander Yi and several top-tier humans have been detained for 15 days and need to pay a fine, and I'm short on funds. Chen Mai's expression was one of utter disbelief. What? Commander Yi and a bunch of top-tier humans have been detained for 15 days? What kind of international joke is this? The Night Watchers detained? Surely this is a farce. I know it sounds absurd, but they really have been captured. Apparently. The chief instructor was dissatisfied with the choice of technician and personally reported it. As a result, the chief instructor exercised his authority, mandating that they remain for the full 15 days, and the fines cannot be covered by public funds. Oh, and the chief instructor asked me to tell you that regardless of what happens tonight, your team is not permitted to move. He has his own arrangements. Chapter 8. The Psychiatric Hospital of the Gods opens. Outside the Jiuhuan Mountain Temple, Chao Yuan leaned against a large tree, gazing at Master Jinchuan in bewilderment. This evening, after completing his training, Chao Yuan had intended to retire early but was beckoned by the master to enjoy the moonlight. Reluctant to refuse the master's personal invitation, the two stood atop the mountain, surveying the distant horizon. The mountain air was brisk, with a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves. The master looked up, calmly observing the night sky. Initially, Chao Yuan accompanied him in moon-gazing, but after a prolonged silence, he found no particular beauty in the moon. Each time he attempted to leave, the master's serene gaze would compel him to stay. Thus, they spent several hours in this manner. Suddenly, from the direction of Songnan City, the unmistakable energy of three divine forces clashing surged forth. Deities were descending upon Songnan. Chao Yuan reached for his phone to notify Commander Yi Fan, but the master smiled and stopped him. At that moment, the master clasped his hands together. His eyes slightly reddened, and for the first time, his calm demeanor showed a hint of change. Shaking his head gently, Master Jinchuan prevented Chao Yuan from making the call. He truly did not deceive this monk. He has indeed caught my disciples, the master murmured to himself. Confounded, Chao Yuan looked at him in confusion. The master recited a Buddhist chant and retrieved a letter from his robe. Chao Yuan, as per our agreement, you may descend the mountain in 1 month's time to understand the cause and effect. Chao Yuan fell silent. The joy of being allowed to descend did not elate him. Instead, he felt a flicker of doubt. Master, is it truly all right for me to descend? Am I prepared for this? He countered. Master Jinchuan smiled enigmatically, leaving everything unspoken. With a resigned sigh, Chao Yuan nodded solemnly. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the master stopped him once more. This time, he produced a white chess piece, an object so ordinary it seemed almost banal. Master, what does this signify? Chao Yuan inquired, perplexed. This object is called the future, or it may also be referred to as destiny. I have been entrusted to give this to you when you are ready to descend. Additionally, I shall impart a few words of caution for your journey down. 2 trees standing tall, 8 gods depart, in the night of 10 years. I ferry the world as souls. The neighbor, old Wang, plots the future, using himself as a piece in the game, claiming victory against fate. I reside next door. My surname is Wang. On the green pasture, I am the most audacious. Chao Yuan cringed at the embarrassing lines. Master, your character has fallen apart. In Songnan City, within the Flip Garden, as Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung obstructed Yang Jin, sensing the peak energy emanating from the Peace Affairs office, Wang Feng appeared to notice something amiss, directing his gaze toward the rooftop across the complex. Li Yangwang stood there, a smile gracing his lips, waving at Wang Feng as if in greeting. Wang Feng smirked, closed the window, and reclined on his bed, pondering whether Xiao Qia would be surprised to see him in room 7. He eagerly anticipated his expression. A mischievous smile crept across Wang Feng's face as he slowly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, within the psychiatric hospital in Lin Qia's mind, Wang Feng kicked open the door, striding in with an air of familiarity, heading straight for the patient rooms. What? You've mistaken me for someone else, Nix. I'm not your son. I'm old Wang next door. Looking for your son? What for? Come to my room sometime. I'll show you a treasure and let you play with some walnuts. After exchanging pleasantries with Nix, Wang Feng pushed open the second patient room. Oh, is that not Merlin the Great Wizard? Long time no see. What are you doing with that jellyfish? Let us go catch some persimmons together. The world is cold and hearts are treacherous. Only persimmons can bring warmth to you and me. Ignoring Merlin's attempts to catch jellyfish, Wang Feng enthusiastically opened the third patient room. Blaggy, are you not the god of music and poetry? I've just written a new poem. Would you care to critique it? Oh, see, you are all water. Oh, maiden, you have 2 mouths. Unsophisticated poetry? Then listen to my song. I defecate without wiping. Defecate without wiping. Is that song too crude? Do you understand the essence of black art? Let me change the lyrics and shock you for a century. I grasped the Buddha at the last moment. Grasped the Buddha at the last moment. How about that? Can you feel the artistry of black art? Don't push me. I haven't finished singing. After being shoved out of the room by Blaggy, Wang Feng wore a disgruntled expression. However, upon reaching the 4th patient room, his displeasure vanished in an instant. He was about to push the door open when a cold huff echoed from within. "Monkey brother, open the door. Open up. Don't hide in there without a sound. I know you're home." Inside the room, the statue-like monkey brother responded with another cold huff. "Get lost." "All right, brother." They're currently engaged in a fierce battle with Erling Shun. "Would you like to see? It's live." After Wang Feng's words, he whistled, awaiting the door to open. As expected, the moment he whistled, the door swung open, and a large, furry hand grabbed Wang Feng by the collar, pulling him into the room. "What are you doing?" "Ouch. The pressure band, no?" The other patients in the surrounding rooms peered out, their expressions clearing. Upon entering Monkey Brother's room, Wang Feng ceased his shouting. With a wave of his hand, a transparent disc appeared before Monkey Brother's eyes, displaying the scene of Yang Jin and the others sparring. The meditating Monkey Brother opened his eyes, his crimson robe swelling dramatically, as though it might burst apart at any moment. Yet moments later, the robe remained securely draped over him. The excitement in Monkey King's eyes gradually transformed into tranquility. "I want to go out," he declared after a moment of silence. Wang Feng shook his head. "You cannot leave. I am not a doctor. I cannot cure you. Please wait a little longer. The doctor will arrive soon." "And you? Why can you leave?" Monkey King asked sharply. Wang Feng shrugged. "I do not belong to this world, as you know. I represent the future. Besides, how do you know I am not trapped in a psychiatric hospital myself? For your sake, I will offer you a friendly warning. Your ability to leave depends on your identity. Monkey King, are you the victorious fighting Buddha or the great sage equal to heaven? Follow your heart. If you are a Buddha, continue to accept the worship of all beings, as they suffer and can only bow to you. If you are the great sage, then you are a hero to the masses. Great sage, what is your purpose? To tread upon the southern heaven-esh treasure hall." Wang Feng's words rendered Monkey King momentarily speechless, prompting him to reflect deeply. Wang Feng chose not to disturb the pensive Monkey King. Some truths must be grasped through personal insight. He pushed open the door and strode out, casting a glance at the onlookers who were eager for gossip. He then wiped his tears and ran away, crying, "Woe is me. I am no longer pure. Monkey King, you are not human." The tearful expression resembled that of a flower that had been trampled, causing the deities to gasp in astonishment as they turned their gaze toward Monkey King's room. In response to Wang Feng's sudden intrusion, Monkey King was taken aback. "I am not human. I am a monkey. And you lot, what do those looks mean? In the peach garden, I merely restrained the 7 fairies to eat peaches. You don't think I am that kind of person, do you?" The gods suddenly understood, their expressions implying, "So you are that kind of monkey." Furious, Monkey King exclaimed, "How dare you?" Just as he was about to argue further, the transparent round mirror abruptly switched channels. The soothing voice of teacher Zhao Zhongxiang resonated. "Spring has arrived, and the monkeys on Amei Mountain are ready to mate. Observe this flirtatious female monkey named Xiaomei, who is posturing to attract the strongest males." "Ah, I did not expect you to be that kind of monkey," Monkey King retorted, incredulous. "In broad daylight, you dare to watch monkey films. Monkey King, is this monkey worth it? I spent a year selecting her from millions of monkeys on Amei Mountain. Watch the footage first. If you are satisfied, I will arrange for her to be delivered to you." Wang Feng betrayed Monkey King with a smirk. Enraged, Monkey King stood up, ready to confront Wang Feng. Yet, no matter how he advanced, he could not exit the door. "I will eventually kill you," he shouted in impotent fury. Wang Feng whistled, feigning ignorance, and leisurely approached the 5th ward. He had no desire to seek discomfort among the truly deranged. Instead, he entered the 6th ward, where the chaotic figure of Lord Yellen looked at him kindly. "I am doing splendidly," Wang Feng replied swiftly. "Damn it, you stole my lines," Yellen exclaimed. Wang Feng ignored him and stepped into the ward, turning his attention to the 6 or 7-year-old Lin Chiye. "Who are you?" Lin Chiye inquired. Wang Feng forced a radiant smile. "I am your father. Open the door, it's daddy." Lin Chiye shot back. "Go away." Wang Feng chuckled and approached the mailbox, picking up paper and pen to write. "Dear Yellen, your lackey Michael stabbed me 5 times tonight. I am very angry. If you do not compensate me, I will fuse the horn of heaven onto my brother. According to our agreement, blowing the horn of heaven can summon your arrival. So you had better send a female believer. Otherwise, do not expect to descend." After finishing the letter, Wang Feng tossed it into the mailbox. "I will eventually rid myself of you. How dare you fuse my sacred relic with filthy organs? I will kill you," he muttered. "Many wish to kill me. You must queue." Indeed, there were 7 wards in the psychiatric hospital, with the 7th being Wang Feng's. Unlike the other 6, Wang Feng's 7th ward resembled a resplendent palace. At its center stood a 2-meter-wide dragon throne, flanked by rows of golden shelves filled with treasures radiating various alluring auras. Each item, if taken out, could incite envy among the deities. Within the grand hall stood countless beings, from angels with wings exuding a divine aura to fallen, malevolent demons of hell, resilient heroes, and ghostly soldiers. There were fervent celestial warriors and formidable human champions, all gazing at Wang Feng with adoration. With a calm expression, he walked toward the dragon throne and seated himself with a regal posture. To see the future? Why not bow? Wang Feng's serene voice echoed throughout the hall. The crowd knelt in unison, exclaiming, to witness the future. A smile curled at the corners of Wang Feng's mouth. Little Chia, this is the kingdom I have built for you. After a century of fishing, I did not catch empty air, but treasures. With me here, as long as you grow. This time will not end in regret. See if you dare to call me an empty vessel. I am the future. Outside the deity psychiatric hospital, Lin Chia gazed at the wide-open door, lost in contemplation. Something felt amiss, very amiss. It was irrational, profoundly strange. The psychiatric hospital had suddenly swung open its doors, as if welcoming his arrival. After years of knocking, the door had unexpectedly opened. Lin Chia felt a surreal sensation, akin to knocking on his sister-in-law's door while his brother was absent, calling out, "Sister-in-law, open up. It's me." Naturally, the sister-in-law would not answer. Undeterred, he kept knocking day after day until one day, when he found the door ajar. As he stepped inside, he felt a nagging doubt. Was it still his sister-in-law inside? Or had his sincerity moved her? With trepidation, Lin Chia ultimately decided to venture inside. Upon entering the psychiatric hospital, he discovered that its decor and layout mirrored those of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, except there were only 7 wards. 6 of them were numbered, while the 7th bore the inscription Daddy's Room. Lin Chia froze, the image of Wang Feng's cheeky face surfacing in his mind. I must have had too much to drink. How could Uncle Wang be in my mind's psychiatric hospital? He muttered to himself, but the tasteless sign before the ward door left him uncertain. His hand, initially poised to push open the door, hesitated, and he turned to head straight for the first ward. His intuition warned him that the 7th ward held something peculiar, possibly an encounter with an acquaintance. He pushed open the door to the first ward and found a woman dressed in a black veil. Upon seeing her, an instinctive recognition flooded his mind. Goddess of Night Nyx? What is she doing in my psychiatric hospital? Lin Chia exclaimed, astonished. What goddess of night? She is merely a meddlesome old hag who has run out of water and electricity. He scoffed. Look at your naive demeanor. You let a mere goddess of night intimidate you? Meddlesome old hag. Come greet the director. He is not my biological son. Wang Feng's calm voice floated from behind Lin Chia. Wang Feng paid no heed to Lin Chia's inner turmoil, entirely unaware that Lin Chia was cursing silently. He nudged Lin Chia's shoulder, urging him to shake off his stupor. What are you dawdling for? Shouldn't you have received some prompts in your mind? Hurry up and extract the old hag's ability. Lin Chia turned to face Wang Feng, his gaze fixed intently upon him, his expression tinged with a palpable sense of grievance. Wang Feng scratched his head in confusion, as if recalling something. With a resounding clap of his thigh, he exclaimed, how could I forget? You just entered the room, so you probably haven't completed the progress yet. Don't give me that pitiful look. Don't think I'm oblivious to the rumors you and your brother have spread about me in the neighborhood. The news of me buying fish at the market was leaked by you too. As he spoke, Wang Feng raised his hand and swept it forcefully. And I could see, who had been struck on the thigh, furrowed his brow in displeasure and shot an annoyed glare at Wang Feng, before shifting his attention back to Lin Chia. And I could see, brimming with excitement, approached a nearby vase. Meanwhile, Lin Chia's mind was flooded with prompts. Ding. And I could seize healing progress. 1. Please extract her ability. Congratulations. You have acquired the ability, Starry Night Dancer. Immersed in the reward, Lin Chia remained oblivious to the happenings around him. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Feng had donned a black glove on his right hand. With a gentle sweep in the air, he extracted a strand of power from the laws. Behold my divine hand. It is nothing less than extraordinary procreation. I shall steal. The essence of the law transformed into a beam of black light, quietly resting in Wang Feng's palm. By the time Lin Chia regained his senses, he realized that Wang Feng had long since vanished. Lin Chia exhibited remarkable composure regarding Wang Feng's disappearance, having grown accustomed to it. His instincts told him that Wang Feng was certainly in the 7th ward. Yet he dared not gamble on it. Like S.C. Char-Dinger's cat, if he refrained from entering the 7th ward, he could still comfort himself. However, if he were to push the door open and see Wang Feng, it might shatter his composure. It was better to retain a sliver of fantasy for himself. The once neatly arranged treasures were now strewn across the floor, thrown about by Wang Feng. Finally, on the 2nd shelf, he discovered the treasure he sought, a pure white crystal, reminiscent of the time he had crossed into the 20th year, when Wang Feng had fished from the myriad heavens. It was the ovary of a Zerg queen, known solely for its ability to produce offspring. Those familiar with the star-level competition understood that Zerg queens were solely responsible for reproduction, with an astonishing fecundity. For mere mortals, Birthing 18 sons in one go was an extraordinary feat, but for a queen, it was a triviality. Every time I see you, I feel compelled to lament. Had I not lost that bit to her back then, my plans would have succeeded long ago. Wang Feng mused as he merged the ovary with extraordinary procreation. Diffusion was swift, as if the two were destined to be together. In the fervor of the moment, they merged seamlessly. Observing the crystal in his hand, Wang Feng's lips curled into a smile. My odds of victory have increased by another 10%. Reaching a 50% chance of success was still insufficient. 50% felt akin to courting death. The next step in his plan involved the Nanda serpent demon. With it, combined with extraordinary procreation and the Zerg Queen's ovary, the progeny would undoubtedly provide a surge of faith power, with the deities of the Great Xia infused with divine belief. I cannot fathom how I could possibly lose this time. There will be no regrets, no knives. With me, Wang Feng. In the picture, a harmonious conclusion is guaranteed. The following morning, at the entrance of Tsangnan No. 2 High School, Wang Feng, clad in a security uniform, stood vigilantly. Students streamed in and out, chattering and laughing as they entered the campus. Wang Feng gazed at the vibrant, youthful high schoolers and couldn't help but exclaim, "How invigorating! How youthful!" The cursed school uniforms seemed to stifle the exuberance of youth. When I become principal, the first decree shall be to allow all girls to wear skirts. As he mused, his eyes fell upon a delinquent youth smoking beside the restroom. Grabbing a megaphone, he shouted, "Hey, you over there smoking by the restroom. Which class are you from? What time is it? And you're still smoking instead of studying. Good grief. Smoking is one thing, but puffing on a cigarette? Next time, make sure it's a Likun. The Likun has a strong kick. It'll keep things under control, you understand?" The delinquents responded with a raised middle finger before hastily departing. "Good morning, Uncle Wang." Just after reprimanding the delinquents, Wang Feng heard a familiar voice greeting him. Turning, he was met with the sight of the longed-for Li Yifei. Wang Feng's expression instantly softened, and he rubbed his hands together, saying, "Good morning, Xiao Yifei. Come find me after school. I have a treasure to show you." Li Yifei, who was voraciously devouring a pancake roll, froze momentarily at Wang Feng's words. The amiable expression on Wang Feng's face took on a rather lecherous air in Li Yifei's eyes, connecting it to Wang Feng's bachelor status. Li Yifei's mind spiraled into wild speculation. Surely, this security guard isn't infatuated with innocent high school girls? I heard he has never been married and refuses to do any other work, preferring to be a security guard and mingling with the boys. I can't believe he is extending his claws toward me. Since when did boys start liking me? As Li Yifei's thoughts raced, his steps quickened, nearly breaking into a run as he dashed into the school. "Little treasure, I'm waiting for you," Wang Feng said, rubbing his hands with excitement. Li Yifei, with keen hearing, quickened his pace even more. "Good morning, Uncle Wang." Suddenly, another voice called out to Wang Feng. Qingyu adjusted his glasses and corrected, "Uncle Wang. Allow me to clarify. My name is Qingyu, with Qing as in gentle and Yu as in fish, not Liu." "All right, black fish, I understand. Do you have any business? If not, hurry inside. I saw your homeroom teacher preparing to take attendance." This time, Qingyu chose not to correct Wang Feng again, pushing up his glasses with a smile as he entered the campus. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Feng instinctively scratched his head. That kid always seems to want to dissect me. Honestly, we're both men. What you have, I have too, aside from mine being slightly bigger, everything else is the same. Why dissect me? Just because I'm talented doesn't mean you should be envious. As time passed, aside from a few unfortunate latecomers, the school gradually fell into a state of class. Wang Feng yawned, wishing to take a brief nap. Just as he settled down, he heard a knock at the security booth door. Looking up, he saw the entire night watchman team 136 standing at the entrance. Zhao Conqing's expression was complex. Chen Mai's was animated, and Wu Xiangnan shared similar excitement. The remaining members gazed at Wang Feng with curiosity. The night watchman team 136 had met the chief instructor. In unison, the team saluted sharply. Wang Feng raised an eyebrow. "You came empty-handed? Visiting the chief instructor without a gift? Is this how you test your superior?" Team 136 replied, Chapter 11. "Coach, I want to play basketball." The atmosphere grew awkward. The team had arrived in haste to visit Wang Feng, engrossed in discussions about his heroic exploits, completely forgetting to bring gifts. Team leader Chen Mai stepped forward, promptly shutting the security booth door. Shortly after, the sounds of Team 136 gathering funds could be heard. Thankfully, there was a convenience store not far from the school. Moments later, each member of Team 136 returned with a gift in hand, knocking on the door once more. With a smile, Wang Feng remarked, "You didn't need to bring gifts. Just coming is enough. Don't do this next time." "Huh? Which scoundrel bought Chinese toothpaste? Who sends toothpaste and iced tea as gifts? I refuse. I do not approve of this match. Even if you offer 20,000 as a bride price, I will not marry my daughter to you." Gifts should include instant noodles and ham sausages. Don't you understand that the father-in-law is at the school? The gaze of Team 136 turned to Si Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan blinked innocently. Isn't Chinese toothpaste just toothpaste? I only had a few dozen yuan to buy drinks, so I could only get iced tea. Also, what does the father-in-law is at the school even mean? Shen Mai sighed, slapping his forehead. Forget it, come in. I didn't realize things were this difficult for you. Wang Feng chuckled graciously, inviting them into the security booth. In the cramped security booth, 6 or 7 individuals crowded in, constricting the already limited space. Among them, only Wu Xiangnan remained at the entrance, hesitating to enter. His expression was one of turmoil and anxiety. Ultimately, he steeled himself. Kneeling on one knee with a thud on the ground. Commander, Wu Xiangnan began, but was swiftly interrupted by Wang Feng. I agree to let you play basketball. No. That's not what I meant. Wu Xiangnan looked up, locking his gaze onto Wang Feng. Commander, I wish to grow stronger, to seek vengeance, to avenge my brothers. For 5 years. Do you know how I have lived these 5 years? The entire Blue Rain squad perished, and I was the only survivor. I have yearned for vengeance every moment. If this grudge remains unavenged, I cannot coexist with the heavens. Commander, please help me. I beg you. Tears brimmed in Wu Xiangnan's eyes as he gazed at Wang Feng, his expression filled with desperation. Wang Feng remained silent, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. Chen Mai opened his mouth, intending to speak, but only a sigh escaped him. Subsequently, Chen Mai stepped out of the booth, kneeling beside Wu Xiangnan. Captain. Wu Xiangnan looked at Chen Mai in disbelief. Chen Mai replied curtly, Shut up, you are my vice-captain. If I don't help you, who will? Wu Xiangnan was rendered speechless, choking on his emotions. The other squad members also exited the booth, kneeling in solidarity. Outside the booth, everyone arranged themselves according to rank, kneeling in unison, all eyes fixed upon Wang Feng inside. He continued his rhythmic tapping on the table. 1 minute passed, then 2. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Wang Feng sighed and rose, placing his hands behind his back as he approached the door. Rise. You come in first. The rest shall follow. Wu Xiangnan stood respectfully, bowing as he entered the booth and closed the door behind him. The others remained kneeling, though their expressions had softened from earlier tension. Inside the booth, Wu Xiangnan lowered his head, avoiding Wang Feng's gaze. Moments later, Wang Feng smiled. No wonder you are the squad I personally selected. Your ability is resurrection, an immortal swordsman. How many times can you resurrect now? Have you calculated how many deaths it would take to kill Sisanu? Wu Xiangnan had contemplated this countless times. Upon hearing Wang Feng's question, he raised his head 36 times. I have calculated that if I die 36 times, I can defeat him. Wang Feng fell silent. After 36 deaths, you too will perish. I ask you, is it worth it? Absolutely. It is worth it. Wu Xiangnan exclaimed with fervor. As long as I can avenge the members of Blue Rain Squad, my death would be a trivial matter. It is worth it, exceedingly so. My life is but a mere trifle. Dying 36 times to ensure the demise of a deity is a bargain. Wang Feng snapped his fingers, and a rift opened before Wu Xiangnan. A beautifully crafted bronze sword appeared, standing upright in front of him. This sword is called Gojian. It belonged to the king of Yu during the spring and autumn period. You are undoubtedly familiar with the tale of enduring hardship to seek vengeance. It can aid you in defeating Sisanu. An immortal swordsman does not wield a blade. So why use a knife? Now extend your hand. Wu Xiangnan obediently extended his hand, wrapped in a special material. It will hurt quite a lot. Bear with it, Wang Feng said, grasping the Gojian sword and forcefully swiping it to cut through the special material. With his other hand, he began to peel away the sword intent from the Amaterasu's sword, while Wu Xiangnan clenched his teeth, the intense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet, through sheer willpower, he let out a primal roar, gritting his teeth to endure. All done, and I even gave your wound a nice bow. Elegance never goes out of style. Wang Feng clapped his hands, clearly pleased with his handiwork, unable to resist praising himself. I'm incredible. Time to puff my chest out. Wu Xiangnan stared at the pink bandages and the pink bow adorning his hand, his mouth twitching slightly. I cannot express my gratitude enough, Commander. How may I repay you? Wu Xiangnan inquired. Wang Feng raised an eyebrow, rubbing his fingers together and winking with a rather mischievous expression, the meaning clear. Wu Xiangnan misinterpreted the gesture, thinking that Wang Feng wanted him to do something unethical. Hey, how fresh. You don't pay to see a doctor? Even insurance requires payment first. I healed your hand. Shouldn't you pay something? Wang Feng replied, exasperated. Oh, so you want money? Wu Xiangnan realized, thinking Wang Feng was after something more sinister. Here, take my bank card. It contains my salary from these years, probably a few $100,000. I hope you won't find it lacking. Wu Xiangnan stated earnestly, preparing to leave for the mist. With a snap of his fingers, Wang Feng rendered Wu Xiangnan immobile. Look at you, so hasty. What is the rush? I'm not stopping you from seeking vengeance. But now is not the time. Going now is akin to courting death. Wait 2 years for a certain individual to grow, and for you to break through to the Klein realm before you act. For now, focus on your training. Don't entertain any misguided thoughts. You have endured for 5 years. Can you not wait 2 more? Wang Feng shot Wu Xiangnan an irritated glare. Moreover, how do you know that the entire Blue Rain squad has perished? Sometimes, what the eyes perceive is not the truth. Am I your commander? Would I deceive you? The future will resolve itself in due time, not now. The present needs you. The saplings have yet to grow. Do you understand? Chapter 12, See Xiaonan. I have spoken my piece. Whether you listen is up to you. A friendly reminder. Without my command, no one will assist you, unless you plunge headlong into the mist. Wang Feng's words were firm, leaving Wu Xiangnan to ponder his attitude. After a lengthy pause with no sign of Wu Xiangnan leaving, Wang Feng grew impatient. There's a self-service eatery at the corner where 10 yuan fills you up. I'm still on duty, so I want to attend to your meals. If you mention my name, you should get a discount. Wu Xiangnan flushed, rubbing his nose in embarrassment. Commander, can I have my bank card back? I was a bit emotional earlier. I'll give you all the money, burn the boats, leaving not a single cent behind. If you don't return it, I'll have to report you to the captain, Wang Feng grumbled, tossing the bank card to Wu Xiangnan and gesturing toward the door. Wu Xiangnan respectfully exited the booth. Chen Mai took a deep breath, preparing to enter the booth. Hold on, gentlemen. Let the 2 ladies go in first. Chen Mai halted, casting a forlorn glance at Wang Feng. Si Xiaonan exchanged surprised looks with Hong Ying. To be honest, the two had merely followed the crowd, never considering being alone with Wang Feng. Especially Si Xiaonan, who dreaded facing Wang Feng, fearing he might discover her identity. What are you both dawdling for? The commander is calling. Hurry up and go inside. Chen Mai admonished the 2 women, stealing a glance at the booth to see that Wang Feng's attention was not on them. He quickly whispered, when you're told to go in, just go. Once inside, don't speak, just cry. You're young and don't understand the commander's nature. Many wish to curry favor with him. He.s. nicknamed Doryman, with countless treasures. Did you see the bronze sword in Wu Xiangnan's hand? That's a treasure. Did he possess it before entering? I have a teacher-student relationship with the commander. But you don't, so use your brains. Chen Mai, like a worried mother, continued to ramble. Remember, cry. You must cry. The more tragic, the better. The child who cries receives sweets. The 2 women nodded earnestly, replaying various melodramatic scenarios in their minds. With tears welling in their eyes, they clasped hands and entered the booth. Just as they were about to burst into tears, they found themselves unable to cry. Something feels off. Why can't I cry? How does one go about crying? The 2 women exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with astonishment. They then turned their gaze towards the door. I can't cry. Hong Ying silently signaled to Chen Mai. In a flurry of gestures, Chen Mai exaggeratedly pretended to kneel and bow his head, as if to plead for a long life of care. He performed a series of hand signs, worried that the 2 women might not comprehend, and even demonstrated his intentions on the spot. Wu Xiangnan's lips twitched slightly. Isn't it better to just speak plainly? Do you truly think the chief instructor is unaware of your little schemes? Chen Mai was taken aback, realizing he resembled a clown. How could someone of the chief instructor's stature not discern his intentions? If the chief instructor had no desire to meet, he wouldn't have summoned Team 136 at all. The mere act of choosing to meet indicated the chief instructor's acknowledgement of the team. If he recognized them, he would naturally not be stingy. Chen Mai shook his head, reflecting on how he had forgotten the chief instructor's character after so many years. Even if it was a matter of bullying an old bachelor, it shouldn't be done in such a manner. Wang Feng's remark broke the awkward tension. The 2 women chuckled nervously, their toes nearly digging into the floor. Speak of your abilities, and I shall reward you with fine treasures, Wang Feng stated earnestly, while scrutinizing the 2 women. Hong Ying was the first to speak. I am Hong Ying, the bearer of the forbidden illusion rose fire feather garment. My ability is, stop. No need for such details. Just present your weapon. Wang Feng interrupted. Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback, then retrieved her weapon and handed it to Wang Feng. As he grasped the spear, he wiped it with force. The bronze spear transformed instantly into a silvery hue, with an echo of a dragon's roar resonating. This is the bright silver dragon spear, the weapon of the legendary warrior Zhao Zilong from the 3 kingdoms. By fortunate chance, I acquired it, and within it, I have sealed a mysterious dragon shape. It is yours. Furthermore, Hong Ying, about your legs, Wang Feng mused, glancing at Hong Ying's long legs. Without a moment's thought, Hong Ying replied, they're long, fair, and supple. Should I let you touch them? Wang Feng's eyes lit up. Really? Then I shall not hold back. With that, he began to remove his clothing. Letting you touch is not the same as, oh, chief instructor, please have some decorum. Hong Ying quickly protested. Wang Feng, disheartened, sat down, feeling that his enthusiasm was in vain. Very well, let us proceed. Contemplate the essence of the spear. Once your strength reaches the sea realm, you shall reap unforeseen rewards. Wang Feng waved his hand. His mood visibly dampened. However, Hong Ying did not leave immediately. Chief Instructor, do dragons truly exist? I am aware of Western dragons, but do Eastern dragons truly exist? If Eastern dragons exist, does that not imply that the Great Xia also possesses deities? Wang Feng leaned on the table. Indeed, there are dragons and deities. Just the other day, I was attended to by a dragon, and it was quite invigorating. Can this bumpy road even accommodate a vehicle? Must you drive recklessly? There are underage girls present. Hong Ying silently scoffed as she exited the security booth. After her departure, Si Xiaonan also attempted to leave. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, her feet felt as heavy as lead, rendering her immobile. Enough. She has left, and I have placed restrictions on this room. Agent of Loki, Si Xiaonan, are you not going to explain yourself? Si Xiaonan's pupils widened in shock, instinctively wanting to flee. Just as she prepared to activate her forbidden illusion, Wang Feng snapped his fingers, subduing her. Do not be afraid. I am not a good person. Whose agent you are is of no concern to me. I believe the Night Watch can change anyone. Do not be nervous, if you are. Shall I take you to see some goldfish? The kind that moves? Si Xiaonan bit her lip, forcing herself to regain her composure. Are you going to kill me? She asked with all her might. Wang Feng shook his head. Why would I want to kill you? Have you committed any unforgivable deeds? Si Xiaonan shook her head in confusion. Then that is that. You have not erred. Why would I wish to kill you? Just because you are Loki's agent? Wang Feng spread his hands. I do not care whose agent you are. I simply want to know if, deep within your heart, you acknowledge yourself as a member of the Night Watch. Si Xiaonan naturally recognized her identity as a Night Watch member. Otherwise, she would not have endured humiliation and hardship while undercover beside Loki. I offer you a choice. Remain in the Great Xia and serve the Night Watch. There is no need to act as an undercover agent. I will handle matters concerning your status as an agent. Wang Feng gazed earnestly at Si Xiaonan. His eyes filled with compassion. In the original narrative, everyone was resurrected by Lin Chiye, but only a few met their demise, including the ill-fated pair of Si Xiaonan and Leng Xian. With this thought, Wang Feng could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it all. The men Haven T all perished. There is no need for a young girl to suffer. As long as I live, I can ensure that you remain free from control. At your age, you should be enjoying life, admiring flowers, sipping tea, and falling in love, rather than enduring humiliation and living in fear. Chapter 13. What I say is the truth. Even if Si Xiaonan was astute, she was still just a young girl. Wang Feng's words brought her to tears, and she could not stop the flow of her emotions. Such a wonderful girl should not endure such suffering. Please consider my proposal. Wang Feng sighed, handing a handkerchief to Si Xiaonan. She accepted it and wiped away her tears. Chief Instructor, if I do not continue as an undercover agent, do you have a plan? Will many people perish? Si Xiaonan inquired, her tears now stilled. Wang Feng fell silent. He had contemplated how to resolve Si Xiaonan's predicament for a century. Yet, regardless of the scenarios he imagined, dealing with Loki seemed plausible but still fraught with difficulty. As the god of trickery and deception, Loki possessed an exceptionally high intellect. Completely resolving the situation was no small feat. Observing Wang Feng's silence, Si Xiaonan smiled. Sacrificing myself to protect countless others aligns with my philosophy of joining the Night Watch. Who says that heroes in the shadows are not heroes? Chief Instructor, thank you for your kindness, but I have decided to continue my undercover work. Wang Feng lifted his head, looking intently at Si Xiaonan. At that moment, he was engulfed by a fiery anger. Si Xiaonan's choice left him feeling somewhat defeated. She could very well live in the light. Rest assured, in your undercover role, do not fear death. Everything is under my watch. While I cannot guarantee your success, I can assure you that you will survive. As he spoke, Wang Feng retrieved a completely white jade ruby from his drawer. This treasure allows one to feign death 3 times. I entrust it to you, and I await your good news. Furthermore, let me remind you, human resolve can triumph over destiny. Once Loki is defeated, you can ascend to divinity. I hope you will be the first girl to become a goddess. I have faith in you. Si Xiaonan accepted the jade ruby and turned to leave the security booth. Watching her departing figure, Wang Feng pulled out another item from the drawer. This item was also entirely white, yet it emanated a faint divine aura. Leng Xian, come in. The others shall wait. Zhao Kongqing paused, allowing Leng Xian to enter first. As Leng Xian stepped into the room, her gaze fixated on Wang Feng's hand. The divine aura resonated with her own. Leng Xian's forbidden item, the moving arms depot, radiated a sense of yearning. It yearned for what Wang Feng held. Is your heart longing for what I possess? Wang Feng noted the desire in Leng Xian's eyes. She nodded earnestly. Chief Instructor, what is it? My forbidden item tells me it wants very much. Isn't a forbidden item lifeless? Why does it express a desire? Wang Feng explained. Forbidden items differ from forbidden illusions. Anyone can wield forbidden items, while forbidden illusions require awakening. This is a divine essence. What I hold is a divine essence. A fragment from a deity of another dimension that I lured. It can bestow divinity upon mortals. Its name is the God of Machinery. As he spoke, Wang Feng tossed the divine essence directly to Long Xian. She fumbled to catch it, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Divine essence? God of Machinery? Flesh and blood are weak, but machines can ascend. Humans can become gods, and so can machines. Your forbidden item is alive. It has been personally enlightened by me. I possess a treasure called Enlightenment Finger, which can enlighten anything. All things possess a spirit, whether they be knives, swords, or even firearms. Take it away. And with heartfelt contemplation, it can elevate you to divinity. Wang Feng spoke while gesturing towards Long Xian. I possess little knowledge of machinery. Yet I am aware of a singular phrase: 1 sulfur, 2 nitrate, 3 charcoal at a touch of sugar for the Big Ivan. Explosions are synonymous with justice. Humanity's technological evolution has always revolved around explosions. As long as the power is sufficient, even deities can be vanquished. Upon concluding his words, Wang Feng raised his hand, conjuring an ethereal image. From this apparition, a mushroom cloud ascended, its terrifying aura causing Lang Xian to tremble. Do you witness this scene? It epitomizes the pinnacle of explosives. Our world lacks such devastating weapons. I anticipate you will invent it. 1 Big Ivan is inadequate. 3 could slay gods. The supreme god? How many masters does it have? Destroy the divine realm, and it remains merely human. Later, during the Asgardian War, Bai Li and others rushed to the divine realm, eager to assist Long Xian. Upon their arrival, they beheld an unforgettable sight: the now divine Lang Xian, with a Big Ivan in his left hand and Miss Chiu in his right, flanked by a stout figure and a young boy. Behind him loomed a colossal bodhisattva apparition, grinning menacingly, wielding a Gatling gun emitting blue flames. Long Xian, with a sinister smirk, proclaimed, Enlightenment. Chief Instructor, I have attained enlightenment. Art is akin to Patrick Star. Art is the annihilation of the world. Let there be explosions. Witnessing Lang Xian's visage, more fearsome than Chao Yuan's, Bali gasped, what on earth? Nuclear bomb deity. From that day forward, Lang Xian acquired a new moniker. Wherever he went, he brought explosions. The great explosive fiend. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Upon vacantly exiting the room, Long Xian's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. Wang Feng's gift had truly breached his psychological defenses. Zhao Kongqing hurriedly supported Lang Xian, yet within the room, Wang Feng's impatient voice rang out. You 3, enter together. I have limited time, and I still need to devour a 10-yuan meal. Struggling to rise, Lang Xian gestured that he was fine. Only then did Zhao Kongqing and the others feel reassured enough to enter the room. After they departed, Hong Ying nudged Lang Xian. What treasure did the chief instructor bestow upon you that left you so weak-kneed? She inquired with curiosity. Lang Xian bit his lip. Divinity. I can become a god. Hong Ying expressed disbelief. A god? You, a god? If you don't wish to speak, then don't. Why deceive? Lang Xian was speechless in this era. Speaking the truth garnered skepticism. Inside the room, the 3 stood like obedient schoolchildren. Wang Feng pointed out when Qima and said, You shall go to Happy Street's Red Romance and find a technician by the surname Tushan. Just say I recommended you. And she will give you an 80 discount while teaching you how to use spirit enchantment. Your forbidden void creates illusions. She is a 9-tailed fox. Adept in illusion and allure. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and go. I will reimburse you. Observing Wen Shima's dazed expression, Wang Feng couldn't help but slap the table. Wen Shima, being a reclusive tech enthusiast, had never visited a place like Red Romance. He longed to refuse but lacked the courage. Thus he reluctantly set off. Minutes later, when Shima stood before the entrance of Red Romance, the establishment was open in broad daylight, yet the street was bustling with a continuous flow of people. With his head bowed, he felt as though everyone was casting disdainful glances his way. After a brief moment, when Shima seemingly resolved himself and boldly stepped into Red Romance. The world may mock and misunderstand me, but it matters not. I am a night watchman, and all my actions are for the protection of the populace. Even if targeted by a multitude, so what? I fear not. Officer, my statement is complete. I am indeed a law-abiding citizen. My visit to Red Romance is solely to grow stronger. Truly, I am not lying. My name is Wen Shima. A member of the Night Watchman Team 136 from Songnan City. I am not here to engage in wrongdoing. Chapter 14, The Naga Demon. Hello, Happy Street Police Station? I report that Red Romance engages in illegal trading, committing criminal acts in broad daylight. Who am I? I am the upstanding citizen Lin Chiya, residing at Flip Street. Flip Garden, hurry, or it will be too late. In the security booth, Wang Feng calmly hung up the phone. Opposite him, Chenmai and Zhao Kongqing remarked, "Well, it's just the two of you left. We are all allies, so let me briefly outline my plan." Wang Feng said, repositioning the movable blackboard in the room. On the board was written, "The Great Operation for Lin Chia's enrollment in the Night Watchman program." Lin Chia did not attend school today. He must have gone to the Sunshine Mental Hospital. Skipping school is a poor choice. Children should not emulate it. Old Shin, you have experienced the wrath of Shiva and should understand that Lin Chia must join the Night Watchman. Old Zhao, I know you have many questions, but for now, I cannot divulge the truth. It will rain tomorrow, and I will send the ghost-faced king to Flip Garden. I will require your assistance then. Wang Feng indicated for Zhao Kongqing to lean in closer. After whispering the plan into Zhao Kongqing's ear, his pupils widened in shock. What? I have to fake my death? After that, I must go to Chilean Mountain? What for? Chenmai was equally astonished, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Feng. It is rare to have a strong member in the team, and the chief instructor is transferring him away. Is that not a bit unwarranted? Wang Feng shot them an annoyed glare. What is the fuss? It's just a transfer, not a death sentence. Chilean Mountain is suitable for you. There SA Wang Su controlling an emperor there. If you merge with Zhan Yuwu, where else would you go if not Chilean Mountain? Thus, a decision was made, and the plan was set in motion. Wang Feng adjusted the blackboard again, which now read, "The Great Operation for Retaliation against Yang Jin." Yang Jin, you may find unfamiliar. But allow me to inform you that he is the reincarnation of Erlangshan Yang Jiao. The great Xia has gods, and many of them are experiencing reincarnation. I find this fellow rather unsatisfactory. Ahem, not for personal reasons, but rather for the necessity of his swift advancement. Wang Feng cleared his throat and insincerely stated, I have enlisted 2 mischievous ladies to set a trap for him. The ensuing commotion may be significant, so your team should refrain from involvement. While claiming to exclude Team 136, Wang Feng's words implicitly invited Chenmai and others to participate. Zhao Kongqing was unfazed. Bullying a god was enticing. Having been oppressed by deities for years, the opportunity to retaliate against one was not to be missed. As for the timing, it would be akin to an intimate encounter. Some perceive it as fleeting, while others experience it as prolonged. At 5 in the afternoon, the school bell rang. In the old city's alley, Li Yifei no longer dared to traverse it. He preferred to take a longer route than risk the alley. Yet fate was not in his favor. Just as Li Yifei reached the alley's entrance, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Campus bullying. Someone is bullying me. Li Yifei's first instinct was that he was being bullied. However, upon reflection, he realized he had not offended anyone. Who could it be? Struggling violently, Li Yifei was met with a precise strike to his neck. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by curious gazes. He shrank his neck, tearfully exclaiming, Happy New Year, big brothers and sisters. You are my elders, and I am your child. I am ignorant, so please treat me lightly. I have always been a good person. If you wish to bully me, then do so. I have $220 left for this month. I will keep 20 to eat steamed buns. The 200 is my protection fee. Trembling, Li Yifei raised the $200 high above his head. From the throne, Wang Feng, who had remained silent, couldn't help but chuckle. Li Yifei, you are far too cowardly, Wang Feng remarked, unable to contain his amusement. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Yifei bravely opened his eyes and saw Uncle Wang, the security guard, seated upon the throne. Li Yifei's mind momentarily crashed, leaving him in a daze for about a minute. Finally, he spoke slowly. Uncle Wang, you have gone through great lengths for me. This group of actors commands salaries in the tens of thousands. Do you not have feelings for me? Just say it. If it comes to it, I can accept it forcibly. If it must be, then let it be. You can make your move now. Is there a bed? I would like to lie down. As soon as Li Yifei finished speaking, a brick struck him squarely on the head. With a loud thud, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, he felt as though something was being forcefully expelled from his body. Instinctively, Li Yifei turned to look. He saw the bewildered Nandu snake demon standing dumbfounded in place, its scaly face adorned with 3 large question marks. What on earth is this? Uncle Wang, save me. How did it end up in my body? The sudden appearance of the Nandu snake demon startled Li Yifei into a frantic scramble toward the throne. As the host left its body, the Nandu snake demon was momentarily stunned before letting out a shriek and lunging forward to chase after Li Yifei. Zhu Beiji and Sha Sang exchanged knowing smiles and surrounded the Nandu snake demon. Soon, a host of celestial beings followed suit, also smiling as they stepped forward. Beat him, Zhu Beiji cried out, and immediately, people rushed forward to pummel the Nandu snake demon. At that moment, the Nandu snake demon was utterly bewildered. Having shared a dual soul with Li Yifei, they were theoretically one entity. Li Yifei was the Nandu snake demon, and the Nandu snake demon was Li Yifei. How could a single brick force it out? This defied logic. Take it easy. Remember to leave it breathing. I still need its head. The body must remain. Wang Feng said casually. Zhu Beiji and the others nodded in agreement, intensifying their assault. Uncle Wang. I can offer you a job, room and board included. And you could even be a leader. Besides a salary, everything else is covered. Will you accept? Li Yifei was taken aback, then replied, but I am still a student. I just turned 17 this year. Employing child labor is illegal. I still want to attend school. I love learning. Wang Feng sighed and produced a contract exclusive to the Divine Mental Hospital. Without giving Li Yifei a chance to respond, he took his hand and had him sign. Learning? Nonsense. You will inevitably end up as a beast of burden. You might as well embrace it sooner. You will be the head nurse of this mental hospital. Second only to me and Lin Xie. And as you are already dead, the law has no jurisdiction over you. With that, the decision was made. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. If you have questions, consult Beiji, also known as Marshal Tianping. Chapter 15, The Troubled Youth. Lin Xie's cousin on the way home. Lin Xie reflected on the information Zhao Kongqing had shared. He grasped that the world he inhabited was far from peaceful. There were mysteries, guardians, and deities. The only unfortunate part was that even Zhao Kongqing did not know much about Wang Feng's true nature. Perhaps the latter was aware but chose not to disclose it to Lin Xie. What exactly was Wang Feng's background? Confusion clouded Lin Xie's mind. His neighbor of over a decade suddenly felt alien. Surviving the grim face man and gaining entry into the Divine Mental Hospital was no small feat upon entering his neighborhood. He noticed a gathering of people at his doorstep, pointing and whispering among themselves, appearing as if they were gossiping. He could hear his aunt sobbing from inside. An ominous thought crossed Lin Xie's mind. He pushed through the crowd and entered the room. There, he was met by his cousin Yang Jin, fist clenched. Alongside his weeping aunt and a family of strangers, including Yang Jin's homeroom teacher. The teacher appeared awkward, unsure of how to react, while a middle-aged man was vocally furious. Yang Jin's mother, your son has gotten my daughter pregnant. You must explain how you are raising your child. Your son has slept with my daughter. And even your dog has slept with mine. Now both my daughter and the dog are expecting. The middle-aged man was furiously spitting words, while behind him, a blonde girl nonchalantly sucked on a lollipop. A golden retriever pressed against a small black dog. Yang Jin's fists were clenched tightly, while the small black dog cowered its head. Lin Xie looked at his cousin in bewilderment, thinking, my cousin is impressive. He's dating. Here I am, still single. Utterly overshadowed by him. His aunt, tear-streaked and desperate, faced the middle-aged man. She picked up a broom, ready to strike. The homeroom teacher quickly intervened. Yang Jin's mother. Don't act impulsively. You can't kill someone with a broom. Here, use this. He produced a steel pipe from somewhere and handed it to her. Yang Jin's mother seized the pipe and struck Yang Jin fiercely, crying, how could you be so naughty? At such a young age, why learn to date? Now look at the mess you've created. How am I supposed to explain this to your father? Yang Jin's expression darkened as he glared at the middle-aged man with resentment. The homeroom teacher sighed and pulled out a piece of paper. Yang Jin's mother, I hadn't intended to bring this up. But your son's behavior at school has been quite excessive. Allow me to read his achievements. Clearing his throat, he continued, hello, auntie, I am Wang Dachui, Yang Jin's deskmate. Yang Jin asked me for cigarettes in the restroom, and when I refused, he burned my butt with a cigarette butt. One time, I forgot to buy cigarettes. And he made me confront the discipline director, who weighs about 200 pounds, is bald, and has a receding hairline. When discovered, I was forced to write a self-reflection. Yang Jin wrote it for me, and on it, he absurdly claimed that the director's feet were enticing. At this, the room fell silent. The homeroom teacher coughed lightly again and continued, hello, Annie, I am Yang Jin's classmate. Yang Jin gave me $3 to buy cigarettes. Coming from a single-parent household, I couldn't afford them. He said it was fine if I didn't buy cigarettes, but to find a female dog for the small black one. My family doesn't have dogs, nor could I find a stray, and Yang Jin actually hit me. Woe is me, it hurts so much. The homeroom teacher calmly recounted Yang Jin's numerous transgressions. Yang Jin's mother seethed with rage, while the teacher remained silent. The last time the school collected donations for disaster relief. Yang Jin had the audacity to donate digestive pills, claiming one must digest after eating well. With a loud crash, Yang Jin's mother could no longer contain herself. She threw the steel pipe to the ground and ran into the room, sobbing. Zhu's mother and Zhang Meili rushed in after her, fearing she might do something drastic. Offering comfort, Lin Xie stood in a daze. He could hardly comprehend that his once good-natured cousin was now the notorious troubled youth. Ajin, is this true? Lin Xie asked quietly. Upon hearing his voice, Yang Jin looked up, gritting his teeth. It's all lies. Someone is framing me. It must be Wang Feng. He is definitely behind this. When faced with a dilemma, Yang Jin hastily blamed Wang Feng. Just at that moment, Wang Feng entered from the adjacent room. "So many people," he exclaimed, pushing through the crowd. Upon grasping the situation, a smirk crept onto his lips, but he felt it inappropriate to smile at that moment. Instead, he feigned anger. "Yang Jin, I can't believe you are this kind of person. Geneva, do you have any shame? Do you have any respect for your mother? You scoundrel, I will beat you to death today." As Wang Feng spoke, he reached for the steel pipe on the ground, prepared to strike. Yang Jin, who had remained silent, suddenly emitted a formidable aura. With a wave of his hand, the room froze, leaving only Lin Xie, Yang Jin, and Wang Feng free to move. Lin Xie was taken aback, gazing at his cousin, now clad in silver armor and crimson robes, exuding an imposing presence. For the first time, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. After living together for over a decade, he had never realized that his cousin was also an adept. "Vile scoundrel, you dare frame this deity? Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? Today, it shall be either your demise or mine." Yang Jin let out a fierce shout, his dual-pointed dagger thrusting directly towards Wang Feng. Unfazed, Wang Feng extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the blade's tip. No matter how forcefully Yang Jin tried, he could not advance. Yang Jin's face flushed crimson, his heart filled with astonishment. This was their first confrontation. He had anticipated that Wang Feng would unleash Tian Peng and Wan Lian. To his surprise, Wang Feng's strength was equally formidable. "In your prime, as the judicial celestial or Erlangen Juan, perhaps I would not be your match. However, in your reincarnated state, you are no longer my equal." "Anger? If you are enraged, then shake someone. Summon Yu Ding or Yuan Shi. You are not yet qualified to engage with me," Wang Feng said lightly, twisting his fingers. Yang Jin suddenly felt an overwhelming force, sending him crashing against the wall. Seeing this, Lin Xie immediately activated his Forbidden Void, employing Starry Night Dancer in an attempt to rescue his cousin. "Brother, don't engage. You are no match for him," Yang Jin cried out. Lin Xie, undeterred, urged Starry Night Dancer, swinging his blade toward Wang Feng. Wang Feng remained indifferent, instead shifting his gaze towards the door. "Why must you do this, young friend? I do not refuse to see you, but your origins are unclear, making it impossible for me to deduce your intentions. With a great enemy at hand, internal strife is unwise." As he spoke, 2 elderly Taoists with white hair approached slowly. Yuan Shi Tianzun calmly confronted Wang Feng, while Yu Ding Zhanren swiftly came to Yang Jin's side, producing a pill for him to consume. Chapter 16. The Celestial Maiden Wears No Underwear. The arrival of Yuan Shi and Yu Ding deepened Lin Xie's confusion. "Who are you? Why have you come to my home?" he boldly inquired. Yuan Shi Tianzun waved his hand, and Lin Xie suddenly felt the world spinning, darkness enveloping him as he fainted. In his unconscious state, he seemed to hear Yuan Shi Tianzun's apologetic voice. "The son of destiny, I apologize, but you are not yet ready to know the truth." "Destiny? What is that?" With questions lingering, Lin Xie completely lost consciousness. After Lin Xie fell asleep, Yuan Shi Tianzun shifted his attention to Wang Feng. "Young friend, you sought me, and here I am. Do you have nothing to say?" Wang Feng ignored him, sitting down and crossing his legs. "Old Deng, if I am correct, you are several years away from achieving complete merit in your reincarnation." Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded, not disputing it. "Moreover, the power of the divine stems from belief. As I understand, the gods of Xia are unwilling to accept mortal worship, hence their slow recovery of strength." Wang Feng continued, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. "If I can provide you with belief, will that not enhance your chances against the opposing gods?" In unison, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Yu Ding Zhanren, and Yang Jin turned their gazes toward Wang Feng. The world of slaying gods is once suffused with the incense of faith. Divine power is rooted in belief. The gods of Xia do not interfere with human faith, which is why they can only reincarnate and cultivate anew. If the belief is sufficient, their strength will undoubtedly increase. "You can provide the power of belief?" Yuan Shi Tianzun asked, no longer calm, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Feng. Wang Feng smiled brightly, producing a dying Nandu snake demon from the Divine Mental Hospital. "It possesses the extraordinary ability to assimilate humans into its kind. And I have a treasure in my possession. With the crystal of the Insect King, along with extraordinary reproduction and replication, it could previously assimilate only one. If merged, it could create a new race, providing you gods with as much belief as you desire." The 3 of them fixed their eager gazes on the Nandu snake demon, their eyes ablaze with desire to seize it. The dying Nandu snake demon, overwhelmed by such attention, promptly closed its eyes, feigning death. "I am but fish in your hands. I dare not provoke you. What do you require, young friend? There is no free lunch in this world. You are assisting us, and you must have a demand. Let us trade. Anything that exists in the heavenly court can be exchanged. If it does not exist, we will find a way to provide it." Yuan Shi Tianzun took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. His sincerity was palpable, for the gods of Disia had little left to offer but the heavenly court. I need your participation in the god-slaying operation. A year from now, a divine battle will erupt within the territory of Disia, and you must engage. Calculating the time, Wang Feng realized that once Lin Xi had joined the Night Watch and completed his training, the divine battle in Songnan City would commence. Attracting gods from other realms to vie for the Shakti of Shiva, Wang Feng was preparing for a significant undertaking. None could escape his grasp. Relying solely on Wang Feng was impractical, given that 4 or 5 gods had arrived. As the gods of Disia emerged, some divine beings must be sacrificed in a grand offering. Yuan Shirtian exhibited newfound interest. The world of slaying gods had been tainted by the opposing divine beings, rendering their divination techniques ineffective. How could Wang Feng, a mere mortal, be so certain that a divine battle would occur in a year? Wang Feng rolled his eyes, considering it impossible to reveal that he had come from another world, well-versed in their story. Is there anything else? Just one request, though it may seem unfair. Noticing Wang Feng's silence, Yuan Shirtian inquired again. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Feng couldn't think of anything he needed. By the way, does the heavenly court have any surplus celestial maidens? I have heard that the Jade Emperor has 7 daughters. The same ones that the Monkey King captivated with the peaches of immortality. Could you introduce me? Rest assured, I certainly won't be like the Monkey King. With my mind solely on peaches, I would simply tease them, pulling at their armpits, using their undergarments as slingshots to break windows. Wang Feng grew increasingly animated, envisioning the celestial maiden's undergarment as an exquisite slingshot, irresistible in its allure. Yuding interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. Celestial maidens do not wear undergarments. What? Wang Feng appeared incredulous, as if he had stumbled upon an absurd piece of trivia. Did you say celestial maidens do not wear undergarments? Bear? I have only heard that little celestial maidens do not relieve themselves. I have never heard they go without undergarments. You must be joking. Yuding, overwhelmed, struggled to explain. In our time of ascension, undergarments had yet to be invented, so neither men nor women had the habit of wearing them. He stammered, mixing in a local dialect to prove his point. Wang Feng blinked in surprise. Oh, your dialect sounds quite authentic. Neither men nor women wore undergarments? Wang Feng mused, casting a glance at Yuan Shirtian's lower half. I am wearing them. Yuan Shirtian gritted his teeth, wishing he could slap Wang Feng for his audacious gaze, but the promise of restoring faith held him back. I don't believe you, unless I see for myself. Wang Feng's eyes gleamed with curiosity, but upon meeting Yuan Shirtian's icy glare, he promptly retreated. Caterpillars are no match for dumpling skins. If the opportunity arises to visit the heavenly court, I must see those dumpling skins. If they do not wear undergarments, then surely a breastplate would suffice. It too has elastic. Wang Feng remained slightly unconvinced. Yuding's lips twitched. That item in ancient times was called a do. There is no elastic. Wang Feng's expression fell as he casually tossed the crystal onto the Nandu snake demon. A flash of black light surged, directly entering the creature's body. Moments later, the Nandu snake demon felt an inexplicable surge of strength, causing it to swell with pride. Just as it attempted to rise, feeling invincible, a heavy slap on its head sent it back into darkness. Leave the head. You can take the body, Wang Feng commanded. Yuding's lips twitched in irritation. What use is a corpse? How novel. Who said you could use a corpse? Young comrade, your thoughts are quite peculiar. Within 3 months, a population of at least several million can emerge. Yuding pointed at the corpse, indignant. How can he reproduce? Shouldn't creating a race require both a male and a female? Do you understand science? Snakes lay eggs. As long as the corpse can lay eggs, it matters not if it is male or female. You disdain the corpse for being male? Why not send it to Siam for a transformation, while also engaging in a politically correct endeavor across the ocean? Who knows, it might even run for leadership. Chapter 17. The Consequences of Offending Wang Feng. In Songnan City, at Qingyu's residence, the crisp sound of knocking reverberated through the room, and Qingyu, momentarily pausing with the scalpel in hand, wore an expression of surprise. It was already 9 in the evening, and she couldn't fathom who would visit at such a late hour. The knocking became increasingly frantic, as if urging her for an audience. After a brief moment, the knocking ceased, transitioning into a pattern of 3 long knocks followed by 1 short. And Qingyu furrowed her brow, pondering who might be at the door without having given any signal. Just as her curiosity piqued, the door was forcefully kicked open. In strode Wang Feng, clad in night attire, with an air of nonchalance. Hello. Just here to check the water meter. I've heard that the top student from the 2nd high school resides alone, and the organization sent me to offer some warmth. And Qingyu's lips twitched, her heart aching for her door. Uncle Wang, what brings you here at this hour? She inquired, taking a deep breath. Wang Feng waved dismissively. You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not that dashing Wang Feng. Please call me a good Samaritan, here to do a good deed." As he spoke, he tossed a severed head onto the floor. The head of the Nanduo snake demon emerged, causing a glint of excitement to flash in Qingyu's eyes. Instinctively, she moved toward the head, but Wang Feng cheerfully stepped on it, blocking her path. "Little carp, don't you have any words of gratitude?" And Qingyu hesitated, forcing herself to suppress her fervor. "Uncle Wang, I understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch. What do you require of me?" she asked. Raising her gaze, Wang Feng casually settled into a chair, crossing his legs. "You have two options. 1. Go to Xinjiang to find Yang Ying and forge horseshoes. 2. Join the Night Watchers. I know you've always been fascinated by the mysterious, and coincidentally, the Night Watchers are the organization that tackles the arcane. Join them, and you'll receive 7 dangers and 2 fortunes, along with 30,000 yuan a month. Are you not tempted?" Tempted, indeed, but Qingyu was perplexed. "Why must I go to Xinjiang if I don't join the Night Watchers?" she queried. Wang Feng replied with conviction, "Because the horseshoes in Xinjiang are made for the north." "Are you insane? If there's no punchline, don't make one. What utter nonsense about Xinjiang horseshoes? Aren't you afraid of inciting the wrath of the yellow cult leader?" And Qingyu fell silent, cautiously probing, "Is this some sort of ruse?" Wang Feng's face lit up with delight as he grasped Qingyu's hand tightly. "I don't care what you think. I care about what I think." And Qingyu sighed, "If I'm exhausted, let it all end." "You still refuse to acknowledge you are Uncle Wang." Only he would indulge in such old jokes. She withdrew her hand, seizing the scalpel, and approached the head. In a few deft motions, she dissected it, unleashing a wave of forbidden pressure from her body. Wang Feng did not intervene. Instead, he began to search around the room, which was stark and barren, lacking even a refrigerator. Without a refrigerator, there was no ice-cold drink to be had. Wang Feng sat down again, pulling out a contract as he awaited Qingyu's awakening. Moments later, she opened her eyes, murmuring, "So this is Forbidden Void, a supernatural power. The only truth is that dissection of the mysterious grants one strength." "Uncle Wang, who exactly are you? My intuition tells me you are not an ordinary person." Wang Feng handed her the contract with a smile, responding, "I am certainly not an ordinary person. I have defeated emperors and heaven alike, seizing the throne to achieve immortality." "Uncle Wang, have you been promoted to security captain?" And Qingyu asked, raising an eyebrow. Wang Feng blinked. "How did you know? Wasn't the principal supposed to keep it a secret?" And Qingyu's lips twitched. Typically, those who make such melodramatic statements are often security personnel who have been promoted. Their team was already at capacity, not intending to recruit new members, but a certain unfortunate soul got caught during a failed solicitation and was imprisoned, thus paving the way for her. And Qingyu's intuition hinted that this unfortunate incident was somehow related to Wang Feng. "Uncle, may I ask why you want me to join the Night Watchers?" "Generally, such organizations do not easily accept newcomers," she inquired, sensing ulterior motives. Responding to her question, Wang Feng's demeanor turned serious. "Because, scientifically speaking, it's simply a matter of fate. It's not that I want you to join the Night Watchers. It's that you will join them in the future, and I'm just expediting the process. Child, do not question, for questioning is to confront destiny." And Qingyu naturally did not believe Wang Feng's fanciful tale. Instead, she grew curious about the unfortunate soul who had been caught. Was that individual also a matter of destiny? Wang Feng babbled nonsensically. "What are you thinking? Destiny is far too busy to pay attention to a hapless soul. Becoming stronger requires enduring hardships. To grow stronger, one must exert effort. I want to tell you that he came empty-handed to see me, out of anger. I had to teach him a lesson. How dare he show up without anything?" And Qingyu pondered, retrieving 2 boxes of cigarettes from her bedside and offering them to Wang Feng. "Uncle, I don't smoke, but someone gifted me these 2 boxes, and I wouldn't know their authenticity. Could you help me evaluate them?" "Smart lad. Your future is limitless." Wang Feng raised an eyebrow, claiming refusal, yet swiftly tucked the cigarettes into his pocket. "As a last resort, help me record a video. Just say that after school today, you saw Lin Chiye exiting a hotel with an older man. Lin Chiye is suspected of being a male escort. Inside Songnan City's first prison, when Chima, handcuffed and shackled, was bewilderedly escorted into a cell. Once the guards departed, he remained in a daze. Since when did an attempt at solicitation warrant imprisonment? And for a year, no less? Should it have been merely a reprimand, a fine, or a 15-day detention? Why was he sentenced instead and sent to Songnan's first prison, which housed serious offenders? I, when Chima, am a night watcher, even if sentenced. I should at least be sent to a fasting facility, right?" When Chima was utterly confused. Inside the cell, the other inmates noticed the newcomer and, adhering to custom, began to inquire. "New guy, what crime did you commit? How many did you kill? When's your execution?" asked a scar-faced inmate. When Chima pressed his lips together. "If I say I was imprisoned for an attempt at solicitation, would Would you believe me? He expected the scar-faced man to scoff, but to his astonishment, the latter nodded earnestly. I believe you. When Shima was left speechless. What? You believe me? Are you out of your mind? Given your expression, you must think I'm lying. Allow me to explain. Ergo, what about you? What landed you here? The scar-faced man asked a burly fellow beside him. Ergo sighed. I didn't have vinegar with my dumplings. That guy drank hot and sour soup with yogurt, and the other one had sweet tofu pudding. As for the boss, you're even worse off. You got 6 points in math during the college entrance examination. By the way, don't let the scar on the boss's face fool you. His name is Zhang Xiaohua. Damn, total setup. Suitable for playing Black Fear. The exposed Zhang Xiaohua seethed with rage, kicking Ergu several times in frustration. Why did you have to say that? Did I ask you to speak? After kicking Ergu, Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Wenqima with pity. The only thing we all have in common is having offended Wang Feng. Young man, how did you offend him? Did you also score 6 points in math? Did you neglect vinegar with your dumplings? Or did you drink hot and sour soup with yogurt? Wenqima opened his mouth, uncertain how to explain. He had no idea where he had offended Wang Feng. Just then, an apology rang out from the cell door. Sorry, Wenqima, step out. Your place of incarceration is the women's prison. Come with me. The guard unceremoniously led Wenqima away. Zhang Xiaohua and the others, witnessing this, sighed. Another unfortunate soul with a spiritual void. May he endure as long as possible in the hands of that cunning vixen. Strengthening oneself requires a price. The cost of the body counts as a price too. Let us hope he becomes the second Pu Songling. Chapter 18. The first caregiver of the psychiatric hospital of the gods has arrived. In the annals of Tsongnan's first prison, there arose a legend. It is said that on nights of the full moon, piercing screams would echo through the air, a sound not reminiscent of the local dialect, but rather akin to that of cherry blossoms. The cries, so harrowing, instilled a profound sense of dread, leaving one in a state of perpetual unease. Of course, these were merely whispers of folklore. In the residence of Lin Qiye, as he gradually opened his eyes, he beheld his cousin Yang Jin and the dog Xiaohong, both contemplating against a wall, their heads drooping in a dismal display of despair. On the sofa, his aunt leaned against Wang Feng's shoulder, weeping inconsolably. The class teacher of his cousin and the family of 3 had long since departed. The chaotic scene of conflict had vanished, as if it had never transpired. Lin Qiye felt bewildered, struggling to comprehend the events that had unfolded. He recalled that prior to losing consciousness, his cousin had seemingly transformed, and they had united to confront Wang Feng. Yet now, upon awakening, it appeared as if nothing had occurred. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Or perhaps a dream? As Lin Qiye pondered, his gaze instinctively fell upon Wang Feng. At that moment, Wang Feng was softly comforting his aunt, while also casting a lewd wink in Lin Qiye's direction. Fury surged within Lin Qiye, and he glared coldly at Wang Feng. Undeterred, Wang Feng retrieved his phone. Don't cry just yet. I hadn't intended for you to view this video, but you know I can hardly keep secrets. There's a student from the second high school named Qingyu who sent me a video. The content is particularly scandalous, too shocking to describe. As a young man, I find it hard to articulate. Perhaps it's best you see it for yourself. With that, Wang Feng played the video. In it, Qingyu calmly recounted what he had witnessed after school. Upon learning that Lin Qiye had exited a hotel with an older man, his aunt felt as though the sky had fallen. Her son had allegedly impregnated someone, while her nephew was seen leaving a hotel with an older man. In that moment, her decades-long worldview crumbled to dust. Qiye, is it true? She inquired, her voice laced with hope. False. It's all false. Aunt, listen to my defense. I merely went to discuss philosophy with the uncle. Lin Qiye exclaimed. Philosophy? Even bro's philosophy counts as philosophy. Wang Feng interjected, causing Lin Qiye's aunt's complexion to grow pale. As a traditional woman, she believed that raising a family was the essence of existence. She had always thought her son and nephew were good boys, only to discover they had been masquerading. The ground had truly given way beneath her. Lin Qiye found himself at a loss for words, unable to provide an explanation. With video evidence and witnesses, he was as guilty as if he had jumped into the Yellow River. In desperation, he cast a pleading glance at Wang Feng. Wang Feng raised an eyebrow, silently communicating with Lin Qiye. Have you surrendered? Do you still dare oppose me? Of course I do. Lin Qiye retorted defiantly. Really? You must be unaware of the underworld. You dare challenge me? Go to Shenyang, and I assure you, you won't enjoy the outcome. Wang Feng threatened with a fierce expression, before shifting to one of sorrow. And Qiye, I must admit, this is partly my fault. When he was little, I teased him, telling him he was Iron Man. Made entirely of steel. Steel hands, steel feet, steel everything, which is why he has ended up this way. Blame me. If it comes to that, we should send him to the military. I've heard that joining the army can transform a person. As for his sexual orientation, I can manage that. Sangnan is a place of romantic possibilities, a land of miracles. Of course, I've never been there, just heard tales. But how can we know the outcome without trying? The worst that could happen is to maintain the status quo. After a moment of serious contemplation, Lin Xie's aunt found Wang Feng's reasoning somewhat convincing. As a woman, she was not well versed in the complexities of the situation. She resolved to entrust Lin Xie to Wang Feng. After achieving the desired outcome, Wang Feng glanced towards the window. It's getting late, rest early. See you tomorrow. Late at night, Lin Xie lay in his bed, tossing and turning in a fitful sleep. And Qingyu, I will remember you. One day, you shall reap what you have sown. With anger coursing through him, Lin Xie entered the asylum known as the Divine Mental Hospital. Unbeknownst to him, and Qingyu suddenly sneezed. Strange. Am I catching a cold? This is quite unscientific. Never mind. I must focus on dissecting the mysterious corpse. I will report to the Peace Bureau the day after tomorrow. Night Watchman. That sounds promising. I wonder if it will bring me surprises. Within the Divine Mental Hospital, Lin Xie strolled into the garden, gazing at the pond. Something felt amiss. It seemed a fish was missing, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. He could faintly hear the sound of whistling. Lin Xie's instinct was to think of Wang Feng. Apart from him, Lin Xie was the only one who could enter this asylum. That rascal. He's haunting me in reality and stealing my fish from the mental hospital. Lin Xie seethed, his anger flaring as he dashed towards the kitchen. His footsteps were swift, so much so that he ignored Nike's greeting. Observing Lin Xie's retreating figure, Nike's tilted his head and instinctively followed. In the kitchen, Li Yifei was leisurely cooking while wearing an apron. He possessed a commendable quality. He accepted his circumstances with grace. Being a caregiver at the hospital, he resolved to perform his duties diligently. As Wang Feng had said, he would inevitably work hard, so he might as well embrace it early. Being the first caregiver at the Divine Mental Hospital offered tremendous opportunities for advancement. Who knows, if he performed well, he might receive promotions and marry a wealthy beauty, reaching the pinnacle of life. Just thinking about it was delightful. With a loud bang, the kitchen door was kicked open, and Lin Xie's furious voice rang out. Wang Feng, I want you dead. Not only you, but I also want that foreigner dead. Lin Xie executed a flying kick, landing squarely on Li Yifei's backside. Taken by surprise, Li Yifei stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Turning around, he was taken aback to see a familiar face. Xie? You're here as well? Lin Xie was momentarily stunned. Li Yifei, what are you doing in my mental hospital? At that moment, Lin Xie's expression was one of utter bewilderment. A familiar face in his mental hospital. Could it be that Li Yifei, like Wang Feng, also had access to the asylum? Huh? Your mental hospital? Isn't it Uncle Wang's? It was Uncle Wang who brought me here and hired me as the chief caregiver. Upon hearing that Wang Feng had arranged for him to be there, Lin Xie fell silent. His mind began to race with questions. After introductions, Lin Xie learned that Li Yifei was indeed a caregiver at the asylum. The pressing question arose. Wasn't it Lin Xie's responsibility as the director of the Divine Mental Hospital to hire caregivers? Why was Wang Feng able to do so? Who was truly in charge of the hospital? Is Uncle Wang in the 7th ward? Lin Xie asked hesitantly after a long pause. Li Yifei nodded. Yes, it's the 7th ward. It doesn't resemble a room. It's more like a palace, and there are many people inside. Chapter 19. I sense he is undermining the celestial realm. As Lin Xie had suspected, Wang Feng resided in the 7th ward. Considering that the 1st ward was occupied by the goddess of night, Nyx, it implied that all the inhabitants of these wards were divine beings. Lin Xie's heart trembled, a surreal thought creeping in. Could it be that Wang Feng was a deity? Yet, Lin Xie shook his head, unable to accept the reality of Wang Feng being a god. For over a decade, he had known Wang Feng as a greedy, lustful, and lazy individual who had often bullied children. How could such a person be a divine being? Even if Wang Feng were a deity, could there truly be a god who was greedy, lustful, and lazy? What mythological system would harbor such a divine figure? Surely, not even among the malevolent deities would one find such a character. However, if Wang Feng was not a god, how could he possibly be in the 7th ward? Everything seemed shrouded in mist, leaving Lin Xie unable to grasp the truth. He sensed that it was time to be candid with Wang Feng, at the very least. He needed to ascertain who Wang Feng truly was. Thus, Lin Xie refrained from pushing open the door to room 7. The truth was that the revelation was what prevented him from opening the door, following a brief arrangement of Li Yifei's tasks. After which he attended to Nike's treatment for his mental illness before exiting the psychiatric hospital. Returning to reality, Lin Xie rose from his bed and stealthily left his room, making his way to Wang Feng's adjacent chamber. Just as he closed his door, Yang Jin appeared before him. Cousin, where are you going? Yang Jin inquired. Lin Xie gestured toward the next room, stating, There are matters I cannot comprehend. My thoughts are clouded. I must speak with Wang Feng. Yang Jin shook his head. Brother, if I were you, I would not seek out Wang Feng. He is far too enigmatic, and even if you approach him, he will not speak the truth. Lin Xie waved his hand dismissively. How can I know without trying? I must take a gamble. I despise the feeling of being manipulated. With stealth, Lin Xie approached the neighboring room and gently knocked on the door. As his fingers brushed the surface, the door swung open automatically. Startled, he assumed Wang Feng had been anticipating him and strode into the room. The interior was dim, obscuring all visibility. Lin Xie located the switch and turned on the light, illuminating the ordinary three-bedroom apartment, devoid of excess furniture. On the sofa lay an elegant white cat, languidly reclined, while on the marble floor stood a scruffy dog, sighing heavily. One paw clutched a broom, while the other held a rag, diligently attempting to clean. The sudden brightness startled the little dog, who glanced toward the door. Upon seeing Lin Xie, a flicker of panic crossed its canine visage. It dropped the broom and rag, scrambling to revert to its canine demeanor. Unexpectedly, the white cat spoke. Scruffy, have you finished cleaning? The cat, wearing an eye mask, spoke languidly. The scruffy dog mumbled, seemingly attempting to explain itself. Lin Xie was taken aback. What the heck? The cat can talk. Upon hearing Lin Xie's exclamation, the white cat promptly removed its eye mask. It's you, the cat echoed, equally astonished. Lin Xie pointed incredulously at the white cat, realizing that Wang Feng's pet was no ordinary creature, as he recalled that after the establishment of the nation, spirits were not permitted to manifest. Silence. You've already awakened to the void, yet you still act surprised. Weren't you bold as a child? What happened to your courage as you grew? The white cat continued, and stop calling me a mere cat. I am the divine beast Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe delicately licked its paw, speaking calmly. Divine beast? Bai Zhe? Lin Xie felt a flicker of recognition. After a prolonged silence, he collected himself. I seek Wang Feng. I have inquiries for him. Why has he persistently hinted that I should join the Night Watchers? What is a Jin's true identity? Who is Wang Feng? For the past fortnight, he had felt as though his worldview had shattered. The peaceful society he believed in had suddenly been punctured by supernatural events. He sensed that an intricate web of scheming was being woven around him. Lin Xie fixed his gaze on Bai Zhe, hoping for an explanation. Bai Zhe remained silent, continuing to groom itself. The scruffy dog approached the sofa, expertly fanning Bai Zhe with its paws, resembling an eager servant, causing Lin Xie's lips to twitch with amusement. He retrieved a cat treat and a can of food from his pocket, placing them respectfully on the sofa. Mutual assistance requires reciprocity. Bai Zhe, pausing its grooming, displayed a look of appreciation. Now that is more like it. Evaluating a candidate should be conducted in such a manner. Clearing its throat, Bai Zhe continued. The master has instructed me not to divulge too much about you. I can only share a few things you are entitled to know. Firstly, the master bears you no ill will. If he did, do you think you would still be alive? Furthermore, have you noticed that both you and your family have, to some extent, been under the master's care all these years? Lin Xie fell silent, reflecting on Bai Zhe's words, which seemed to hold merit, since he could remember. Although his life had been modest, he had never truly lacked for sustenance. Wang Feng would often send provisions to his aunt, and even the fish bought at the market, which his brother frequently mocked as mere air, found their way into their home. As for the master's identity, I cannot disclose that. The truth is for you to uncover. If you wish to know more, join the Night Watchers and ascend the ranks. Once you reach a certain height, you will learn the master's true identity. Lin Xie, I will impart only this. The master holds great expectations for you. Do not disappoint him. For generations, the great Xia has been safeguarded by the master. He is weary, and you must not let him down. Bai Zhe ceased its grooming, sitting upright on the sofa, gazing intently at Lin Xie with an unusually solemn expression. Lin Xie remained silent for a long while, finally sighing, I understand. I will join the Night Watchers. I also hope you can convey this message. I wish to have an open and honest conversation with Wang Feng when the opportunity arises. Where is he? Out washing his feet at this late hour? Instead, he issues an eviction order. Lin Xie, feeling helpless, turned to leave the room, although it was not entirely fruitless. He had gleaned some clues. For Bai Zhe to call someone master, who exactly is Wang Feng? With such questions lingering in his mind, Lin Xie slipped into slumber. In Yang Jin's room, the scruffy dog emitted low whines, as if recounting a tale. Yang Jin furrowed his brow, stroking his chin with one hand. You say Bai Zhe is at its peak state, and it has revealed that not only is it alive, but so are the other divine beasts. All 12 holy beasts are alive, along with a multitude of divine and demonic creatures. This information must be relayed to the master. I have a feeling Wang Feng is undermining the celestial court. Chapter 20. Broth, baths, laxatives, and old eight's secret mini-burgers. In the ancient god church's oracle hall, dozens of agents of the malevolent gods, cloaked in hoods, gathered around an enormous round table. At the forefront sat the three titans of the ancient god church, Murmurs, Moon Huai, and Xian Mo. To their left and right sat the church's subordinate followers. Once Murmurs noticed that everyone was present, he cleared his throat, preparing to speak, only to be interrupted. A flustered follower rushed in, his anxiety evident beneath the voluminous hood. Simi Masai, I apologize for my tardiness. I lost track of time while making chicken soup. Here comes the soup. Come taste the chicken soup I simmered for 3 hours. It contains goji berries, red dates, bull and sheep kidneys, and chicken gizzards. A true tonic. Now that we are at this juncture, let us drink the soup first. And then we can listen to what the pangolin has to say. The follower proclaimed, placing a pot of exquisite chicken soup on the round table and hastily serving it. Murmurs furrowed his brow, visibly displeased, and was about to reprimand the follower, but his hands involuntarily accepted the soup bowl. Not just him, but the other two titans were equally bewildered, all holding their bowls as though they had been eagerly awaiting the soup. The follower continued to serve, winking slyly as he did so. This soup has a charming name. Old Hen with a gun throwing bombs. I heard a female follower is joining the ancient god church soon. She's a Medusa agent, quite the little firecracker. After drinking the soup, we'll have the energy for the gathering. We must ensure she understands our might. I will be the first to step up. No one can contest me, or I shall unleash my fury. Murmurs glanced at the chicken soup in his hands, then at the incessant chatter of the follower, and finally at the now crowded round table, failing to recall who the follower was. His instincts warned him that something was amiss, yet his mind insisted that this person was indeed a follower of the ancient god church. You inquire about the Murmurs, yet the identity of the speaker remains elusive. Thus, the Murmurs turn their gaze toward President Yu Huai, only to discover that she, too, is lost in contemplation. Do you know this disciple, Murmurs? Yu Huai inquires. Murmurs shakes their head. My intuition tells me I do not know them. Yet my mind insists they are one of us. Xian Mo elegantly sips her chicken soup. He is that one, from that family. The little one you all seem to have forgotten? The agent of the malevolent deity Gu Mao Ning, holding the 25th seat among the disciples. Typically tasked with kitchen duties during meetings. An old lecher, do you not recall him at all? As Xian Mo speaks, the familiar visage of the disciple flashes in their minds. However, who exactly is this Gu Mao Ning? They have never heard of such a malevolent deity. Is it possible he is a cat deity from some foreign mythology? Moreover, has the number of disciples truly reached 25? Is the ancient god church truly that formidable? 25 agents of malevolent deities, how can they still be so discreet? Never mind, it is of little consequence. The soup is the priority, I must say. It is indeed delicious, rich and flavorful. Even those at the pinnacle of the Klein realm can feel a warmth radiating from their abdomen. Once the chicken soup is finished, the 25th seat unceremoniously displaces the 14th seat. Enraged, the 14th seat stands to confront the 25th seat, who merely snaps their fingers, causing the 14th seat to obediently return to the back and sit down like a marionette. The 13th seat, Han Xiaoyan, remains impassive, propping his chin with one hand while gazing out the window. The 25th seat nudges Han Xiaoyan, who frowns and glares at the 25th seat. Yet, upon seeing the familiar face beneath the hood, Han Xiaoyan is momentarily stunned. Just as he is about to speak, the 25th seat swiftly places a bowl of soup in his mouth. Here, it's just a bowl of soup. Why do you glare at me? Honestly, you're not even participating in the gathering, so drinking soup is just a waste. Finally realizing the situation, Han Xiaoyan accepts the bowl and quietly starts to drink. Once Murmurs sees that everyone has finished their soup, he clears his throat. The events that transpired in Sangnan City 2 weeks ago must have reached your ears. The appearance of the agent of the Seraphim, Michael, presents an unprecedented opportunity for the ancient god church. The divine has decided to recruit him at all costs, and thus today's meeting is to determine who shall be sent. After speaking, Murmurs scans the surroundings, hoping to see someone volunteer. Yet, his gaze meets only averted eyes. No one wishes to undertake this task, for the opponent is the agent of a seraphim. Furthermore, Sangnan City is notoriously malevolent. The ancient god church has not been able to infiltrate it for over a decade. Additionally, it was not just the divine agent that appeared 2 weeks ago. Under the night sky, Michael unleashed 6 swords, only to be struck down by an unnamed powerhouse. 5 swords targeted the 5 divine nations. With such a formidable opponent, who would dare venture to Sangnan? Seeking death? Murmurs understands the true reason for their reluctance. With a resigned sigh, he declares, I shall lead the expedition to Sangnan myself. Upon concluding, Murmurs casually selects several disciples, including Han Xiaoyan. After confirming the team, Murmurs claps his hands. The agent of Medusa, the snake woman, gracefully enters. At the sight of her, the 25th seat promptly stands. At this point, you all should go take a bath and freshen up, since you've had my soup. I'll be the first to lead the gathering. With that, the 25th seat swiftly carries the snake woman away towards a room. Without a second thought, Han Xiaoyan follows suit. Murmurs and the others are momentarily taken aback, then chuckle. They had always thought this captain of the Night Watch in Suzhou City to be a wooden figure, disdainful of participating in activities, but it seems he had simply been waiting for the right moment. Yu Huai mocks him, and Qian Mo chuckles in agreement. Only Murmurs feels something is amiss. Everyone, let us head to the baths. Yu Huai gestures grandly. The disciples make their way to the bathhouse, with the three leaders trailing closely behind. Inside the steam-filled bathhouse, Murmurs continues to frown, sensing something is off. The 25th seat among the disciples? Has the number of agents for the malevolent deities truly reached 25? Who is the 24th seat? Murmurs suddenly asks. Yu Huai is taken aback. I don't know. You, of all people, should be most aware of the number of disciples. Haven't you always been the one to recruit them? Murmurs shifts his gaze to Qian Mo. Qian Mo scratches his head. I also have no clue. But we have indeed reached 25 disciples, 25 agents of malevolent deities. Should we continue to remain hidden? I say we should confront the Night Watch directly. Suddenly, he clutches his stomach. Wait, this is absurd. How could I, an agent of a malevolent deity, be feeling this way? Qian Mo stands up, covering his abdomen, and dashes toward the restroom. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this triggers a chain reaction. Everyone in the bathhouse simultaneously experiences abdominal pain. Even the strongest among them, Yu Huai, is not exempt. Standing up, Yu Huai bellows, damn it. No one better compete with me. I'm going first. As he rises and lifts his leg to rush toward the restroom, his stomach churns. Thinking it was just gas. He pays no heed. A sudden sound erupts as a yellow substance spills forth, splattering Murmurs behind him. Murmurs had been trying to hold back, but the surprise attack from Yu Huai caught him off guard. This is utterly unfair. Just as Murmurs attempts to stand, the bathwater is filled with plopping sounds as the other disciples can no longer contain themselves, releasing their bowels in the pool. The previously clear water turns a ghastly yellow. Even the most discerning would shake their head at such a sight. Chapter 21 5 years. Do you know how I spent these 5 years? Put in your all. Use every ounce of strength you possess. You are, after all, the agent of Medusa. How can you not even blow a heavenly horn? In the room, the 25th seat angrily berates the snake woman. The snake woman's cheeks are puffed out as she exerts herself. After a moment, she shakes her head. I cannot do it. It's simply one T sound. Senior, are you deceiving me? How could it possibly be a heavenly horn? Besides, isn't it normal for a malevolent deity like me to be unable to blow it? The snake woman argues back, prompting the 25th seat to roll their eyes. A swift chop lands, causing the snake woman to faint. The 25th seat curses under their breath as they stand up and open the door. At the entrance stands an excited Han Xiaoyan. Han Xiaoyan looks at the 25th seat and seizes their hand. Is that you, Commander? The 25th seat withdraws their hand. Adopting a serious tone, what Commander? You've mistaken me. I'm just a completely ordinary handsome fellow. How could I possibly be the dashing and charming Commander? You've mistaken me, haven't you? You're here for the gathering, too? The snake woman is inside. You can continue. I still need to prepare some soup and inquire about what the pangolin said. After finishing, the 25th seat attempts to leave, but Han Xiaoyan quickly blocks their path. You are the commander. I am Han Xiaoyan, captain of the Night Watch in Suzhou City. Don't you remember? 12 years ago, during the new recruit training. You personally trained us. I was the 5th recruit back then. You should have some recollection. The 25th seat rolls their eyes. What gives you the right to be proud? The 5th recruit, not the 1st. Even if I paid attention, it would have been to the top student. The 25th seat speaks the truth, yet the truth often stings. Han Xiaoyan feels as if he has been pierced by an arrow, a sharp pain in his heart. Not being the 1st is not his fault, as a human being. He feels regret. But Commander, why do you feign ignorance when you have already been exposed? The 25th seat is taken aback. Exposed? Impossible. I have been hiding quite well. As the words fell, the 25th seat caught sight of Han Xiaoyan's cunning smile. Very well. No more pretense. I am Wang Feng. Young man, you may continue your role as an undercover agent. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he attempted to depart once more. However, Han Xiaoyan obstructed him again. 5 years ago? You said the same thing. 5 years. Do you know how I have endured these 5 years? Heartbroken by the rain, a romantic soul. Some people find being an undercover agent quite disheartening. Do not think I am unaware that you have enjoyed exquisite food and fine clothing, and even attended music parties. The past 5 years have treated you far better than my entire century of existence, and as a formidable figure in the sea realm. You have lived exceptionally well during this time. Wang Feng looked at Han Xiaoyan with disdain. Han Xiaoyan's face flushed. Joining the ancient god society would surely lead to moral decay. Continuing as an undercover agent, your team members are thriving, nearly forgetting their captain. In no more than 3 to 5 years, a new undercover will take your place. By the way, you do not think the Ancient God Society has only you as an undercover agent, do you? In half a year, newcomers will arrive. And the Ancient God Society will stir trouble in Songnan City. Remember to pay a visit. Wang Feng repeatedly reassured Han Shaoan that undercover agents need encouragement, lest the pressure hinder their performance. I must take my leave now, or I will miss the bus. By the way, the bathhouse has likely transformed into a foul stew. If I were you, I would take a towel and show some courtesy. Having said that, Wang Feng disregarded Han Xiaoyan's pleas and dashed out of the Oracle Hall like a fleeting shadow. Han Xiaoyan pondered for a moment, concluding that ingratiating himself was of utmost importance. Thus, he took a towel and headed to the bathhouse. At that moment, the bathhouse was a dismal sight, with yellow liquid splattered across the ceiling, floor, and walls. The stench was overwhelming, inducing retching. Yu lay in the bathhouse, eyes vacant. Upon seeing Han Xiaoyan, Yu quickly raised a hand. Save me. Hurry. Damn it. I don't even know who spat shrimp into my mouth. Han Xiaoyan replied, several hours later. The three major figures of the Ancient God Society had regained some composure, their bodies reeking as they sat coldly in their chairs. I sensed something amiss. It must be a mysterious powerhouse from Songnan City disguising the 25th seat. Bastard. He has deceived us. We must ensure he faces the consequences. Is there still a Ghost Face King? Send all Ghost Face Kings to Songnan. I will turn Songnan into a wasteland. Yu Huai slammed the table in anger. Qian Mo and the others were filled with righteous indignation. Yu remained silent, while Han Xiaoyan stood up and declared, I shall go personally. The newly joined Snake Lady gritted her teeth and added, I will accompany you. I want to kill that scoundrel. There's a scandal. Everyone turned their curious eyes toward the Snake Lady. Yu sighed deeply and advised, I empathize with your plight, but do not act impulsively. You are not a paragon of virtue. Consider it as being bitten by a dog. There's no need to put yourself in danger. The Snake Lady continued to grit her teeth. If that really happens, I want to be angry. That scoundrel knocked me out and tossed a banana on the bed. Am I a monkey? Such humiliation. He even tricked me into playing the Swona, claiming it was the horn of paradise to enhance intimacy. Scoundrel. Am I so lacking in allure? The crowd exclaimed. Ah, this scene feels eerily familiar, as if seen in Journey to the West. Not only will I go to Songnan, I will summon Lady Medusa to descend upon Songnan. I will obliterate Songnan. Faced with the Snake Lady's fury, Yu could only choose to agree. The following day, at the security booth of Songnan No. 2 Middle School, Wang Feng maintained order as usual. Students bustlingly entered the campus, with polite ones greeting Wang Feng. Gradually, Wang Feng noticed. He irritably urged them to hurry to class, lamenting the decline of moral standards and the degradation of society. Women are even more licentious than men. Is there no justice? Suddenly, someone in the restroom exclaimed, Oh no. Lin Qiye and Qingyu are fighting in the restroom. They're both wielding knives. Hurry to summon the Buddha. No, wait, we need to see the head teacher. Hearing this, Wang Feng raised an eyebrow. How did they end up fighting? The captain and vice captain are at odds? How intriguing. Wang Feng muttered as he walked toward the restroom. Inside the restroom, Lin Qiye and Qingyu were facing off, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers eager for entertainment. Qingyu gripped a scalpel tightly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye, do you have something to say to me? Chapter 22, The Power of the Ram in 3 segments. Whether I have something to say is for you to know. I ask you, why did you frame me and record a video? Lin Qiye was filled with fury. She had planned to attend the Vigilant's night at the peace office today. However, she could not contain her anger, unable to overpower the foreigner. Could she not handle you, Qingyu? Aren't you fond of secretly filming? Today, I'll make sure you taste the bitter fruit. Upon hearing it was about the video, Qingyu suddenly realized. Lin Qiye, please let me explain. Before Qingyu could finish her sentence, Lin Qiye's enormous fist came hurtling toward her. Explain? How dare you? Take this punch. Lin Qiye refrained from using her skills. She believed against an ordinary person. There was no need for special abilities. A true man. Fist against flesh. Fist is the best weapon for a man. Qingyu sidestepped the blow, retreating a step. And once again said, Lin Qiye, calm down. Calm down, you say? Today, I must finish you off. Consumed by rage, Lin Qiye gave Qingyu no chance to explain. She swung her fist again, but this time, the speed was exceptional. Qingyu scarcely perceived the punch, and just as it was about to connect with her cheek, a white hand appeared in her line of sight. The hand moved slowly but firmly grasped Lin Qiye's fist. Young lady, a man's fist is meant for conquering the world, not for striking companions. Brave young one, do not underestimate your bonds. Since you wish to fight, let it be so. Chaos space, activate. Wang Feng clapped his hands heavily, emanating an overwhelming aura. In the next moment, lines of void appeared in the sky. Each line targeted an individual figure. Before Lin Xie could speak, a portal opened in the space. A tremendous force pulled the two of them in. Subsequently, the portal vanished. Wang Feng clapped his hands. Chosen children, go forth to the other world and save it. Similar scenes unfolded across various locations in the Great Xia. In Guangshan City, Bai Li Pangpang lay luxuriating in the bath, indulging in a delightful massage. A portal appeared overhead, and the technician gasped as Bai Li Pangpang was whisked away into the space. At Jiuhua Mountain, the moment the portal appeared, it caught Chao Yuan's attention. Great mage. There's a portal. Chao Yuan turned to look at Master Jin Chuan, only to see a size 42 shoe kick him squarely in the backside. Go forth and traverse to the other world. Off you go. Stumbling, Chao Yuan fell headlong into the portal. In a narrow alley of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, the swaggering Shin Qingzhu had just dealt with some senior bullies, followed by a few underlings. With his hands in his pockets and a cigarette in his mouth, he swaggered along. After finishing one cigarette, he prepared to light another. Just as he stepped out of the alley and the lighter flickered to life, a loud voice boomed. Hey, swaggering youth. Fortune smiles upon you. A truck collided with Shin Qingzhu, sending him flying into the portal. Thus, all male members of the Nightfall Squad were assembled. At the headquarters of the Vigilant in Shijing City, Commander Yi Fan entered the conference room. All members of the human faction were gathered under the ceiling of the conference room, whispering among themselves, occasionally glancing at the big screen. In the expansive screen, the figures of Lin Xie and others materialized, situated within a pristine white space. Yi Fan cleared his throat and announced, Everyone, please be quiet. The selection for the 5th Special Squad is about to commence. As per tradition, upon entering the space delineated by the chief instructor, the assessment began. With each participant holding a score of 20 points, they could add or deduct points based on their evaluations of each other. Chief instructor, you may begin. As Yi Fan's words echoed, a figure clad in a black cloak emerged within the white expanse, Wang Feng, adorned with an animal mask. After glancing at the camera, he cleared his throat and greeted the audience. Hello everyone. Welcome to this large-scale reality show, exclusively sponsored by Waha Nutritional Express. The special selection competition officially begins. I am your host, Wang Feng, with 2.5 years of experience. He then interjected a commercial. Aren't you interested in sponsoring my ingenious reality show, Widow 101? We aim to gather 101 widows and select 5 to debut, undoubtedly attracting a substantial viewership among the singles. Just saying, the likes of Shaju would certainly endorse it. After all, what's more enticing than a widow? Watching the verbose chief instructor, Yi Fan's expression darkened. Wang Feng appeared momentarily disheartened but quickly regained composure, waving his hand gently. Lin Xie and the others instantly awakened, blinking in confusion. Greetings, rookies. Welcome to the main god space. I am your veteran guide, Zheng Jia. In this realm, you must complete tasks to earn rewards. Failure to do so may lead to dire consequences. I understand you are bewildered, but allow me to elucidate the mission instance. Wang Feng did not afford Lin Xie and the others a chance to interject. His cloak transformed into a scholarly robe, and a table appeared before him. With a decisive clap, he recited, In chaos, the heavens and earth were once indistinguishable, and in the boundless void, no one was seen. Since Pangu parted the primordial chaos. From then on, clarity and obscurity became discernible. All beings rely on benevolence, and all things were created to be good. To comprehend the essence of creation, one must examine the journey to the west. He continued, in the east, there lies a spiritual mountain known as Huagua Mountain. On this mountain resides a stone monkey who absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. After the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, the stone monkey emerged, wielding a golden staff to suppress the world. There is a saying, proudly rising from the mist, the fragrance of Huagua, with a single strike. 10,000 demons bow down. The story unfolds in the lush meadows beneath Huagua Mountain, home to 3 major races, the wolf tribe ruled by the wolf king, the sheep tribe, and the Tushan fox tribe. Wang Feng succinctly introduced the background of the instance. Your mission is to assist the young sheep, Xiaoyang, in rising to prominence. The introduction of the task is complete. Let the teleportation commence. In a flash of white light, the group was transported. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves in a spacious training room. A young sheep, with hands resting upon a sensing stone, was surrounded by murmurs from fellow sheep, all pointing and gossiping. Just as Xiaoyang was about to lament his misfortune, another voice boomed, Xiaoyang, your childhood sweetheart has called off the engagement, and the elders have agreed. You are truly disappointing. Clenching his fists, Xiaoyang's eyes brimmed with fury and despair. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a young sheep in poverty. Today, she comes to annul our engagement. Tomorrow, I shall ensure she regrets it for a lifetime. With that, Xiaoyang turned and exited the training room, leaving Lin Xie and the others in stunned silence. Chapter 23. You have an eye for people. In the conference room of the capital city, Yi Fan's lips twitched as he silently grumbled. The chief instructor is over 100 years old, yet still revels in antics? Truly, age does not equate to maturity. Amidst Yi Fan's musings, the expressions of the other participants varied. Lu Wuwei was engrossed in his phone, sifting through takeout options, while Zhou Ping perused a book with utmost seriousness. Only the scholar wore an expression of admiration. A classic in the making, it begins with enmity, heightening anticipation. The engagement annulment theme, how delightful. Just watching makes me feel as if I am part of it myself. Imagine having a fiancée, only to have her withdraw the engagement. I feel invincible. The scholar's excitement was palpable, as he exclaimed, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Life must be lived with passion. One must embrace their youthful exuberance. Left Qing interjected lightly, Scholar, I hate to dampen your spirits, but you are nearly 70. In 30 years, you may be no more. The scholar glared in response. Sensing a potential argument brewing, Yi Fan quickly interjected, what insights do the other special teams have? Xia Seming, during your tenure as captain, the chief instructor was in seclusion, so you did not experience the instant selection. How would you assist Xiao Yang in completing the task and enabling his rise? Xia Seming, I am speaking to you. Where is Xia Seming? Has the Phoenix team not arrived? Yi Fan scanned the room, failing to spot the Phoenix team. Wang Mian responded. After the last incident where my great-uncle provided each member of the Phoenix team with a hammer, they have been in seclusion. The members are currently experiencing a revival of their Phoenix bloodlines, transforming into Phoenix eggs, and Xia Seming is incubating them. Wang Mian, fearing Yi Fan would deem his words as mere fiction, quickly dialed Xia Seming for a video call. Wang Mian, what do you want? Are you asking me out? I can't talk right now. I'm busy incubating eggs. Wang Mian handed the phone to Yi Fan. On the screen, Xia Seming lay in bed, covered by a thick blanket adorned with crayon Shinchan patterns. Despite the summer heat and no air conditioning, her face bore a look of comfort rather than perspiration. Yi Fan paused for a moment, then inquired, Xia Seming, where is your leave request? Suddenly, Xia Seming's previously relaxed demeanor shifted. Oh no, I forgot to ask for leave. I was so focused on incubating the eggs that it slipped my mind. What should I do? I need an excuse. Report to Commander Yi that the Phoenix team is currently merging their bloodlines and has not had time to request leave. In a moment of crisis, Xia Seming's mind sparked with a solution. Yi Fan sighed, opting not to press further. Instead, he handed the phone to Left Qing, signaling him to explain the situation to Xia Seming. Left Qing nodded, taking the phone and adjusting its position to face the large screen. This is a trial space developed in collaboration with the chief instructor in Guan. It is generally used for the selection of special squads. When you joined the Night Watchers, the chief instructor was in seclusion, so you missed the trial. In simple terms, the performances of all participants are scored by dedicated personnel, and the selections for the special squads are determined based on these performances. As Left Qing spoke, he used the remote to rewind the footage and replay it. Xia Seming pondered, the main task is to assist Xiao Yang in rising to prominence. This task seems straightforward. We can collectively help him escape the sheep village. And that should suffice, right? Wang Mian shook his head. It's not that simple. While the instance task appears easy, it is fraught with peril. Our team attempted a similar strategy, and the end result was that my great-uncle stated the team could be formed but only within the Great Xia territory. To this day, no team has succeeded in the trial, wandering in the fog. Yi Fan sighed again, let us continue to observe. I hope this group proves satisfactory. Inside the room, Xiao Yang shed his facade and began to weep uncontrollably. As his sobs echoed, Lin Qiye and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Bai Li Pang spoke first. What is going on? Wasn't I enjoying a massage from a lovely lady? How did I end up here? Is this still the Great Xia? Lin Qiye turned his gaze towards Bai Li Pang, and Qingyu stroked his chin, deep in thought, while the suave Shin Qingzhu pulled out a cigarette. Gentlemen, who are you? Why have you appeared in my home? As a few individuals sat in silence, the elderly man within the ring suddenly spoke up. It was then that they realized there were other people inside the ring. With a swift motion, Wang Feng appeared and knocked the old man unconscious. Forget him. The problem is resolved. Now, consider how to assist Xiao Yang in rising to prominence. Wang Feng clapped his hands and declared. Bai Li Pang turned to Wang Feng and, with boldness, inquired, who might you be? Handsome? Wang Feng raised his thumb in approval, saying, indeed, you are the young master of the Bai Li family, possessing keen insight. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the assessment officer for this special squad, and I will personally score your every action. You are all aware of the Night Watchman, I presume? You are the candidates for the special squad. Bai Li Pang tilted his head, beginning to understand. So, it was a selection for the special squad. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing a multitude of Rolex watches adorning his arms. Assessment officer, I come from an ordinary family, merely possessing a bit of wealth. As this is our first meeting, I have no gifts to offer, so I present you with a Rolex as a memento. Since this is an assessment, can I expect a perfect score? Wang Feng's expression turned serious. You are insulting me, dishonoring a proud assessment officer. Is this how you see me? Without a word, Bailey Pang removed all the Rolexes from his arms and tossed them to Wang Feng. What about now? Can I receive a perfect score? You are truly precise. Wang Feng's eyes sparkled as he feigned politeness. A perfect score. It must be a perfect score. Anyone who denies you that will face my wrath. Young master, please have a seat. Are you thirsty or hungry? Would you like me to fetch you a couple of ewes to attend to your needs? Bailey Pang waved his hand grandly. Keep your watches and get out of my sight. I am tired and need to rest. Remember to bring back some pretty ladies. After saying this, Bailey Pang lay down on the bed to rest. Lin Chia and the others exchanged glances, their mouths twitching. Damn rich people. Truly extravagant. What are you looking at? Instead of staring at me, you should consider how to complete the task. Let me remind you, the task has a time limit. Completing it comes with rewards, but failure will result in punishment. Wang Feng urged Lin Chia and the others, his voice echoing and disturbing Bailey Pong's slumber. Rolex god Bailey Pang hurled another 10 Rolexes. Silence. Do not disturb my sleep. All right, brother. Wang Feng replied. Where are the ladies? Haven't they arrived yet? They will be here shortly. The most alluring beauty from green pastures will be sent to you right away. Chapter 24. The initial collaboration of the night squad. What nonsense trial is this? Was it approved by me? Without consent, why should I heed your orders? The self-important brother Zhuang remained unyielding, even in such dire circumstances. Facing off against Wang Feng with an air of arrogance, he continued to criticize Wang Feng. Wang Feng raised an eyebrow. A friendly reminder, if you do not participate in the trial, the Cold Mountain Orphanage will face demolition. Furthermore, if I recall correctly, your orphanage receives higher subsidies than others each month. If you keep acting tough, I will order the demolition of your orphanage and cut off the subsidies. Striking at the heart of the matter, the Cold Mountain Orphanage was of utmost importance to Shen Qingzhu. Threatened, Shen Qingzhu snorted coldly and fell silent. You are indeed ruthless, Shen Qingzhu said calmly. Wang Feng continued to raise his brow. Rather than being ruthless, I prefer the defiant demeanor you exhibited earlier. Shen Qingzhu remained silent, standing still without uttering a word. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lin Chia's name, Qiao Yuan's expression transformed with excitement. You are Lin Chia? He asked. Lin Chia lifted his head. And you are? I am Qiao Yuan, from the Forbidden Void 031, Black King Zhame. The Golden Cicada Grandmaster stated that you can redeem me. Redeem? Upon hearing this word, Lin Chia was taken aback, then cautiously probed. Are you the male model duck? If you are a male model and do not wish to work, can't you redeem yourself? Why do you need me to do it? Lin Chia clarified. Let me make it clear. I am neither a gay man nor a wealthy woman. I do not possess such peculiar preferences. After speaking, a steel wool ball fell from his pocket. Ha, I usually enjoy washing dishes at home. So carrying a steel wool ball is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Reasonable. Quite reasonable. But why did a shower head fall out after the steel wool ball? My shower head at home is broken, so carrying one around is quite logical, right? All right. I can't continue this conversation. Lin Chia was at a loss for words, wishing for a moment of solitude to gather his thoughts. An Qingyu, however, diverted her gaze towards Wang Feng, who appeared to be unfazed. Whether it was the shower head or the steel wool ball, both were things Wang Feng had inserted. Let's not discuss matters of sexuality. We should focus on how to complete the trial instead. The clues are too scarce. We have no idea how to intervene. We should begin by searching for clues. An Qingyu suggested, steering the conversation towards the task. The group fell into silence, contemplating how to assist Xiao Yang in rising to prominence. The task was both simple and complex. Firstly, there are many forms of ascendance. Martial ascendance, literary ascendance, even singing or dancing can be considered ascendance. Ascendance merely signifies success in a particular domain. The information about Sheep Village is too limited. We are uncertain how to assist Xiao Yang. Suddenly, Brother Zhuang had a moment of inspiration and directed his gaze towards the unconscious old man. Since everyone is inside the ring, and there is a native here, why not simply ask him for information? An Qingyu's gaze also fell upon the old man. Wake him up, she instructed. Brother Zhuang nodded and, with 2 swift slaps, roused the old man from his stupor, who looked around in confusion. I ask, you answer. If you dare to speak falsely, do you believe I will not ensure you receive a bad fate? Brother Zhuang threatened ominously. The old man nodded frantically, indicating his willingness to divulge all he knew. First question, who are you? Why are you in the ring? The old man gently pressed his lips together. I am Yao Yang, a formidable warrior from the ancient times of Sheep Village. After a battle with the Wolf Clan, my spirit fell, and I was forced to reside within this ring. Yu keenly identified a critical point. Something significant must have occurred. Her eyes glimmered with curiosity. Lin Xie boldly interjected. It appears you are the key to Xiao Yang's ascendance. A fallen genius must harbor secrets. I believe you are absorbing the power of sheep. Eliminate him, and Xiao Yang will inevitably rise. Brother Zhuang echoed, realizing the implications. The others present were not fools. They were, in fact, quite astute. Shinshiju immediately prepared to snap her fingers, ready to utilize her forbidden void abilities. Yao Yang exclaimed, "Do not do that. I did not intend for this. I truly have my reasons. To clarify, Xiao Yang is actually my son." Wait, the plot seems to be taking a strange turn? Xiao Yang is Yao Yang's son? Yao Yang is a warrior from ancient times, with only his spirit remaining. How could he have fathered a child? It has never been said that ghosts can have children. Oh, perhaps it is indeed possible. The dead can give birth, and ghosts can carry coffins. Could Xiao Yang truly possess the stature of an emperor? Who says the sheep clan has no emperors? Isn't there one right before us? Yao Yang chuckled awkwardly. Well, although I am but a spirit, my physical form remains intact. The village leader, Slow Yang, sends young sheep from the clan annually to learn from me. Huh? Learn? Shouldn't they go to the west for that? Since my physical form is not destroyed, I still possess the essence of life. It merely requires extraction and injection into the body. Before Yao Yang could finish his explanation, Lin Xie and the others had already grasped the situation. The sheep in Sheep Village are absurdly exceptional, even extracting knowledge from corpses. In fact, the strong among the sheep clan, the 5 holy sons, are all my bloodline. Among them are the lazy king, lazy Yang, the unmoving Vajra, warm Yang, the top-tier green tea beauty, beautiful Yang, the extraordinary genius, happy Yang, and the once great Xiao Yang. All 5 are prodigies, and even if you eliminate me, Xiao Yang will not rise so easily. Moreover, the war between the Sheep Clan and the Wolf Clan is about to commence. Spare my life, and I can still hinder the Wolf Clan's invasion. Desperate to survive, Yao Yang divulged all his secrets to the group. Upon learning that the Sheep Clan and the Wolf Clan were still embroiled in conflict, the expressions of several individuals deepened with concern. Just as they found themselves at a loss, the previously silent Bai Li Peng suddenly spoke up. Why complicate matters? Let us charge out and obliterate the Wolf Clan. Then install Xiao Yang as the leader to command the others. His words struck a chord, awakening thoughts in Lin Qi and in Qingyu, who exchanged glances. Finding the suggestion plausible, and Qingyu instinctively turned her gaze towards Wang Feng, who was preparing to grade the group's performance with pen and paper. Upon sensing her look, Wang Feng smiled and said, "The decision lies in your hands. How to assist Xiao Yang in rising to power is entirely up to you. I am merely here to record and assess. A friendly reminder, the trial space is not as simple as you might believe. Others have attempted to force Xiao Yang's ascendancy as leader." And Qingyu interjected, "Did they succeed?" Wang Feng nodded. "They did, although the score was rather low. Nevertheless, I suggest you give it a try. The same approach can yield different outcomes. In light of this, I shall provide you with another piece of information. This quest involves not only the sheep and wolf clans, but also other races. Supporting Xiao Yang without corresponding strength will inevitably lead to failure. It is merely a matter of time." In the conference room of Shangjing City, Wang's face turned awkward as he rubbed his nose. "I never anticipated that 2 formidable members of the Bear Clan resided in the forest adjacent to the green pastures. You cannot blame me. Truly, you cannot. My clearance rating was top tier." Chapter 25. Is there such a good fortune? Yi Fan shook his head slightly, refraining from commenting on the choices made by the masked team. Instead, he redirected his attention to the screen. If things continued in this manner, they would barely qualify for the special team. Just as Yi Fan murmured to himself, a terrifying divine power surged within the lands of Great Xia. Everyone in the room was taken aback by the sudden arrival of an external deity, seemingly approaching from the coastline. Simultaneously, the conference room doors swung open as Yi Fan's secretary hurried in, exclaiming, "Commander, it's bad news. The evil goddess Medusa is approaching from the East Sea, likely targeting Sangnan City. At her current pace, she will enter the borders of Great Xia within 5 days. Curiously, it seems she is traveling leisurely, stopping frequently, as if waiting for someone. If a deity wished to enter Great Xia, they could do so in the blink of an eye." Medusa's leisurely pace indicated one of 2 things. Either she was awaiting the arrival of other deities, or she was waiting for the agents within Great Xia to prepare everything. Regardless of the scenario, the implications for Great Xia were grim. Yi Fan inhaled deeply. Notify the chief instructor. The trial is temporarily cancelled. Inquire whether the God-slaying plan is still in motion. Within the trial space, Wang Feng's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly turned serious as he contemplated the implications. Medusa? She was never mentioned in the original narrative, aside from an agent joining the Ancient God Society. The remaining plot points never surfaced. She was merely a background character, suddenly appearing in Great Xia. How intriguing. After a brief reflection, Wang Feng clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. I apologize, but the trial is temporarily concluded due to unforeseen circumstances. For this inconvenience, please direct your gaze towards me. All eyes turned to Wang Feng as he produced a vial of elixir from his pocket. This elixir can enhance your mental fortitude. Consider it a form of recompense. As he spoke, he tossed the vial to Qingyu, his figure dissipating into nothingness. Qingyu examined the elixir in her hand. Her curiosity piqued to analyze its components. Lin Shiyi, quick to act, snatched the elixir and popped a pill into his mouth, confident that Wang Feng would never harm him. In the conference room, Wang Feng's figure reappeared, lazily pushing aside Lu Wuwei as he settled down. What has the rush to summon me? He inquired. Yufan hurriedly relayed the situation regarding Medusa's emergence, while Wang Feng's attention drifted to his phone screen. His expression one of shock. When did Xia Ximing pass away? I must say, the memorial photo should be in black and white, not in color. Is there truly no decent photograph of her? Why use one of her sleeping? Alas, Xia Ximing, what a tragic fate. Yifan replied, exasperated. She hasn't died. She is merely incubating. Your potential hammer has caused the Phoenix team to revert to their ancestral bloodline. Now they resemble Phoenix eggs. With Xia Ximing incubating the team members, Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, wiping non-existent tears from his eyes. You scared me. I thought a banquet was in order. Xia, a Phoenix isn't hen. She doesn't need to lie in bed incubating eggs. I have a Phoenix tree. I'll send it over shortly. Phoenixes nest in Phoenix trees, and it should facilitate a successful hatching. Xia Ximing blinked, the allure of her holiday fading away. I feel quite content incubating eggs. There's a nurturing instinct arising within me. It feels as if the team members are my children. And I believe continuing this incubation is best. I appreciate the chief instructor's goodwill. I'll accept the gift. Everyone was aware of Xia Ximing's intentions. With Wang Feng bluntly pointing out, I believe you're reluctant to part with your holiday, seeking to slack off. Nurturing instincts? You? With your disposition. Any children would surely be entrusted to Yi Fan for raising. Want a vacation? Fine. When you conceive and give birth, I'll grant you 3 years of maternity leave. I doubt you can give birth to a Neza. Xia Ximing's eyes sparkled. Is that true? Wang Feng, realizing he had already spoken, could only nod in resignation. Xia Ximing cheered, throwing off her covers to wash up, seemingly oblivious to the ongoing video call. Her alluring figure was partially concealed beneath lace sleepwear, causing the others in the conference room to instinctively swallow hard. Remarkable. What a spectacle. Yifan, however, slammed his hand on the table in anger. Xia Ximing, weren't you just saying you were incubating eggs? What about the other members of the Phoenix team? Wang Feng regarded Yifan with newfound respect, noting how he maintained his composure in the face of temptation. Rejecting beauty starts with you all. I cannot manage it. As Xia Ximing adjusted her phone's camera, a fully automated incubation box came into view, housing several gleaming Phoenix eggs. Yifan, seeing this, was ready to reprimand Xia Ximing, but quickly ended the video call. Commander Yi, she is still just a child. Besides, the Phoenix team has had a break in ages. It's understandable. After calming Yifan, Zhuqing redirected the conversation. Chief Instructor, what are your thoughts? Wang Feng, still pondering, remarked, Yuan Feng, I feel like playing basketball. Do you think Xia Ximing would agree? Scoundrel. At your age, nearing the grave, can you not act your age? Xia Ximing could be your granddaughter. And you still harbor such impure thoughts. Zhuqing's forehead throbbed, his thoughts racing with frustration. Meanwhile, Wang Mian approached Wang Feng and whispered, Be careful, second uncle. Xia Ximing is unpredictable. She would do anything for a holiday. Is there truly such good fortune? Wang Feng's eyes lit up. Let us add her on WeChat and I'll mentor her. We need more talent in humanity. I see great potential in Xia Ximing. Zhuqing grumbled, You scoundrel. The ambition of Sima Zhao is known to all. How can your petty schemes go unnoticed? Wang Mian, can a cunning woman embody the grandeur of an emperor? What of me? With my relentless efforts, should I not ascend to divinity? Wang Feng regarded Wang Mian with seriousness. Before you achieve divinity, do remember to seek me out. And refrain from slandering your second grandmother. Chapter 26, The Godslaying Plan. Yi Fan helplessly rubbed his forehead. The Supreme Commander was not in the mood for idle banter. Suddenly, Medusa appeared in the East Sea of the Great Xia, her target being Sangnan City. Moreover, she seemed to be lingering, as if awaiting the arrival of the ancient god cult's minions. Once the ancient god cult completes its ritual, Sangnan City will face the divine. Do you have a solution? If all else fails, we, the pinnacle of humanity, should unite to confront Medusa. A flicker of grim determination crossed Yufan's eyes. After all, Medusa was merely a lesser deity. With all our might, we could certainly drive her back. Are you mad? If all of humanity's elite were to unite, what would become of our borders? We cannot forsake the greater good for a trivial matter. Everything must adhere to the plan, Wang Feng asserted, stepping before the large screen. Clicking the mouse to reveal a classified document. The screen displayed 4 bold characters: Godslaying plan. Wang Feng clapped his hands. Esteemed colleagues, after enduring for a century, I know you all feel particularly stifled. Despite being at the pinnacle of humanity, we have been constrained, relegated to passive defense against the incursion of foreign deities. I proclaimed a century ago that endurance was merely a prelude to a brighter future. That time has now arrived. There is no longer a need for restraint. I hereby announce the formal initiation of the Godslaying plan. As soon as Wang Feng's words fell, every gaze was fixed upon him. Left Qing, visibly agitated, interjected, Commander, given the current situation, is it not a bit rash to activate the plan? The Great Xia faces not only Medusa, but also the other 5 divine nations. It is ill-advised to instigate war at this juncture. At the very least, we should wait until the gods of the Great Xia are revived, so humanity can stand firm against the foreign deities. Left Qing's sentiments echoed the thoughts of many in the upper echelons of the Night Watch. They were well aware that the strength of the Great Xia's gods had yet to be restored. Complete restoration would require another 2 to 3 years. If we can endure these 2 years, the situation will improve. Wang Feng's expression faltered. I have previously stated that we cannot place all our hopes on the gods of the Great Xia. The anthem of humanity is one of courage, and we must possess the resolve to fight tooth and nail. Furthermore, the foreign deities are not our ultimate adversaries. Our true objective lies in the mythos of the KR sect. They are the final targets we must confront. While there is still time, we must first eliminate the foreign deities, clear our rear, and then concentrate our forces against the KR gods. Besides, the sacred pact is due for activation. Humanity is not fighting alone. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to make a decision. Wang Feng surveyed the room, observing the reactions of all present. Yifan and others remained silent, while the Confucian scholar stood frozen, holding his teacup. Lu Wei continued to scroll through his phone, attempting to seize orders. Only Zhou Ping quietly set down his book. I concur. After a long silence, Yifan resolved, with the approval of the Night Watch's supreme commander. The others soon echoed their agreement. Wang Feng turned his gaze to Zhou Ping. Young Zhou, are you prepared to take that step? Wang Feng inquired earnestly. Zhou Ping looked bewildered. I do not know. I am uncertain if I can take that step. You absolutely can. Only you can. Others cannot. You have 2 months to prepare. Once you have come to terms with it, go to the Chilean mountains to seek out the faithful monk. He has the treasures I have prepared for you. After concluding, Wang Feng clicked the mouse again, opening the 2nd page of the Godslaying plan. Yi Fan. Inform Chen Mai to find an opportunity to unleash the wrath of Shiva, attracting other deities. If we are to play, let us play grandly. I intend not only to slay gods, but to do so with great satisfaction. Inform them that this year's new soldier training will commence early. All new recruits are to come to Songnan for training. The ancient god cult, this parasite, must be dealt with. Within the Flip Garden community of Songnan City, Lin Qie lay in bed, transferring his consciousness into the psychiatric hospital of the gods. At this moment, within the hospital, Li Yifei was conversing with Nikes. Upon seeing Lin Qie, Nike smiled and rose. Lin Qie nodded and sat beside Nikes. Mother, I have questions. I do not know how to face them. Room 7 belongs to my uncle Wang. I can sense that he has been urging me to grow quickly. It seems there is a secret hidden within my body, and I long to understand my uncle's intentions. I wish to have an open discussion with him. But my uncle has always been elusive, never granting me the opportunity. Mother, I am lost. Lin Qie helplessly supported his legs with his hands, his face filled with confusion. A flicker of sympathy crossed Nike's eyes. She reached out to gently stroke Lin Qie's head, her touch warm and tender. Child, if you were confused, why not consult the magical little seashell? Speaking, Nike's produced a seashell from somewhere and handed it to Lin Qie. Lin Qie numbly accepted the little seashell, gazing at Nike's in bewilderment. Nike's looked at Lin Qie with encouraging eyes. Who am I? Who is Uncle Wan? What is he scheming? The little seashell lay quietly in Lin Qie's hand. He let out a wry smile, thinking it absurd. How can one trust the words of a madman? Lin Qie returned the little seashell to Nike's. However, Nike's did not accept it, instead smiling and gazing at room 2. Donis, you have broken through. Why not visit room 2? And can you take me out for a stroll? This was the first time Nike's had requested to go out. Lin Qie was taken aback, then looked at the progress bar above Nike's head. Upon seeing that the treatment had reached 50%, Lin Qie suddenly realized that he had improved significantly without noticing. Perhaps a reward could be drawn? Lin Qie pondered and decided that taking Nike's out for a stroll would be delightful. Once he reached the community, He promptly released Nikes from the psychiatric hospital. As Nikes emerged in the community, a tremendous surge of divine power erupted. The entire community fell into silence, and countless neighbors regarded Nikes with bewildered expressions. "Donis, is this your divine realm?" Nikes inquired. Lin Chia was taken aback. "Divine realm?" It seemed Nikes had misunderstood. Thus, Lin Chia nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Meanwhile, as Nikes' divine power manifested in the community, Squad 136 of the peacekeeping office seemed to sense something amiss. Chunmai lifted his head towards Flip Garden. The aura of a deity has appeared in the Supreme Commander's community. Is it an affair of the heart? Opposite him, the vice captain of Squad 006 from Shangjing City, Yuan Gang, raised an eyebrow. As the captain of the Night Watch, are you not going to check it out? No way. In the past decade, how many deities have descended upon Songnan City? 8 out of 10 times, it has been goddesses seeking the Supreme Commander's presence. I do not mean to complain, but if the Supreme Commander were to raise his hand, who knows how many goddesses would abandon their divine realms to marry him? Chapter 27. SpongeBob, let us go catch jellyfish together. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's lips twitched incessantly. The two top talents of the Great Xian Night Watch exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with envy. After a long pause, Yuan Gang shifted the topic. The God-slaying plan has been initiated. You should expedite your efforts. Revealing the aura of Shiva's wrath within 2 months. It is time for the Great Xia, which has been dormant for a century, to take the offensive after 100 years of passive defense. Just as Chunmai was about to nod in agreement, he sensed another divine presence descending upon Songnan. Yuan Gang felt it too, his entire body trembling. Damn, 2 foreign deities? No way. I must investigate. With that, Yuan Gang seized the Starblade and rushed towards Flip Garden. Chunmai contemplated for a moment, then followed suit. Within the Flip Garden community, Nikes quietly observed the twinkling city lights, gently embracing Lin Chia. Subsequently, Lin Chia felt the door of the second ward in his psychiatric hospital swing open. Clad in a deep blue magical robe, the wise and elegant sorcerer Merlin emerged slowly. The essence of civilization. It had been so long since he had experienced such a sensation. Merlin closed his eyes to savor the moment. In the next instant, he appeared in the tumble garden, standing beside Nyx. Lin Chia was taken aback. Wasn't it said that patients from the psychiatric hospital of the gods needed his consent to appear in the real world? Why could Merlin step out directly? This defied logic. Who are you? Lin Chia inquired. Merlin nodded calmly. I am Merlin. Lin Chia blinked, recognizing the legendary sorcerer of English mythology. How is it that you can appear in the real world? I did not summon you. Lin Chia expressed his confusion. In Wang Feng's room, a snow-white cat was elegantly sharpening its claws, a smile on its face, as if it were anticipating something. Merlin shook his head bitterly. 10 years ago, I made a wager with someone, and today, I must make my appearance here, and it must be grand, so that all may know. As he spoke, his deep blue robe fluttered as if caught by an unseen wind, and divine energy surged around him. A tempest, born of divine power, howled above Songnan City. Merlin lifted off the ground, and upon witnessing this, Nyx followed suit, both ascending to an altitude of 100 meters, where their figures finally paused. Merlin and Nyx exchanged a glance, then nodded solemnly, as if to declare a significant event. I, Merlin, god of magic and prophecy. I, Nyx, goddess of the night. We hereby announce that Lin Chia is my divine agent. With a thunderous clap, a bolt of lightning echoed throughout the realm of Daxia, scattering into the mists. Both the ancient gods church and the night watchman, along with other mysterious organizations, heard the joint proclamation of the two deities. Initially stunned, people soon began a frenzied investigation into who Lin Chia was and what merits he possessed to gain the favor of two gods, becoming their dual agent. The inquiry revealed shocking revelations. How had he suddenly become an agent for two gods? It was terrifying enough to be a dual agent, but now a triad? Lin Chia, what merit do you possess? Can a mortal truly serve as an agent for multiple deities? In the Hall of Oracles, the three leaders of the ancient gods church exchanged glances. Yu Huai, in a fit of excitement, slammed his hand on the table. A triad agent. Plans have changed. Everyone mobilize. At any cost. We must capture Lin Chia and uncover the secret of becoming a multi-deity agent. Qianemo nodded in agreement, while Yu appeared lost in thought, sensing something amiss. It felt like a trap was being laid. Using a triad agent as bait seemed overly extravagant. What if the Air Force intervened? Yu pondered deeply. Meanwhile, an unknown Air Force fisherman sat at home, reflecting on life. Baize, do you know our family's motto? The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. To achieve success, one must first act madly, charging forward without hesitation. Risk everything in pursuit of fortune. Giving it your all is the only way to avoid failure. Sleep on the floor today, become the boss tomorrow. Go all in. It is a form of wisdom, he exclaimed, filled with sarcasm. Then why don't you take matters into your own hands? Why put young Xie on the grill? And you, with the surname Wang. What connection does your family have to this? Wang Feng waved dismissively. You wouldn't understand. This isn't about roasting him. It's about showcasing his divinity, you know? Forget it. It's pointless to explain this to a cat. Time's up. I must go catch jellyfish. Wang Feng snapped his fingers and vanished into thin air. Bai Zhe turned his gaze back to the window, his expression contorting with frustration, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth as if witnessing a humiliating scene unfold. How embarrassing. You are the Lord of the Beasts. We acknowledge you as our leader, not to bring us disgrace. In the Tumble Garden community, Lin Chiye remained immersed in his shock, at a loss for words to describe his inner turmoil. After Merlin and Nyx had announced Lin Chiye as the divine agent, they began to descend slowly. Lin Chiye opened his mouth to speak, but noticed something was off about Merlin's expression. His pupils dilated, eyes widened, body convulsing as he stared ahead. Following his gaze, Lin Chiye saw a figure approaching, painted in black and white, adorned with a pair of oversized red shorts. His appearance resembled a poorly crafted imitation of Mickey Mouse, yet it was not quite Mickey Mouse. Such a grotesque and greasy version would never be acknowledged by Disney. Patrick Star, do you want to come into my wonderful house? Oh wow, that sounds fantastic. Let us go catch jellyfish together. Oh, I almost forgot. To make the wonderful house appear, we need to say some magical words. Miska, Moska, Moska, Miska. The greasy Mickey Mouse wiggled his body lewdly, dancing to the rhythm. Merlin had been holding back, but as the foam Mickey continued to gyrate, he could no longer contain himself and screamed, "Get lost, you lightning rod." His body transformed into a pink starfish, bounding joyfully towards the imposter. Mickey Mouse, let us go catch SpongeBob. Lin Chiye remarked, he might just keep sinking deeper. You'll get used to it. He fell silent again. Mother, you are a deity of the West, aren't you? Nyx tilted her head, puzzled by Lin Chiye's question. Her large eyes filled with confusion. Lin Chiye's lips twitched. I wish to ask, where did you procure that snake spirit attire? At that moment, Nyx's gauzy dress had transformed into the garb of a snake spirit from the adventures of the Calabash brothers. After speaking, Nyx bounced off towards the pink starfish and greasy Mickey Mouse. Patrick Star, let us catch jellyfish. Catch jellyfish, shouted the pink starfish. Mickey Mouse, Miska Muska, declared Wang Feng. Snake spirit Nyx, release my grandfather, you fairy. Chapter 28, The 12 Sacred Beasts. When Yuan Gang and Chun Mai rushed to the Tumble Garden, they found Lin Chiye despondently squatting on the ground, smoking a cigarette while reminiscing about the past. I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed. I no longer wish to be the director of this cursed place. Everything is false, ha ha ha. I have made it. Li Yifei emerged from the void, holding a syringe the size of a cannon. Chiye, don't lose heart. The world still awaits our rescue. I found a tranquilizer in the director's office. If we act swiftly, we can capture those three. Handing the oversized syringe to Lin Chiye, Li Yifei continued. With this, we can finally get our revenge. Lin Chiye glanced at the syringe in his hand and then at the rampaging trio, a glint of determination in his eyes. Finally, an opportunity for vengeance. Let's go together. Li Yifei. With that, Lin Chiye raised the syringe, charging forth like a knight into battle against the trio. Li Yifei followed closely behind, his expression serious. Thus, the following scene unfolded. The greasy Mickey Mouse sprinting ahead, the pink starfish in pursuit, while behind them, the snake spirit shouted, Release my grandfather, you fairy. The three frolicked and bounced about, while Lin Chiye and Li Yifei flanked them like a cheese sandwich, continuously compressing the trio's space. Yuan Gang's lips twitched uncontrollably. He felt utterly embarrassed. I really can't bear to watch. Chun Mai sighed skyward. We shouldn't have come. Suddenly, Yuan Gang felt something gnawing at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw a small black creature desperately trying to bite his trousers, seemingly in distress. Oddly enough, Yuan Gang himself was particularly fond of animals. Upon encountering the little black stray, Yuan Gang inexplicably chose to follow. Chun Mai, observing this, inquired, What do you intend to do? Aren't you supposed to be investigating the three gods agent, Lin Chiye? What can a dog possibly lead you to? Chun Mai was momentarily taken aback, then found it somewhat amusing. After all, Lin Chiye would not be stopping anytime soon. Thus, Chun Mai decided to follow suit. The two trailed the little black stray, arriving at a dimly lit alley not far from the community. The alley was littered with trash, and flies buzzed about. The little black stray trotted along, eventually stopping before a garbage bin. It raised its paw and pointed at a small box on the ground. Yuan Gang instinctively glanced at the box. In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, nearly triggering a heart attack. Trembling, he pressed his hand against his chest and slowly crouched down. After several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. Old Shin, come here, take a look. Is there a sacred beast inside that shoebox? I think I might be hallucinating. Goodness. Are even sacred beasts being abandoned these days? If you don't want to raise them, just inform us night watchers. We would be more than willing. Chunmai hurriedly looked at the shoebox. Inside lay several mythical creatures, each radiating an aura of purity. The azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, and others, 12 sacred beasts in total, lying solitary within the confines of the shoebox. At that moment, Chunmai felt a surge of indignation. Such a waste. It was utterly disgraceful. Damn it. Who did this? If I find out, they shall not escape my wrath. He seethed, gritting his teeth. Yuan Gang cautiously picked up the shoebox, feeling the vibrant life force of the 12 sacred beasts, a grin nearly splitting his face. He took out his phone to report the situation to the commander. Just then, an elegant white cat appeared atop the wall. Yuan Gang. Long time no see. Bai Zhe gracefully flicked her tail. Yuan Gang looked up, his pupils widening in surprise as he recognized the divine beast Bai Zhe. It seemed she had guessed something. Glancing between the shoebox and herself. Aunt Bai, did you send the 12 sacred beasts? Yuan Gang asked. Bai Zhe nodded gracefully. According to the agreement made 30 years ago, Li Qingxiang would raise my children while I nurtured the 12 sacred beasts for Daxia. Now that the time has come, they are to be entrusted to you. I hadn't anticipated that the sacred beast eggs provided by Wang Feng would hatch successfully. Yuan Gang suddenly understood, but seemed to detect a flaw in the logic. Aunt Bai, since they have hatched successfully, shouldn't you hand them over to the chief instructor? Why send the little black stray to bring me here? Bai Zhe's lips twitched slightly, her gaze drifting to the chaotic scene of the tumbleweed garden community. Yuan Gang felt a similar twitch at the corner of his mouth, awkwardly rubbing his nose. The chief instructor is just like that, childish, becoming more juvenile with age. Don't take offense. In a crisis, unexpected gains can arise. Tonight's commotion will surely stir the calm of Songnan City. The god-slaying plan is set in motion. Whether it is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. After saying this, Bai Zhe leaped down from the wall and landed atop the little black stray, which swayed as it headed towards the community. By the way, didn't Wang Feng mention that the Shakti's resentment could be unleashed? Don't heed his words. He is a bit anxious. With the 3 gods agent Lin Xia, there is no need to compress the timeline to 2 months. 6 months. That's ample time for everyone to prepare. Yuan Gang respectfully nodded. Aunt Bai, I will convey your message to the commander. Watching Bai Zhe's retreating figure until she vanished from sight, Yuan Gang sighed. I always thought Bai Zhe had perished in that battle. I never imagined she has been alive all this time. I wonder if that mother and daughter will ever meet again in their lifetimes. Chinmai pondered. They should be able to meet. With the chief instructor, anything is possible. Just like me, I should have died 10 years ago, yet here I am, thriving. Without the chief instructor, Songnan would have been obliterated countless times. Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow. I've always had a question. 10 years ago, you were at the peak of the Chuan realm. Why, a decade later? Do you remain at the same peak? Have you not trained properly all these years? Chinmai smiled bitterly. It's not that I haven't trained diligently. Rather, my spiritual power has been sealed by the chief instructor. When the earth god Gaia descended upon Songnan to seize the Shakti's resentment, I utilized the abilities of the Hall of Yama to seal it. Commander Yi Fan was gravely injured by Gaia, on the verge of death. Had the chief instructor not arrived in time, borrowing the mortal realm of Michael from the moon, Songnan would have long since been destroyed. I still cannot forget the murderous gaze of the chief instructor. As he spoke, Chinmai took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. His expression filled with nostalgia. 10 years had passed unknowingly. How swiftly time flies. A decade ago, the king of the Greek gods, Zeus, foresaw a powerful defiler emerging in Songnan, dispatching Gaia, the Earth Mother, and the Nordic evil gods to attack the borders of Daxia. At that time, Chinmai, then the deputy captain of Team 006 in Shangjing City, received orders to go to Songnan to locate the Shakti's resentment, vowing to seal it at all costs. Chapter 29, The Divine War of 10 Years Ago. 10 years ago, in front of the Honglinman Club on Happiness Street in Songnan City, at 6 in the morning. Just as dawn was breaking and most people were still lost in slumber, a rapid knocking echoed. Open the door. Open up. Hurry, open the door. I need to get laid. Let me in. A drunken man pounded on the door of the Honglinman Club. At the entrance of Happiness Street, Chinmai clutched a box. Staggering forward. Behind him, an evil god trailed slowly. Daxia human, hand over what you have, and I can grant you a dignified death. Otherwise, I will annihilate the city. The evil god sneered, looking down upon Chinmai. The great god King Zeus had manipulated Daxia with a mere trivial scheme. 5 human elites were defending the coastline against the gods, yet he, a lesser deity, smoothly entered Songnan City. All that was needed was to inscribe the name of Songnan City upon the Shakti's resentment, and the task would be complete. But who could have anticipated that Chinmai, a mere insect, would suddenly emerge and seize the Shakti's resentment? Furious, exceedingly furious, the lesser deity, in a fit of rage, disregarded all caution and pursued Chinmai relentlessly. From the coastline to Songnan, for an entire night. At that moment, Chinmai's spiritual power had reached its limit. Exhausted, he lay in the alley, gasping heavily. Commander Wang Qing wouldn't he deceive me, would he? I've come to Songnan as instructed. Where are the reinforcements? Where are they? As the lesser deity approached, Chinmai struggled violently, attempting to rise and escape, but no matter how he fought, his depleted spiritual power would not respond. The ghostly decree, when used, could briefly elevate one's realm at the cost of death. A fierce determination flashed in Chinmai's eyes. He resolved that even in death, he would not surrender the Shakti's resentment to the lesser deity. Just as he made this decision, joyous laughter erupted from within the Honglinman Club. It's time for dinner. Brothers. No, wait. We've hooked a treasure. A loli. A white-haired loli. How adorably kawaii. Come here. Uncle will give you a hug. You foul-mouthed loli. Who am I? I'm your daddy. Don't bite. Don't bite. Don't bite my butt. Commemorate. Are you a dog? Still not letting go, are you? Open the door. Release Bai Zhe. With a loud bang, the door to the Honglinman Club swung open, revealing Wang Feng in casual attire, a white-haired loli viciously biting his backside. Wang Feng walked out of the club, looking helpless. At the entrance, the drunkard saw the door open and staggered forward. Where are the technicians? Bring me the technicians. I want 10. Wang Feng raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Zhang Xiaohua, are you truly so insolent? Early in the morning. Drinking horse urine has made you arrogant? Seeking a technician? You should be seeking your own punishment. Get out of my sight. With a swift motion, Wang Feng knocked Zhang Xiaohua unconscious and glanced around. Noticing the absence of Bai Zhe, he furrowed his brow. Did I sense the presence of a Greek deity? Is it Gaia? Ah, there is also an unknown demigod. My friends, take heed. This demigod has a delightful essence. Its protein content is thrice that of beef. Crunchy and reminiscent of chicken, Wang Feng remarked, rubbing his hands together, leaping over Chinmai, and striding directly toward the demigod. The moment the demigod caught sight of Wang Feng, he froze, trembling uncontrollably. It is you, the Godslayer. Weren't you supposed to be dead? Damn it. The information was incorrect. Zeus has deceived me. My life is over. The demigod, seemingly terrified, turned to flee. Wang Feng calmly extended his hand, as if drawing the demigod toward him with an invisible force. With a sinister grin, he tightened his grip around the demigod's neck. With a sharp crack, the demigod instantly ceased to show any signs of life. A surge of power, the essence of rules, drifted from the demigod's body. Wang Feng seized it in his hand. Feeling the rules within his grasp, Wang Feng tilted his head, glancing at the creature biting his rear. Jin Yin. Little white fur ball, shall we strike a deal? You release your grip, and I shall bestow these rules into your body. How does that sound? You've struck gold. It's the essence of creation. Perfectly suited for you. Jin Yin viciously clutched Wang Feng's backside, glaring fiercely. Wang Feng shook his head in resignation, guiding the rules into Jin Yin's form. Subsequently, an astonishing aura erupted from Jin Yin, overwhelming in its might, causing Jin Yin to instinctively loosen her bite. Bai Zhe, where have you disappeared to? Are you off chasing mice again? You are a divine beast, not a cat. I feed you cat food daily, not to turn you into an actual cat. Forget it. I shall take my leave first. Gaia, the earth god, I will bring your demise. Wang Feng snorted coldly, launching himself into the air, his feet propelling him toward the coastline like arrows released from a bow. After Wang Feng departed, an elegant white cat hurried onto the scene. Where's Wang Feng? Where has he gone? Ah, the night watchman? Black Impermanence Chinmai? Did Wang Qing send you? Poor child, utterly exhausted. Take your medicine. Did you see where Wang Feng went? A talking cat? Am I hallucinating? The demigod that had relentlessly pursued Chinmai was easily subdued, leaving Chinmai in a state of confusion and shock. Suddenly seeing a cat speak, he blurted out without thinking, wow, a cat can talk, it's become a spirit. Bai Zhe, with a face full of irritation, extended her claws and swiped at Chinmai's face. Moments later, Chinmai knelt respectfully. Aunt Bai, I apologize. I was mistaken. Bai Zhe licked her claws. Who is the current commander of the Night Watch? Is it Wang Qing or Yi Fan? And who is that little white-haired girl? Where is Wang Feng? Chinmai respectfully recounted the recent events. Upon learning that Wang Feng had gone to assist at the coastline, Bai Zhe slammed her paw on the ground in frustration. Crazy. That damn fisherman. His memory has returned, and now he acts recklessly. All plans will be in vain. No. I must stop him. The great Xiao is not as fragile as he imagines. Has Tia been thriving without him for decades? Bai Zhe turned and sped toward the coastline, but not before remembering Jin Yin and Chinmai. With a swift motion, she swallowed both of them whole. With a flick of her paw, a tear in the void appeared, and in the next moment, she found herself on the coastline. At this moment, the shoreline was in chaos, the sky and earth collapsing, fierce winds and torrential rains creating an apocalyptic scene. Amidst the vast ocean, an enormous golden Buddha struggled against the assault of Gaia, the earth god. The Buddha's body was riddled with cracks, appearing as if it could shatter at any moment. Yet, after each of Gaia's strikes, the Buddha remained steadfast. Zeus, Zeus, you wretched cur, where are you? Show yourself. I want to confront you face to face. To take your wife and sleep with your daughter. Zeus, come out. Chapter 30, My Snobbish Mother-in-Law. Upon the frenzied arrival of Wang Feng, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the Buddha's eyes, while Gaia's expression grew grave. It is you, the accursed Godslayer. You are still alive? Gaia hurled a fist toward the Buddha, surprise mingled with confusion in his gaze. Wang Feng tilted his head, his previously furious expression transforming into one of bewilderment. You are not Zeus. Who are you? You are Gaia? No, you are not Gaia. Gaia is a giant of light clad in leather, without any embellishments. You are not wearing leather. You have no embellishments. You cannot be Gaia. Wang Feng's expression was one of utter confusion. Gaia snorted coldly. I am the earth god. The Godslayer shall perish. With that, Gaia summoned divine power, which transformed into a colossal hand aiming to strike Wang Feng. A hand descending from the heavens? Are you the Tathagata? No, you are not a bald monk. Wang Feng's look of confusion deepened. Just as the giant hand was about to strike Wang Feng, the Buddha, Yi Fan, shouted angrily, get away. Commander, quickly dodge. Dodge? Why should I dodge? Complete Taiji, the great shift of heaven and earth. I remember now, I am Zhang Wuji, the leader of the Ming sect. Behold my great shift of heaven and earth. The giant hand redirected its course and struck Gaia fiercely instead. Gaia's body fell to the ground like a kite with a severed string. Boy, who are you? Do you know me? Wang Feng approached Yi Fan and inquired. Yi Fan opened his mouth as if recalling something, producing a pixelated walkie-talkie and speaking rapidly. Commander Wang Qing, I have located the commander, but he seems unwell. It appears he has forgotten who he is. His gaze is clear yet foolish, just like a university student. The walkie-talkie fell silent for a moment. He must have just awakened. Is Bai Zhe present? That white cat. Bai Zhe has always been by the commander's side, theoretically. She should be accompanying him now that he is awake. The mention of the white cat seemed to trigger a memory within Wang Feng. He stroked his chin, murmuring, white cat. Am I Tom? The blue cat. I remember who I am. I am the super blue cat. Hello, my dear nephew. I am your Uncle Wu Ku. Yi Fan, not the super blue cat? Could it be that I am the rainbow cat? Judging by your expression, I am certainly not. Then I must be the black little tiger. Where is the blue rabbit? She should be cautious. There's a rabbit maniac, Tang San, who sleeps with rabbits everywhere. Though I, black little tiger, am a loyal dog. Wang Feng winked. Loyal dog? No, how could I possibly be a loyal dog? Master, I still cannot forget her. She is my white moonlight. Yi Fan twitched at the corner of his mouth, feeling a lump in his throat, unable to voice his thoughts. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled to life with Wang Qing's voice. Do you have any candy on you? Give him a piece. Yi Fan, how novel. Who carries candy around? Ah, that bastard stuffed candy into my pocket? Yi Fan cursed as he pulled a large white rabbit milk candy from his pocket and handed it to Wang Feng. Wang Feng took the candy and tossed it into his mouth, savoring its sweetness. Where did this candy come from? Wang Feng asked. Yi Fan was about to explain that he didn't know where the candy had come from. He had simply found it in his pocket. Just as he opened his mouth, Wang Feng clapped his left hand against his right palm. I remember who I am. Yi Fan's expression turned excited. Commander, have you finally recalled? Wang Feng, equally thrilled. Where's the candy? Donald, I'm Chuanzi. Great America, Chuanzi Wang. I will make the land across the ocean great once more. Wang Feng began to sway side to side, his hands drawing circles. After a rousing rendition of the Dong Wang Pajin Shu, Wang Feng turned his gaze back to Yi Fan. Noticing your expression, you seem a bit unhappy. Add 50 more, and I shall appoint you as the second prince. Don't ask why you aren't the first prince. The crown prince shall forever remain Yu Qian, a commendable comrade, willing to indulge in smoking, drinking, and other vices for the illustrious Guo family across generations. Yi Fan exclaimed, what madness is this? You truly dabble in the most absurd of jokes. Calm yourself, Yi Fan. Although the chief instructor's mind may be clouded, his combat prowess remains intact. Our heroic spirits cannot assist you. You must promptly inform the remaining elite humans to lure the malevolent deity towards your vicinity, allowing the chief instructor to confront it. Though he has just awakened and his memories are yet to return, his instincts remain sharp. Within the realm of Great Xia, divine beings are prohibited from wandering. I surmise that with the chief instructor's disappearance, Bai Zhe is also in pursuit. We must act swiftly. Yifan nodded in understanding and retrieved his phone to contact the remaining elite humans, urging them to guide the malevolent deity towards the coastline. Fortunately, the arrival of the malevolent deity in Great Xia primarily occurs along the coast, so the distance is not insurmountable. Deep in thought, Yifan pondered how to communicate with Wang Feng. Suddenly, he sensed the emergence of a spatial portal. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a rift in the fabric of reality behind Wang Feng, from which an elegant white cat leaped forth. Upon sighting Wang Feng, Bai Zhe exhaled in relief. Having finally located him, Yifan, how fares Wang Feng? Is he well or unwell? Bai Zhe inquired. After a moment's consideration, Yifan recounted the events that had transpired. Upon learning that Wang Feng's memories were still obscured, Bai Zhe cautiously asked, Wang Feng, do you remember me? Wang Feng tilted his head, contemplating earnestly for a few minutes before responding. You are Bai. Bai Zhe's expression softened with relief. Thank goodness, you still remember me. Teacher Bai Jie. You are indeed Bai Jie, right? I am a Bin, the student with lackluster grades in high school. Wang Feng grasped Bai Zhe's paw, shaking it with enthusiasm. Bai Zhe retorted, is your vision akin to that of a light bulb? Can you not distinguish between a cat and a woman? And enough of pretending to be young at your age. You are at best a mere doorman. Qin Di. With that, Bai Zhe unsheathed her claws, incessantly scratching Wang Feng's face. Once Bai Zhe's ire subsided, she squatted down and mused. Have your memories become utterly disordered? Shall we attempt to revive your profession? Yifan pondered. Chief Instructor, you are the war god of Great Xia, the commander of the Night Watchers. Does that not ring a bell? Strangely, upon hearing these words, Wang Feng's posture straightened dramatically. Issue the command, he bellowed. The others were left utterly bewildered, yet Wang Feng scratched his head. How peculiar. Am I not the war god? With a command, should there not be 100,000 subordinates rushing forth to the brothel to enhance my wife's earnings? Darn it. My daughter still resides in a doghouse. Where are these people? I, a mere son-in-law, should have a wealthy and discerning mother-in-law. Just wait until I give her a resounding slap. Frustrated, he lamented. Shouldn't I have 108 benevolent sisters? Where are my beautiful half-sisters? Bai Zhe interjected. Yifan, I am exhausted. Let this wretched world be obliterated. There is no need for salvation. Chapter 31. Why not inquire of the wondrous little conch? Faced with the erratic Wang Feng, Bai Zhe and Yifan found themselves utterly at a loss for solutions, silently praying for Wang Feng to recover on his own. Casting a glance at Wang Feng, who was still amusing himself with a game of rock, paper, scissors, Yifan sighed deeply. Senior Bai Zhe, why is the chief instructor so unhinged upon this awakening? Was he not always quite composed before? Bai Zhe, observing Wang Feng, instinctively shook his head, because this time he has awakened after only 10 years of forced emergence. As the commander of the Night Watchers, you should be privy to certain secrets. Our adversaries have never been the outer deities, but rather the gods of the Xeres, among which lies their creator, an indescribable entity that awakens every 20 years to gaze upon this world. To combat it, Wang Feng has evaded the world every 2 decades, ensuring that it does not sense his presence. Yifan, aware of Wang Feng's confidential dossier, smiled bitterly after hearing Bai Zhe's explanation. Alas, we are too feeble, compelling the chief instructor to awaken forcefully. Had we been stronger, he would not be in this state. Bai Zhe rolled her eyes. This is unrelated to your weaknesses. Wang Feng has always been somewhat unseemly. Even in his normal state, he resembles a lunatic. Before Bai Zhe could finish her retort, she suddenly retched, and 2 figures were expelled from her mouth. The white-haired little lowly, Jin Yan, emerged and immediately scanned her surroundings. Upon spotting the quarreling Wang Feng, she unleashed a primal roar, conjuring a flurry of pixelated energy that swiftly transformed into a pixelated Gatling gun. The gun erupted with a cacophony of gunfire, and Jin Yan was clearly incensed. The consequences would be dire. Previously, she had been at home on Earth, adorning herself while indulging in snacks and assembling Lego bricks. Just as she completed her final piece, an invisible fishing line appeared, ensnaring her skirt, and then everything went dark. Upon awakening, she found herself in a mental institution, inexplicably becoming the director and engaging in bets with several patients. After winning several artifacts, she was unceremoniously cast out by Wang Feng. The entire affair felt preordained, merely a formality. However, one thing was certain. Her arrival in this world was linked to Wang Feng. Observing the rampaging Jin Yan, Yifan was somewhat bewildered. He slowly turned to Jin Yan and then to Bai Zhe. Senior, I heard that divine beasts find childbirth exceedingly challenging. Are you responding to the national call for a second child? No, it seems to be twins, 1 boy and 1 girl. Tang Yuxing has acquired a younger brother and sister. Rest assured, the subsidies you are entitled to will not be hindered by your divine beast status. As soon as Yifan finished speaking, he was met with the swift onslaught of a massive cat paw. Twins? Are you mad? Are your eyes like light bulbs? Who gives birth through their mouths? And what of Chun Mai? Do you not know him? Bai Zhe furiously scolded, her claws becoming blurs as they relentlessly scratched Yi Fan. Yi Fan clumsily defended himself, finally realizing that receiving a beating was a fair price for his loose tongue. Meanwhile, after Jin Yan's Gatling gun ammunition was exhausted, she discovered that Wang Feng had emerged unscathed, not even a thread of his clothing torn. As events unfolded, it was time to contemplate how to survive in this world. Wang Feng's expression suddenly normalized as he gently stroked Jin Yan's forehead, softly comforting her. At last, I have returned to clarity. Bai Zhe, my moments of lucidity are fleeting. Find the little conch on me, for it shall guide you on how to confront this crisis. After Wang Feng spoke, his composed demeanor once again morphed into madness. Bai Zhe, contemplating, leapt to Wang Feng's side and began to search with her paws. Help! A cat is violating a fine young man. Is there no one to intervene? What are you doing? You seek my garments without compensation? I shall accuse you of harassment. How outrageous! Why is there no intervention? When shall we men rise? Wang Feng prattled on, while Bai Zhe paid him no mind, continuing her exploration. At last, she unearthed a small, entirely white conch. Oh, wondrous little conch! Can you impart wisdom on how to resolve our current predicament? Bai Zhe inquired eagerly. The little conch remained silent, resting in Bai Zhe's palm. She tilted her head. Was it not said that the conch could solve problems? Could it be that my method of inquiry was flawed? Frustrated, Bai Zhe picked up a stone, preparing to strike. Even if you consult a fortune teller, they first inquire if you possess money. Bai Zhe pondered. As a divine beast, does Bai Zhe lack funds? The answer is indeed yes. In this day and age, who in any profession is not in need of money? It is quite normal for mythical creatures to be short on funds, is it not? Bai Zhe turned his gaze towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan produced his phone and inquired. Can we use mobile payment? The little sea snail retorted, Fool, I am but a wondrous little sea snail. Do you think I can undergo real name verification? Do you believe I could possess my own account? You scoundrel, you have successfully provoked me. Do you dare to challenge my resolve? Yi Fan glanced at the palm-sized little sea snail and shook his head. I do not believe it. I stand at 185 centimeters. While you are barely 20 centimeters tall, at most, you could reach my heel. The little sea snail exclaimed, Hey, you are quite audacious. Someone, release me. Today, I shall show him that I can indeed leap and strike his knee. Bai Zhe's forehead twitched with suppressed rage as he grasped a stone, ready to hurl it at the little sea snail. Just as he was about to throw it, Jin Yan produced several red bills. I am unsure what currency exists in your world, but this is renminbi, universally accepted in my realm. Little sea snail, do you accept renminbi? Jin Yan asked. The little sea snail instantly perked up, of course. Refusing renminbi is against the law. I am a law-abiding citizen of the morning sun. 15 renminbi, what fortune! I can now indulge in 2 bowls of soy milk, one for the people and one for myself. Chapter 32, Forbidden Item Sequence 001 once again. It was the second president, and Jin Yan's previously expectant expression plummeted. He silently stepped aside, continuing to draw circles. What does Wang Feng mean by they are coming? Bai Zhe urgently queried. 5 supreme gods are en route, and the presence of Shiva's grievance is also a ruse. If we calculate the time, Zeus is already hovering over Songnan City, expected to inscribe the name Songnan within 3 minutes, leading to its obliteration. With a buzzing sound, both Bai Zhe and Yi Fan staggered, nearly falling to the ground. They had been deceived. No wonder everything had proceeded so smoothly. It was all a trap. Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang. Commander, we have detected the Greek god King Zeus descending upon Songnan City. The anxious voice of Zhuo Qing resonated. Can you dispatch personnel? The special team is already on its way, but facing a god king, they may not withstand the confrontation. Yi Fan set down his phone. Is there a solution? Time is of the essence. Songnan City is home to over 1 million people. The little sea snail boasted indeed. Wang Feng has long been prepared. He possesses the divine artifact, the divine demon market. Once activated, it can contain Zeus. After activation, the heavenly horn will sound. And as per the agreement between Wang Feng and the Holy Lord Yolanda, Michael will intervene. As soon as the little sea snail finished speaking, Yi Fan began to rummage through Wang Feng's belongings. Is this it? Yi Fan held up a forbidden item. The little sea snail concentrated its mental energy and replied. That is forbidden item 025, Saber Ming killing the black chicken. Upon activation, the opponent transforms into a black chicken, while you become Saber Ming. Thus, it follows that Saber Ming kills the black chicken, making your conscience difficult to discern. Forbidden item 025 is classified as ultra-high risk. The higher the ranking of the forbidden item, the greater the danger. Item 025 can deal with gods of the main deity level. However, against a god king, forbidden item 025 will be ineffective. Yi Fan continued his search, disregarding Wang Feng's struggles as he turned him upside down and shook him vigorously. With a clatter, hundreds of high-level forbidden items were dislodged. Yi Fan swiftly picked one up and asked, "Is this the one?" Forbidden Item 022, Supreme Joy. Upon use, it grants all female beings pleasure. Please. I do not wish to live in a dark and dreary existence any longer. For the love of all that is good, perhaps you should find a boyfriend. Your father drinks every night, placing me on the table, clamoring for a drink with his son-in-law. Yi Fan's lips twitched, and instinctively he picked up a stone, aiming it at the little sea snail. There is no time. Quickly tell me, where is the divine demon market? Or I shall crush you. Yi Fan threatened urgently. The threat was effective. The little sea snail fell silent for a moment before saying, "The first forbidden item on your left." Yi Fan hastily grabbed the item. "Hold on. Let me finish. I know you are anxious, but do not rush. That is forbidden item 058, the Great Sage. Upon use, one enters sage mode. Ah, woman. Do not even think of enticing me. Do not throw, do not throw." Right beside it is forbidden item 001, the divine demon market. Yi Fan seized the forbidden item and turned to head straight for Songnan. Bai Zhe proactively obstructed him. "At your current speed, you will never reach Songnan. Gather everyone. I shall open the void gate swiftly." Bai Zhe's eyes became ethereal as he spoke. Moments later, he raised his paw and waved, and a void gate materialized. Yi Fan quickly ushered everyone through the void gate. In the skies above Songnan City, God King Zeus stood calmly, surveying the bustling city below. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. What a prosperous place, yet it is all heretical. Die, rebellious humans. Zeus scoffed, brandishing Shiva's grievance. Channeling divine power to inscribe the name Songnan. Once inscribed, the city would be annihilated, and over 1 million lives would be extinguished, countless families reduced to ashes. Just as Zeus wrote the first character, a void gate suddenly appeared nearby. Yi Fan shouted, "Forbidden item! The divine demon market!" In the next moment, the heavens shifted, and an unseeable white light enveloped the skies above Songnan City. Zeus blinked, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself within an ancient and quaint marketplace. Along the roadsides, countless vendors smiled at Zeus. The vendors were of various races. Some were human, others beast folk, some were winged angels, and others emitted a foul stench of demons. Yet they all shared a common goal, observing Zeus with expressions of bewilderment. A fool has entered. Such overwhelming divine power, could he be a supreme god? Supreme gods should be able to last quite a while, right? Do I know him? He seems somewhat familiar. The vendors whispered among themselves, scrutinizing every part of Zeus as if appraising a plump pig ready for slaughter. Not far from the marketplace's entrance, Yi Fan and the others were also watching the market with keen interest. Yi Fan gazed curiously at the myriad of merchants, estimating the presence of several hundred main deities. No wonder this is forbidden item sequence 001. It is truly terrifying. Bai Zhe's gaze shifted to the little sea snail on his claw. Where is Wang Feng? I can no longer sense his presence since entering the forbidden item. Where is he? The little sea snail, lacking a mouth, would undoubtedly have scoffed in disdain. Do you think I know everything? Where he is gone, how would I know? I am merely an unremarkable little sea snail. That fellow, wipe your drool. Although all the vendors are main deities, they are formless, existing only as mental entities. I advise you against harboring any ill intentions. These are main deities that Wang Feng plucked from the polluted universe. Out of 4 universes, with millions of deities, only a little over 100 were caught. If you attempt to take one, Wang Feng will go to war with you. Deities from the polluted universe? Yi Fan sharply recognized a critical point. The chief instructor is always the 8th Wang Su, the hope of the Air Force. Is it possible that forbidden items are creations from other universes? Who on earth buys millet? Fresh millet. You would be foolish not to buy it. Just as everyone harbored ulterior motives, Wang Feng suddenly appeared, riding a dilapidated tricycle. Right at the center of the marketplace. His expression was one of overwhelming arrogance and indifference. Chapter 33, The Night Watchman's Confidential Files. At the heart of the marketplace, Wang Feng swaggered off his tricycle. His arrival rendered Zeus's previously calm demeanor grave. It was as if these two, one man and one god, had known each other for ages, fixating on one another with unwavering intensity. The atmosphere grew silent, thick with tension. All eyes were fixed upon the two individuals. Zeus, with a voice imbued with authority, proclaimed, "You wretched insects, we meet again. Surrender Nyx to me, and I may grant you a chance at survival. Do you truly believe that a pack of lost hounds can confine the king of the gods?" His contemptuous tone ignited a fervor among the merchants present, who erupted in a cacophony of insults, raising their middle fingers in defiance. "Who do you think you are?" One shouted. "How dare you be so arrogant while trapped in this market of deities and demons? You must be afraid of running out of juice." Another chimed in. "Zeus, I'll take you down. I'll serve your heart as a drink." "Wait, drinking the heart of a god. Aren't you afraid of catching something?" The merchants rebuked Zeus for his hubris. and those with fiery tempers rolled up their sleeves, ready to charge. A deity resembling the god of love raised his hand, declaring, "Boss, let me challenge Zeus to a duel. That arrogant little brat needs to be made to suffer a lifetime of solitude. I'll replace his red thread of fate with steel cable, ensuring he remains forever unpaired." His words elicited uproarious laughter from the previously bustling crowd, with some gods laughing so hard they could barely stand. "Are you out of your mind? You want Zeus to be single?" he asked the supreme deity. "With a mere beckon, he can have any goddess he desires." Someone countered, "But wait, it's all so twisted. Greek mythology is rife with scandal. Perhaps he'd be better off alone than causing havoc among his sisters, nieces, and daughters." Zeus, consumed with rage, radiated immense divine power. How dare these filthy insects question the greatness of their king? Die! He unleashed a tempest of thunderbolts upon the merchants. The merchants, undeterred, rallied together, launching their powers against him. A chaotic battle erupted, with hundreds of god-level merchants wielding various divine abilities. Thunder, flames, water, holy light, and dark magic collided in a tumultuous frenzy, rendering the marketplace utterly chaotic. Yet, true to his nature as the supreme god, Zeus held his ground against the onslaught of countless divine beings, even managing to suppress some of their powers. The 100-odd gods furrowed their brows, desperately channeling their strength to match Zeus. Meanwhile, Wang Feng stealthily approached Zeus from behind, wielding a heavy hammer, and struck him on the back of the head with a resounding thud. Zeus staggered, turning to face Wang Feng, who grinned widely and raised the hammer once more, bringing it down again and again. After a dozen strikes, blood streamed down Zeus's forehead. Witnessing this, the other gods unleashed their signature moves, a torrent of divine energy hurtling toward Zeus. After half an hour, Zeus could no longer withstand the assault, collapsing helplessly to the ground, his chest heaving, still alive. Wang Feng dusted off his hands, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. What an exhilarating and evenly matched duel. I, Wang Feng, embody the stature of an emperor. Even the supreme can be easily subdued. The 100 gods retorted, "Have some dignity." That was clearly a sneak attack, unfazed by their scorn. Wang Feng seized a dagger from one of the gods, aiming for Zeus's eyes, ready to strike. "Stop." A booming voice rang out just as he was about to act. A rift appeared in the void, and the god of time, Kronos, materialized before the marketplace. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Zeus, confronting Wang Feng. Wang Feng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that not the creator god, Kronos? It's been a while since we last met." Kronos fixed his cold gaze on Wang Feng, stating, "Wang Feng, we have a pact. I shall not interfere in your conflict, and you must not scheme against the Greek pantheon. If you breach this agreement, I have the right to eliminate you." Upon hearing the word agreement, Wang Feng's expression darkened with anger. "You dare speak of agreements? Let me ask you, what does a contract entail? I will not act against the Greek pantheon, nor shall they harm Disya. Your son stirred trouble in Disya, seeking to obliterate Songnan city. I refuse to believe you were not complicit. When the mist descended, we forged a pact to refrain from violence against one another. If you wish to break this agreement, do not blame me for being unyielding." Kronos, feeling somewhat guilty, still insisted, "I have abdicated. I cannot control Zeus's actions. If you cannot control him, then I will. To be frank, Nyx is in my possession. What will it be? Do you wish to kill me now? If you do, Michael will descend from the moon to avenge me. At that moment, the gods of the Kronos faction will rain down from the moon, tainting the entire universe." Wang Feng's emotions flared, 5 cosmic wills, countless epochs, expending the last remnants of divine power to bring me from a higher dimension. "I am your savior. Is this how you treat your savior? They say to kill the donkey while it's still carrying the load. You Haven T even unloaded it. Yet you're already plotting to kill me?" Kronos fell silent, allowing Wang Feng to berate him. The once mighty creator god now appeared as a powerless figure, akin to a battered spouse, too afraid to retaliate. "Listen, I can stand against the gods of Kronos or ally with them. Do not push me to the brink, or we all perish together." After finishing his tirade, Wang Feng pointed towards the rift. "Take your foolish son and leave the marketplace. For the next 10 years, the Greek pantheon is forbidden from stepping foot into Sia." Kronos, in silence, hoisted Zeus onto his back and walked towards the rift. As his right foot was about to cross the threshold, Kronos spoke. "After my death, Wang Shang Wang Mian can ascend to godhood and inherit the laws of time. Furthermore, I no longer require Wang Shang's eyes. Consider it an apology from the Wang family for this incident." With that, Kronos stepped into the rift, vanishing from sight. Once he was certain that Kronos had departed, Wang Feng rubbed his face, feeling triumphant. What a tremendous gain. This performance was exhausting, but my skills could easily earn an Oscar. Michael, don't just stand there. Quickly bring down your divine miracle, or else the gods of Kronos will catch on. Wang Feng shouted towards the moon. On the moon, the statue-like Michael furrowed his brow and waved his hand in annoyance. The next moment, a deluge of divine power descended upon Sangnan City. Later, classified archives recorded, in the summer of the year of the Yang Metal Tiger, a divine war erupted in Sangnan City, with Zeus himself present. Sangnan was devastated, leaving only a single child named Lin Chia as the survivor. The seraphim Michael appointed him as the divine proxy. Lin Chia's mortal realm manifested, and Sangnan City was restored. Chapter 34. This strike will be dazzling. 10 years later. In the Flip-Flop Garden community, Lin Chia and Li Yifei exhausted all their strength to inject a tranquilizer into the three individuals. At that moment, Chenmai appeared beside Lin Chia and lightly patted his shoulder. Lin Chia, having joined the Night Watchers, recognized Chenmai, having been in Team 136 for a couple of days. Chia, your identity as a divine proxy has been exposed. The higher-ups have decided to advance this year's new recruit training. It's expected to start in about a week. So make sure to frequent the Peace Affairs office this week. They'll help you establish a foundation. You won't embarrass yourself during training. Chia, I know you have some reservations about the Night Watchers and Wang Feng, but I must say the chief instructor has high hopes for you. Don't let him down. After speaking, Chenmai turned to leave, only to have his sleeve caught by Lin Chia. Lin Chia gazed intently at Chenmai. Captain, I have many questions in my heart. Can you help me with them? Seeing the earnest look in Lin Chia's eyes, Chenmai's resolve softened. The two settled in a gazebo within the community, sharing a moment of silence, neither willing to speak first. Eventually, it was Lin Chia who broke the silence. Captain, what extraordinary qualities do I possess that have drawn the Night Watchman's attention? Do not speak of innate talent. My identity as a divine agent is closely tied to Uncle Wang. It seems that even those around me are orchestrated by him, giving me the impression that he is a puppeteer, manipulating the strings of my life. Chenmai remained silent for a moment before he smiled. Isn't it a blessing? Do you realize how many Night Watchmen envy your position and wish for similar treatment? As for the manipulation of life, how can you be certain it is manipulation rather than cultivation? Lin Chia was taken aback and then shook his head. You are not a fish. How can you know the joy of a fish? You are not me. How can you discern whether I wish to live a life so meticulously arranged? I could have led an ordinary life, attending university, finding a job, marrying, and raising children, dutifully supporting my aunt. Yet, one day, I became a divine agent. And my neighbor of many years urged me to join the Night Watchman. I admit, I too yearn to be a hero, but heroes pay a price. What will happen to my aunt if I die? What about my cousin? I loathe this feeling. Lin Chia's voice rose in frustration. Chenmai was at a loss for how to comfort him. Was Lin Chia in the wrong? He merely wished to lead a life of normalcy. You are not at fault, nor is the chief instructor. The fault lies with the world, with society itself. This world is rife with crises, and someone must rise to the occasion. The lights of countless homes require guardians. Once the crisis is resolved, you will live the life you desire. Chenmai's attempts at persuasion did not alleviate Lin Chia's turmoil. Instead, they intensified his resistance. Chenmai glanced at the small conch shell in Lin Chia's hand. Why not consult the magical conch? It may provide you with clarity, he suggested. Lin Chia was puzzled by Chenmai's insistence, reminiscent of Nike's urging him to ask the conch. Its use necessitates a sacrifice, and the best offering is money. If you inquire directly, it may dismiss you. Chenmai took out his wallet, producing a few coins, and placed them on the table. Now, ask, he declared grandly. Lin Chia nodded, ready to pose his question. The conch immediately erupted with disdain. Poor fool. With such little money, how dare you seek answers? Not even $10, and you wish to inquire? Do you wish for death? Chenmai awkwardly rubbed his nose. I have money, but in this age of mobile payments, who carries cash? The $10 in my pocket have been there for years. Besides, Wang Feng warned that if I disclose any information about Lin Chia, he would throw me into a cesspit. Do you think I would take that risk? The conch's tone dripped with scorn. Chenmai pondered for a few seconds. Perhaps. State your terms. I knew 10 years ago you were not one to play by the rules. If you were unwilling to speak, you would remain silent instead of berating me for my poverty. After all, being a top talent among the Night Watchmen, Chenmai understood the conch's intentions well. The conch replied earnestly, You are correct. I do have a need. If you wish to know the answer, you must agree to one condition. Before Chenmai could speak, Lin Chia interjected. If you can reveal the truth, I will accept your condition. To Lin Chia, the truth was paramount. What condition could a mere conch possibly impose? Are you seeking a female conch for your lineage? I desire a companion. I've been single for nearly 50 years. The conch exclaimed excitedly. Lin Chia responded, Damn it. You are still too young. I never anticipated the profound grievances of a lifelong bachelor. But wait. If you've been single for 50 years, what do you seek a companion for? Wouldn't it be better to die early and be reborn? Is there any benefit to marrying now? Lin Chia lamented. Perhaps. but I cannot guarantee I will find a talking female conch. Furthermore, I wish to understand the benefits of marriage. The once lively conch grew despondent. And so did Chunmai, both falling into silence. The weight of their silence spoke volumes about the merits of marriage. Lin Chia also fell quiet, suddenly gripped by a fear of matrimony. Fine, go ahead and ask. The conch replied, its spirits low. Lin Chia promptly inquired, why does Uncle Wang care so deeply for me, wanting to control my life? The conch chuckled, because you are the protagonist. To resolve all problems, you are needed. Wang Feng is not controlling your life. He is merely accelerating your journey. Even without him, what is meant to be yours will still be yours. The conch's words lingered, dismissing Lin Chia's doubts. A projection suddenly appeared before them. In the image, amid the midnight rain, a tall figure stood proudly. Zhao Kongqing laughed heartily. Watch closely, this strike will be magnificent. A dark blade flashed, severing the head of the ghost-faced king. The scene fast-forwarded and paused again, revealing Lin Chia cradling Zhao Kongqing's lifeless body amidst the torrential downpour, sitting in stunned silence. Junior Lin Chia bids farewell to General Zhao Kongqing. Both Lin Chia and Chen Mai were left awestruck, unable to believe their eyes. The ghost-faced king was slain by General Zhao Kongqing, who protected my home. And in return, I, Lin Chia, shall guard this world. 10 years hence, I will withdraw from the night watchman. Chen Mai pondered, Old Zhao. It appears without the chief instructor, your fate would have been death. Chapter 35, Sour Pickled Radish. After viewing the projection, Lin Chia departed, turning away as if resolute in a decision. Lin Chia was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute. He could discern the authenticity of the projection. Others protect the warmth of my home. I shall safeguard the world for them. Such a commitment was within Lin Chia's capabilities. Thus, all resentment within him dissipated. Emerging from the shadows, he fully embraced his identity as a night watchman. After Lin Chia left, Chunmai whispered to the conch about the fates of the members of Squad 136 and the deities they would confront. The renowned Black Wuchang, Chunmai, found tears filling his eyes. Was it true that only Hong Ying and Qi Mashuan survived from Squad 136? Xiaonan sacrificed himself after becoming a deity, while Lang Xian died in the arms of his beloved. Wu Xiangnan was revived 36 times to avenge the Blue Rain Squad. Chunmai's gaze turned vacant as he murmured to himself. All the questions he had once struggled with were now crystal clear. Why the chief instructor insisted he remain with Squad 136 after the Divine War 10 years ago became evident. Everything was meticulously arranged against an unknown and terrifying adversary. Each step taken by the chief instructor was like walking on thin ice. Playing chess against the heavens, a loss would mean total defeat. At this moment, Chunmai finally grasped the chief instructor's good intentions. Moments later, he dialed Zhao Kongqing's number. Hello, Old Zhao. Have you not yet headed to Chilean Mountain? In times of joy, one feels invigorated. The chief instructor was right. Prosperity without returning home is akin to wearing fine clothes in the dark. We are not pressed for time. Let us invite the chief instructor to dinner tomorrow. On the other end of the line, Zhao Kongqing paused, but he eventually agreed. It was indeed time to invite the chief instructor to a meal. The following evening, in the basement of the Peace Affairs office, Wang Feng arrived as invited, carrying a carp. Upon entering, he lifted the fish. Old Chun, I've brought a fish for braising. It will be delicious. Chunmai, donning an apron, calmly nodded and took the fish to prepare. Wang Feng whistled as he sat on the sofa, observing the bustling members of Squad 136 and then glancing at the silent Lin Chia. Ah, little Chia is here too. How are you finding life among the night watchmen? Wang Feng raised an eyebrow. Lin Chia gazed at Wang Feng with a complex expression. In the next moment, as if resolved, he stood and bowed deeply to Wang Feng. His actions seemed to activate some unseen switch. The members of Team 136 promptly set aside their tasks, bowing in unison to Wang Feng. Let me make it clear. I am quite impoverished and have no red envelopes to offer, he stated. Chunmai chuckled softly. No matter, Chief Instructor, you deserve this honor. With a wave of his hand, Chunmai signaled for the meal to commence. Dishes were elegantly presented on the table. Chunmai uncorked a bottle of Maodai and generously poured a drink for Wang Feng. Zhao Kongqing raised his glass, declaring, Chief Instructor, I, Old Zhao, am a simple man who speaks little. Everything is in the drink. Chunmai furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Why do I feel like we are one person short? Hong Ying set down her chopsticks and counted. Everyone is here, including the newcomers, Qi Yi and Qing Yu. Yet, Chunmai still felt a nagging sense of absence, attributing it to mere illusion. Meanwhile, in the women's correctional facility of Songnan City's first prison, when Qima sat with her arms wrapped around her legs, her tattered clothing barely concealing her form, tears streaming down her face in a pitiful manner. Team Leader, Deputy Team Leader, Hong Ying, Xiao Nan, Old Zhao, Lung Xian. Why are you not here to rescue me? Woe is me. I am tainted. The women here are terrifying. They wish to consume me. As she sobbed, a hand appeared behind her. Hey there, have you rested well? Then continue your training. Amidst a lively gathering, the atmosphere was warm and welcoming as cups were exchanged, creating a delightful clamor. Wang Feng thought to himself, no wonder my stomach is growling. That cunning Chen Mai, I did not foresee his cleverness. Inviting everyone to dine. Yet failing to satiate their hunger, if this were the Northeast, he would surely face dire consequences. Having dined inadequately and consumed a belly full of wine, Wang Feng resolved to prepare something to eat himself. Upon opening the refrigerator and discovering half-finished stinky tofu, he raised an eyebrow. I almost forgot. Before my transmigration, I was the prince of stinky tofu. Having not cooked it in a century, he wondered if his skills had deteriorated, but decided to fry some stinky tofu. Without hesitation, Wang Feng heated oil in a pan, unleashing a potent odor that permeated the entire building. In Lin Chia's home, the previously lethargic Xiao Hailai sprang to life. Sprinting towards Wang Feng's abode, drawn by the pungent aroma, Yang Jin frowned, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. Mom, is there any food left at home? I'm heading over to Uncle Wang's to bring him something. He felt pity for Uncle Wang, who had nothing to eat, resorting to frying something so unpalatable. Though his own family was struggling, they always lent a helping hand to neighbors in need. After grabbing 2 packs of instant noodles, Yang Jin hurried to Wang Feng's house. He gently pushed the door open, only to find a figure clad in a white coat sitting on the sofa, wearing an expectant expression. The divine beast by Zhe, masked, scratched at the door, eager to escape the confines of the room. Yang Jin was taken aback, incredulous that anyone would await fried stinky tofu with such enthusiasm. What kind of taste is this? Is this person a reincarnation of old 8? He noticed Xiao Hailai, wagging its tail and rolling over in a display of submission, seeking affection. Wang Feng, whistling as he fried the stinky tofu, couldn't help but scoff at the sight of Xiao Hailai's antics. You foolish dog, you actually have a taste for delicacies. Well then, let me treat you to my century-old culinary skill. Deep-fried stinky tofu. I assure you, will leave you wanting more. What? Deep-fried stinky tofu? You fool. Don't think I'm unaware of what stinky tofu is. Though it has a foul odor, it does not taste like this. It's merely fried batter. Seeing his dog about to consume the fried concoction, Yang Jin dashed forward. Uncle Wang, spare my dog's life. He cried out. Yang Jin clutched Xiao Hailai tightly, exclaiming, it's not just any dog. It's the Sun Eater Starlord. If it eats something vile, how will I, Yang Jin, ever hold my head high in the heavenly court? He continued, Uncle Wang, my master Yuding asked me to relay a message. Your plan to slay the gods will receive support from the heavenly court. Having said this, Yang Jin hastily retreated with the squirming Xiao Hailai in his arms. The stubborn little creature was putting up quite a struggle, making it difficult for Yang Jin to maintain control. He found it hard to comprehend, for Xiao Hailai, despite its reincarnated humble origins, had once enjoyed the finest delicacies in the heavenly realm. Why then was it so fixated on fried batter? Though dogs may consume refuse, Xiao Hailai was no ordinary canine. Could it be that fried batter was a gourmet delight? Yang Jin swiftly shook his head, dismissing the audacious thought. As the illustrious Erlangshan, the heavenly god of justice, he would rather starve or leap from the heights than indulge in such fare. Minutes later, at Lin Chia's residence, Yang Jin exclaimed, Ah, this is delicious. So, fried batter tastes this good. Wang Feng, releasing his grip on Yang Jin, clarified, it's fried stinky tofu, prepared in the style of Xiangnan. It contains chicken broth that has been simmered overnight, along with scallions and pickled radishes. And remember, you must try the pickled radish. Yang Jin inquired, why must I eat the pickled radish? Wang Feng replied, silly child, because the pickled radish is a treasure. Chapter 36, Yuan Gang. How embarrassing. A week passed in the blink of an eye. When the week concluded, at the training camp on the outskirts of Cangnan City, Yuan Gang stood respectfully at the entrance alongside several instructors. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as each instructor took the opportunity to tidy their appearance, preparing to make a good impression upon the arrival of the chief instructor. Yuan Gang raised his right hand, glancing at his watch. It was now 11 o'clock. With half an hour remaining until the appointed time, clearing his throat, he announced, everyone, pay attention. The chief instructor will arrive in half an hour. Let us all be spirited. We must present a good impression to the chief instructor, as it may facilitate our request for benefits. The chief instructor was known to possess numerous restricted items. If he was pleased, they could gain access to powerful resources. Fearing disbelief among the others, Yuan Gang continued to divulge, you all know the Phoenix team, right? Xia Simon cleverly endeavored to curry favor with the chief instructor. When the chief instructor was pleased, he utilized the restricted item 005 potential hammer, bestowing its power upon each member of the Phoenix team. As a result, the entire team experienced a resurgence of their bloodlines, instantly elevating their capabilities. All members reached the Sea Realm, and Commander Yifan has been smiling so much these days that his jaw may dislocate. With a resounding thud, the instructors behind Yuan Gang snapped to attention, their eyes gleaming with greed and fervor. Each possessed unique talents, some cultivated at an astonishing pace, poised to become humanity's pinnacle, while others would spend their lives merely at the lantern level. The prospect of ascending a realm sparked the instructors' ambitions. A strong individual was worth their utmost flattery. Time ticked by, and soon half an hour had elapsed. On the main road leading to the training camp, a red flag vehicle approached slowly. Here he comes. The instructor's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, Instructor Hong sprinted forward, prompting the others to chastise him for his shamelessness as they hurried to follow. The vehicle came to a halt less than 50 meters from the training camp. Instructor Hong bowed deeply, resembling a sycophant, and opened the car door. "Greetings, Chief Instructor. I am Hong Hao, one of the instructors for this training camp." He extended his hand, shaking Lin Chia's with an enthusiastic grip, as though greeting an old acquaintance. Lin Chia was taken aback. Were the instructors of the new recruit training camp always this cordial? Hadn't Hongming mentioned that they were all proud and difficult to approach? It seemed that she had misled him. Lin Chia mused inwardly, reciprocating the warmth. "Hello, Instructor Hong. I am Lin Chia, a new recruit of the Songnan City Night Watch." "Lin Chia?" Instructor Hong was stunned, inquiring, "Are you Lin Chia? Aren't you the chief instructor?" Lin Chia smiled shyly. "No, I'm just a new recruit." "Then why are you shaking my hand?" Instructor Hong's face turned green with frustration as he released Lin Chia's hand. With a stern expression, he declared, "So you are a novice. Since you have arrived, make your way to the training camp and find a place to settle." Instructor Hong then turned and departed. Resembling a callous rogue, Lin Chia, bewildered, chose to comply and followed suit. And Xingyu also disembarked, deep in thought, pondering whether there had been a case of mistaken identity. Perhaps Lin Chia had been mistaken for Uncle Wang. It seemed that Uncle Wang would indeed participate in this new recruit training session, leading to an unexpected turn of events. The two of them navigated past a throng of instructors, making their way into the depths of the training camp. Upon realizing that it was not Wang Feng, the other instructors quickly grasped the situation. Instructor Li grinned broadly, remarking, "Flattery failed to reach its target and instead landed on the new recruits." Instructor Hong's countenance darkened. Filled with fury and humiliation, he felt as though he had suffered a calamitous defeat. Yuan Gang, however, produced a small booklet and stated, "The divine agent Lin Chia, the only legitimate counterpart to Xingyu. Both are new recruits this year." As Yuan Gang spoke, his tone grew reflective. "This year's recruits are formidable contenders, from the 8 trigrams palm of Beijing to the Mo family spear of Hebei, the Mo clan's blade school, the Junzi sword of Jinnan, the rounded form Taiji, and the Mad Dog Fist, along with active duty special forces, the forbidden virtual 031, divine agents, and the young master of the Bailey family. The mere thought of it is overwhelming." The other instructors shared his sentiments, their heads spinning. In their many years of service, they had encountered prodigies before, but never a cohort as uniquely gifted as this one. Should misfortune strike, the consequences would be dire. "Shall we request the masked squad to come and maintain order?" Instructor Hong suggested. Yuan Gang shook his head. "One masked squad may not suffice, though formidable. This year's recruits are exceptionally talented, a veritable gathering of prodigies. Once the chief instructor arrives, I will inquire if we can summon the Phoenix squad as well. With the Phoenix squad's average sea-level strength combined with the masked squad, we should be able to maintain control." Instructor Hong's lips twitched involuntarily as he glanced at the new recruits. The 2 top-tier squads of the Great Xia had converged, all to suppress the new recruits. Did this cohort of recruits offend the heavens or merely fail to dip their dumplings in vinegar? Instructor Hong could not help but feel a sense of despair for the recruits. They were all exceptional individuals, yet they would be ruthlessly suppressed, leaving psychological scars. The thought was somewhat thrilling. Suddenly, a 3-wheeled breakfast cart approached with an air of arrogance, and to everyone's astonishment, the driver was not a person but a black, scruffy dog. The excited little black dog fervently pressed the accelerator. As the training camp drew nearer, the dog retrieved a loudspeaker and announced, "Jumping prices. Jumping prices. Hurry and buy. Look here, can you believe it? Never seen a dog drive before. I'm just a little hobba dog. Do you think my short legs can reach the brakes?" Yuan Gang pointed at the little black dog, exclaiming, "This is the dog of Erlang Shun, the legendary son Wukong." The instructors, though sensing something was amiss, nodded in agreement. "In all my years, this is the first time I have encountered a deity, even if it is in the form of a dog." After the chorus of agreement, Wang Feng rode in on another 3-wheeled vehicle, speeding towards them. His frantic voice echoed, "Dog, dog, dog." Yuan Gang was taken aback, reflecting, is the chief instructor playing a joke? As rumored, he does have a peculiar sense of humor. Thus, Yuan Gang chuckled. Ole, 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 ole. Your grandpa. Little black dog has short legs can't reach the brakes. Hurry and stop him. Wang Feng shouted in frustration. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the three-wheeled cart collided with the gate of the new recruit training camp, flipping over. Its wheels spinning silently, as if questioning Yuan Gang why he did not intervene. Yuan Gang thought, how embarrassing. Misunderstanding the leader's intent. Will I face repercussions for this? I am quite anxious. Chapter 37. The former commander of the Night Watch, Wang Qing of the Great Xia. You little rascal. Look me in the eye. Why do you dare not meet my gaze? Are you feeling guilty? Speak. Are you a spy sent by the ancient god church to bully me? An old comrade over 100 years of age. The angered Wang Feng gripped Yuan Gang by the neck, their faces mere inches apart. Instructors Hong and the others were frantic, as if ants on a hot pan, desperate to rescue Yuan Gang but unsure how to intervene. Speak. If you don't, I'll end you. Wang Feng bellowed. As Yuan Gang appeared on the verge of collapse, Instructor Hong, gathering his courage, shouted, Chief Instructor. How can he speak when you are holding his neck? Oh, is that so? My apologies. Upon Instructor Hong's reminder, Wang Feng realized and released his grip. Yuan Gang promptly coughed and gasped for fresh air. Chief Instructor, I thought you were going to kill me. Yuan Gang gazed at Wang Feng with tearful eyes. His expression one of tragic lament. Wang Feng, fuming, raised his hand as if to strike Yuan Gang, but ultimately relented. Pointing at the overturned cart, he lamented, the world has become ungrateful. You scoundrels, bullying an old man like me, a centenarian without family. Here I am, unable to retire. Forced to train you brats as instructors without pay. That scoundrel Yi Fan even canceled my welfare, claiming I'm too lively, cutting off my meager retirement benefits. I, a lonely old man, can only dream of doing a little business, setting up a stall, and before I even opened, you lot flipped my cart. Wang Feng continued, wiping non-existent tears and pulling out a loudspeaker to play music. The true heartbreak is not in the shouting but in the music being entirely out of place. Wang Feng calmly switched to the next track. In this world, who lives without enduring a purgatory? The sorrowful melody, coupled with Wang Feng's tearful demeanor, struck a poignant chord. Instructors Hong and the others felt a pang of sympathy, inwardly lamenting. Commander Yi Fan truly lacked compassion. How could he cancel the welfare of a centenarian devoted to serving the people, a solitary man who had dedicated a century to the Night Watch? An old man without family, how could you deprive him of his welfare? A centenarian is a symbol of good fortune in ancient times, and emperors would visit them regularly. How could you stop his retirement benefits? Yi Fan, you truly lack conscience. Do you not fear disheartening your subordinates? It's just an old man. How much could he possibly cost? This is unacceptable. I must report Yi Fan. I've even thought of a title. Who makes heroes shed blood and tears? Seeing the expressions on the instructors' faces, Yuan Gang realized that they had been thoroughly misled by the chief instructor. Chief Instructor. It's not Commander Yi Fan who canceled your benefits, it's that your recent expenditures have been extravagant. Just look at your spending this month. 5 million on foot massages, 5 million on meals and drinks. I'm baffled, as a single man. Why are you purchasing luxury items for women? And why buy intimate apparel? The reimbursement forms submitted to Commander Yi Fan were halved, with him covering half and you bearing the rest. How have you repaid the commander? Yuan Gang trembled with indignation, lamenting. You applied for online loans using Commander Yi Fan's phone in the dead of night, and the collection agency came to the Night Watch headquarters. Only then did Commander Yi Fan discover that not only did you use his funds, but you also borrowed money from every top-tier human source available. Zhou Ping was your chosen disciple, and yet you ruthlessly used his identity to borrow 3 million. The forbidden virtual code 333, the innocent glass heart, has never lost his temper, yet you pushed him to the brink of threatening you with a sword. I never imagined the chief instructor to be such a person. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, as those who had previously shown sympathy now distanced themselves from Wang Feng, fearing he might attempt to borrow money from them as well. Wang Feng rubbed his nose in frustration. Isn't it Yi Fan who refuses to reimburse? I have no money. What other choice did I have? Yuan Gang continued to lament. The crux of the matter is that your funds have been misallocated. The meal reimbursement is 698, and the receipt states it was for chicken. What kind of chicken costs 698? It's plainly 100 pounds of chicken. Can you Fan reimburse this? Wang Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he forcibly shifted the topic. Are the new recruits all here? Show me around. I wish to personally welcome them. Yuan Gang crossed his arms and snorted coldly, changing the subject. It's too late. Let me inform you that Commander Yi Fan has suspended your benefits. From now on, your expenses will be covered by the Wang family. Sister Wang Qing is on her way to Songnan. She wishes to have a serious conversation with you. She mentioned she misses you, her father. Upon hearing that Wang Qing was coming, Wang Feng immediately panicked. He clasped his hands together, saying, I take my leave. The wind is strong. I must depart. I was never here tonight. Trying to leave? Too late. Just as Wang Feng was about to hop onto his tricycle to escape, he spotted a beautiful woman sitting on it, smiling cheerfully. My esteemed father, why didn't you seek out your daughter upon your arrival? Is it possible that because I am not your biological child, you've been lamenting about having no one to care for you in your old age? The woman was none other than Wang Qing, the former commander of the Night Watch and now the mentor of the current commander Yi Fan. Upon seeing Wang Qing, Wang Feng began to tremble. After a moment, he forced a strained smile. Qing. Long time no see. Aren't you stationed at the realm of national fortune? The Marquis truly is something. How could he easily let you leave such a vital position? Wang Qing replied with a radiant smile, Father, the Marquis originally intended to speak with you personally. Your late-night visit to the realm of national fortune to engage in online borrowing has caused the Marquis to become a person of dishonor. He wishes he could personally deal with you. Wang Feng chuckled awkwardly. We are all brothers. I will personally explain to the Marquis when I have the chance. With that, he waved his hand and opened a portal to escape. Wang Qing, smiling, picked up Bai Zhe from the tricycle. Bai Zhe, she exclaimed cheerfully. Bai Zhe waved his paw, and the portal vanished in an instant, leaving Wang Feng with a face full of embarrassment. Wang Qing, holding Bai Zhe, approached Wang Feng with long strides and lightly punched him in the chest. Wang Feng exaggeratedly yelped and was sent flying backward. Still want to run? Wang Qing called out sharply, and in the next moment, she appeared in the direction Wang Feng was fleeing. Her delicate white hand grasped his neck, and she retrieved a rope from her pocket, binding him tightly. Let us hang my father on the flagpole to give the new recruits a little shock. Yuan Gang excitedly rubbed his hands together and was the first to rush forward. Once Wang Feng was hanging from the flagpole, Wang Qing finally smiled sweetly. How delightful. Another day of fatherly love. Hanging on the flagpole, Wang Feng shouted, Qing, stop joking and let me down. I am Wang Feng, the chief instructor of the Night Watch of the Great Xia. I have shed blood for the Great Xia. You cannot treat me this way. Chapter 38. Father and Daughter. Wang Qing ignored the frantic cries of Wang Feng, instead directing her gaze to the back seat of the tricycle. Erling Shun, Prince Neza, and the White Dragon. You three divine beings of the Great Xia, is it really necessary to engage in such frivolity with my father? Wang Qing narrowed her eyes, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. It is well known that squinting eyes often belong to those who are cunning, though the three were deities. They were momentarily intimidated by her squinting gaze. Yang Jin pursed his lips and said, It was Wang Feng who summoned us. He said he would bring us opportunities to earn money by jointly opening a spicy hot pot and barbecue stall. I would handle the grilling with my three-pronged knives. Neza would manage the lotus root slices with true fire, and the White Dragon, being a dragon, would take care of the seafood. We didn't want to come, but we three cannot currently contend with Wang Feng. Yuan Gang and the others were left speechless, while Wang Qing continued to squint her eyes, creating an inexplicably tense atmosphere. Wang Qing and Yang Jin engaged in a silent standoff. At that moment of crisis, Xiao He scampered over, barking. Yang Jin remarked, and it is responsible for making stinky tofu. Outrageous. Unfilial. The chief instructor even has a dog working for him. Yuan Gang and the others internally criticized. However, Wang Qing remained unconvinced by Yang Jin's words, maintaining her piercing gaze. Yang Jin sighed. It's just as you suspect. We are here to assess the new recruits. The God-slaying plan is of utmost importance. The deities of the Great Xia need to evaluate the Night Watch's strength and potential, especially since our opponents are the 5 divine kingdoms. Once the plan is set in motion, Yang Jin's words were half-truths. Only they knew their true intentions. Wang Feng was aware of their purpose, but now that he was hanging from the flagpole, he could only wait for a more opportune moment to inquire. Wang Qing pondered silently, instinctively glancing at the flagpole. At that moment, however, there was no trace of Wang Feng to be found. It was no wonder she could no longer hear his frantic shouting. The others followed Wang Qing's gaze, only to discover that Wang Feng had vanished from the flagpole. Wang Qing gritted her teeth. Father, is it really so hard for you to see me? Yuan Gang interjected. Should we inform Commander Yi Fan? Wang Qing rolled her eyes. No need. The monk can run, but the temple cannot. Every recruit this time was selected by my father. I refuse to believe he would hide away. Since the 3 deities were here to set up a stall, let them do so. Yuan Gang, fetch 3 tents for them. After Wang Qing finished speaking, she strode towards the training camp office with Bai Zhe in her arms. Yuan Gang instructed an officer to retrieve the tents, while the others hurriedly followed Wang Qing to the office. Second brother, this woman is not simple. Under her gaze, I feel as though all my secrets are laid bare, Neza quietly remarked, watching Wang Qing's retreating figure. Yang Jin nodded. After all, she is Wang Feng's adopted daughter. How could she be ordinary? Let us focus on our tasks. Once Lingbao Tianzuan arrives, we can observe discreetly and find an opportunity to present him with something. Meanwhile, 300 meters away from the training camp, Wang Feng peered out from the bushes. After ensuring there was no one around, he let out a sigh of relief. Damn, Marquis, had I known, I wouldn't have sent the undead to you. Initially, I was worried about your loneliness and thought to give you a companion for your boredom, but you, despicable creature, have betrayed me. While other families have daughters who are caring and considerate, why is my daughter a mere leaky vest? As he lamented, Wang Feng lay back on the grass and began to fiddle with his phone. Beautiful lady, care for a date? I am a friend of the Holy Lord Yeland. I possess the horn of heaven. Blow it, and you can become an angel. What do you say? Interested in giving it a try? Wang Feng sent a voice message to nearby individuals, eager with excitement. Not my bro, I'm a guy. How did you know I'm a devout believer? My family has always followed the Holy Lord. Can I go to heaven and become an angel? Where are you? I'm on my way. You scoundrel. You wretched being. A man playing a female character? How disgusting. Wang Feng cursed a few times, deftly blocking and deleting the user. Clearly, this was not his first encounter with such perverts. Just as he was about to put his phone down and take a nap, a message popped up. What happened last time was my own choice. It has nothing to do with you, so don't blame yourself. Wang Feng forced a bitter smile, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Due to his transmigration, the Wang family in Shangjing suddenly rose to prominence. A well-established family with a chief instructor of the Night Watch and the new generation as talent, Wang Shang, safeguarding it. The family was destined to become a top-tier clan in the Great Xiao within a century. When the impoverished become wealthy, they often develop ambitions that are unwarranted. And the Wang family was no exception, especially since Wang Shang viewed Wang Feng as an idol and had no intention of marrying. The other relatives of the Wang family began to harbor their own ambitions. Of course, facing top-tier power, they dared not resort to force. Instead, they chose to have their children hover around Wang Feng. Encouraging Wang Feng to choose an heir from the family, they decided to name the child Wang Qing. After a decade of relentless insistence from Wang Shang, he unexpectedly married and had a child. Stop the car. I need to use the restroom. On the main road, a long Lincoln slowly approached. In the back seat, Bai Li Pang suddenly declared his need to relieve himself. The driver, taken aback, obediently halted the vehicle. Several bodyguards escorted Bai Li Pang to a nearby bush. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he prepared to unbutton his pants. You little rascal. If you dare to urinate, I swear I will send you to the palace as a eunuch. The bodyguards swiftly surrounded him, their vigilance heightened. There are assassins. Escort the young master away. The head bodyguard shouted. An expert. How could I not see them? The head bodyguard scanned the surroundings. Panic setting in as he realized there were no visible threats. Wang Feng rose silently from the grass, standing still. Damn it. Hiding in my blind spot. As expected of a master, the head bodyguard exclaimed. Master, my foot. You could see me if you just looked down, Wang Feng silently retorted. I can't look down. The crown will fall. I can't shed tears. The scoundrels will laugh. You go ahead, and tell my mother I'm not a coward. Wang Feng said. In Geneva. Do you truly deserve anyone? Do you deserve Molly? Bai Li Pang's face flushed as he was closely guarded by the bodyguards. The timid Bai Li Pang attempted to speak when the head bodyguard interrupted. Young master, you go ahead. I will cover your retreat. No, young master. Do not worry for me. As a bodyguard, my priority is your safety. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to be harmed. The head bodyguard spoke with righteous fervor. In this day and age, there are few bodyguards willing to sacrifice themselves for others. The young master will surely be moved to tears, and I will undoubtedly receive a raise. With that raise, I can save money to marry Ahua. How delightful. Bai Li Pang was agitated, his body trembling with excitement. He kicked the head bodyguard hard in the backside. You foolish man. Stop your rambling. Curse it. I've wet my pants. In the future, even if someone tries to kill me, they must wait until I finish in the restroom before they rush in. With a snap, Wang Feng opened the void of no restraint. A fog enveloped Bai Li Pang. Old friend. Long time no see. Bai Li Pang transformed. His demeanor calm as he regarded Wang Feng. Wang Feng rummaged through his pockets and lit a cigarette. Indeed, it has been a long time. When did you awaken? Lingbao Tianzuan? Wang Feng inquired. Bai Li Pang gazed into the distance, reflecting, I didn't expect my awakening to come early. At least this time. I won't have to endure a cesarean. Being stuffed into the jade rui by Yuan Shi was quite unpleasant. Bai Li Pang chuckled self-deprecatingly, his tone laced with disappointment. Friend, have you summoned me here for a discussion? Bai Li Pang asked. Wang Feng raised an eyebrow, giving a thumbs up. as expected of Linggao Tianzuan. You are quite astute. If you had not awakened, you could still train. But now that you have, you cannot participate. After saying this, he gestured for Bai Li Pang Pang to leave. Bai Li Pang Pang's expression shifted to one of excitement as he restrained his eagerness and asked, "Do you have complete confidence in dealing with the gods of the Kashi? You know we must proceed with caution. Everything must be methodical. Now that you do not want me to train, you must be well prepared. Young friend, share your plan with me so that I may be ready to support you at any time." Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed, his mouth running as he spoke. Wang Feng, cigarette in mouth, regarded him coldly. "Friend, speak. Why are you silent? Is it that you are naturally reticent?" "I have no plan. I simply do not wish for you to participate in the training," Wang Feng replied, shaking his head. Bai Li Pang Pang's expression turned furious. "Young friend, I demand an explanation. Though you are a foreigner burdened with the fate of saving the world, I am not to be trifled with. Toying with me will have consequences," Bai Li Pang Pang declared, emanating a powerful aura. However, this aura dissipated within 3 seconds. I might have spoken too loudly. Please do not take offense." Bai Li Pang Pang rubbed his nose sheepishly. "Young friend, stay calm. Do not strike me. I am still Linggao Tianzuan. You dare to strike? If you hit me again, I will retaliate." Wang Feng landed a punch on Bai Li Pang Pang's eye. "Retaliate then? You think I can't guess that you haven't regained your strength? Acting like a big shot doesn't suit you." Wang Feng continued to pummel Bai Li Pang Pang. Minutes later, Bai Li Pang Pang, rubbing his swollen cheek, looked at Wang Feng with melancholy. "Young friend, I have been punished. Shouldn't you provide an explanation?" Wang Feng rubbed his palm, disdain evident in his voice. "You know very well why I hit you, don't you? Can you truly face Lin Shiyi? Can you face the world, but can you face Molly? Will you continue to make her wait? I ask you, are you guiltless?" Upon realizing Wang Feng's reasoning for the beating was related to Molly, Bai Li Pang Pang fell silent. After a long pause, he sighed, "Young friend, do not be agitated. I know I am at fault, but you cannot berate me endlessly. Can you? I apologize for my agitation. It happens when I get emotional. I will agree to participate in the training, but I cannot allow any involvement with Molly. Otherwise, I shall have you castrated and sent to the palace as a eunuch." In the grand narrative of slaying the gods, many unresolved sentiments linger. Yet the greatest heartache for Wang Feng is Molly. To love someone yet be unable to be together is a profound sorrow of this world. For 10 billion years, Molly has not received the best ending, living a life of solitude. It is truly an unresolved sorrow. Bai Li Pang Pang sighed, his voice laden with bitterness. "As a Taoist, I must remain free from earthly desires. Young friend, you understand this. I am aware that I owe Molly an apology, but I have no means to rectify it. Bai Li Pang Pang is part of me, yet I am more than just Bai Li Pang Pang. This matter is insolvable. I cannot do anything about it." Bai Li Pang Pang spoke the truth, devoid of falsehood. He is Linggao Tianzuan, yet Linggao Tianzuan is not solely Bai Li Pang Pang. Though the issue appears insurmountable, Wang Feng held a different perspective. "No wonder you lost the Fengshan War. With your intellect, it is no surprise. I ask you, as a Tianzuan, can transform into 3 pure beings. Can't you, Lingbao, do the same? Is it so difficult for you to manifest a separate persona as Bai Li Pang Pang?" This revelation struck Bai Li Pang Pang like a bolt of lightning. "Indeed, I can transform into Bai Li Pang Pang. Lingbao Tianzuan is still Lingbao." What seemed a convoluted problem was instantly resolved. "Young friend, you are truly remarkable. You have solved the problem with a single statement. How did you conceive such an exquisite plan?" Wang Feng puffed out his chest. "Because Haitai soy sauce has been sun-dried for a full 180 days. Don't understand? Because I am kind. I do not eat beef." Bai Li Pang Pang was left speechless, unsure of where to begin his retort. "You are kind? You? You are so kind you could hug a cow and chew on it, yet you claim to not eat beef. Young friend, time is of the essence. I must take my leave and plan the transformation into 3 pure beings." After speaking, Bai Li Pang Pang's expression shifted abruptly, confusion washing over him. "Huh, how did I end up here? Aren't you that one? Tony Demu? You are Tony Demu," Wang Feng exclaimed. Chapter 40. Inform Li Qi Yi that his sheep has been found. Zhou Jiekuan's Double J Cho. Who is that? Bai Li Pang Pang's bewildered face bore a look of confusion. "You are not Tony Demu. Could you be his partner, Bai Laoyi?" Bai Li Pang Pang ventured cautiously. Wang Feng's expression darkened as he admonished the chubby boy to watch fewer films, suggesting that if he must indulge, he should support domestic productions, for the quality of contemporary domestic films is no less than that of foreign ones. Wang Feng's advice awakened Bai Li Pang Pang to a realization. Pointing excitedly at Wang Feng, he exclaimed, "So it's you. I've inquired about you. You are the chief instructor of the Night Watch. It was because of you that I chose to join the Night Watch training camp. Chief instructor, you are here waiting for me. Does that mean I, Bai Li Tu Ming, am a once-in-a-century genius? That youthful spirit, not infatuated, but rather devoid of dreams of becoming a strong contender. Bai Li Pang, like many others, had always believed in his boundless potential, although he had harbored some self-doubt. Being personally welcomed by the chief instructor confirmed his greatness. This signified that he possessed the demeanor of an emperor, a fierce individual, fiercer than Hou Guifeng. Why else would Wang Feng personally greet him? Thus commenced his path to greatness, envisioning a future of invincibility, triumphing over all obstacles. Bai Li Pang was exhilarated. His round face flushed with excitement. Chief instructor, I am ready. Let the training begin. Training? Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback, pondering if someone was so eager to borrow money. Observing the absence of others in the void space, he smirked. Chubby boy, lend me some cash. His grin resembled that of a street thug. He anticipated a scream or refusal from Bai Li Pang. To his surprise, Bai Li Pang nodded in agreement. The path of cultivation certainly incurs expenses, and I understand the need for a master SV, chief instructor. I get it. But I'm just a kid from an ordinary family, with just 1 billion or so, not much. Bai Li Pang felt a twinge of embarrassment, believing that 1 billion would be an insult to Wang Feng. Wang Feng was clearly taken aback. He had expected to borrow a few 100,000. Instead, Bai Li Pang casually mentioned 1 billion. That was quite the ambitious goal. Damn wealthy people, how infuriating. Wang Feng thought, his mind racing. Chubby boy, hand me your phone. Open your mouth. Not up and down. Hey, why don't you have a credit limit? How could you not have access to online loans? Wang Feng was increasingly exasperated. Bai Li Pang blinked innocently. What is online lending? My family is so poor. We only have money left. Do we need to borrow? It seemed Mr. Ma was reluctant to lend to him. Wang Feng, are you in need of cash? Isn't 1 billion sufficient? I can mobilize around 2 billion. Is that enough? Bai Li Pang wore a smug expression of wealth and nonchalance. Wang Feng clasped Bai Li Pang's pudgy hand firmly. From now on, you shall be my true disciple. Only you can be the head of the Bai family. I want to acknowledge anyone else. If anyone dares to plot against you, I'll annihilate them. Both harbored ulterior motives. Bai Li Pang believed that spending money to receive guidance from a top-tier powerhouse was a great investment, while Wang Feng saw the prospect of 2 billion as a delightful opportunity. Both felt they had gained an advantage, mistakenly believing the other to be a benefactor. Moments later, with a broad smile, Wang Feng sent Bai Li Pang off in a vehicle towards the training camp, watching as it drove away before finally lowering his waving hand. Xiao Moli, come out. Don't hide. I've seen you already. Wang Feng called, hands behind his back, gazing ahead. From the foliage, a well-equipped Emoli leapt down. Grandpa Wang, my grandfather sends his regards. Here are 2 carp. He asked me to bring them for you. Emoli beamed, presenting the fish. Wang Feng stared intently at her before letting out a sigh. Old Emo has good intentions. Everything that just transpired, you must have witnessed. I hadn't intended for anyone from the Emo family to come, but your grandfather still sent you. Emoli remained silent for a moment before speaking. Grandpa Wang, everything is predestined. You have arranged everything, and I wish to take a chance. What is love in this world? That it compels one to pledge life and death. Wang Feng felt deeply moved, nearly shedding tears. What a wonderful child, with such profound feelings. Alas, if you were not a girl, I would certainly swear brotherhood with you. Imagine, you and your grandfather discussing matters separately, you calling him old Emo grandpa, and he referring to you as the 3rd sister. What an extraordinary kinship. Wang Feng sighed, reflecting on the nature of love. Emoli twitched her lips. No need for that, Grandpa Wang. I must report in first. We'll chat later. Wang Feng nodded, watching her retreating figure, overwhelmed by emotions. Love is indeed intricate. Ling Bao, if you cannot transform from 1 clarity to 3 clarities, I shall deal with you. Just as he was lost in thought, he quickly shifted to a stern warning. After lingering for a few minutes, Wang Feng strolled towards Jinnan Mountain, which was but a 10-minute walk from the training camp. At the foot of the mountain, an old shepherd leisurely tended his sheep, smoking a pipe. In the distance, among the grazing flock, a sneaky black hound approached, fixated on a white lamb. The mischievous hound, resembling a slime manager deceiving a princess, led the lamb away into the mountains. Once in the secluded area, the hound's face twisted into a devious grin, preparing to engage in unspeakable acts. Bah, you foolish dog. Thinking of playing with a foreign lady? What? You're hungry? Want to eat lamb? Go away. Do you dare touch Li Chi's sheep? Tell him his sheep have been found. Wang Feng seized the hound by its neck, dragging it towards the old shepherd. The old man continued to smoke as if he had not noticed Wang Feng. Who would have thought that the esteemed moral deity would disguise himself as a shepherd? Spying on a chubby boy? You ought to step down. I believe Yi Zhonghai would be a fitting replacement for you. Wang Feng plopped down, tossing the hound aside. The old shepherd twitched his lips, putting down his pipe. Young friend, I have no choice. One must always guard against others. I cannot allow Ling Bao to be schemed against. Wang Feng rummaged in his pocket, producing a cigarette and offering one to the old man. Scheme? Who would dare scheme against you? You are the exalted deities of the great Xia. Who would be so bold? The old shepherd accepted the cigarette, young friend. I understand your wariness. Regarding past events, we had no choice. Sacrifices must be made, and even the heavenly court has suffered grievous losses. Though there may be resentment, it should eventually dissipate. Chapter 41. The Exceptional Talents. In the training camp dormitory building, as time passed, more new recruits arrived for registration. Due to the overwhelming number of trainees, accommodations shifted from double rooms to quadruple ones. Inside Lin Qiyi's dormitory, he and Qin Yu were engaged in casual conversation, both filled with fantasies about the training ahead. Lin Qiyi sat on a chair, gazing outside. Upon spotting the composed Chao Yuan following instructor Hong, he turned to Qin Yu and said, "Do you remember Chao Yuan from the last trial space?" Qin Yu set down her book and adjusted her glasses. "I remember. He left a deep impression. I heard he is the possessor of the ultra-high-risk Forbidden Void. The first under the deity level." Although they had only briefly met, Qin Yu recalled everyone in their squad distinctly. Lin Qiyi continued, glancing at the beds in the dormitory. Oddly, while other dorms were standard quadruple rooms, his was a quintuple. It seemed as if it had been predetermined. Seeing Chao Yuan being brought in, Lin Qiyi entertained a bold hypothesis. During the last trial space, Wang Feng mentioned a special team as initial selection. This new recruit training would likely be extraordinary, and there would be a blending of 5 individuals. The establishment of a special team is not merely about selecting individuals. A considerable amount of preparation is necessary, such as the acclimatization of personnel and the familiarity among team members. These processes demand substantial time. However, Lin Qiyi feels that what his unique team lacks the most is indeed time. What should have progressed smoothly is instead hastily concluded under the influence of unseen forces, leaving a rather awkward impression. One wonders what exactly is causing Wang Feng's anxiety. Lin Qiyi shook his head and sat in a chair, awaiting the arrival of Chao Yuan. In the corridor, Instructor Hong was leading Chao Yuan, providing him with introductions as they walked. "You are a high-risk possessor of the Forbidden Void. In the past, this would have posed a significant challenge for us. But this year is different. The training camp is teeming with talent. Do you see that dormitory over there?" Instructor Hong pointed to a rather tense dormitory. Following his gaze, Chao Yuan observed several individuals clad in pink pajamas, faces adorned with facial masks, engaged in a standoff. One among them, with an exaggerated hand gesture and a hand on her hip, resembled a woman ready to unleash a tirade. "You scoundrel, who are you calling a sissy? I am certainly not, yet you dare label me as such. Sissy, you know who you are, don't you? Have you no shame? Look at yourself squatting to relieve yourself, fingers delicately poised. If you're not a sissy, then who is?" Chao Yuan thought. "This scene is so absurd that I scarcely know where to begin my critique." Instructor Hong appeared unfazed, continuing his introduction. "This is Yu Xiaobai, the heir of the Jiang and Junzi sword family, with the Forbidden Void Code 032, the Evildoer Sword Manual, which ranks just behind you. The Yu family is renowned for their masculinity. Meeting Yu Xiaobai today certainly affirms the rumors." Chao Yuan replied, "Are you blind? How can such a heavily made-up individual be considered manly? Didn't you hear what was just said? Even when engaging in self-pleasure, they maintain such a delicate pose. Is this truly manly?" As if hearing Chao Yuan's inner thoughts, Instructor Hong waved his hand and stated solemnly, "True masculinity is not defined by outward behavior, but rather by one's actions. Some may appear dignified and upright, yet betray their country for personal gain, while others may seem effeminate, yet act selflessly for the greater good." When the Night Watchmen were first established, facing both external evil gods and internal ancient religious sects, the Yu family members awakened the Evildoer Sword Manual, with 13 males severing ties with their past to join the Night Watchmen in suppressing various mysteries. The first commander, Ye Jingshan, upon learning of their contributions, personally crafted a plaque inscribed with the words "True Masculinity." Later, the chief instructor invested considerable effort in refining the Forbidden Void, ensuring that the Yu family could preserve their lineage without severing ties. Can a family that serves the nation and its people not be deemed truly masculine? Chao Yuan fell silent, filled with respect. Indeed, the Yu family exemplified true masculinity. "Xiao Yu, stop playing around and dismiss your doppelganger. Arguing with yourself is rather dull." Instructor Hong clapped his hands, signaling Yu Xiaobai to retract his powers. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yu Xiaobai shook himself out of his reverie. "Instructor Hong, where is Grandfather Wan? I saw him hanging from the flagpole earlier and was going to take a photo, but he vanished in the blink of an eye." Yu Xiaobai, still wearing a facial mask, stepped out of the room and inquired. Just as Instructor Hong was about to respond, A furious roar erupted from another dormitory. You scoundrel! You dare to play me? Between a cow and a chicken, obviously the cow is superior. Why do you claim the chicken is better? If you don't provide an explanation, the heir of the 8 trigrams palm, will make you regret it. A figure clad in white training attire, Wang Bao glared fiercely at Ma Xiaoguo. Ma Xiaoguo assumed a stance resembling the round form of Tai Chi, confronting Wang Bao. Fool, have you never heard the idiom a drop in the bucket? Chickens are worth more than cows. Do you understand the concept of a riddle? With your intellect, you claim to be a successor of the 8 trigrams palm. How embarrassing. Fury ignited within Wang Bao, taken aback by such reasoning. In a fit of rage, he decisively struck, drawing circles with his hands as an 8 trigrams pattern emerged. Launching a sudden assault on Ma Xiaoguo. Ma Xiaoguo, caught off guard, received a blow from Wang Bao. Stop. Do not continue fighting. Give me. Hong Fa Jin Xiaoping. Some face. After all, I have consumed the fruit of face. A figure in a Zhongshan suit, Jin Xiaoping, attempted to intervene between the two. However, both Wang Bao and Ma Xiaoguo ignored him. Meanwhile, the dormitory erupted once more into chaos. Louis, do not take me for a fool. You may be the heir of the Hebei Mo family S spear, but I fear not your mad dog fist. Watch as I engage in unrestricted combat and take you down. In the dormitory, Chinda, the master of the mad dog fist, armed with 2 triangular rulers, clashed with Lu Yi, a successor of the Hebei Mo family S spear. Observing the ruckus in the dormitory, Instructor Hong frowned, quietly leading Chao Yuan to the back of the crowd. So uncouth, not an ounce of masculinity. Yu Xiaobai remarked with a frown. Chao Yuan turned to Instructor Hong. Aren't you going to intervene? He asked. Instructor Hong waved his hand dismissively. Youngsters are full of vigor. Fighting is normal, as long as no one is killed. But what if they escalate to weapons? Will there be trouble? Chapter 42. Back to the world, decisive through eternity. It's all right. Young folks are energetic and impetuous. Wielding weapons is no concern. Instructor Hong wore an expression of someone who relished the spectacle. The chaos in the dormitory corridor piqued the curiosity of Lin Qiye and Qingyu. Upon stepping out of their room, they were met with the sight of the brawl. Instructor Hong subtly approached Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan, seemingly introducing them while also speaking to himself. The two engaging with the 8 trigrams are Wang Bao, the heir of the Beijing 8 trigrams palm, and Ma Xiaoguo, a practitioner of the round form of Tai Chi. Their Forbidden Void rankings are 038 and 040, respectively. The one wielding a spear is Lu Yi, the foremost disciple of the Hebei Mo family, ranked 064, while the Mad Dog Fist Master, Chenda, holds a ranking of 088 in unrestricted combat. As for that red-haired chubby fellow, he is the heir of the Goryeo dynasty's generals, ranked 334, 3 days in the sky. Be careful not to meet his gaze, or you may find yourself uncontrollably shouting loyalty. It seems he is addressing Chao Yuan, but truly it is directed at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye was utterly bewildered. Something is amiss. Wasn't I, Lin Qiye, supposed to be the chosen one? Why are there suddenly so many prodigies? This defies logic. Indeed. The common folk harbor hidden talents. Just then, Jin Xiaoping, who had been trying to mediate, noticed the lack of respect for his authority. Anger welled in his eyes. I come from the cave, all in white, yearning for Guangdong cuisine. In an instant, the Forbidden Void 034, 3 days in the sky, activated. A tremendous pressure enveloped the entire dormitory corridor. The fighters, suddenly feeling as if they owed a debt of gratitude, stood to attention, exclaiming in unison, loyalty. Jin Xiaoping, satisfied, clapped his hands. No need to fight. We are all friends. The others echoed, loyalty. Instructor Hong suppressed the urge to shout loyalty and turned to Lin Qiye. These individuals, like yourselves, are candidates for the special team. Do not think that just because you were initially selected, you can grow complacent. The selection for the special team is not so easily attained. Training officially begins tomorrow, focusing primarily on group combat. Chao Yuan, Lin Qiye, and Qingyu. Bali Tuming and Shen Qizhu, you will form one group. Wang Bao, Lu Yi, Ma Xiaoguo, Jin Xiaoping, Yu Xiaobai, Zheng Zhang, and Chenda will form another. As Instructor Hong continued to announce the group formations, one after another, the teams were established. Once he finished calling the last name, he surveyed the crowd. Does anyone have any objections? If so, feel free to voice them. Our instructor team will consider them. Yu Xiaobai immediately raised his hand. Instructor Hong, I wish to see Grandfather Wang. I do not want to be grouped with these stinky men. Could you possibly transfer me to the women's group? I wish to team up with the fragrant ladies. As soon as Yu Xiaobai's words fell, Louis scoffed coldly. You effeminate fool. As if anyone would want to team up with you. Who are you calling effeminate? I am a true man. Do you dare to believe that I will castrate you? Yu Xiaobai, filled with rage, drew a soft sword from his waist, ready to strike. You effeminate fool, do you think I fear you? Lu Yi raised his long spear, prepared for combat. As it seemed the two were about to clash, Jin Xiaoping cleared his throat, ready to activate his power. Lin Chia stepped forward, striding confidently between them. I am Lin Chia, and I hope both of you will refrain from fighting. Lin Chia clasped his fists in a gesture of peace. Upon announcing his name, all eyes in the corridor turned toward him, filled with astonishment, curiosity, and confusion. Yu Xiaobai exchanged glances with his companions, quickly reaching a consensus. You are Lin Chia, the agent of the three gods? The one personally unearthed by Wang Feng? Yu Xiaobai inquired. Lin Chia nodded. After doing so, he began to regret it. He watched as Yu Xiaobai and his companions swiftly surrounded him and in Qingyu. We challenge you, agent of the three gods. Do you dare to accept? Yu Xiaobai demanded, pointing his soft sword at Lin Chia. Xiao Yuan, frowning, stepped beside Lin Chia, holding his blade. Who are you? Yu Xiaobai asked once more. This is Xiao Yuan, the possessor of the Forbidden Void 031 Black King's Annihilation, the foremost under the Divine Void, just ahead of you in the Forbidden Void rankings, came the reply. Instructor Hong seemed eager for a confrontation, constantly inciting both sides. Yu Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, shifting his focus to Xiao Yuan. I'm curious to see just how formidable the Black King's Annihilation truly is, to be ranked before the Exorcism Sword Manual. Draw your sword. Let us exchange a few moves. Yu Xiaobai commanded. Xiao Yuan shook his head, unwilling to draw his weapon. Enraged, Yu Xiaobai activated his Forbidden Void and lunged forward. The soft sword, like a serpent, darted toward Xiao Yuan's throat. In a critical moment, Bai Li Pang's voice resonated, all things surrender. Instantly, Yu Xiaobai's sword fell to the ground. Observing this, Jin Xiaoping smoothed his red hair and shouted, 3 days under the sun. Xiao Yuan trembled, standing at attention. His gaze fervent. Loyalty. Loyalty? Huh. Bai Li Pang's voice was laced with confusion, clearly encountering such a situation for the first time. Covered in treasures of the forbidden, Xiao Yuan was surprisingly under Jin Xiaoping's control. Apologies for my tardiness. I was caught in traffic. We are all friends here. No need for hostilities. Since this is our first meeting, I have no gifts to offer, so allow me to present everyone with a watch. Form a line. Everyone gets a share. I do not favor the green water ghost of Rolex. Ding. Bai Li Pang activated his monetary ability with the Rolex Tianzuan. Please queue to collect. The impending conflict dissipated under Bai Li Pang's monetary power. And Qingyu adjusted her glasses, saying, the new recruit training may prove challenging. The instructors will divide the recruits into groups for mutual checks and competitions. It appears there are experts among the instructors. They observed Wang Feng, who stood upright, gazing out the window, his posture reminiscent of a towering pine, exuding strength and mystery. Wang Qing, seated, set down the white fox in her arms. Shaking her head, she slowly retrieved a box of plaster from the drawer and applied it to Wang Feng's back. Wang Feng grimaced in pain. Damn the moral supreme. Your grip is truly harsh. Is it really necessary just for a few sheep? Moreover, were those even my sheep? They clearly belonged to Li Chia. He didn't even express any anger. Why should I? Instructor Hong remarked, no wonder you turned your back to the crowd. It seems you are injured in the waist and cannot sit down. I thought the commander was contemplating the future of the great Xia. You scoundrel. Return my sentiments. Chapter 43. The New Thunder Sound Temple. Harmony is paramount. How are you, rookies? Still brimming with energy? After applying the plaster, Wang Feng felt a marked improvement and began inquiring about serious matters. Instructor Hong briefly recounted the events that had transpired in the corridor of the dormitory. Upon learning that Lin Chia had already clashed with Yu Xiaobai and others, a paternal smile appeared on Wang Feng's face. A clash is good. A clash bears fruit. Young people should face pressure. Only under pressure can they find motivation, and with motivation, they will progress. As the saying goes, 10 years of life and death, 2 hazy. 5 years of life and death, 1 busy. 2 years and a half of life and death, my elder brother is lost. As long as they continue to clash, the upcoming new recruit training will be much easier. Wang Feng stroked his chin, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. When will Guan arrive? Where is Li Yongguang? I recall he was supposed to arrive early. Just as Wang Feng mentioned Li Yongguang's name, he appeared in the conference room like a specter. I must say, as a psychiatrist, having me serve as a team doctor seems a bit excessive. If the rookies get injured, with broken arms and legs, do not expect me to offer therapy by recounting the postpartum care of a sow, as if it could regrow limbs. Li Yongguang's words dripped with resentment, and it was evident his frustration was palpable. Wang Feng reassured him, it's merely a formality. Remember to transport the rookies into the realm of mental projection tonight. Guan is about to arrive. The first phase of training will test their mental fortitude. Nightfall, as darkness descended and tranquility enveloped the world. The male dormitory was rife with insomnia as the new recruits from all corners of the nation prepared for their official training the next day. They chattered excitedly, discussing the information they had gathered, completely oblivious to the sudden fog that enveloped the training camp. The fog arrived swiftly, shrouding the entire camp in moments, slowly encroaching upon their rooms. Oh, is it foggy? Why such thick fog? One rookie sensed something amiss and muttered to himself. Yet, in the next moment, darkness consumed him, and he collapsed to the ground, slipping into slumber. The mist surged like a raging beast, invading every room. Once the last room was overtaken, the entire training camp fell into silence. The thick fog swirled, eerie and desolate, perfect for filming a horror movie. Wang Feng, holding a book, led the instructors as they checked each door. After ensuring no one was left behind, Wang Feng rubbed his hands with glee. Let us gather their phones. I want to access online loans. The youth must understand the dangers of the world. If they can't handle it, it's time to give them a little shock. Ultimately, under the pressure from Yuan Gang and others, Wang Feng reluctantly abandoned his plan to combat online loans and was escorted to the conference room by Yuan Gang and instructor Hong. Wang Qing continued to stroke the white fox in her arms. Seeing everyone gathered, she signaled to Li Yangguang. Li Yangguang clasped his hands together and quickly formed seals. After a moment, he shouted, "Rise." Green codes appeared in the air of the conference room. The assessment for the new recruit training camp officially commenced. Loading. Successfully loaded. Please select a level. Option 1, the rise of Shaoyang. Option 2, the new Thunder Sound Temple. Harmony is paramount. Option 3, Widow 101. Option 4, the ultra-luxurious Fan Appreciation Festival, under development. Crossed out. I was coerced. This is all Wang Feng's idea. For options appeared on the conference room projector, and the emotions of Yuan Gang and others surged. I choose 4. I must choose 4. I want to attend the Fan Appreciation Festival. Wang Feng leaped about, eager with anticipation. Wang Qing frowned and directly clicked option 2, disregarding Wang Feng's vehement opposition, as she found option 4 inappropriate. Wang Feng's face turned pale as he lay on the table, groaning, "My option 4. I invested countless efforts to secure this. You dare not choose it? Such disloyalty." Wang Qing rolled her eyes, contemplating the potential scenarios should they choose option 4. With the selections concluded, the scene abruptly transformed. The heavenly realm emerged within the scene. Lin Xie, awakening languidly, discovered a bald little monk standing beside him. The little monk, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, "Senior brother, you have finally woken up. The society is convening a meeting. Brother Lai has been urging you for quite some time. As the gold medal enforcer, you must stop Brother Monkey this time." Lin Xie was taken aback, and soon the details of the mission appeared in his mind. The new Thunder Sound Temple, valuing harmony above all. Ever since Master Xuanzang returned from his pilgrimage and attained Buddhahood, the atmosphere within the Thunder Sound Temple had turned treacherous. The faction led by Master Xuanzang, which included the renowned Sun Wukong wielding the twin flower red rod, the heavenly marshal of the canopy, and the dragon clans by Long, had gained immense renown after overcoming the 81 tribulations on their journey. Confidence began to swell, leading to a clash of beliefs with the conservative forces of Brother Lai within the Thunder Sound Temple. The two sides engaged in a relentless covert struggle, and tensions escalated. Ultimately, under the pressure of Master Xuanzang's faction, both sides opted for transparency and agreed to meet at the Courageous Wine House for negotiations. Naturally, Lin Xie, as the gold medal enforcer, was invited. After grasping the situation, Lin Xie suddenly understood that he had been pulled into the trial space orchestrated by Wang Feng. This time, it was indeed the new Thunder Sound Temple, emphasizing harmony. Did they truly underestimate him, assuming he had never seen a Hong Kong gangster film? Lin Xie inwardly scoffed. 3 choices appeared in his mind. Choice 1. Follow Master Xuanzang in rebellion, slay the Tathagata, seize the scriptures, and henceforth rule over the Lingshan. Completing this task would yield rewards, including personal training from Wang Feng. Choice 2. I, Lin Xie, with unwavering integrity, could never become a traitor. Assist Brother Lai in quelling the rebels. Completing this task would earn Brother Lai's favor, leading to potential enlightenment. Choice 3. What Master Xuanzang? What Brother Lai? They are all insignificant. My fate is mine alone, not dictated by heaven. Only children make choices. I want them all. I am the destined child. I shall become the master of Lingshan, sleep with the Bodhisattva, and thrash Brother Monkey until Master Xuanzang calls me father. Task rewards. 2 high-ranking forbidden artifacts. Lin Xie's lips twitched slightly, and as a member of the lawful faction, he decisively chose option 2 to assist Brother Lai in quelling the rebellion. However, regardless of his choice, uncertainty loomed. In a fit of anger, Lin Xie resolutely chose option 3, and success was immediate. Damn it, why bother with the other options? Lin Xie muttered as he followed the little monk straight to the Courageous Wine House. Inside the Courageous Wine House, tensions were palpable. The faction led by Master Xuanzang confronted the Lingshan faction led by Brother Lai. Upon entering, Lin Xie was astonished to find that he was not the only one in the trial space. Other newcomers had also entered. By observing their seating arrangements, Lin Xie discerned that the newcomers were openly divided into two major factions, each occupying their respective territories. Upon seeing Lin Xie, Li Pang hurriedly trotted over to him. "Xie, I only have one choice in my mind. Let me be an undercover agent. I've never done that before. Why is my task titled The Undercover of the Heavenly Court, Lord Lingbao's undercover mission? Who is Lord Lingbao?" Chapter 44. Each person's task is unique. Seeing by Li Pang's bewildered expression, Lin Xie was left speechless. It was evident that the wealthy scion was utterly uninformed. He did not even know of the illustrious Lord Lingbao, who is renowned in the Hong Wang novels as the founder of the GS sect. However, why was Li Pang's task different from his own? Could it be that everyone's tasks were distinct? Lin Xie turned his inquiring gaze toward Qingyu. Qingyu, being exceptionally clever, explained, "My task is to follow you and become the leader of Lingshan." Indeed, each person's task was different. Lin Xie then directed his attention to Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan's lips twitched, and he appeared quite bashful. After stammering for a while, he finally managed to say, "My task is to have you help me sing." Singing? Lin Xie's expression changed. He was notoriously tone-deaf. Forcing him to sing would be akin to a donkey's bray. A complete disaster. "No way. I absolutely refuse to sing." Lin Xie outright rejected the idea. Chao Yuan's lips continued to twitch. "Let me finish. My task is to conduct the Four Saints Mind Zen test, embodying the spirit of Jianan, perpetuating the Wei Jin legacy. I need to inherit Prime Minister Chao's will. I adore women. I need to find Jinjin, Lian, and AI, and during the Four Saints Mind Zen test, at the wedding, I will point at Pang and have you sing." Singing is a thunderous affair, a pure thunder. Li Pang rubbed his belly, completely in agreement. Yes, that is pure thunder. Absolutely not fatty meat. Lin Xie thought. What a ridiculous task. It has to be Wang Feng's doing. Only he could concoct such a twisted idea. After learning that everyone's tasks were different, Lin Xie turned his gaze toward Shinqizhu. Shinqizhu, appearing calm, said, "My task is quite simple. Learn a foreign language. Within 3 days, become proficient in Japanese." Learning a foreign language? That's great. Foreign languages must be learned. However, why Japanese? That was rather intriguing. Given Lin Xie's understanding of Wang Feng, it wouldn't be as simple as just learning a foreign language. Was it only their tasks that were not uniform? What about the tasks of other groups? Lin Xie glanced at Yu Xiaobai and the others, and Qingyu adjusted her glasses. Pang just used his cash ability to spread money and has already figured out most of the tasks. The majority of tasks are binary choices, either join Lingshan or join Master Xuanzang's faction. Only a few individuals have kept quiet about their tasks. And regardless of how much Pang spreads money, they won't divulge anything. So far, besides our 5, there are also 7 from Yu Xiaobai's side. Among them, the red-haired little fatty has been staring intently at Brother Lai since entering the wine house. He likely has a hidden task. And Qingyu, a prodigy, could deduce hidden tasks merely from subtle expressions. Lin Xie had a hunch. Before he could act, Brother Lai bellowed, "Lin Xie, the esteemed one. Why are you just standing there?" Brother Lai inquired with profound significance. "Esteemed one? What kind of title is that?" Others are either dragon subduing, fighting Buddha, or purifying altar envoy. Their titles are impressive. Why do I end up as the esteemed one of the shortest 3-9? This is slander. I must report this slander. 3-9 is not short. It is quite long. 3-9 remains long. Never mind. Length doesn't matter. Being small is still quite adorable. Lin Xie instinctively stepped toward Brother Lai's faction. Just as he took a step forward, the Monkey King from Master Xuanzang's faction blocked Lin Xie. He subtly shook his head, indicating that Lin Xie need not go to Brother Lai. Lin Xie grew perplexed, and Qingyu whispered in explanation, "You are the esteemed one. Your status should dictate your allegiance. Currently, both sides are vying for you." Lin Xie instantly understood. They all wished for him to align with them. This meant he could not easily choose a side. Noticing Lin Xie's hesitation, a flicker of anger appeared in Brother Lai's eyes. Master Xuanzang spoke directly. "Now that everyone is here, shouldn't we commence the meeting? Lingshan has been under your leadership for so many years. The brothers see no hope. I believe it is time for you to step back and enjoy retirement. I, Xuanzang, wish to become the next speaker. Who supports this? Who opposes?" Master Xuanzang scanned the room with piercing eyes. Where his gaze fell, none dared to meet it. Guanyin Bodhisattva, unperturbed, met his gaze. "I oppose." Guanyin expressed her dissent. Master Xuanzang, reclining with his legs crossed, retorted, "Opposition is futile. You are but a demon, neither male nor female. A half-breed bodhisattva. Support my ascension, and you may continue to wield your power in the South China Sea. If you refuse my gracious offer, do not blame me for being unkind. Yukong, I crave fish. The Monkey King stepped forth from behind Master Xuanzang, weapon in hand, glaring fiercely at Guanyin. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as if a battle was imminent. The situation shifted abruptly, and La Gu remained silent. Guanyin and Yukong faced each other, the air thick with anxiety. A minor misstep could lead to a fierce confrontation. In this critical moment, Jin Xiaopeng stepped forward, flipping the table before him. Damn it! A bunch of bodhisattvas and arhats, fighting over territory like gangsters. Is this all you've got? Let me say, the entire Mount Ling is united. We shall assault the southern heavenly gate. As the saying goes, the emperor takes turns in ruling. This year, it's my family's turn. Eliminate Zhang Banian. Storm into the Daoshui Palace, and give the old lord a couple of slaps. Whoever breaches the heavenly court shall be the king of Mount Ling. It's quite fair. If a leader must be chosen, I would pick Monkey King. He has served 500 years in prison for the gang, and that's a fact. Jin Xiaopeng exuded an aura of dominance, drawing the attention of the crowd. And Qing Yu smiled slightly. It seems Jin Xiaopeng's mission is to break into the heavenly court. I wonder what the other members of their group were tasked with? Lin Xie nodded, indicating that he could assist Jin Xiaopeng when the moment was right. So far, their missions were closely aligned. One aimed at entering the heavenly court, the other at overcoming Mount Ling He. Why is everyone silent? Are you all dumb? The Forbidden Void 334 is in full swing. Attention, Chaos Han people, watch your late night sleeping. With a bang, Jin Xiaopeng activated the Forbidden Void. Instantly, 3 suns appeared in the sky above Mount Ling. The suns blazed intensely, captivating all who beheld them. Under the 3 suns, the Buddhas of Mount Ling felt a surge of emotion. After composing themselves, they all shouted in unison, loyalty. Lin Xie was taken aback. Could the Forbidden Void be used within the trial space? Moreover, the Buddhas of Mount Ling appeared remarkably weak. Jin Xiaopeng was merely a strong figure from the Chuan realm. Yet he had managed to ensnare them all. This indicated one thing. The individuals within the trial space were all Buddhas devoid of divine power. Without divine power, what was there to fear? And Qing Yu exchanged glances with Lin Xie, both discerning each other's thoughts. What is there to fear? Let us go for it. Kill the Dathagata, seize the scriptures, and from now on, I shall dominate Mount Ling. Chapter 45, The Petty-Minded Wang Feng. In the conference room, Wang Qing shot a sidelong glance at Wang Feng. You're cheating for Jin Xiaopeng. The others do not realize that only Jin Xiaopeng is receiving such a boost. If anyone else takes action, the consequences will be dire. Wang Feng grinned. What boost? For the general, it's a testament to strength. Besides, if the general doesn't get a boost, how will others suffer? Suffering is a blessing. As a leader, one must be willing to endure losses. Only then will others follow. Wang Feng's convoluted reasoning made Wang Qing roll her eyes repeatedly. The projector revealed the Buddhas of Mount Ling to be exceedingly weak. Without hesitation, Lin Xie invoked the spirit of the Crow Brother. Difficult? To hell with it. Then let us not make it difficult. Flip the table. Grab your weapons. Let us go. Having said this, Lin Xie took the lead, utilizing the power of the Starry Night Dancer, swinging his blade towards a nearby golden-bodied Arhat. I knew that Jibo and the 3-9 Venerables were harboring ill intentions. However, you've chosen the wrong opponent. I am the head Arhat, the dragon-subduing Arhat. What a sin. I can tell at a glance that you are no human. The dragon-subduing Arhat proclaimed, executing a palm strike descending from the heavens. A massive golden dragon suddenly materialized, roaring towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie internally cursed. Is there no one to keep Wang Feng in check? P.S. boosting Jin Xiaopeng. Yet why not me? ISNT this bullying me honest? Damn it. What a formidable bald monk. Despite being the chosen one, Lin Xie was still merely a pool-level powerhouse. Who was his adversary? The dragon-subduing Arhat, the foremost among the 4 bodhisattvas. One could easily find a strong opponent in this realm. It must be said. From a certain perspective, Lin Xie was indeed quite lucky. Channeling the Starry Night Dancer, he moved like a dancing sprite. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he barely managed to evade the dragon's assault. As he fought, he retreated, soon finding himself beside Qing Yu. Think of a way, or I'm going down. Lin Xie shouted anxiously. And Qing Yu, hiding beneath the table, replied, there is no way, unless you find 2 divine beings for me to dissect. Don't count on me. My Forbidden Void is the absolute solution. As long as I have enough mysterious corpses, I can upgrade quickly. I wish I could help you. But I can't do anything without corpses to dissect. I'm currently quite weak. Don't come near me. Go find Qiao Yuan. He is the strongest beneath the gods of the Forbidden Void 031. And Qing Yu fled while hoisting the table, preventing Lin Xie from dragging him into the fray. Lin Xie had no choice but to run towards Qiao Yuan. At that moment, Qiao Yuan appeared conflicted, gripping the hilt of his sword, uncertain whether to draw it. After a long contemplation, Chao Yuan ultimately resolved to unsheath his sword. The Grand Master Jinsheng had told him that following Lin Shiye would lead to salvation. He could not stand idly by. With a sharp sound, Chao Yuan drew his sword, then closed his eyes, awaiting the Black King to take over his body. Moments later, Chao Yuan opened his eyes, gazing at the straight sword in his hand, puzzled. For the first time in his life, he had drawn his sword without losing his sanity. In accordance with past experiences, the moment he drew his sword, the Black King would seize control. Yet this time, the Black King did not appear. To his astonishment, Chao Yuan was able to maintain his rationality. Rejoice. 7 Knights, you truly are my lucky star. I drew my sword without losing my mind. Chao Yuan exclaimed in delight. Lin Shiye, awkwardly dodging. Cursed, you maintain your sanity, yet I'm being hunted down. Is this a joke? At the critical moment, you falter. Who can save me now? Lin Shiye felt utterly exhausted. You damn thick-browed scoundrel. When I ask you to draw your sword, you hesitate. Yet now, when danger calls, you maintain your rationality. Didn't you say you couldn't control the Black King? The Black King is a bastard. He shows up normally but vanishes at crucial moments. In the projection room, Wang Feng watched the Black King, who bore a foolish grin, and couldn't help but sigh. Gong Yangzhua, how did you become like this? You were once so spirited. I told you not to use the heart of a cursed deity. They insisted on contradicting me. Attaining the supreme realm isn't easy. If it weren't for your sister, I wouldn't bother with you, my old friend. As Wang Feng spoke, he retrieved a crystal from his pocket. Upon its appearance, the Black King's foolish expression transformed into one of greed, reaching out to snatch the crystal from Wang Feng's hand. You want it? Wang Feng smirked, raising an eyebrow. The Black King nodded vigorously, his demeanor becoming obsequious, devoid of any of his former menace. Here you go. Wang Feng casually tossed the crystal. The Black King lunged for it like a starving dog, devouring it ravenously. After finishing one crystal, he looked at Wang Feng with eager eyes. Want more? The Black King nodded. One is enough for you to return to normal. Too many, and you won't be able to relieve yourself. The Black King's face fell in disappointment. He sat cross-legged, beginning to channel his energy. Mysterious auras began to emanate from him. Gradually, the Black King's fearsome visage softened, transforming into that of a refined gentleman. His elegant demeanor evoked a sense of goodwill. Thank you, young friend. I never expected to see a familiar face after 2,000 years. The Black King, or Gong Yangzhua, bowed in gratitude. Wang Feng raised an eyebrow, resting his chin on his hand. Gong Yangzhua, do you remember what I said before? You owe me a slap. Wang Feng rubbed his hands together, his expression brimming with excitement. Gong Yangzhua was momentarily taken aback. Owe you a slap? When did that happen? I can't recall. Could it be that you're just making this up? Seeing your expression, it is evident that this was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Had I known it would come to this, I would have preferred to remain in my stupor. Awakening now feels like an unwarranted slap in the face. This is not how the score should be settled. Gong Yangzhua, in his heart, endlessly berated the situation, vigilantly observing Wang Feng's every move, fearful that he might resort to underhanded tactics. Alas, despite his precautions, he remained unprepared. After an interminable wait, he saw no sign of Wang Feng's action, just as he thought Wang Feng would remain passive in the blink of an eye. Wang Feng appeared before him, casually waving his hand. A palm emerged, striking Gong Yangzhua's face with brutal force. I have long desired to deliver a blow to this pretty boy. At last, I have found my opportunity. With a resounding thud, Gong Yangzhua spun a complete 720 degrees before crashing heavily to the ground, one leg twitching uncontrollably as if struck by electricity. Delightful. Absolutely exhilarating. Wang Feng, exhilarated, clenched his fist. Finally, an opportunity to slap Gong Yangzhua's mouth. I have no regrets in this life. Wang Qing, rubbing her forehead, could hardly bear to watch. Truly, it was unbearable. The petty-minded chief instructor lived up to his reputation. He can still harbor grudges from 2,000 years ago. Henceforth, one must ensure he does not seize another opportunity. Yuan Gang and the others silently wiped their brows, resolutely deciding that they must never offend Wang Feng. Chapter 46, Widow 101. Within the trial space, Lin Shiye found himself tightly bound to the ground. The dragon subduing Arhut sniffed disdainfully. You think I can't deal with you? A mere little chicken, aspiring to be the lord of Ling Mountain? Dream on. Minor disturbances failed to incite a widespread conflict, and both sides remained at an impasse. Jin Xiaopeng was leaping about, incessantly urging both factions to wage war against the heavenly court. With the incense revenue of thousands of temples on Ling Mountain dwindling each month, to grow stronger, one must seize new territory. Unfortunately, neither Lai Gu nor the monk Sanzang had any intention of heeding Jin Xiaopeng's provocations. The standoff persisted, exasperating Jin Xiaopeng. who repeatedly activated his forbidden void, rendering the standoff scene both absurd and comedic. Liga declared, Sanzang, the spokesperson of Ling Mountain must be me. Loyalty. Sanzang retorted, the emperor rotates, and this year it is my family's turn. The spokesperson must be me. Loyalty. The fierce exchanges, coupled with the word loyalty, easily drew one out of the scene. Exhausted from overexerting his forbidden void, Jin Xiaopeng collapsed to the ground. What the hell? This is the first time I've encountered a state where my forbidden void is utterly useless. It seemed these people were born solely to vie for territory and leadership, utterly unprovoked by external threats. Clearly, seizing territory from the heavenly court would adequately resolve the current conflicts, yet these individuals preferred infighting over external confrontation. To pacify external threats, one must first stabilize internal discord. If you do not unite against a common foe, how can I accomplish my task? Jin Xiaopeng lamented, lighting a cigarette with a face full of weariness. Yu Xiaobai smirked, glancing at the tightly bound Lin Qiye. Stepping forward with pride, he proclaimed, you wish to be the spokesperson, and he wishes to be the spokesperson. Everyone desires leadership. If I may say, Sanzang, why not establish a new Thunder Sound temple? Then everyone can be a spokesperson. Wouldn't that be splendid? With a sudden roar, silence enveloped the venue, and the previously raucous factions turned in unison to gaze at Yu Xiaobai. And Xing Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seems Yu Xiaobai's mission is to create a dual spokesperson scenario, plunging Ling Mountain into internal strife. As expected, each individual's mission varied. With differing objectives, each must rely on their own abilities. Those who can fulfill their missions shall reap the rewards. Since the tasks diverged, some could potentially collaborate, much like Yu Xiaobai's mission. By inciting chaos within Ling Mountain, Lin Qiye could then firmly suppress it, thus completing his task. And Xing Yu clapped her hands decisively. This plan is feasible. She stealthily approached Lin Qiye, sharing her conjectures. Lin Qiye's mind raced as he processed the current clues. Jin Xiaopeng's task was to lead Ling Mountain into the heavenly court, while Bai Li Pongpong's role was to infiltrate Ling Mountain. Yu Xiaobai's task was to incite internal discord, and Lin Qiye's mission was to suppress Ling Mountain decisively. Everything seemed interconnected, weaving a complex web with Lin Qiye at its center. Surrounding him were various lines of possibility, and as he connected the intricate threads, Lin Qiye began to sense the truth. By joining forces with Yu Xiaobai, they could all fulfill their respective missions. Upon completion, the forbidden objects would be theirs to choose. To entice those who had long opposed him, Lin Qiye knew he must pay a price. After all, each person's task differed, and so did the rewards. Lin Qiye was confident that Wang Feng would not deny him the finest rewards in forbidden objects. Are you certain? And Xing Yu inquired. Lin Qiye nodded emphatically. And Xing Yu then approached Yu Xiaobai, conveying their intent to collaborate. Predictably, Yu Xiaobai expressed great interest. Almost as soon as Xing Yu finished speaking, Yu Xiaobai readily agreed. He led his group members to Lin Qiye's side. Since we are collaborating, let's be forthright. You all should state your tasks and the rewards you seek. Taking the initiative, Yu Xiaobai spoke first, and Xing Yu introduced the tasks of the group, cleverly omitting the rewards, merely stating the tasks. Both parties, being astute, engaged in a frenzied probing of one another. Ma Xiaogua, receiving a signal from Yu Xiaobai, immediately jumped forward. I am the Hunyuan Xingyi practitioner, Ma Xiaogua. My task is to slay across the realms, and the reward is the 108th rank forbidden object, the lightning 5-connected whip. With thunder, I shall shatter the darkness. Each whip shall strike down foes. And Xing Yu and Yu Xiaobai exchanged glances. A classic case of horse racing. They aimed to reveal the participant with the least favorable reward, testing the waters and probing for each other's secrets. This group of individuals was filled with cunning. None were willing to disclose their advantages first. And Xing Yu gestured to Zhuanggu. Initially, Zhuanggu intended to feign ignorance, but in Xing Yu's relentless blinking proved irresistible. Reluctantly, he stepped forward. My task is to learn a foreign language within 3 days. The reward is the forbidden object 229, the air valve core. Upon finishing, Jin Xiaopeng immediately sprang up. I can assist you with that task. A foreign language? I am the heir of the Goryeo dynasty's general. Goryeo language counts as a foreign language. I can master it in a day, Jin Xiaopeng boasted. Ever since the mist descended, many nations had succumbed to its depths. Though Jin Xiaopeng claimed to be the heir of Goryeo's general, in reality, he was the last surviving member of the Goryeo dynasty. Those of Goryeo within the Great Xia territory did not recognize his claim to generalship. Zhuanggu cast a sidelong glance at Jin Xiaopeng. Let me finish. I need to learn Japanese. Jin Xiaopeng clasped his hands in a bow. Farewell. I just let out a fart with my mouth. If you are so particular, be wary of my onslaught in 3 days. I shall blind you with my brilliance. Zhuanggu, after a round of probing, none had managed to uncover the true rewards of the others. A preliminary agreement for collaboration was reached. An alliance was possible. In the conference room, Wang Qing, stroking her cat, watched the two groups of allies with great interest. Each had ulterior motives. Though these two groups appeared to seek cooperation, in truth, they were each plotting to stab the other in the back. The trial seemed exceedingly difficult to complete, and the forbidden objects she prepared appeared to be in jeopardy. Yuan Gang and the other background characters nodded vigorously in agreement, believing Wang Qing's assessment to be accurate. Only Wang Feng wore a mysterious expression. Shall we place a wager? A bet on whether they will complete their tasks and earn their rewards? Wang Qing rolled her eyes. No bets. You are the type to gamble only when you are confident. Betting with you would surely lead to a loss. As she spoke, she glanced at Yuan Gang, noting that the men's group was filled with scheming, so she decided to switch the projection to the women's group. After hours of watching those insufferable men, it was time for a change of pace. She was eager to see the delightful young ladies. Yuan Gang obediently shifted the projection, and the ensuing scene left everyone astounded. Within the women's group, a grand audition was underway. The stage was ablaze with neon lights, and cameras flashed incessantly. The pulsating dance music reverberated as women danced wildly. Hello everyone, I am Zazawi. If we're sisters, cast your vote for me. Your vote, my vote. The charming widow will surely debut. I am a personal widow with 2.5 years of practice. I ask everyone to vote for me. Chapter 47, The Grand Swing of Lin Qiye. The conference room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by Wang Feng's excited clapping. How entertaining. Truly delightful. Who would have thought I had such tricks up my sleeve? Did you all think it was a simple gender division? You underestimated me. Upon entering the trial space, I had already split the souls of Lin Qiye and the others, inducing a gender transformation. Widow 101 requires at least 100 participants. Wang Feng leaped with elation, basking in his own cleverness. Wang Qing's veins bulged as her fists clenched. I must endure. He is my adoptive father. I cannot be unfilial. A son striking his father will surely invoke divine retribution. Wait, a son striking his father? But I am an adopted daughter. It won't strike me. Why should I bear this? The more I think about it, the angrier I become. I reflect upon myself thrice daily. Am I being too courteous? Have I given him too much face? Should I take action? In the next moment, Wang Qing sprang to her feet. Seize him. She shouted fiercely. Yuan Gang and the other instructors swiftly surrounded Wang Feng. Chief Instructor, I apologize. Yuan Gang said apologetically. Wang Feng sneered. You think this ragtag bunch can contain me? It wasn't that Wang Feng underestimated Yuan Gang. Attempting to constrain him with this group of Sea Realm powers was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Wang Qing retrieved a forbidden item from her bosom and hurled it forcefully. It was Forbidden Item 006, the Book of Confinement. This artifact could imprison any being below the Supreme God tier. Seriously, Qingqing, you wish to bully your father. You are supposed to be my little darling. I have shed blood for the Night Watchman. You cannot treat me this way. Wang Feng's words had barely left his lips when Yuan Gang and the others lunged at him, restraining him with all their might. Just moments ago, Gong Sunjua, who had looked electrified, leapt forward, ready to slap Wang Feng's face, only to be sent flying by Wang Qing's own slap. A short while later, Wang Qing, feeling refreshed, gazed at the projector. At that moment, the female group's performance was still ongoing. Lin Qiye wore a bewildered expression. What is happening? Why am I in the women's trial space? This defies logic. How could I transform into a widow when I clearly have the upper hand? When did I get married? Who was my husband? When did he die? I have no recollection whatsoever. Why must I perform to gain rewards? You might as well split my efforts to tackle the crises of Demao and Air Mao. Let me face the mysterious one in a duel. In contrast to Lin Qiye's confused expression, Qing Yu appeared remarkably calm. It's merely a matter of gender. It holds no significance. Besides, even as a widow, with the power of the forbidden, I can easily disguise myself. In due time, I shall emerge as a true hero, without waiting for 18 years. Witness Widow 101. Becoming a real widow is still splendid. Let us welcome contestant Lin Qiye, who will present a song and dance performance. The Grand Swing. The host concluded the announcement, and the audience erupted into applause, with some even whistling in excitement. Enthusiastic fans raised banners inscribed with supportive slogans. Qiye, Qiye, you are the best. Qiye, Qiye, you are the most beautiful. The super widow is none other than you. Ugh, where did these overzealous fans come from? The most fervent shouter resembles Wang Feng. The more Lin Qiye pondered, the angrier she became. She removed her high heels and hurled them at the fan. The fan, thinking it was a treat, leaped forward to catch the heel, inhaling deeply. Ah, this sour odor. It's the scent of Qiye. Only Qiye's exquisite feet possess this fragrance, reminiscent of Guijiao 1973. How fragrant. A throng of fervent fans began to scramble for the shoe, and the scene spiraled into chaos. Damn it, These fans are lunatics. They all need treatment. A humane obliteration of their delusions. Lin Xie, please hurry to the stage. The host urged. Lin Xie took a deep breath. Having already discarded one high heel, she decided to go barefoot onto the stage. As Lin Xie stepped onto the platform, the lights dimmed in the center. With a resounding bang, a beam of white light illuminated her. The music began to play gently. The grand swing was originally by an obscure singer from Nanwei, popular across various short video platforms. It also had an alternative name, called the Top Chart Dance. In 10 female live stream rooms, 9 female hosts performed the grand swing to entice viewers to vote. What was meant to be a provocative dance was, paradoxically, transformed by Lin Xie into a rain dance. The audience exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. What on earth is the grand swing? Great priest, cease your dancing. The weather is fair, and there is no need to summon rain. Furthermore, if rain is desired, one need only invite the rain god or let Xiao Jingding hold a concert. There is no need for your dance. With a resounding crash, thunder rumbled as rain began to pour outside. After the performance concluded, Lin Xie walked off the stage, feeling utterly humiliated. The 3 judges shockingly awarded her a score of 0. What an embarrassment. Not even a consolation point. And Xingyu and the others rushed to console Lin Xie. It's all right. Don't take it to heart. The forbidden item will surely fall into our hands. After reassuring her, Xingyu quickly dashed towards the stage. Next came his performance. Xingyu's act was explosive, eliciting continuous cheers from the audience. Upon finishing, he achieved a remarkable score of 90, the highest in the entire event. His agile waist movements were truly impressive. Comparing him to Lin Xie was like contrasting the heavens with the earth. Fatty, it's your turn to perform. Give it your all. If we can secure 80 points, we shall triumph. Bailey Pang wore a grim expression, directing his gaze towards the void. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to the carefree child of a landlord. His demeanor was serious, and his eyes radiated a chilling intensity. Wang Feng, my friend, do you dare to insult me? Have I granted you face? Do you believe I won't summon heavenly thunder to strike you down? The spirit treasure celestial sovereign, filled with indignation, cursed into the void, while simultaneously feeling a wave of shock. He had somehow managed to break free from Bailey Pang's body. As is well known, Bailey Pang is the spirit treasure celestial sovereign, yet the spirit treasure celestial sovereign is not Bailey Pang. Chapter 48, a most disgusting scene. In the conference room, Wang Qing and the others cast their gazes once more at Wang Feng. At this moment, Wang Feng wore an expression seeking praise, his entire face pleading for compliments. Adorned with a desperate please praise me, do hurry. The more Wang Feng displayed the seeking approval expression, the more Wang Qing felt something was amiss. After scrutinizing Bailey Pang for a long while, an ominous premonition stirred within Wang Qing. Who is that? Wang Qing pointed at Bailey Pang and inquired. In the trial space, Bailey Pang's transformation was indeed striking. Clad in a flowing white dress, with black undergarments peeking through, one might not need to describe it in such detail. One could simply imagine a 200-pound figure in a maid outfit, looking coyly bashful. The gender transformation of Bailey Pang even left Yuan Gang uncertain. However, given Pang's stature, Yuan Gang hesitantly remarked, it seems to be the young master of the Bailey family, Bailey Tumming. Commander Wang, you need not concern yourself overly with the Bailey family. Although they sponsor the Night Watchmen and hold a secondary stake, they dare not meddle in their affairs. A mere frivolous youth participating in the Night Watchmen is already a significant gesture of goodwill from them. Yuan Gang initially thought that Wang Qing harbored reservations. However, upon receiving the news, Wang Qing sat motionless in her chair. Do you not feel that the Bailey fatty you know is different from the one before us? Wang Qing trembled as she inquired. Yuan Gang scrutinized the projector closely. It did indeed seem somewhat altered. How to articulate it? The Bailey family scion in their understanding was merely a wealthy simpleton. On the first day in the training camp, he began showering gifts, 1 Rolex for each new recruit. And only for them, not the instructors. Why should instructors be denied such gifts? That was a Rolex worth millions, easily convertible into a tidy sum for retirement. Everyone yearned to masquerade as new recruits to receive a Rolex. The Bailey fatty in the trial space appeared wise, his eyes reflecting the essence of the Tao, as though he embodied it. Commander Wang's reminder indicated that he indeed differed from the memory. Yuan Gang chose his words cautiously. Wang Qing felt as if the sky had fallen. That was not Bailey fatty, that was Linggao Tianzuan. Damn it. My insidiously petty adoptive father made Linggao Tianzuan dress as a woman and perform in Widow 101. Heaven above. Open your eyes. Strike him down with lightning. That was the progenitor of the legendary Tongtian Jiaozhou. How shall I atone to Linggao Tianzuan? I await your guidance, for time is of the essence. The whimsical netizens quickly offered advice, lest heavenly retribution strike at any moment. Father, the plump fellow in Widow 101 is Bailey fatty, is he not? Not the one in my mind, right? Wang Qing ground her teeth. Wang Feng puffed out his chest, proudly declaring, "He is indeed the one in your mind." "How about that? Father is impressive, is he not? That is Tong Tian, the progenitor of, a paragon of the primordial era, one of the three pure ones in primordial literature. So magnificent and formidable, yet he was cast among widows to participate in a talent show by yours truly." He continued, "You night watchmen harbor a peculiar fear of mythical beings. I do not comprehend what you fear. Humans are born of human mothers, beasts of beast mothers, and deities of divine mothers. Tong Tian was born of Pangu, and when he eats too much, he excretes. When he drinks too much, he vomits. Do not be timid. Just act. What are you afraid of?" He then observed the ghostly expressions adorning their faces. "Where are the applauses? The compliments? Hurry up and praise me. I am ready," Wang Feng proclaimed, only to be met with. Wang Qing simultaneously struck him with both fists, landing a powerful blow to his temple. The scene resembled a mother scolding her child. "Ouch! Ouch! Qing, ease up," Wang Feng pleaded. Wang Qing, gritting her teeth in fury, retorted, "You still know pain. The other party is Linggao Tianzuan. Basic respect must be afforded. If we incite the ire of the heavenly court, who will bear the consequences? Against external gods, the night watchman can merely defend. Without the heavenly court's assistance, do you wish to be perpetually on the defensive? If word gets out, will the heavenly court still have face? At your age, could you not exhibit a modicum of maturity? Do not act like a child." The words mature and steady instantly galvanized Wang Feng into a more serious demeanor. After adjusting his attitude, he crossed his arms and stated, "One must not view matters too one-dimensionally. Utilize your mental prowess to probe. Have you not noticed that Linggao Tianzuan's strength has fully recovered? The current Linggao Tianzuan is in his ultimate form, only lacking a digital summoning device." Wang Feng's abrupt shift prompted Wang Qing to instinctively probe with her mental energy. After a moment of exploration, astonishment washed over her. It was indeed true. Linggao Tianzuan's strength had returned to its peak, with hints of potential breakthroughs. Above the creator god's realm lies the dimension elevation. Could it be that the great Xia is on the verge of acquiring a dimensional elevation powerhouse? The thought of a dimensional elevation powerhouse is terrifying. With such a being, the odds of victory increase by twofold, rounding to an 80% chance. Originally, there was a 100% chance, but offending Lingbao has reduced it by 20%, and that is just a preliminary estimate. Should Linggao Tianzuan completely go berserk, the mere contemplation of such a result caused Wang Qing's excitement to dissipate into despondency. It is too difficult. Thankfully, he is already dead. Otherwise, it would be a second death. Dying has become a habit. A second demise would lead to utter oblivion. Wang Qing slumped despondently onto the table. Meanwhile, in the Widow 101 trial scene, it was now Lingbao's turn to take the stage. The host excitedly announced. The audience rallied in support. Initially, it was anticipated that Linggao Tianzuan would erupt and obliterate the entire trial space with a single strike. However, despite his grim countenance, Linggao Tianzuan performed with utmost diligence. His corpulent figure swayed to the music, executing a swan dance. Not a single sound of mockery arose. The audience was entranced by the performance. Wang Feng gazed at the projector with a look of disbelief. What the hell? How could the audience be so enraptured? Damn it, he is cheating. The illustrious Tongtian Jiaozhu, the progenitor of, is actually cheating, using magic to control the audience. Where is the sense of justice? Where is the spirit of competition? Surely, he does not aspire to be the king of Widow 101? With exceptional singing and dancing skills. Is Lingbao Tianzuan forming a group of widows? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. In his trial space, could he truly grant such advantages? Wang Feng gently waved his hand, conjuring a stream of mental energy that surged towards the trial space. In the next moment, the audience, once lost in rapture, collectively shivered. Good heavens! Such a grotesque scene, a fat man performing ballet. Truly repugnant, an affront to all decency. Chapter 49, No Gifts to Offer. So here's a bicycle. In a mere 3 seconds, the audience's adoration turned to disdain. 3 seconds is a long time. Do not be misled into thinking it passes swiftly. 3 seconds can be quite significant. The national treasure, giant panda, takes 7 seconds over the ocean to prove that 7 seconds is impressive. Professional media were commissioned to analyze the time taken by men across the ocean. The conclusion was that their men averaged just 5 seconds. Towering figures, raised on beef and milk, can manage only 5 seconds. As men of the great Xia, who grew up on soybean milk and fried dough sticks, 3 seconds is indeed impressive. Ladies, do not be swayed by the boasting of men online. In reality, 3 seconds is quite remarkable. Ultimately, Lingbao Tianzuan was booed off the stage. The earlier praise was as pronounced as the subsequent backlash, with a banana peel and even sanitary napkins hurled at him. Lingbao Tianzuan descended the stage, cursing under his breath, and one could tell from his lip movements that he was uttering foul language. One can hardly blame him. The esteemed Tongtian Jiaozhu was compelled to resort to profanity. After Lingbao Tianzuan's exit, the subsequent contestants were left in a difficult position, all receiving high votes and scores. When Morley took the stage, Wang Feng suddenly wore a lecherous grin, waving at Gong Yangzhua. Little goat, we are the best in the world. I have a business proposition for you. At over 2,000 years old, you are in your prime. It is clear you lack funds, and in today's world, a man can lack everything but money. Wealth can buy anything. Wealth can purchase happiness. Wang Feng, resembling a self-help guru, entered his grand deception mode. Despite Gong Yangzhua's advanced age, he had spent most of his life in a daze, unaware of the sophisticated tactics of modern swindlers. In just 3 sentences, Wang Feng convinced the 2,000-year-old Gong Yangzhua to willingly part with 800,000. No money? Fear not, for credit exists. Even the noble Lord Hui Chu Bing has fallen into debt. What is there to fear for you, Gong Yangzhua? Investment carries risks. It is not merely a matter for individuals. Fairness should extend to enterprises as well. Gong Yangzhu, in a state of confusion, gaped and shook his head. By the time he comprehended the situation, Wang Feng was already exuberantly animated. Haha, that 2,000-year-old fellow, the credit system is indeed commendable. I've secured 600,000. It's time for a wash. Why earn so much? Of course, for a wash, from the south to the north, from white to black, from domestic to international. Life is all about washing. After transferring the funds to his account, Wang Feng was eager to revel in the pleasures of life. Gong Yangzhu, like a curious child, tugged at Wang Feng's sleeve. Brother Feng, you promised to help me earn a living. What exactly are we doing? Is there a business that requires minimal investment yet yields quick returns and is above board? He inquired. Wang Feng shot him a disdainful glance. You become the Black King. Who would dare manage you? Who would pursue you for debts? Meanwhile, Wang Qing quietly interjected, Father, as your adopted daughter, I must caution you. Senior Gong Yangwan is also someone who has emerged from the realm of national fortune. Be wary of her seeking trouble. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng's expression shifted dramatically, returning to normalcy. Young man, there are myriad ways to earn money. It all depends on your courage. Gong Yangzhu immediately pounded his chest, assuring, I dare. Why wouldn't I? I'm exceptionally bold. That's splendid. But don't blame me afterward. Wang Feng mused inwardly. He then directed attention to Molly, who was performing enthusiastically on the projector. Molly of the Mo family. Her ability is to disrupt the fabric of reality through vibrations to incapacitate her opponent. I'll share this with you alone. Do not divulge it to others. Are you familiar with the Fiji Cup? Ever since I learned of Molly's unique ability, I've devised a plan. To establish a Fiji Cup factory, the Fiji Cup and the disruption of reality are a match made in heaven. Wang Feng tossed a Fiji Cup toward Gong Yangzhu, winking playfully. Wang Qing's hands were in constant motion, visibly struggling to temper her inner fury. Yuan Gang and the others were momentarily awestruck. The extreme danger of disrupting reality combined with the Fiji Cup was unprecedented. No wonder someone could ascend to the position of chief instructor. Their perspective was simply unparalleled. Gong Yangzhu, unaware of what the Fiji Cup entailed, listened intently to Wang Feng's eloquent discourse, concluding it must be a lucrative venture. Investment. We must invest. When will the dividends from the project Wang Duyu invested in begin? No need for further discussion. We must invest. Wang Feng whispered to Gong Yangzhu. Yuan Gang and the others eavesdropped intently. There was a subtle indication that within the county, a male night watchman also possessed the ability to disrupt reality. The male Fiji Cup could be for men, while the female counterpart could be a charming little toy for singles. Good heavens, was this intent on monopolizing the entire business? Shouldn't we consider finding a spokesperson for our product? You don't know what a spokesperson is? It's someone who uses your product, and you pay them to continue endorsing it. Wang Feng's sly eyes began to weave their charm. He was determined to persuade Gong Yangzhu thoroughly. What do you think? Can your sister Gong Yangwan endorse the female version while you take on the Fiji Cup? Together, as siblings, they could sell adult toys across the globe. You are her beloved brother, a cherished sibling. As it is said, when siblings unite, their profits are boundless. Be bold, little Zhu. Do not fear difficulties. I am sure your sister will be proud. When the time comes, she will surely reflect on how our ancestral tombs are smoking with pride. As my dear brother begins to earn a living, Wang Feng embraced Gong Yangzhu tightly. With a large hand, he took Gong Yangzhu's small hand, pressed it onto the ink pad, and stamped it on the contract. After completing this, Wang Feng wiped away non-existent tears. Good brother, work diligently. Remember to have your sister endorse it. Work hard this year, and next year I will arrange a wife for you. Gong Yangzhu was equally exhilarated, clenching his fist firmly. Brother, rest assured, I will certainly have you married off next year. If you can't find a wife, I'll arrange for my sister to marry you. To be honest, 2,000 years ago, the first time I laid eyes on you, I thought you looked just like my half-brother-in-law. What a fine black king. Easily swayed by Wang Feng's words. Such a tragedy. It is indeed lamentable to be too honest, for one risks being sold while still counting the money. Just wait and see. Soon, Gong Yangzhu will thank Wang Feng. Yuan Gang had just finished his inner monologue when, in the next moment, Gong Yangzhu exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you, Brother Wang. You are truly a good person." "What for? Don't you still have a bicycle?" "What bicycle? Where is there a bicycle?" Even Wang Qing began to chime in with sarcasm. Gong Yangzhu produced a bicycle from somewhere. "Brother, since we are meeting for the first time, I have no gifts to offer, so here is a bicycle for you." Chapter 50, The Fifth King of Illusions, Eternal Youth, Gong Yangwan. "You scoundrel. Where did you pull out that bicycle from? Are you Doryman, able to conjure treasures from thin air?" As Wang Feng and Gong Yangzhu shared a moment of mutual admiration. On the verge of committing to a brotherly bond, Wang Qing could no longer contain herself and secretly sent the video they had just recorded to Gong Yangwan. The more tranquil Wang Qing appeared, the more she could imagine the fury boiling within Gong Yangwan. As Wang Feng would say, this woman is certainly not a kind soul. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. The audition footage on the projector began to draw to a close. Just as the host was about to announce who would be the most beautiful widow, a woman adorned in an opulent court dress hovered in the air. Her eyes glinting with malice, exuding an aura of authority without any need for anger. She radiated a presence that warned others to keep their distance. As she floated above, she raised her hand, summoning a transparent light column. The column was several meters in diameter and stretched several hundred meters long. Gong Yangwan's crisp voice rang out. "Wang Feng, come forth. I merely declined your proposal, yet you dared to scheme against me. Wang Feng, do not presume that your relationship with the Marquis grants you the liberty to act recklessly. While others may fear entrapment, I, Gong Yangwan, do not fear. You scoundrel. Scheming against the Gong family. You seek death." With a furious shriek, Gong Yangwan hurled the transparent light column with the force of a javelin thrower. As it soared through the air, it struck the training camp's conference room heavily. Just as it was about to make contact, Wang Mian and his masked team sprang into action atop the office building of the training camp. Wang Mian wielded his long blade. Activating his abilities to intercept the transparent light column, Rose summoned a massive hammer, crashing it down upon the light column. Blade, hammer, and light column collided with tremendous force. Explosive sounds rang out in rapid succession. "Oh, ISNT that Wang Mian? Haven't seen you for a few days. You've really bulked up." From another building, Xia Simeng led the Phoenix team. "Wang Mian, stop with the snide remarks. Don't you want a vacation?" Wang Mian struck at Xia Simeng's sore spot. Xia Simeng disdainfully curled her lip, and in the next moment, her entire being radiated intense brilliance. Grasping the void, a golden longsword appeared in her hand. Disruption of reality, wisdom, and warfare, Xia Simeng shouted, activating her abilities and Phoenix bloodline. She transformed into a streak of lightning, charging toward the light column. The other members of the Phoenix team also activated their Phoenix bloodlines. A chorus of Phoenix calls echoed as several Phoenixes, imbued with fiery energy, surged toward the light column, their claws grasping at it, resulting in a series of explosive sounds as the light column shattered. Xia Simeng looked triumphantly at the masked team. Beneath the mask, Wang Mian's mouth twitched. Despite all having undergone the trial of potential enhancement, why could the members of the Phoenix team so effortlessly dismantle the light column? The masked team had also undergone the enhancement. While their overall strength had significantly increased, the results were not as impressive as those of the Phoenix team. Wang Mian even contemplated whether to hunt down a mysterious creature imbued with the bloodline of a sacred beast. Envisioning the possibility of transforming the masked squad into beings of divine lineage. Sacred beasts? Wang Mian appeared to recall something. As if his great-uncle had once kept a mythical creature, the legendary sacred beast, Bai Zhe. Given their familial connection, it seemed unlikely that his great-uncle, Wang Feng, would refuse such a request. In the conference room, the Bai Zhe, diligently grooming itself, shivered with an unsettling chill. It felt as though an ominous misfortune was looming. Yet, the Bai Zhe is a creature of auspicious portent. How could ill fate possibly befall it? Was it merely an illusion, or perhaps a consequence of a recent chill? Bai Zhe pondered for a long time but could not discern anything. Regardless, it mattered not. If misfortune were to befall them, it would certainly be due to Wang Feng's provocation. When faced with uncertainty, one entrusts the matter to Wang Feng. Bang, bang, bang. The masked squad has finally shattered the beam of light. In midair, the regal figure of Gong Yangwan confronts two specialized teams. Is this how you Night Watchers treat your predecessors? Do two special squads truly believe they can hinder my progress? Gong Yangwan softly intoned, her demeanor remarkably relaxed. hardly considering the two illustrious special teams before her, as if welcoming guests. However, a frown creased her brow, a foreboding sense of unease creeping in. This ominous premonition quickly materialized. The conference room window swung wide open, revealing Wang Feng clad in a tailored black suit, a bouquet of roses cradled in his hands. His handsome and dashing appearance resembled that of an enchanting reader lost in a book. "Awan, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly. The last time we parted was a century ago, when Nia Jingshan and I were but youthful lads. To my astonishment, upon our reunion, you remain unchanged. Still as alluring and beautiful as ever, and I too have not altered. I am still that same boy from before, without a trace of change. The moment I laid eyes on you, memories of our youthful escapades under the setting sun flooded back to me, emblematic of my bygone youth. Should there come a day when I become debauched, remember that I once embodied purity. Awan, will you marry me?" Wang Feng, having spoken, knelt on one knee, raising a rose and gazing earnestly at Gong Wan. The image he had envisioned of her blushing with shyness did not materialize. Instead, her expression resembled that of someone who had just tasted something unpleasant. In the next moment, Gong Wan touched her face, and the beautiful woman was instantaneously transformed into a burly man with a beard. Her voice grew coarse as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, little brother, you fancy me, don't you? No worries. I like you too. Come on, let us have a couple of drinks together." Upon arriving in the Northeast, the influence of my brother's name proves advantageous. For trivial matters, I am of no assistance. For significant affairs, I do not partake. Should there be any issues, one can simply call my brother. Wang Feng, damn it. I almost forgot about this. The forbidden essence of Gong Wan is, however, the fifth royal essence, eternal youth. Through the consumption of other possessors of forbidden essences, one can acquire their abilities and lifespan. In theory, as long as the forbidden essence endures, immortality can be achieved. For 2 millennia, who knows how many powerful beings Gong Wan has devoured? Wang Feng's lips twitched. "Awan, have I not previously advised you to consume others, particularly women? Why then do you still indulge in men? Such behavior lacks any charm. You must understand that by devouring women, you would embody the essence of countless females. With such power, you could possess a harem of 3,000 beauties and relish in the joys of an emperor. Awan, your actions leave me quite disheartened." Wang Feng was consumed by profound sorrow, his heart aching to the core. The pain was unbearable, a torment that seemed to open the very doors of anguish. Once more, Gong Wan gently touched her face, and in an instant, the burly man transformed into a delicate young lad. "Brother Feng, do you still remember me? In the past, I had the honor of scrubbing your back. Wang Feng, damn it. When did you devour my satisfaction as well? Get lost. Do not let his face appear. He nearly led me to make a mistake that year." Chapter 51. Awan, stay. I have finally discovered your weakness. The corners of Yang Wan's mouth lifted gracefully, her delicate visage adorned with a look that evokes a sense of tender pity. "Brother Feng, do you not miss me at all? Back then, you were the first to invite me to take a bath, even offering to scrub my back. In the past, she was affectionately referred to as Little Sweetie. Yet now she is addressed as Mrs. Niu. Brother Feng, you truly are a heartless rogue." Observing that Qingxin could easily manage Wang Feng, Gong Wan decided to relinquish part of her bodily autonomy to Qingxin. With graceful steps, Qingxin approached, her gaze filled with melancholy. Wang Feng's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he retreated incessantly. The two special teams of the masked phoenix simultaneously produced sunflower seeds and watermelons, quietly indulging in their snacks. Within the conference room, Yuan Gang and others engaged in hushed whispers. A romantic entanglement. It must surely be a romantic entanglement. Only Wang Qing remained holding Bai Zhe, gazing at the projector, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Bai Zhe, meanwhile, playfully teased the foolish dog Xiaohei with his tail, while simultaneously using his mental energy to perceive the gossip occurring beyond, even finding the time to inquire about Wang Qing, multitasking with effortless grace. I asked, "Are you not the least bit curious? With intriguing tales and juicy gossip at hand, are you truly not the slightest bit curious?" Bai Zhe inquired. Wang Qing's attention remained fixated on the projector. Although my father exhibits somewhat erratic behavior, akin to that of a person with mental instability, he has never committed any fundamental errors. Wang Jie has come this time with an unspoken request directed at my father. Bai Zhe, having accompanied my father for such an extended period, I have harbored a lingering question. My father claims to be merely over 100 years old. Yet during my tenure as the Supreme Commander, I discreetly perused historical records. It appears that throughout these 2 millennia, figures such as Li Yongguang, Gong Yongwan, and my father himself have consistently appeared in history. I always have the feeling that they are orchestrating a grand scheme. As Wang Qing spoke, her motions of petting the cat intensified, clearly reflecting her inner turmoil. Baize, are you aware of this? I once encountered an individual in a place where he ought not to have existed in that era. Upon leaving my homeland, I immediately sought him out. Regrettably, my search proved futile. I yearned to uncover certain truths, and the nobleman perceived the obsession dwelling within my heart. Thus, he deliberately chose to act when my father came to visit me, feigning slumber. As beings of noble spirit, what need have we for sleep? Moreover, he conspicuously placed his phone in a location visible to others. How could one, in a state of slumber, engage in online lending with mouth agape, shaking his head and blinking? Everything is merely a duet performed by the two. Though I remain unaware of their intentions, I can ascertain that they are in dire need of funds, yet cannot access the money in their accounts. Wang Qing stroked her chin, gazing out the window as she murmured to herself, Father, is it truly so challenging to contend with the deities of the K lineage? What exactly are you plotting? Must it all remain shrouded in complete secrecy? Baize scratched his head with a paw and remarked, Your inquiry perplexes me as well. At times, I ponder whether your father has fragmented into 2 or perhaps 3 distinct personas, much like the 3 Buddhas in Buddhism, embodying the past, present, and future in a harmonious unity. The frenzied and mentally unstable Wang Feng exists in the present, while the calm and sagacious Wang Feng belongs to the past. The lackluster and inconsequential Wang Feng resides in the future. Should you ask me what strategy your father is employing, I cannot assert with certainty. I have only witnessed the madman and the wise man that is Wang Feng. Yet one truth remains clear. Should they indeed be a trinity, their memories must intertwine. Otherwise, their collaboration would not be so seamless. Baize flicked his tail and continued to amuse the little black cat beneath the chair. Some matters are best left unexamined. They have their schemes, and all we can do is feign ignorance. The man and the cat exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with a profound silence. In stark contrast to the quietude of the conference room, the outside world radiated with a joyful atmosphere. Chung Xian steadily approached Wang Feng, who in turn retreated step by step. Do not come any closer. If you do, I shall summon assistance. Wang Feng retreated while speaking, a smile blooming on his face like a flower. Brother Feng, go ahead and call out. Even if you were to scream until your throat was raw, no one would pay you any heed. Raw throat. Raw throat. Wang Feng, having exhausted all avenues, could only speak earnestly. Gong Yang Wan, enough is enough. Your prolonged absence has compelled me to resort to such desperate measures. With a mere touch to my face, it instantaneously transforms into the visage of a ram. Is this your ultimate strategy? You are severing the very roots of my lineage. You have transformed the clumsy into the ordinary, for which I am profoundly grateful. However, you must not deceive him so. Gong Yang Wan, speaking with a soft tone, turned her gaze in search of Gong Yangzhua's figure, with tears welling in her eyes. Gong Yangzhua wiped them away and rushed towards Gong Yang Wan. The Phoenix team displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Historically, the reunion of siblings has always been a moment to cherish. It was expected that they would embrace each other in tears. To their surprise, Gong Yang Wan swiftly executed a grappling move, throwing Gong Yangzhua to the ground. Sister, Gong Yangzhua looked at her with a bewildered expression. Gong Yang Wan landed a sharp strike on his forehead. Fool, you've been sold and yet you're counting your blessings. Where has your intelligence from years past gone? It's merely a change of heart, not a change of brain. How could your intellect diminish? Gong Yang Wan scolded with deep sorrow. Sold? By whom? When was I ever sold? Gong Yangzhua's face was a picture of confusion. Indeed, you've been sold and you don't even know by whom. Gong Yang Wan lamented internally. Who else could it be but Wang Feng? Gong Yang Wan felt exasperated at her brother's naivety. Brother Feng? Impossible. How could such a good person sell me? Gong Yangzhua responded, wearing an expression of disbelief. Oh, dear brother, truly a simpleton. You should never have consented to the hard exchange with Lin Xie. At that time, Lin Xie never mentioned that your intelligence would diminish post-exchange. It seems that resurrection comes at a price. Sister, speak to me. Do you dislike talking? You must tell me why Brother Feng sold me. Who is the buyer? Gong Yangzhua continued to inquire, determined to discover the identity of the buyer. This brother is beyond saving. Gong Yang Wan delivered a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. Once Gong Yangzhua lay unconscious, she prepared to leave with him. Wan, don't go. Wang Feng called out, attempting to halt her. Gong Yang Wan feigned ignorance and began to utilize her abilities to depart. Wang Feng quickly snapped his fingers, sealing the surrounding void. What do you intend to do? Gong Yang Wan turned to question him. Wang Feng jogged to her side, taking Gong Yangzhua into his own arms. Now that you're here, there is no need to rush away. This new batch of recruits requires a powerful instructor. I believe you would be perfect for the role, so stay. Gong Yang Wan remained silent, her mind beginning to weigh the pros and cons, analyzing the situation. With a deep sigh, she ultimately conceded to stay. Not that it was due to Wang Feng's overwhelming spiritual presence. Upon her acquiescence, the Phoenix team transitioned from their Phoenix forms back to human forms. And the atmosphere remained harmonious. Wang Feng awkwardly smiled and remarked, Shaowan, this is the way. We are all friends. There is no need for hostility. With a noble lord overseeing the land of national fortune, you can come out and experience the vibrant world. The current world differs greatly from your memories. Back then, a rendezvous required a visit to a brothel. Now, those establishments are called clubs, and you can arrange encounters with just a phone. Hand me your phone. I'll download a dating app for you. As he spoke, he reached for Gong Yangwan's phone. She quickly evaded. Are you trying to take my loan information? Wang Feng, I may not be your match, but should it come to a life or death struggle, while you may win, it would not be an easy victory. Detecting her intent, Wang Feng displayed no embarrassment. Instead, he warmly grasped her hand. Come, let us head into the conference room for some tea. We can discuss matters while we sip. I have some exquisite tea leaves. Are you familiar with Wui Mountain de Hong Pao? I get to taste the first brew every year. Gong Yangwan, half resisting, was led by Wang Feng into the conference room, enduring his incessant chatter along the way. Awan, your hands are so small. Look how much larger mine are. Awan, your complexion is so fair. Let me kiss you and see what kind of cosmetics you use. Awan, your legs are so long. Would you be interested in pedaling a tricycle? The kind where you stand to pedal? Coincidentally, I have a nickname, Wang the Tricycle. Remember to find me when you want to ride. I won't charge you. Awan, you are enough. Awan, I was wrong. I won't speak out of turn again. Please don't bite. Don't pinch. If you must bite, could we choose a different spot? I'm truly sorry. Awan, please don't leave. Don't make me beg. In the conference room, Wang Feng bore bruises and bite marks on his arms, yet the smugness in his eyes remained unspoken. Sister Gong. Wang Qing greeted enthusiastically. Gong Yangwan nodded slightly before immediately directing her gaze to the projector. No one anticipated that the most beautiful widow would turn out to be an unknown newcomer. Yuan Gang picked up the documents, scrutinizing them while murmuring to himself. Qin Huairu. Jia Zhashir, these names inexplicably evoke a sense of aversion. Is this merely my imagination? I can't shake the feeling that they share a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Gong Yangwan furrowed her brow, sensing a powerful force of law emanating from the two. What are their forbidden abilities? What powers do they possess? Gong Yangwan inquired. Prompting Yuan Gang to read aloud, Qin Huairu, forbidden ability rank 438, Apex Green Tea. It possesses an innate charm that can endlessly entice male members. Particularly effective on old bachelors. At its peak, she once bewitched a powerful figure, Hiyuju, in the capital city. Jia Zhangshi, age 64, was heartbroken after her husband's death and cried herself to death upon awakening. She manifested forbidden ability 439, devouring bachelors. Utilizing this ability allows her to throw tantrums and devour the life of old bachelors. So she is connected to Hiyuju as well? You guessed correctly, she and Qin Huairu indeed have a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Gasps filled the room, as the implications of this news were unsettling. Such formidable forbidden abilities. Though the intricacies eluded comprehension, they felt undeniably powerful. Devouring bachelors, the old hag, Apex Green Tea, what sort of family produces such remarkable figures all at once? The average person might never encounter even one in their lifetime, yet Hiyuju has encountered two. This must be fortune, an enigmatic force. The crowd regarded the sea-bound powerhouses with immense respect. Such extraordinary women must not be allowed to wreak havoc upon others. You, foolish Shu, must endure and play the part of a bachelor, ensuring the peace with these two. No wonder. It's the fortune of devouring bachelors that I sensed familiarity with them. Gong Yangwan reflected. Wang Feng waved dismissively. No need for concern. A sea-bound powerhouse can easily manage two women. Besides, as long as they don't cause trouble for others, that is sufficient. I must revise the rewards. High-risk forbidden items must not be given to them. As he spoke, he began muttering into the void. Soon, streams of green code emerged within the void. Once the coding concluded, a line of text appeared. Chief Instructor. Is it truly possible to store human consciousness? To others, this question might seem naive. In the past, whether in the film The Matrix, the novel The Three-Body Problem, or various online narratives, the debate over physical immortality versus eternal consciousness remains unresolved. For humanity to progress in civilization, it must transcend the constraints of time. Time is an elusive concept, and all data named after it is merely human designations. If humanity could one day escape time, it could then truly step into the starry oceans. The world of slaying gods is one inhabited by deities and cosmic will, distinct from reality. In the real world, one cannot find deities, and technological advancements differ significantly. The slaying gods world favors personal valor, while the real world emphasizes weaponry. Hence, the debate over physical immortality versus eternal consciousness does not arise. Compared to the real world, the slaying gods realm is far more suited to the notion of eternal consciousness. Listen, I have told you that human mental power is boundless. If a person's consciousness eternally resides within your forbidden ability, from a certain perspective, you are akin to a deity, and this is your path to divinity. Wang Feng activated his chief instructor mode, beginning to guide Guanzai. Have you not also reached this point through your own introspection during seclusion? Thus, if you can create a means for human consciousness to eternally exist within your realm, providing you with unwavering faith, you too can ascend to godhood. You and Zhouping are the two individuals I value most. One possesses a pure heart, while the other navigates the virtual world. Both of you embody the hope of the great Xia. Contemplate this deeply and craft an opulent fan appreciation festival. Test the waters with it. Should you construct a complete world, you will succeed in preserving human consciousness indefinitely. Keep it up, young man. I have faith in you. Regrettably, Guanzai remains in seclusion. Otherwise, I would have loved to pat him on the shoulder. No wonder leaders within the system enjoy the act of patting shoulders. The sense of accomplishment that comes from enlightening someone truly is intoxicating. Guanzai, you are forbidden from creating that extravagant fan appreciation festival. Though I am unaware of what it entails, I am well acquainted with my father's taste. It is certainly not something commendable, should you dare to create it. I shall assign you to guard the national fortune. Wang Qing threatened Guanzai with a smile. This left Guanzai speechless. Chapter 53. What? Was my voice too loud just now? Unable to retaliate or articulate a rebuttal, Guanzai had no choice but to play the fool. Outsiders exclaimed. Guanzai is indeed a genuine fool. Gong Yongwan accompanied Wang Qing as she sat in a chair. Upon witnessing the furious expression of Bai Li Pang Pang, Gong Yongwan instantly gave Wang Feng a thumbs up. You little rascal, you truly have guts, even daring to mock the heavenly treasure master. Wang Feng bashfully smiled. No flattery, please, it might make me proud. If you must praise, then commend my grandiosity, Gong Yongwan remarked. Why do you always resort to driving when there's a disagreement? She turned her gaze toward the projector, ignoring Wang Feng. Where is Lin Qiyi? Why have I not seen him? Gong Yongwan inquired. Wang Qing snapped her fingers. Yuan Gang immediately sprang into action, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Soon enough, the projector screen split into two. One half displayed the men's trial at the new Thundersound Temple, emphasizing harmony, while the other half showcased the women's trial. Labeled Widow 101. Unlike others, Lin Qiyi was present in both trial spaces, diligently completing his tasks. Observing Lin Qiyi's efforts, Gong Yongwan couldn't help but reflect. Sometimes, it would be simpler to hand him the items directly. Why resort to trickery under the guise of trials, enlisting others to join in the fun? What is the point? Even if the truth were revealed to Lin Qiyi, he would certainly know how to choose. This is unfair to others. Moreover, should you misjudge? If Lin Qiyi insists on proceeding as he did before, would he not be striking his own foot with a stone? Gong Yongwan was unclear about the agreement reached between Wang Feng and Lord Ho. In her view, rather than guiding step by step, it would be more prudent to lay everything bare. How long can the truth be concealed? Sooner or later, the Fade will shatter. Whether sooner or later, it is inevitable. Why engage in self-deception, complicating matters unnecessarily? Wang Feng pointed above. When contending with fate, we must tread carefully. Win half a victory, and if we lose, we overturn the table. For now, we are merely exchanging moves. It is not yet time to overturn the table. We must endure. We can win. Besides, how do you know that the others are merely bystanders? I assure you, they are also reserves. Should we fail, they must bear the banner. All is for the sake of victory. Wang Feng's words resonated with conviction, stirring the hearts of those present. Yuan Gang and the other instructors stood tall, declaring, for the first battle, count on me. Victory is assured with me. Finally, Wang Feng managed to persuade this bunch into submission. Alas, I almost forgot to prepare rewards for others. Thankfully, I was able to navigate through this. Curse it, with just one word from Xiaowan. I shall have to incur significant losses. I must find some unused forbidden items to give away. Bai Se, having spent decades with Wang Feng, understood his nature all too well. Xiao Qing, let me tell you, your father is undoubtedly deceiving everyone. He may appear righteous, but it is all a ruse. If I were you, I would quickly negotiate with him. Every penny counts. A father's earnings are for the sake of his child, after all. Hurry. Wang Qing nodded, embracing Bai Ze as she approached Wang Feng. Without uttering a word, she fixed her gaze on him, her eyes glistening with tears. At once, Wang Feng capitulated, dramatically tossing hundreds of forbidden items onto the conference table. Each item exuded an alluring aura, highly dangerous forbidden treasures. These forbidden items fell into two categories. One comprised the various treasures Wang Feng had fished from the heavens, while the other consisted of forbidden items developed by the Bailey family, renowned as the Museum of Forbidden Objects. The Bailey family's items are mere replicas based on the realm of the forbidden. In contrast, Wang Feng's treasures are genuine, usable not only by night watchers but also by ordinary folks. The appearance of these hundreds of forbidden items left Yuan Gang and others breathless. With these treasures, why would the chief instructor need to resort to online loans? A mere single item could prompt Commander Yifan to personally come and ensure your comfort. Need money for a foot massage? No problem. Night watchers would personally open a foot massage parlor for you. Wang Feng proclaimed. Treasures? Is that sufficient? Not enough? We have plenty more. With a flourish of his hand, he opened a rift in space. Forbidden items cascaded like rain, filling the conference room to the brim. We've struck it rich. Chief Instructor, here's my phone. Aren't you fond of online loans? Go ahead. If you don't take out a loan, I won't even bother. Those damned vampires, I've been eyeing them for a long time. Now's the perfect opportunity to let them know who truly holds the power. Yuan Gang struggled to navigate through the sea of forbidden items with his phone in hand. Wang Feng scoffed, not lending. Count them. There are a total of 320 forbidden items here. Night watchers have been coveting the forbidden items in my possession since the Nie Jin Shan era for decades. I can hand these over to the night watchers, but I have one condition. A condition? To acquire over 10,000 forbidden items. Not just one condition, but 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 conditions would be readily accepted by the Night Watcher leadership. Yuan Gang confidently proclaimed, thumping his chest. Chief Instructor, I am part of the Night Watcher leadership. A single condition, no matter how outrageous, we will agree. Becoming an emperor? Nonsense. What era is this? Still feudalism. Wang Feng replied calmly. The items I prepared are a dowry. I have but one request. Let Yifan prepare to marry my daughter. A hush fell over the room. The instructors who had previously debated the distribution of forbidden items fell silent, while other conditions might have been swiftly accepted by Yuan Gang. This particular request was one he could not agree to due to its complex implications. Years ago, when Yifan was still a novice monk at Jiuhua Mountain, he followed the great master Jin Shan in his training. Later, he joined the Night Watchers, gradually ascending from the ranks, gaining the favor of Wang Qing. The two eventually developed feelings for one another, yet the barrier remained unbroken. The critical point was that the great master Jin Shan was a Buddhist, a divine being. And in a sense, Yifan was also a monk. Unless he renounced his vows, the issue could not be resolved. After certain unforeseen circumstances, the couple's love ultimately remained unfulfilled. Chief Instructor, I cannot make this decision. The involved parties are too numerous, and I must report it. Yuan Gang spoke with difficulty. Wang Feng, filled with disdain, took out his phone and dialed. Hello, Jin Shan. I need a favor. Expel Yifan from the Buddhist order. Let him renounce his vows. My daughter is of marrying age. What? What did you just say? Jin Shan, you little rascal. Am I giving you face? Tang Sung, do you still think we are in the Tang dynasty? Are you the elder brother of the emperor? Yes, that is correct. You were a bit loud just now. Do I owe you an apology? It's nothing, just a trivial matter. Chapter 54, The Awakened Black King. Poor Yifan, completely unaware, was forcibly returned to secular life by Master Jin Shan. Once all matters were resolved, Wang Feng's attention finally turned to the projector. This trial tests the mind, however. They must not be allowed to complete their tasks. If they succeed, how can their spirits be crushed? This would adversely affect their subsequent training. Therefore, the trial space was closed, and it was declared that the time had expired, with all tasks deemed unsuccessful. Remember to strike hard at their self-esteem when training officially begins tomorrow. Clearly, Wang Feng was not one to take defeat lightly. He began to play tricks. Everyone understood the situation but chose to remain silent, considering the thousands of forbidden items at stake. Ideally, one should not demoralize the new recruits. But who could enforce principles when Wang Feng held the reins? Let me ponder how the two special teams should make their entrance tomorrow. How about the masked team jumping off a building? No, the training camp is too low. Though it would be dramatic, it lacks the desired intimidation. A helicopter. Tomorrow. They will jump from a helicopter. The impact will undoubtedly be explosive. By the way, does anyone in your team have a fear of flying? Never mind. If anyone's legs turn to jelly, they can just kneel and wish everyone a happy new year. Wang Feng casually remarked, convinced of the brilliance of his idea. A few figures descended from the sky. How magnificent. With a glimmer in his swirling eyes, he thought, yes, even if their legs give way, they can claim it's simply their way of extending early New Year greetings. Fakegon, you truly are a genius. As for the Phoenix team, Wang Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought. Feng Ming Shi Qi, why not have you crow a few times in the northwest corner and then soar into the sky? To elevate the prestige, Have a few instructors ride on your backs. I have calculated the number of instructors. You can definitely carry them. Sure, Meng. You only need to carry me. I'll turn my back to the crowd, ruling the ages, and our prestige will be unparalleled. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Wang Feng chattered excitedly about all his plans. Several hours later, when the recruits awakened, they found it difficult to distinguish reality from illusion. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. A wave of aching pain coursing through his head. Ugh, what a painful sensation. It feels as though my body has been hollowed out. Why are there two memories surfacing in my mind? Widow 101? What kind of trial is this? Wasn't I part of the Men S group at the New Lane Temple? How did I end up in a widow selection? As Lin Qiye processed the memories in his mind, he shook his head bitterly. Compared to this unfamiliar memory, perhaps I should focus on other matters. For instance, we are just one step away from uniting with Yu Xiaobai and others to complete the task and obtain rewards. Suddenly being kicked out. One wonders if that Air Force fellow simply couldn't handle it? And Qingyu, holding a scalpel, gently stroked it and remarked incisively. Lin Qiye was taken aback but quickly realized. It's possible. That's exactly it. Uncle Wang couldn't handle it, which is why he kicked us out. Damn fisherman. If you can't take it, don't play. Lin Qiye cursed. As Qingyu remained silent, and Lin Qiye continued to vent his frustration, Chao Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Oddly enough, I feel like something is missing from my body. Chao Yuan, sensing something amiss, carefully touched his chest, feeling as though the Black King had vanished. The next moment, the dormitory door swung open. A handsome young man with flowing hair rushed in. Simi Masai, oh no. That cage, let me in at once. Upon finishing, Gong Yangjua leapt in, twisting midair like a diver, and directly entered Chao Yuan's body. Chao Yuan, bewildered, instinctively tapped his chest. With a click, a small door appeared on his chest. The door opened, revealing Gong Yangjua holding a bowl of instant noodles. Cage? Don't knock unless it's urgent. I'm eating. Call me when there's a fight. And when you have the chance, bring me some household appliances. My room is empty. It was fine before I awakened, but now it needs some furniture for decoration. If I lack money, just ask Brother Feng. Having arranged all that, he added, now, clean up the trash. Chao Yuan, dazed, took the bowl of noodles from his chest. With a bang, the small door shut. Qiye. Chao Yuan. Don't quite understand the situation, he stammered. Lin Qiye had a bold speculation. The keywords, cage, normal, awakening. 3 keywords interconnected. The truth is singular. Chao Yuan's true form is a house. Who would have thought? The thick-browed, big-eyed Chao Zai is actually a house spirit. Isn't it said that houses can't become spirits after the nation was founded? Can a house also become a spirit? Chao Yuan struggled to accept Lin Qiye's explanation. How could he possibly be a house? What Qiye means is that you are a cage, and your existence is to confine the Black King. Previously, the Black King's consciousness was unclear, so every time he used it, you would fall into a frenzy. Although it's uncertain how the Black King will normalize, you should be able to become entirely normal now, and drawing your sword 1T lead to madness either. Why not give it a try? In the end, and Qingyu, uncertain, encouraged, Chao Yuan took a deep breath and silently drew his sword. In the next moment, a frenzied killing intent flooded Chao Yuan's consciousness. Huh? So soon? We're fighting? Wait a moment, I'm taking a shower. I'm out of body wash, cage. Send over some body wash from your dormitory. Chao Yuan, damn, bathing in my body? Am I truly a house spirit? Chao Yuan sheathed his sword with ease. And Qingyu's gaze was fervent. The awakened Black King, the foremost under the divine. If only I could dissect him, how splendid it would be. Lin Qiye frowned as he glanced at Bai Li Pangpang. Just as Lin Qiye's words fell, a commotion erupted, even from afar. Wang Feng's boisterous voice could be heard, relentless in his argument. What did I tell you? Bai Li Pangpang is you, yet you are not Bai Li Pangpang. You are the Dao. Go be your Dao. Your strength has returned. Why do you still care about a mere avatar? What? Old dang. You old bastard. Do you still want to fight me? Come on. Hit me. Kill me. Everyone come watch. The esteemed supreme god, the founder of the Tong Tian, Lingbao Tianzuan, wants to fight. Is there no one to stop this? This is bullying. Pure and simple bullying. I will report this to the central authority. I will report it to the Zishu Palace. I want to see Hongjun Laozu. Woo woo woo. Soon, Wang Feng's voice was muffled. Bai Li Pangpang also opened his eyes. Qiye, I had a dream. In that dream, I was incredibly powerful. Chapter 55. 100% empty-handed against a white blade. Bai Li Pangpang had a dream. In that dream, he sat high atop a platform, surrounded by a multitude of disciples below. At that moment, he felt as if he were the Tao, as though he were heaven itself. Before he could bask in his glory, Wang Feng's annoying voice broke through, little fatty. Wake up. And just like that, Bai Li Pangpang awakened. Qiye, let me tell you, I was incredibly powerful in my dream. I had at least tens of thousands of disciples, each one a master. But Li Pang, still not quite satisfied, rambled on about his magnificent dream. Lin Qiye and Qingyu exchanged glances. Both speculated that the individuals in this house were extraordinary. Xiao Yuan contained the Black King. But Li Pang likely housed a formidable being as well. After their speculations, they instinctively turned their gaze toward Shen Qizhu. Could it be that he also harbored a powerful entity within? How boastful! Who was this divine being so impressive? The two individuals racked their brains, but could not find a suitable deity. Observing this, Shen Qizhu cast a sidelong glance at them, declaring, "No need to guess. I am merely an ordinary person, completely unrelated to any divine being. Have I committed a crime for being boastful? Which law dictates that one cannot be audacious?" It makes perfect sense. Lin Qiye and the others suddenly realized that Shen Qingzhu's bravado was simply that, boastfulness, without the influence of any celestial entity. As they registered this epiphany, a flicker of disappointment crossed Shen Qingzhu's gaze. In the dormitory, where secrets lingered, he remained the sole ordinary individual. It was evident that the narrative's conventional template did not belong to him. One must rely solely on oneself. He mused with a hint of self-deprecation. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a door echoed. Everyone turned their attention to the entrance. Instructor Hong stood there, announcing, "Are you all awake? If so, gather downstairs. The training camp officially commences today. Let's move swiftly. Rookie days are over. What awaits you now is rigorous training akin to that of a devil. You still have a chance to withdraw. The night watchmen do not require the inept." Upon hearing the call to assemble, the dormitory erupted into a flurry of activity. Countless recruits surged from their quarters, rushing towards the plaza below. Lin Qiye and his companions exchanged glances before dashing towards the square as well. As they exited the dormitory, they spotted Yu Xiaobai and others racing towards the same destination. Their eyes met, igniting a spark of hostility that simmered between them. Lin Qiye, I may not have triumphed in the trial space, but I shall prevail in the training grounds. I will make you aware that I am the best heir to the legacy of the esteemed Wang. Yu Xiaobai retorted with a cold snort, sprinting ahead. Lin Qiye merely scoffed. You call him grandfather, while I refer to him as Uncle Wang. By lineage, you are but a step below me. Moreover, if you desire Wang Feng's legacy, what do you truly hope to gain from him? Foot massages or fishing? You clearly have not experienced his pitfalls, hence your admiration, once you encounter him. Your idolized fantasies will shatter. And Qingyu nodded in agreement. Legends ought to remain enveloped in myth. Once approached, one realizes that not all tales are veritable. The personas of idols can crumble, and fantasies may dissipate. In front of the training camp plaza, a multitude of recruits congregated at the center. Those with military backgrounds instinctively aligned themselves by height, while the untrained recruits languidly stood about. Some even attempted to socialize, puffing on cigarettes and cavorting with pets, coaxing others to approach the female soldiers for contact information. Wasn't the training camp supposed to be serious? Why were their pets present? Look at that dog. It's quite hideous and small. One recruit remarked, incessantly flattering a white cat. Isn't it said that white cats don't appeal to other animals? Another chimed in. I understand now. It's a case of mutual admiration. Both the dog and cat are unattractive, thus the dog plays the sycophant. One recruit, seeking conversation, idly chatted with a friend. Just as his companion was about to respond, they noticed the glaring cat and dog watching them. Are they staring at us? Can they truly comprehend human speech? Oblivious to the impending danger, the recruit continued his banter. Stop talking. Silence. Something feels amiss, his friend urged, sensing the tension. What is there to fear? I am a full-fledged rank 168. I can handle 2 beasts. The recruit boasted confidently about his abilities. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the scene transformed. Xiaohei delivered a flying kick to the recruit's face. Baizhe extended its claws, swiftly marking the recruit's visage. What? You're serious? Watch me catch blades barehanded. The recruit roared, activating his skills. However, it was futile. Catching blades barehanded was intended for weapons, not for a creature resembling a ferocious Tyson. The dog's paws flailed, executing left and right hooks, and the recruit found himself struck by a brutal blow, collapsing while clutching his groin. I told you, catching blades barehanded isn't infallible. It doesn't apply to all situations, his friend quipped, suppressing a laugh. Outside the training camp, Neza, fiddling with a food stall, brightened at the sight. Neza, I advise you to heed this. All preparations by the gods of the Great Xia are directed outward. Set aside your conflict with the Great King Li, and besides, catching blades barehanded is not the same as catching towers. Why the excitement? Yang Jin remarked, skewering meat with his 3-pronged knife while offering friendly advice. Meanwhile, the white dragon, clutching a red bucket meant for escape, continually regurgitated seafood. I can guess Neza must be hoping for Wang Feng to modify that lad's skills to enable him to catch towers barehanded. Who else could alter such abilities if not Wang Feng? Yet, I believe Yang Jian is correct. Neza must temporarily set aside his vendetta and unite against a common foe. Before Neza could respond, he began slicing his own arm with a kitchen knife, arranging lotus slices meticulously. His other 4 arms flitted about, with some placing the lotus slices into boiling water while others assisted in skewering. Seeing him silent, the 2 assumed Neza had taken their advice. Little did they know. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Neza's eyes. Catching blades barehanded, I shall ensure it becomes the ability to catch towers barehanded. Li Jing, your easy days are numbered. The 3 gods of the Great Xiao were busily akin to vendors at a market. Wait, do I sense the aura of the Celestial Lord? No, that is impossible. Shun Ti still be in slumber? Whose essence is this? The trio turned their gazes towards the entrance of the training camp. Ling Dao Tianzuan clutched Wang Feng by the collar, berating him as they exited. The tension was palpable, as if a fight could erupt at any moment. You scoundrel! Do you dare to insult me? Do you really believe my Qingping sword lacks sharpness? Release me. How dare you bite me? Chapter 56. Every individual has their quirks. Outside the training camp, Wang Feng and Ling Bao Tianzuan engaged in a playful tussle, their demeanor carefree. Inside, Instructor Hong stood on the podium, coldly observing the raucous new recruits below. Unlike the boisterous male recruits, the female group maintained a sense of decorum. Instructor Hong remained silent, allowing the recruits to chatter. 1 minute passed, then 2, until 10 minutes had elapsed. It was only then that the noisy recruits sensed something was amiss. They all ceased their clamor and turned towards the podium. Instructor Hong let out a cold scoff. Chat. Continue chatting. Don't you enjoy it? Go on. Keep talking until you tire of it. Then we shall commence the training camp opening. Speak up. Aren't you all so talkative? Now, suddenly mute. Each of you stands without any semblance of posture. The moment you stepped into this training camp, you are no longer ordinary individuals. Who are you? You are the night watchmen of the Great Xia. Instructor Hong thundered. If darkness descends, I shall stand before the multitude, sword drawn, blood staining the heavens. What does it mean to be a night watchman? It means to be the first to charge into danger, and the last to withdraw once safety is secured. Look at your current state. Are you prepared to be night watchman? Are you ready to sacrifice for the Great Xia? Silence. A profound quiet enveloped the area. The new recruits lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet Instructor Hong's gaze. All were expressions of regret. A slight smirk graced Instructor Hong's lips. I know. You young recruits have grown up in a sheltered environment. To train you to endure hardship and steadfastly accept training is an impossibility. Therefore, our instructor team has devised a plan. If you believe you can best us, here is your chance. There are 239 new recruits. If you can defeat 2 special teams, this year's training will conclude immediately. As Instructor Hong spoke, he retrieved a walkie-talkie. They can come down now. With a resounding boom, the sound of a helicopter's tail rotor echoed loudly. The recruits looked up in unison. High above, a helicopter appeared, its door wide open. As 7 members of the masked team leapt from the aircraft, the figure resembles a great bird, evoking a profound visual impact. A gasp escapes. Who dares to show off? Is there no one to intervene? Leaping from a height of 100 meters, truth be told, I would rate this showmanship a 9 out of 10. Withholding 1 point to prevent arrogance. Yet, the focal point should not merely be on the display of bravado, but rather on whether they might survive such a fall. Such fuss. They are a special squad. If they were to perish, it would greatly undermine the squad's credibility. The new recruits began to murmur among themselves once more. Lin Chiye gazed skyward, his eyes sharp with intensity. Remarkable. Is this the aura of a divine agent? Lin Chiye pondered to himself. And Qingyu adjusted her glasses. I wonder if they could assist with an autopsy. Do you think, if I were to present Uncle Wang with 2 boxes of Chunghua cigarettes, he would consent to dissect his grandson? When seeking a favor, and Qingyu and her companions referred to Wang Feng as Uncle Wang. In the absence of a request, he became merely that Air Force angler. Such is the reality of human nature. Do you think there is only one squad? How naive. Today, let me show you what true surprise is, what the very essence of surprise entails. Instructor Hong declared, placing his right hand to his mouth and blowing a raucous whistle. Suddenly, the northwest sky blazed crimson. One by one, phoenixes spread their wings and soared forth. The spectacle was both sacred and breathtaking. However, the distance was too great for the new recruits to hear the phoenixes' calls. Captain, what sound do phoenixes make? Is there no mention of their call in our bloodlines? Fool. If you open your mouth, it should be the call of the phoenix. You are a phoenix now, surely you'll call out. No way. I tried. And it came out in Mandarin. The phoenix squad whispered amongst themselves, debating how to produce a sound. Phoenixes sing in Shiqi. How can they sing without calling? Xia Siming was equally uncertain of a phoenix's call. She tentatively suggested, as birds, they should quack like ducks, right? The phoenix squad retorted, ducks quack. How could a phoenix possibly quack? If it did, its prestige would plummet in an instant. Then let us imitate a rooster. A rooster's call is certainly more melodious than a quack. Which rooster? The one that comes to play? Nonsense. This rooster is not that rooster. It should be. What are you doing? Oh dear. What you just made was not a rooster's call, but a cooin's cry. A cooin is a cooin, and a rooster is a rooster. As they neared the podium, several phoenixes could only nod in agreement. The new recruits whispered in astonishment. Wow. A phoenix. A living phoenix. Wait, why are they not calling out? ISNT, it said that the phoenix sings in Chi Mountain. ISNT, that a sign of auspiciousness? Fool. Does our training camp have mountains? Without mountains, what would the phoenixes call for? Quite reasonable. Indeed, very reasonable. 2 special squads, one advancing, the other descending from the heights. The masked squad landed first. Wang Mian and others stood their ground, exuding an air of supremacy, as if the king of displays had arrived. In the next moment, the vortex knelt on both knees. His fear of heights rendered him weak and unable to stand. The new recruits stared at the vortex in astonishment, sensing something amiss. The vortex clasped his fists. Happy New Year to the big brother and sister. I've missed you so. As the saying goes, before the end of the first month. We are still in the new year. I'm here to extend my greetings early. Silence fell. The entire venue was hushed. ISNT it a bit early for New Year wishes? There are still 4 or 5 months until the holiday, and you seem to be in fine spirits. Special squads are indeed unique. They even kneel to offer New Year-esque greetings. Is the vortex perhaps from Shandong? Where is the music? Where is the Shandong New Year-esque greeting music? The music began to play, and Bai Li Pang Pang awkwardly hung up the phone. Someone was calling. Why are you all standing there? Hurry and prepare the red envelopes. As Bai Li Pang Pang spoke, he retrieved a Rolex watch box. Why are you being so polite? When they arrive, whether you bow or nod is the same. Oh, no bowing? No matter. Clasping fists will suffice. The vortex grumbled. Damn it, had I known. I would have just advertised instead of offering New Year-esque greetings. That fatso, making people bow to greet the new year. I'll remember you, during training. I'll make sure you don't get any good juice to drink. The vortex glared fiercely at Bai Li Pang Pang, and then hid behind Wang Mian. Meanwhile, the Phoenix squad, bearing the instructor team, descended gently. Yuan Gang leapt down, hands behind his back, surveying the new recruits. I've heard that you are quite dissatisfied. Is someone causing trouble and refusing to train? Here's your chance. Any male who can remove the masked squad's masks will be excused from training. Conversely, any female who can pluck a feather from the Phoenix squad will also be excused from training. As soon as Yuan Gang finished speaking, Qin Huairu from the female group immediately raised her hand. Instructor, does it only need to be any feather? Yuan Gang was about to nod, but quickly realized. It must be a feather. Other hairs do not count. It can only be feathers. Yuan Gang hastily corrected himself. Qin Huairu's face fell. So it's only feathers. I thought any hair would do. Armpit hair is easy to pluck. You scoundrel. Given your disappointed expression, it's definitely not armpit hair. Chapter 57, Chaos. Report, Instructor. I have a question. Bai Li Pang Pang raised his chubby hand. Yuan Gang frowned. What is your question? Bai Li Pang Pang puffed out his chest. They are a special squad. Even at their weakest, they are at the peak of the river realm. We, the new recruits, are mostly at the pond realm. This is unfair. Even if we all attack together, we may not be their match. We came to the training camp for 3 things. Fairness, and above all, bloody fairness. Yuan Gang's veins bulged, fists clenched. The masked 031 and 032, along with the successor of the Goryeo general. Jin Xiaoping is at the river realm. Theoretically, you are evenly matched. How is that unfair? Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head. There is only one at the river realm. Theoretically, we are evenly matched, but that is merely theoretical, in reality. Their special squad is indeed stronger than us. It is still unfair. I protest. Yuan Gang wanted to say more. But Wang Mian interjected. We can suppress the realm to the pond realm. That should be fair, right? Bai Li Pang Pang gave a thumbs up. As expected of someone from the Wang family of the capital, straightforward in handling matters. They say that the capital has no roads, only tunnels. Today, I see it as truly as rumored. Faced with the shameless Bai Li Pang Pang, Wang Mian could only shake his head. Fortunately, even if the realm is suppressed to the pond realm, the masked and Phoenix squads are confident they will not falter. Are you all ready? Begin. At Yuan Gang's command, both the male and female groups sprang into action. Lin Xie and An Qingyu dashed towards Wang Mian. One to the left and one to the right. Pang Pang, you and Chao Yuan will handle the vortex. You 3 resolve him, Lin Xie instructed. Bai Li Pang Pang and the other 2 nodded and charged towards the vortex. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaobai and others also sprang into action. The evil exorcism, sword manual. Yu Xiaobai shouted, drawing the soft sword from his waist. The target was also Wang Mian. Ma Xiaohua and Wang Bao activated their abilities, two Baiwa formations. One to the left and one to the right rushed towards Wang Mian. Lui brandished a long spear, activating the Liu family technique. Chen held two triangular rulers, and they both surged toward the vortex. In an instant, the two formidable forces of the masked squad were besieged. As for the other members of the masked squad, they initially intended to support Wang Mian, but found Jin Xiaoping standing with his hands behind his back, clad in a black Zhongshan suit, exuding an aura of authority without anger. The hair was styled in a mature manner. Fellow citizens of Chaos Han, beware of late nights. The realm of the evil exorcism is in the sky. In an instant, the blazing sun illuminated the sky, and beneath the clear expanse, 3 suns appeared. The suns emitted blinding rays of light, dazzling to the eyes. Chong Wei and others stood with their legs together, their gazes fervent. Loyalty. Jin Xiaoping shouted, "Hurry up! I can't maintain this for long." Yu Xiaobai and others nodded and joined Lin Qiye in attacking Wang Mian. The male group engaged fiercely in combat, while the female group also faced intense skirmishes. Qin Huairu and her mother-in-law were the first to strike. Jia Zhang's hefty hand waved, and 2 spirit bodies materialized. The 2 mechanical spirits advanced mechanically toward the nearest phoenix. The phoenixes exchanged glances of disdain. Did they not know that phoenixes possess fire attributes, making them natural adversaries against ghostly spirits? Moreover, for reasons unknown, upon seeing the old woman, the phoenix was overwhelmed by an impulse to unleash a fierce strike. Suppressing the murderous intent within, it raised its claw and, with a swift motion, ensnared the spiritual entity. Another claw came crashing down, rendering Jia Zhang unconscious on the ground. A sense of exhilaration washed over the phoenix, banishing any lingering feelings of disgust. Xia Siming activated her maternal dragon mode, charging forward with fist raised, howling towards the new recruits. These delicate young ladies stood no chance against the onslaught of the maternal dragon. Qin Huairu, unable to even utilize her defensive techniques, was swiftly knocked to the ground by a punch from the maternal dragon. Only Molly had the prowess to contend with Xia Siming. Her immediate choice was to withdraw from the direct confrontation. With a swift motion of her blade, she leaped towards the male group, opting to join Lin Qiye and the others in their assault, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Lin Qiye and his companions wielded their straight blades, relentlessly hacking at Wang Mian. Even Lin Qiye found Wang Mian a formidable opponent, let alone with the addition of Yu Xiaobai. The wretched Yu Xiaobai launched cunning attacks, targeting the lower regions with his strikes. Coupled with Qing Yu, who sought opportunities to strike from the shadows, Wang Mian felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He knew he must prevent them from encircling him and create some distance instead. As Wang Mian fought and retreated, he sought an opportunity. Qing Yu shouted, "We cannot allow him to gain distance. Jin Xiaoping, how much longer can you hold on?" Jin Xiaoping, drenched in sweat and gritting his teeth, replied, 3 minutes. "No more than 3 minutes, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer." Just as Jin Xiaoping finished speaking, the sound of a vortex echoed in his ears. 3 minutes? Quite a long time, but sadly, it's too late. The vortex declared, delivering a swift strike to Jin Xiaoping's neck. Jin Xiaoping felt dizzy, desperately forcing himself to remain conscious. But the vortex struck again, and he could no longer withstand it, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Without Jin Xiaoping to restrain them, the remaining members of the masked team sprang into action. Rose brandished a massive hammer, charging towards Lu Yi with a mighty swing. Lu Yi transformed his spear into a thrust, welcoming the challenge. "Bring it on. I want to see whether your hammer or my spear is superior." Lu Yi thrust his spear at the massive hammer, resulting in a resounding clash. With a sudden burst, Lu Yi was sent flying backward. "Young man, your marksmanship is commendable, but your strength leaves much to be desired," Rose remarked candidly. Afterward, Rose swung the hammer again, aiming for Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan drew his sword, shouting, "Black King, come out and fight." The Black King replied, "Sorry, the user you called is currently out of service. Please try again later." Chao Yuan retorted, "Can't you refrain from faltering at such a crucial moment? If you don't wish to engage, just say so." With no other choice, Chao Yuan took up his long knife to meet the attack. The hammer collided with the blade, and once again, Chao Yuan was sent flying. "Two of you. They're fighting fiercely. Shall we join in?" The figure of the moon ghost appeared between Wang Bao and Ma Xiaohua. The two, momentarily stunned, quickly activated their defensive techniques. Wang Bao drew circles with his hands, executing the 8 trigrams palm. Ma Xiaohua shouted, "Transform and release. Watch my left kick and my right whip." "Damn it. I was careless and didn't dodge." The moon ghost seized Ma Xiaohua's right leg, flinging him away with great force. "Now it's your turn." The moon ghost turned to Wang Bao. Wang Bao snorted, "Do you think I will give you the chance?" "Instructor, I surrender." Surrendering means losing half. You hit Ma Xiaohua, so you can't hit me. That's the rule. The Moon Ghost replied, "Rar. Unlimited combat, kid. I, Chinda, am the heir of the Mad Dog Fist. The Mad Dog Fist is a lethal technique. If you surrender now, I can spare your life." Chinda brandished two triangular rulers, continually intimidating Tianping. Tianping smiled slightly. "I'm so scared." Tenfold gravity. With a crash, Chinda felt an immediate pressure enveloping him. Chapter 58. The Ancient God Sect Stirring. All members of Yu Xiaobai's group, except for Yu Xiaobai himself, were downed. Lin Xie and his group fared better. Zhuo Ge lurked nearby, poised for a sneak attack. Chao Yuan, unable to summon the Black King, opted to find a place to sit and meditate. As for Bai Li Pangpang, after attempting to disarm everyone with his defensive techniques and finding it ineffective, he quickly shifted strategies, squatting beside Chao Yuan to cheer on Lin Xie. With a thud, Zhuo Ge was knocked to the ground by Tianping. Zhuo Ge was also downed. In the midst of the battle, only in Qingyu, Yu Xiaobai, and Lin Xie remained to encircle Wang Mian. The Vortex and his companions intended to assist, but Wang Mian stopped them. "I can handle this alone. Do not approach," Wang Mian stated with ease. If the captain spoke, the Vortex and others refrained from intervening, instead sitting down to cheer for Wang Mian. The Vortex shouted, "Captain, Captain, you are the strongest. Captain, Captain, you are the best. Captain, I want to give you a monkey." Bai Li Pangpang scratched his head, thinking to himself, "I've met my match." Thus, Bai Li Pangpang also shouted, "Born to be with Lin Xie, the great Xia is an eternal knight. 7 nights is amazing. 7 nights is truly amazing. Qingyu, Qingyu, you are a fish in the sea, bouncing around so adorably." Wang Mian raised his blade to block Lin Xie's attack, arching an eyebrow. "My cheer is louder than yours." Lin Xie replied, "What is there to boast about?" Yu Xiaobai gritted his teeth. "Damn it. You all took out my team members first, which is why I have no one to cheer for. Isn't it? Why would you compare this with him?" Lin Xie thought to himself, swinging his straight knife once more. The battle among the four was exceptionally intense. On several occasions, Wang Mian nearly faltered. Yet his vast combat experience allowed him to turn peril into safety. Seizing an opportunity, Wang Mian kicked Qingyu out of the fray. Qingyu contemplated for a moment and decided to withdraw voluntarily. Engaging in a 3-on-1 was unreasonable. There was no need to be overly serious. If the masts of the masked team were removed, it would not bode well for either themselves or others. With Qingyu's exit, Wang Mian's pressure significantly eased. The evil slaying sword manual, renowned for its lethal strikes, Xiao Ye, theoretically, we met when we were young. Does removing my mask truly hold any value? Once removed, the training camp disbands, and you will still not gain the inheritance of the second grandfather. Yu Xiaobai was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Indeed, he had always wished to receive Wang Feng's legacy. Once the training camp concluded, finding Wang Feng would become challenging. Having realized this, Yu Xiaobai immediately exited the battle. "I'm done. This is pointless." He plopped down onto Jin Xiaobang, beginning to observe the match. The battlefield was left with only Wang Mian and Lin Xie. One was the captain of the masked team and the agent of the God of Time, while the other was the recently rising agent of the 3 gods, Lin Xie. "Time is of the essence. Let us settle this with one decisive move," Wang Mian proposed. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Molly, who had been lurking nearby, ready to launch a surprise attack, decisively abandoned the idea upon sensing the divine powers of both parties. People are not equal. Not everyone is a prodigy. With a thunderous clash, the two sprang into action, their straight blades colliding. A terrifying pressure erupted instantaneously, a tempest of wind howled, dust swirling, blinding everyone. Once visibility returned, all were met with the sight of Lin Xie, back turned, silently striding towards the podium, who emerged victorious. And Qingyu and the others sensed the shift, after all. One was an agent of a single deity, while the other was an agent of 3. In terms of equivalent realms, the 3 deities held superiority over one. Lin Xie reached the front of the square, turning to face Qingyu and the others. "Why are you all standing there? Gather around. I have lost." Bai Li Pangpang blinked, questioning, "Did you truly lose, or is it a ruse? I haven't read much. Don't deceive me." Despite their doubts, the group gathered towards the square. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Feng excitedly rubbed his hands together. "A bet is a bet. Admit defeat gracefully. Ling Bao, you have lost. So hurry and pay up." Ling Ao Tianzuan's expression darkened. "You 3, who among you has the wealth? Hand it over. I have never encountered such shameless individuals. Instead of pressuring your own grandson, you choose to target Lin Xie. Do you possess no sense of familial loyalty?" Yang Jin and the others felt a sense of awkwardness. None of them had any money. After all, the 3 of them, in their reincarnated forms, were not affluent individuals. Wang Feng produced a mobile phone and handed it to Ling Ao Tianzuan. "Come now. I knew you lot would be broke. Just take out a loan online." On the podium, Yuan Gang and the other instructors finally relaxed their tense spirits. Newbies, now you understand the gap between you. Train well. One day, you two will be as formidable as the special teams. Line up from left to right according to height. The physical training would officially commence in the afternoon. Those who could not keep up would be dismissed. The recruits immediately wailed in despair. Heavenly prodigies. Such distinguished talents are to run laps? This is nothing like the training I envisioned. We are not some sports students. Why must we run laps? At the Peace Affairs office in Songnan City, Chenmai scrutinized the documents in his hands, his brows furrowing deeply. Several individuals of significant interest to the ancient god church had begun to conceal themselves. A storm was brewing. On the black market, the bounty on the young master of the Bailey family had surpassed 800 million, alongside Lin Chiye and the others. It appeared the ancient god church was preparing for something monumental. Chenmai set down the documents and rubbed his temples. Hong Ying, nonchalantly crossing her legs, remarked, 1 kills 1, 2 kills 2. What is there to fear? The training camp has the chief instructor presiding over it. A fisherman unable to catch fish loves to bait. I believe the chief instructor is simply waiting for more fish to bite. What is the ancient god church in the grand scheme? I sense we will be able to eliminate a few deities this time. Hong Ying, known for her violent tendencies, had never known fear. Instead, she seemed eager for action. Wu Xiangnan nodded in agreement. I just wonder how many deities will show up. If the gods from Takamagara also arrive, that would be even better. Wu Xiangnan dreamed of avenging the Blue Rain team by slaying Shujizonin. Long Xian caressed his sniper rifle, stating, regardless of who comes, Captain, you should release the wrath of Shiva as required. The ancient god church is merely a front. Without Shiva's wrath, the evil gods will not take the bait. Chenmai nodded, surveying the surroundings once more. Do you feel as though our team is missing someone? I have been sensing a lack of personnel lately. I can't tell if it's just my imagination. Hong Ying boldly replied, Captain, your memory is failing you. Our team is indeed lacking a person, or rather 2. Since Chia and Qingyu are participating in the new recruits training, we are short 2 members, not 1. Chapter 59, Chia, run. Fulfill the dreams of a man. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Songnan City, 13 followers of the ancient god church gathered. Han Shaoan rested his chin on his hand. Gazing out the window, opposite him, the 9th seat follower stealthily approached. Old Han, still brooding? You need to perk up. With the impending battle. As a powerful figure from the sea realm, you cannot afford to be gloomy day after day. I tell you, this operation relies entirely on you. You are the main force. The 9th seat offered words of comfort. Han Shaoyan ignored him, continuing to stare out the window. The 9th seat, feeling somewhat disheartened, shrugged and moved to the 1st seat. Have you eaten? I just ordered some muscle-building supplements from Pan Hong Shop online the other day. Would you like to try some? Don't show your teeth. You are just a dog now, and dogs should eat dog food. If you refuse, you can cook for us. 3 dishes and a soup should be enough for the 2 of us. The 1st seat glared angrily, baring his teeth as though ready to bite. The 3rd seat frowned and interjected, 9th seat, stop looking for trouble. If you're bored, go for a walk. The 3 of us are out gathering intelligence. Everyone is too preoccupied with the looming enemy to entertain you. The 9th seat shrugged and plopped down on the sofa, crossing his arms and coldly observing the others. What are you all pretending for? We are all undercover. Let us speak candidly. Has anyone received any notifications from above? As soon as the 9th seat finished speaking, the other followers were taken aback. They began to eye each other warily, astonished. What? I thought I was the only undercover agent. Why is everyone else undercover too? Was the 9th seat boasting or testing them? Han Shaoan finally ceased his brooding and became intrigued. 9th seat, what nonsense are you talking? We are all followers of the ancient god church. How could we be undercover? Our lives are in the hands of the master of whispers. How could we be undercover? The 3rd seat reproached the 9th seat, though his gaze encouraged him. The 9th seat disdainfully scoffed. We are all undercover. I am an undercover agent for the evil god society. I'm done pretending. My boss told me that the ancient god church has long been infiltrated by undercover agents, which is why I dare to speak out. If you refuse to admit it, I can't help it. We are all on the same front. Isn't it better to be honest? The other followers fell silent, casting probing glances at one another. They awaited the first person to acknowledge their undercover status. Han Shaoyan chuckled. I am also an undercover agent. A few years ago, when the Master of Whispers went to Gus's city, I was controlled. In a moment of crisis, the chief instructor came to my aid, releasing me from control and turning me into an undercover agent. In an instant, the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated Han Shaoyan to be the first to confess. All right, so everyone is an undercover agent? The ancient god church has been infiltrated like a sieve. After Han Shaoyan's revelation, the others began to speak up, disclosing their own undercover identities. Goodness, who would have thought? The entire ancient god church is filled with undercover agents. Aside from the 3 representatives of the evil gods and the recently joined snake woman, everyone else is an undercover agent. Once everyone had confessed, all eyes turned to the first seat. There may be undercover agents among us, but what about the dog? The first seat looked bewildered. What is happening? Why is everyone an undercover agent? And why are you all looking at me threateningly? Don't mind it. The muscle-building supplements I feed it are enhanced. Even if it's not an undercover agent, it doesn't matter. It may very well become a dog in the future, the 9th seat remarked, casting a pitying glance at the first seat. All right. Today is sunny, with a transition from cloudy to clear. Today is the undercover agents meeting. The task assigned to me by the Evil God Society is to cooperate with you all. What is your task? The 9th seat inquired. Han Shaoan responded. My task is to assist the chief instructor in resolving the matters concerning Yu Huai and Qian Mo while ensuring the Master of Whispers remains alive. The chief instructor stated that the Master of Whispers still holds value. Spare his life. The other followers began to reveal their tasks as well. Their missions were similar, primarily aimed at taking the opportunity to undermine the ancient God Church. It was not about complete dismantlement. Rather, it was about allowing undercover agents to gain a voice. The ancient God Church still had its uses. Once dismantled, the outer gods might establish a new ancient God Church. Therefore, rather than dismantling it, it was better to continue as undercover agents and report valuable intelligence to the higher-ups. Since our tasks are aligned, let us discuss how to deal with Yu Huai and Qian Mo. The followers of the ancient God Church plotted against the 3 heads while in the training camp. After Bailey Pang Pang finally completed the last lap with great difficulty, he eagerly awaited the instructor's dismissal command. Just as Lin Xie and the others prepared to wash up and eat, they overheard a new recruit muttering softly, I heard the female soldiers are soaking in hot springs. There's a hot spring dug at the top of that mountain not far from us. Is anyone interested in joining for a soak? Don't look at me like that. I'm doing this for everyone's benefit. Soaking in hot springs relieves fatigue. I'm not trying to sneak a peek at the female soldiers bathing. The words of the new recruits, filled with righteousness, gradually diminished in volume. Bai Li, the plump one, suddenly became intrigued. 7 Night. Let us go soak in the hot springs. Come on. Lin Xie immediately declined, thinking to himself, am I the kind of person who peeks at female soldiers bathing? However, he could not resist the coaxing of the others. A group of male soldiers stealthily made their way up the hill, excitement palpable in the air. Peeking at beautiful ladies while they bathe is a dream every man harbors. For men, dreams are simple, possessing a time-stopping device to sneak into the women's bathhouse and find opportunities to gaze upon lovely ladies. Now, the chance to fulfill this dream had presented itself. Would they let it slip away? The answer was a resounding no. They absolutely could not miss this opportunity. Soon, the group of new recruits reached the foot of the mountain. Bailey stood before them, declaring, everyone, at the summit lies the dreams of men. For the sake of these dreams, charge forth with me. Onward, gather, comrades, and fulfill your dreams. At that moment, Bailey appeared far from exhausted. Rather, his eager demeanor ignited their passion. After his rallying cry, he personally led the charge, followed by a throng of enthusiastic recruits. With dreams in their hearts, none could underestimate the bonds between men. As they ran, Bailey suddenly collapsed, his right leg caught in a bear trap. Lin Xie hurried to assist, but Bailey pushed him away. Xie, run, hurry, go fulfill the dreams of men. Though I may fall along the way, you must continue the charge. Go. Don't worry about me. I may not reach the summit, but you can ascend in my stead. Xie, run faster. Chapter 60, The Divine Battle of Tsongnan commences. The path in pursuit of dreams is destined to be fraught with obstacles. As they climbed, flashes of lightning, thunderous flames, and radiant sword energies assailed them. One by one, recruits fell along the way. Initially, there were over 100 men charging up the mountain, but by the time they reached the halfway point, only a handful remained. When they were just a step away from the summit, Lin Xie found himself alone. With a solemn expression, he realized that with one more step upward, he would glimpse the ultimate dream of every man. Behind him, countless recruits cheered him on, carrying the hopes of all. Lin Xie took a deep breath and stepped forward with determination. In the next moment, Lin Xie stood frozen. At the mountain's peak, there were indeed hot springs and people bathing, but they were not the young and beautiful female soldiers. Instead, it was the old crone, Jia Zhangshi. Oh, sweetheart. Come join me for a soak. She beckoned eagerly. Lin Xie's face turned ashen. Without a word, he activated the powers of the Starry Night Dancer and swung his blade. Moments later, Lin Xie descended from the peak, his expression dark. Along the way, recruits inquired about the beauty of the scenery at the summit. After resting for a while, some could no longer contain their curiosity and stealthily made their way to the top. The consequences? The following day, the male soldiers collectively petitioned to have Jia Zhashir expelled from the recruit camp. Naturally, the instructors would not agree to such a request, and the matter eventually faded away. In Songnan City, the new recruits trained methodically in the suburbs. Outside the suburbs, the entire city was bustling with activity. Staff dressed in community vests shouted through megaphones. The earthquake department issued a warning. Songnan City was set to experience an unprecedented 8.0 magnitude earthquake. Following directives from superiors, the public was urged to promptly evacuate the city. Time was of the essence, and no one knew when the earthquake would strike. They urged everyone to cooperate, remain calm, and not panic. On the streets, troops assisted workers in evacuating the crowds. The entire city of Songnan was in an orderly retreat. Despite minor hiccups, the evacuation proceeded relatively smoothly. Railways, highways, airplanes, ships, and trains operated continuously. With a population of over 1 million, the evacuation could be completed within 3 days at most. Inside the Peace Affairs office, Zhuqing glanced at his watch. After waiting for the hand to complete its final circle, he took a deep breath. The God-slaying plan is officially initiated. Chenmai activated the powers of the Wailing Goddess, releasing a wave of energy. Songnan had become a battlefield that had long been prepared. Meant to inform the evil gods, the Wailing Goddess resides in Songnan. Come and take her if you dare. 2 special squads gathered in Songnan, along with 2 members of the heroic spirit squad, the chief instructor Wang Feng and the vigilant Black King. Zhuqing had never engaged in such a well-prepared battle. With the population of Songnan evacuated, releasing the Wailing Goddess was a blatant declaration to the outer gods that the Night Watchman had laid out a trap. Want the Wailing Goddess? Sure. She is right here in Songnan. Do you dare to come and claim her? Chenmai nodded, activating the Forbidden Void, causing 2 black chains to suddenly materialize. A terrifying palace of the underworld appeared behind him. In front of the palace stood the expressionless Black Wuchang, silently awaiting. Chenmai raised his hand and grasped a box from within the palace. Upon gently opening the box, a colossal and destructive aura surged skyward. The Wailing Goddess, suppressed for a decade, had returned to the mortal realm. Within the mist, various divine nations sensed the presence of the Wailing Goddess. In Asgard, Odin sat upon his throne, his expression calm as water. Loki, you must go at once. After a moment of contemplation, Odin commanded. In Olympus, sensing the aura of the Wailing Goddess, Zeus immediately ordered Poseidon and Hades to head to the Great Xia and compete for her. In an instant, the previously tranquil mist became rife with undercurrents. 10 years prior, Wang Feng had made an agreement with Kronos, the god of time, that no outer gods would descend upon the Great Xia for a decade. Now, with that decade concluded, the agreement was null and void, and a storm of bloodshed was imminent. Both sides, in tacit understanding, prepared the battlefield. Songnan City would be the site of their decisive confrontation. Zhuqing looked at the Wailing Goddess with a complex expression. He understood that once the god-slaying plan was initiated, it signified a fight to the death. The evil gods would not permit mortals to slaughter deities. Yet time was not on their side. Ideally, the best strategy would be to trade time for time. The mist had descended for a century, and the strength of the divine nations had been somewhat weakened. Within a century, the power of the gods would dwindle to that of mere mortals. But would the gods patiently wait? For the outer gods, the Great Xia was a coveted prize. Occupying the Great Xia would ensure a continuous source of faith, allowing the outer gods to linger for hundreds of years. A conflict was inevitable. It had merely been advanced. Old Chen, do you think we can win? Zhuqing sighed. Chenmai remained silent, raising his palm to give Zhuqing a slap. Are you afraid? Are you questioning the decision? We must burn our boats. The Night Watchman would rather stand and die than kneel and live. Even if we lose, the spark of hope has been ignited. The chief instructor and commander have entrusted the future to that spark. The Great Xia will prevail. The Great Xia shall rise, unstoppable. The future may be beyond our sight, but this world belongs to both us and them. If we cannot win, neither can they. As long as the flame is passed down, there will come a day when the Great Xia triumphs. The Master of National Studies has already begun drafting the outline of our national history. Even if our nation perishes, future generations will remember us. After Chenmai spoke, Zhuqing smiled. Indeed, every generation has its own mission. If this generation cannot win, the next will carry on. The foolish old man moving mountains, our descendants will persist, and one day, victory will dawn upon us. Xiaoyang, let me tell you, there is a beautiful sister inside. She has long legs and is quite wealthy. Once you go in, cling to her leg, and she will buy you plenty of delicious food. Remember, after you're done, tell Grandpa how it felt. As Chenmai and Zhuqing exchanged silent glances, a sudden voice of encouragement from outside the door broke the tranquility. A child, no more than 6 or 7 years old, spoke in a sweet, innocent tone. Grandpa Wang, why do we need to cling to big legs? Boys and girls should keep their distance. I don't want to cling to anyone's leg. Who doesn't he have legs? If Grandpa wants to touch something, he can touch me instead. Wang Feng responded, good child, you are still young and don't understand. If you don't embrace it now, you will regret it for life when you grow up. Chun Mai furrowed his brow at the mention of long legs and clinging. It felt oddly personal. My, look who has arrived. I brought your son and daughter-in-law. It's time for your family of 3 to reunite. No need to thank me. If you want to show gratitude, a token of 100 or 200,000 would suffice. Really, with the current encouragement for having a second child, when will you give Yang Yang a little sister? A son and daughter make for a perfect family. Chapter 61, Mobilizing Forces. Chun Mai looked up to see his ex-wife trailing behind Wang Feng, who was cradling their son in his arms. Instantly, tears welled in Chun Mai's eyes, a wave of bittersweet emotion surging within him. His ex-wife, with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, rushed to his side, collapsing into his embrace and weeping as though she were pouring out years of pent-up grievances. Yang Yang, call your daddy. After a moment of sorrowful weeping, she passed Yang Yang to Chun Mai, allowing the father and son to reunite. Having never met his father before, Yang Yang hesitated, clutching his mother's leg in fear. Chun Mai, with reddened eyes, extended his hand. Yang Yang, it's daddy. Don't you remember? I used to hold you when you were little. The bond between father and son is indeed a wondrous thing. Moments later, Yang Yang was perched on Chun Mai's shoulder, laughing joyously. The scene of familial reunion deeply moved Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Hong Ying wiped away her tears and swatted Wang Feng's inappropriate advances away. Commander, please show some decorum. Wang Feng chuckled awkwardly. I couldn't help myself. Upon seeing your long legs, my instincts kicked in. Such legs should not be wasted. As Hong Ying prepared to retaliate, Wang Feng quickly composed himself, taking a seat on the sofa. Switching. The God-slaying plan commences. The divine battle that remained unfinished a decade ago will continue. Is everyone in position? What is the status of the population evacuation in Songnan City? Are the 4 human pillars ready? Hong Ying intended to punch Wang Feng, but remained silent, standing at attention as he shifted into work mode. Zhuo Qing took a deep breath and stated solemnly, the evacuation of Songnan City is nearing completion. Only a few neighborhoods remain, but the rest have been largely evacuated. Whether in urban or rural areas, the night watchers have all been dispatched. In the 5-star hotel, the Ancient God Society was also monitoring the situation, and the 3 special squads of the Mystic Masked Phoenix were on standby. Night watcher teams across various regions were also on high alert, ready to assist Songnan City. The 4 human pillars, Zhou Ping had already proceeded to the coastline. Lu Wuwei was searching for Loki, Commander Yifan had personally gone to the Qing Haidebet Plateau, and Mr. Chan had made his way to Medusa's location. Everything was proceeding as planned. All was ready except for the wind from the east. Zhuo Qing's eyes sparkled with fervor. As soon as the outer gods arrive, the divine battle can commence. The only variable was Indra, according to the monitoring. He might be headed straight for Songnan. Wang Feng raised an eyebrow. With those odds, we only have a 98% chance of victory? That is hardly different from a death sentence. Notify the gods of Daxia to provide support. This divine battle does not require their presence. They should focus on resolving matters in the Egyptian temple. Inform the Marquis that when the moon Huai attacks the sacred land, they should counterattack Egypt and sever half of its divine fortune. Yet it still wasn't enough. Even with the severing of divine fortune, the odds would only rise to 99. It was insufficient. A decisive struggle was imperative. Notify the divine beast Baizé to mobilize the demon clans, suppress the mysteries everywhere, and warn them. Any disruption in this battle will lead to the annihilation of all mysteries in Daxia. Notify the romantic fox demon of Tushan, and ensure that if Loki summons the Norse beast clan, they must hold their ground. Inform Grandfather Neo of the Flip Garden that the Bull Demon King can emerge. Tell the neighbors that there is no need to continue hiding. Notified Songnan's first prison, Zhang Xiaohua, Wang Shitu, and Wu Ergu, to be ready to support the special teams at any moment. A flurry of commands poured from Wang Feng's lips. Zhuo Qing, seated at the desk, rapidly tapped the keyboard, diligently recording each of Wang Feng's instructions. Once Wang Feng fell silent, Zhuo Qing prudently reiterated the instructions to ensure nothing was overlooked before exiting the room to make calls one by one. Inside the room, Wang Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the moon. He extended his finger, inscribing 3 words in the void. Kill Odin. On the moon, the figure of Michael stood like a statue, slowly nodding. He then resumed his role as a statue, suppressing the clade gods. All preparations were complete, and a divine battle could erupt at any moment. In a snowy region of the Qing Haidebet Plateau, Yifan, clad in black and draped in a cloak, sat quietly in a meditative position. A standard night watcher knife rested upon his knees. Yifan caressed the blade with one hand, murmuring to himself, the knife possesses spirit, the knife possesses power. a saying long upheld among the Night Watchers. Except for Zhao Kongcheng, no Night Watcher had uttered the name of the blade in nearly a century. Old friend, have we not fought side by side for decades? Must I, Yi Fan, remain unrecognized by you? Yi Fan seemed to question the blade, yet it remained silent. Theoretically, the commander would not deceive. If he claimed the knife had spirit, then it must possess sentience. But why the silence? Had Yi Fan's actions not yet earned the blade's recognition? In a daze, the colors above the snowy mountain began to shift. The previously clear sky darkened in an instant. A massive visage emerged in the pitch-black night sky. Hades, the lord of the underworld, gazed down at Yi Fan. Mortal, I recognize you. You are the one once hunted by Gaia. What? Today, do you intend to impede the gods? Yi Fan stood resolutely. Hades, ahead lies Daxia. The gods are forbidden to enter. Hades scoffed. You think you can stop me? You, a mere human pinnacle, truly believe you can halt a god? Mortals are, after all. Mortals, unable to ascend to divinity, they remain mere insects. Yi Fan chuckled. And you dare call yourselves gods? Since the mist descended, your powers have waned. In less than a century, you too shall become insects. Will you still dare call yourselves gods then? Hades erupted in fury. You insolent worm. You are blaspheming against the divine. A terrifying aura radiated from Hades, dark energies swirling around him. Arise, my slumbering army. Tear apart this insect before me. Hades bellowed, summoning his powers to animate the bones and remains on the snowy mountain. Minutes passed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. The expected army of the undead did not materialize. Regardless of Hades' efforts to summon them, no spirits appeared. Mortal, what have you done? Where is my army of the dead? Hades seethed with rage. Yi Fan disdainfully shrugged. A century ago, Daxia implemented cremation. All who have passed were cremated. Even if their remains were untraceable, the Night Watchers incinerated them. Lord Hades, without remains. How do you plan to summon them? Hades fumed, cursed. What a vile scheme. You strike at the heart of the matter, showing no reason. Do not think that without my army of the dead, I cannot deal with you. I am still a god, while you remain a wretched mortal. Gods are great. Gods are omnipotent. Before the divine, you should kneel and plead for mercy. Chapter 62. Zhou Ping slays the god. Upon the coastline, waves crashed relentlessly, each surge concealing a massive visage within. Zhou Ping, sword in hand, slowly emerged from the tumultuous waters, with both feet firmly planted on the ground. The not-so-tall figure exuded an aura that suggested an indomitable spirit. Zhou Ping raised one hand, and a surge of sword intent erupted from his fingertip. The terrifying sword energy howled through the air, aimed at the colossal wave approaching him. With a resounding crash, the wave shattered, revealing a man wielding a trident before Zhou Ping. Human, do you know who I am? The trident-wielding man inquired. Zhou Ping, suppressing his social anxiety, responded. I am the god of the sea, Poseidon, designated as deity code 009. Bold. How dare you assign a number to a deity? Poseidon thundered. Human, you have already chosen your path to demise. Do you believe you can withstand my power? As he brandished his trident, immense waves surged behind him, darkening the sky and casting all else into oblivion. Zhou Ping, still reluctant to engage in conversation, inwardly complained about his opponent's incessant prattle. You claim to be a god, yet you insist on chattering instead of fighting. How bothersome it is to have come out for a brawl only to be bombarded with questions. He felt an urge to strike with his sword, but the instructions from Wang Feng echoed in his mind, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He needed to lure Poseidon towards Tsangnan without alerting him or allowing him to wreak havoc along the way. This task felt overwhelmingly daunting. Zhou Ping bit his lip, gripping the sword hilt, preparing to draw his blade. The intense sword intent emanating from him made Poseidon regard him with newfound seriousness. This human was formidable. Even Poseidon was uncertain of delivering a fatal blow with a single strike. Tension thickened in the air as Zhou Ping drew his sword, and Poseidon took a defensive stance. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, Zhou Ping's phone rang unexpectedly. Feeling embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and said, Please hold on. I need to take this call. Poseidon remarked, I suddenly feel disrespected. This sensation is quite offensive. Ignoring Poseidon's sentiments, Zhou Ping answered the call. Hello. This is Elephant Loan's representative. Your debt with our company has been overdue for over 30 days. Zhou Ping promptly hung up, his mood shifting to one of anger. With an innocent heart, Zhou Ping had previously shown little interest in worldly affairs. No one could provoke his ire, except for Wang Feng. That cursed Wang Feng had not only stolen Zhou Ping's savings, but also used his phone for online loans, leading to a barrage of collection calls. How infuriating. Having never lost his temper before, Zhou Ping suddenly felt a surge of wrath. His expression towards Poseidon shifted from calm and timid to one of fierce determination. With a clang, he unsheathed his sword, pointing it menacingly at Poseidon. What are you barking about? Poseidon, bewildered, replied, I did not call out. Do you think my innocent heart is incapable of anger? Today you shall taste the edge of my sword. Poseidon protested. No, I feel you are mistaken. I have no evidence. Disregarding Poseidon's mental ramblings, Zhou Ping summoned the power of his sword. A phrase Wang Feng had once uttered surged to the forefront of his mind. When the heavenly path collapses and fog descends, I, Wang Feng, wield but one sword. With it, I can move mountains, sever rivers, overturn seas, vanquish demons, subdue monsters, command deities, pluck stars, raise cities, and open the heavens. How magnificent! Just reciting it ignited a fire within him. Little Zhou Ping, you are the most promising human of the century in the Great Xia. Your innocent heart shields you from worldly distractions. You have the potential to ascend to divinity, yet you lack conviction. Your innocent heart has rendered you indifferent to all things. If you wish to advance further, you must immerse yourself in the world, experience life's myriad forms, and embrace the joys of existence. Deities are called such for their mastery over the laws of the universe. The laws can also become the Tao. To attain the Tao, one must slay deities to acquire their inherent powers. You must create your own laws to become a god. For reasons unknown. Images of Wang Feng's unorthodox teachings flooded Zhou Ping's mind. Your life has been fraught with hardship. Your parents are but beasts, and you faced bullying in school. Humans experience four emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and fear, yet you have only known fear. You remember your suffering, remaining indifferent, unaware that you overlook many facets of human warmth. The concern of your homeroom teacher, the care of your uncle, and the kindness of Uncle Chun from the wonton stall. Since He Fan brought you to me, I have taken you across the land, indulging you in culinary delights from the bean juice of the capital to the spicy soup of the Central Plains, the roasted duck of the capital, the raw seafood of Chaos Han, and the noodles of Northwest Jin. I have exposed you to the vibrant world for 2 years, hoping you would experience life's richness. Remember, to taste the world is to enter the world. You shall become the sword immortal of the mundane realm. My son, Zhou Ping, you possess the demeanor of an emperor. Yet I lament that you refuse to accompany me to wash your feet, a path to longevity in the pinnacle of existence. Zhou Ping's gaze sharpened at that moment. He finally comprehended the meaning behind Wang Feng's words. Drawing a deep breath, he reached into the void and bellowed, "Sword, come forth. Today, I, Zhou Ping, enter the mortal realm as the sword immortal." With a thunderous roar, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. On Chilean Mountain, a monk murmured. Sutras opened his eyes. Entering the mortal realm? Slaying deities? Has Zhou Ping finally taken this step? Very well. All is destined. I shall lend you my strength today, the monk concluded, casting the trembling Xianyuan's sword with great force. The sword screamed as it soared towards the coastline, swiftly landing in Zhou Ping's grasp. The Xianyuan's sword, an ancient weapon of the human emperor, bore the sun, moon, and stars on one side, and mountains, rivers, and flora on the other. With a firm grip on the Xianyuan's sword, Zhou Ping stepped forward, officially entering the realm of the land sword immortal. A gentle swing of his sword unleashed a blade of energy stretching hundreds of meters, striking Poseidon directly at the neck. With a single stroke, Poseidon fell. The heavens wept. A deity had perished. The Olympian sea god, Poseidon, had officially met his end. In Songnan City, Wang Feng felt the overwhelming and terrifying sword intent and smiled maniacally. It is done. A monumental achievement. Today, a member of the Great Xia has finally stepped into the divine realm. From now on, who dares to belittle the Great Xia as godless? The Night Watcher's confidential records documented the Olympian sea god's invasion of the Great Xia coastline, only to be slain by Zhou Ping, the sword immortal of the mundane realm. The heavens mourned. The earth grew dim. The chief instructor remarked, "This is a fortuitous event. Let it be known far and wide. With food and drink, how could there be no women?" He ordered the Songnan Team 130 SIXS Hong Ying to accompany him for drinks. But she refused. Enraged, Hong Ying pursued the chief instructor for some time before being intercepted by Chen Mai. Chapter 63. The Rebellion in the New Recruits Mess Hall. The mighty Olympian sea god, one of the 12 main gods, was slain by a mere human with a single blow. News reached Olympus, inciting Zeus's fury, who longed to personally travel to the Great Xia to eliminate Zhou Ping. Yet, he dared not. A decade ago, Zeus had ventured to the Great Xia, believing he could resolve the issue of the blasphemer. However, he found himself ensnared by Wang Feng in the demon market, enduring humiliation akin to that of a bullied student, receiving countless slaps. Do you comprehend what hundreds of slaps mean to Zeus? It is a degradation of dignity. Though infuriated, he refrained from confronting the Great Xia directly. Yet he could not swallow his anger. In desperation, Zeus made his way to Cronus' dwelling, hoping the old god king would take action. However, he was met with refusal. Cronus showed no interest in even meeting Zeus, instead ordering Olympus to prepare for battle. Upon receiving the order to prepare for war, Zeus scoffed. What luck! You killed a sea god, and now you think the great Sia dares to counterattack Olympus? Since the old god king refused to intervene, Zeus commanded the sun god Apollo and the goddess of wisdom and war Athena to proceed to the great Sia. The blasphemer must die. The dignity of Olympus cannot be trampled upon. Two deities received their orders and swiftly departed for the great Sia. Concurrently, atop the snowy peaks, the battle between Hades and Yi Fan was underway. Upon sensing the fall of Poseidon, Hades halted his assault and questioned Yi Fan, "Human, how dare you commit regicide? Are you not afraid of the wrath of Olympus?" In response, Yi Fan, glowing like a golden Buddha, scoffed, "Wrath? Do you even have time for vengeance? To be frank, the goddess of night, Nyx, has awakened and may strike Olympus at any moment. Allow me to share a little secret. After you sacrificed Nyx's offspring to dispel the mist, the chief instructor will reel in their souls. This means you face not just Nyx, but all her divine progeny. Olympus will descend into chaos. The 12 main deities will be at odds, fighting relentlessly, and your downfall is inevitable." Yi Fan laughed maniacally, reveling in his own arrogance, while Hades' expression darkened. Unsure of the truth behind Yi Fan's words, Hades contemplated the grim future of Olympus if they were accurate. With two divine factions at odds, one seeking vengeance and the other a false facade, who could predict the victor? This thought ignited within Hades a desire to flee. What was the worth of risking his life for a few hundred coins each month? Survival was paramount. Hades yearned for a sanctuary to hide for a millennium or two. However, the moment any being, divine or mortal, entertains the thought of retreat, they reveal a vulnerability. Just as Hades turned to escape, Yi Fan's radiant form drew forth a weapon. "Old friend, if you possess any spirit, assist me this once. I do not seek to slay a god, merely to strike him down," Yi Fan roared, swinging his blade toward Hades. In that fleeting moment, Yi Fan felt a consciousness emanating from the weapon. Understanding dawned upon him, and he solemnly declared, "Buddha's fire, angry lotus." Instantly, the blade erupted with scorching, terrifying red flames. The flames transformed into lotus blossoms, cascading like a river, relentlessly battering Hades back. Hades realized that the red flames were inherently counteractive against his powers of death, prompting him to accelerate his escape. Thus, the gods of Olympus witnessed the fall of the sea god and the retreat of the lord of the underworld. Buddha's fire, angry lotus? So, that is your name. Old friend, Yi Fan murmured as he caressed the blade. At the new recruits training camp in Songnan City, the external divine conflict did not disrupt the ongoing training sessions. Over 200 recruits continued their physical exercises. As the midday run concluded, Lin Chiye and Qingyu, carrying the rotund Bai Li, rushed toward the mess hall. The center of the hall was laden with food. Upon sighting the meals, Bai Li's earlier lethargy vanished as he eagerly stuffed buns into his mouth. Just as Lin Chiye reached for a bun, he was unexpectedly summoned by the mental hospital in his mind, a situation he had never encountered before. Since activating the mental hospital, he had never experienced a summons. Lin Chiye hastily took a seat and directed his consciousness into the mental institution. Inside the mental hospital, Nyx wore a solemn expression, while Merlin appeared somewhat reluctant. "Are you truly leaving? After you go, who will play with me?" Merlin lamented. The serpent-like Nyx waved her hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. After I depart, I will transfer my abilities to Donatus, and there will still be someone to accompany you in rescuing grandfather." Upon hearing this, Merlin nodded in satisfaction. With someone to capture jellyfish, another to impersonate Mickey Mouse, and yet another to save grandfather, the trio would remain intact. "Mother, you summoned me?" Lin Chiye, clad in a white lab coat, hurried over. "Donatus, close your eyes and sense the position of the flip garden," Nyx instructed. Lin Chiye paused, unsure of Nyx's intent. He was about to inquire further when he noticed the seriousness in Nyx's gaze and complied immediately. Suddenly, Lin Chiye vanished from the mess hall, leaving Bai Li, with his mouth full of buns, utterly astonished. "What the hell? The buns are poisoned." "No, it's the buns that are toxic. Seven Knight has disappeared after eating one." Bai Li shouted in panic. "Everyone, don't eat. Stop." Inside the hall, the irritable Lao Sun emerged, complaining, "What are you making noise about? If you don't want to eat, then leave. If you don't eat, there are plenty who will." With Lin Chiye's sudden disappearance, Bai Li and the others were already in a state of distress. Under normal circumstances, they might not have quarreled, but their urgency escalated the situation. Bai Li threw the foul, hard bun in frustration. "You poisoned the buns, causing Seven Knight to vanish, and you still have the nerve to complain? Scoundrel! Return my Seven Knight!" The bun flew through the air and struck Lao Sun squarely in the face, resulting in a splatter of blood from his nose. With Bai Li leading the charge, other disgruntled recruits, fed up with the mess hall, began hurling their buns as well. Chaos erupted within the hall. Upon receiving the news, Yuan Gang and others rushed in to intervene, but Qing Yu and the others had already plotted their course of action, seizing the moment while both special teams were absent. They felt compelled to defend their right to a decent meal, for the sake of satiating their hunger and achieving culinary freedom. As for Lin Chia, upon entering the mess hall, Yuan Gang and his companions were immediately met with a barrage of hard, foul-smelling buns. Stop. What are you rookies doing? Are you rebelling? Put down your weapons. We can discuss this. The instructor team, unable to break the impasse, resorted to softer tactics. Discuss? Your buns are foul and hard, resembling excrement. We are not the 8th Army. We do not consume excrement. Unless you promise to improve the food in the mess hall, this matter is far from over. Bali rallied the recruits, demanding the instructor's compliance. Compromise was out of the question. It would never happen. As the number of buns dwindled, the instructor team, led by Yuan Gang, charged once more, overpowering the recruits. Fortunately, the outcome was somewhat favorable. Although the food remained unpalatable, at least it was cooked. Chapter 64, Memoirs. Those years as a deity. In the Flip Garden community, Lin Xia opened his eyes to find himself in the community square. The square, at this moment, was devoid of its usual hustle and bustle. Typically, it thrived with the lively laughter of children playing, elderly folks engaged in chess, and couples in love. However, today, the square was quiet, filled with people, yet all remained silent, standing still. This eerie stillness instilled an inexplicable sense of unease within Lin Xia. Instinctively, he searched for familiar faces but saw no sign of his aunt. Just as he was about to speak, a group of over a dozen rushed toward him from the front of the square. Mother, finally I see you, the leader exclaimed, emotionally grasping Nix's hand. Lin Xia was taken aback. Mother? But Nix's children were all sacrificed by Zeus. How can one suddenly appear? Or perhaps they mistook her for someone else. Lin Xia regarded the newcomer with suspicion, hoping for an explanation. Nix raised her hand to gently caress the person's cheek. I am not deceiving you. Wang Feng did not lie. Upon hearing the name Donatus, Lin Xia instinctively prepared to respond, but the newcomer beat him to it. As Donatus spoke, a surge of divine power erupted around him, and Lin Xia realized, to his astonishment, that this individual was indeed a deity, referring to Nix as mother, and she, in turn, called him Donatus. Could it be that he's the legendary Greek god of death? No. Didn't he say that Danaus was already sacrificed by Zeus when the fog descended? How could he suddenly appear before me? Lin Xia felt perplexed and at a loss. His instincts hinted that this matter was undoubtedly connected to Wang Feng. He shifted his gaze towards the entrance of the community. There, somewhat anxious, was Zhou Ping, quietly following Wang Feng, seemingly resistant to his excessive enthusiasm. Wang Feng casually draped his arm around Zhou Ping's shoulders and greeted him. Old busybody. Long time no see. Have you missed me? As agreed, I've been nurturing the souls of your children to gradually restore their strength. Buy one get one free. Do you see this handsome lad by my side? The sword immortal of the mortal world, quite remarkable, isn't he? Old busybody. Whether you can win or take revenge depends on your own capabilities. Wang Feng released Zhou Ping's shoulder and nudged him towards Nix. Nix smiled at Wang Feng, remaining silent throughout the exchange. Wang Feng raised an eyebrow. Considering how you enjoy helping me with needlework, I'll lend you a hand this one time. Don't expect it again. With that, Wang Feng lifted his hand and aimed to pat Nix on the head. Simultaneously, a flurry of notifications surged through Lin Xia's mind. Nix's healing progress, 70%. Nix's healing progress, 90%. Nix's healing progress, 100%. Discharge successful. Ding. Healing for Nix is complete. Abilities can now be randomly extracted. As the notification chimed, Nix's gaze gradually regained clarity. After the healing concluded, Nix flashed a charming smile, adorning Lin Xia with the serpent-themed attire, then gestured for Wang Feng to continue. Wang Feng produced the hand of God and began to probe above Nix's head, soon grasping a dark object tightly. He then inserted the dark object into Lin Xia's body. Lin Xia silently felt it and realized it was the essence of the night. His mother, Lin Xia, was overwhelmed with excitement. Nix nodded slightly and turned her gaze back to Wang Feng. Wang Feng scoffed dismissively. Here you go. Your share back to you. Who cares? Lin Xia then felt another object being inserted into his body, accompanied by notification sounds announcing the acquisition of extraordinary fertility. Nix surveyed the crowd, her children flanking her. Great Mage Merlin, please begin. Nix smiled. Merlin sighed and, with a swift turn, summoned a pink starfish. The children behind Nix transformed into various animated characters. In an instant, the little Flip Garden was filled with the triumvirate of childhood: Blood Red Prairie, Silent Sea, and Bear Mountain. The pink starfish shrieked, feigned death to avoid lightning. SpongeBob, let us go catch jellyfish. The pink starfish bounced energetically, followed by the little lambs and Mr. Krabs among other animated characters. Catch jellyfish, catch jellyfish. Patrick is holding a net. The little lambs raise their nets as well. Catch jellyfish. Save Grandpa. Nix nodded in satisfaction. Off to Olympus for revenge. Life and death are uncertain, but even when faced with the unknown, one must face it with a smile. This is the way. With a whoosh, Nix soared into the air, followed by a host of animated characters. My children, I await you in Olympus. Nix smiled as she bid farewell. Leading her children straight to Olympus, with Zhou Ping following closely, sword in hand. Meanwhile, upon receiving orders, Apollo, the sun god, and Athena descended upon the skies of Songnan City. Before they could search for the slayer of gods, they were surrounded by the 9 sacred rams. Who says the Ram clan has no great emperor? The 9 sacred rams confront the main god. Apollo stood bewildered, staring at the upright rams, their presence strikingly familiar. Were they not the children of Nyx sacrificed a century ago? Why had they transformed into rams? Was it not said that even their souls were sacrificed? How could they possibly be reincarnated? Before Apollo could fully process his confusion, Nyx, clad in her serpent attire, appeared. With a sweeping gesture, she commanded, catch jellyfish. Save Grandpa. Confront the main god. The 9 sacred rams sprang into action, each delivering a powerful blow to Apollo. What is going on? What is happening? Are you surprised? Just asking if you're surprised. At that time, I was commanded by the divine ruler Zeus to seek the slayer of gods in Songnan City. Upon my arrival in the skies of Songnan City, I was met with the 9 sacred rams, each delivering a blow. I was nearly 100,000 years old. Do you know the impact of a blow on a child of that age? I dared not retaliate, for Nyx was watching closely. The moment I made a move, I would be done for. Damn Athena, while I was being struck, she transformed into a ram and joined in on the assault. Chapter 65, Fong Tianhua Halberd. Especially for poking the foster father. The divine battle in Songnan City raged fervently. Zhou Ping slayed a god. Yi Fan severely injured the king of the underworld. Nyx led her children towards Olympus for vengeance. All news was transparent. At the foot of Jinan Mountain, the 3 heads of the ancient god church stood with their followers. Yu Huai pointed at Jinan Mountain. The entire Great Xia is targeting the divine beings. All the night watchmen are on alert. Now is the opportune moment for the ancient god church to stir trouble. I will head to the land of national fortune. Sever the dragon vein and ruin the nation's fate. You all take the chance to release the flame dragon from the earth's veins. The death of the evil god must not be in vain. Once the flame dragon emerges, the earth will tremble, and Great Xia will suffer calamity. The evil god in heaven will surely commend the ancient god church. Friends, wealth and glory lie just ahead. Strive for it, and a beautiful tomorrow awaits. Yu Huai, reminiscent of a cult leader, fervently brainwashed his followers. The expressions of the followers were fervent, but upon closer inspection, one could clearly see the disdain in their eyes. All were undercover agents. What could your ancient god church possibly win? Yu Huai nodded in satisfaction. I leave the rest to you. I shall go ahead. With that, Yu Huai swiftly departed for the land of national fortune. Once he was gone, the murmurer began to move as well, stepping towards the direction of the flame dragon's earth vein. However, the followers remained still. Qianmo looked towards the training camp. Do not move from this spot. I will go stir trouble at the training camp. It's time to give the night watchman a little shock. Qianmo's gaze turned fierce, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he headed towards the training camp. The ninth seat quickly interjected, My lord, it's somewhat dangerous for you to go alone. Why don't we accompany you? Besides, they are merely new recruits. They don't need you to take action. We will handle it. You can rest assured. As soon as the ninth seat finished speaking, the other followers chimed in. Qianmo felt that the ninth seat's words made sense. As one of the 3 heads of the ancient god church, how could he do everything personally? What were his subordinates for? Subordinates are meant to be cannon fodder. They should be the ones in the front line. As the saying goes, let the secretary do the work when there's something to do, and let the secretary rest when there's nothing to do. Seeing that Qianmo seemed swayed, the ninth seat seized the opportunity. My lord, can you not trust us to handle this? They're just a bunch of rookie recruits. When we handle it, not a blade of grass will survive. Even passing dogs will get struck down, and earthworms will be cut in half. Anyone below 3 years old or above 80 will surely flee upon seeing our ancient god church, who allowed that old shepherd over there to graze sheep here. Do you not know that Jinan Mountain is the territory of the ancient god church? Rolling his eyes, old fool, are you looking down on Lord Qianmo? In a bid to prove his loyalty, the ninth seat swiftly identified a target to demonstrate. Coincidentally, just ahead was an old shepherd playing with a cat and dog. The old shepherd set down his white fox and kicked little Blackie. The cat and dog sat quietly on the ground, their human-like gazes filled with expressions of bewilderment. Old man, where is your father? Qianmo declared. Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot. You can endure, but I cannot. Old dang. Today you shall receive a slap across your face, forcing you to flee while clutching your backside. The ninth seat proclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and signaling the other followers to take action. If not now, then when? In the land of national fate. Yu Huai murmured as he sought the fiery dragon of the earth within the Jinan Mountains. The time, place, and people were all favorable. It was now or never to resolve the issue of Qianma. Subsequently, they would frame the old shepherd for the misdeeds. The entire city of Tsangnan was diverted. Yet the old shepherd remained in the Jinan Mountains. This old dang was certainly no ordinary individual. The other followers nodded in agreement, resembling a gang of ruffians as they rolled up their sleeves, clamoring to teach the old shepherd a lesson. Their mouths were filled with curses. Yet the group swiftly surrounded Qianma, the snake woman, and El Liang. Qianma felt a surge of emotion. The followers had always been under the care of Yu Huai. Among the three towering figures of the ancient god church, Yu Huai is the first, Yu Huai is the second, and Qianma is the third. He usually remained at home while the first two went out to cause trouble. The followers had seldom paid him any attention. He had thought their disregard stemmed from disdain, only to realize he had misjudged them. What good people they were. Wait, something felt amiss. When had the followers unified their weapons? The Fang Dianyue halberd? No, that couldn't be right. He felt deceived. The followers wielding the Fang Dianyue halberd could be explained as a unification of arms, but what of the first seat, who appeared as a dog yet also held the Fang Dianyue halberd? Doubt flickered through Qianma's mind as he pondered the followers' sudden display of the halberd. Soon, he comprehended the situation. Dozens of followers emerged from various angles, thrusting their Fang Dianyue halberds forward. The snake woman and El Liang had not reacted in time and were swiftly dispatched. As for Qianma, being at the pinnacle of the Klein realm, he was momentarily safe from death. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the followers. The ninth seat, somewhat apologetic, declared, "I'm sorry, but we are under cover. However, do not be disheartened. To ensure your departure is comfortable, we have chosen to use the Fang Dianyue halberd. In the realm of men, Elbu rides the red hare, and the Fang Dianyue halberd is specifically designed to pierce the heart of the adoptive father. My good sir, we had no choice in another life. We wish to be good people. Let us proceed. Do not let Yu Huai sense us." The ninth seat shouted, brandishing the Fang Dianyue halberd and charging forward, with the other followers following suit. In an instant, the foot of the Jinan Mountains was filled with the sounds of explosions. The old shepherd remained silent, and after a while, he sighed. What a calamity! The venerable ancient god church has been infiltrated like a sieve, with all members being undercover agents. It was unfortunate that the three towering figures remained oblivious. They could not afford to offend Wang Feng and needed to find a way to mend relations. As the old shepherd spoke, he gently wielded his whip, unleashing terrifying whip energy upon the followers. Qianma thought he had encountered a savior and was about to express his gratitude when a whip strike decapitated him. Within the Jinan Mountains, Yu Huai, who had been probing for the earth dragon, seemed to sense something and gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself. A feeling of palpitations arose. The last time it occurred was after consuming shrimp, when the ancient god church was infiltrated. Today, another wave of palpitations struck. Could it be that I am to eat Oreos again? The inexplicable anxiety began to unsettle Yu Huai. He needed to locate the earth dragon quickly. Once it turned over, the task would be complete. Despite his unease, he still needed to create a disturbance. The Jinan Mountains were closest to the new recruit camp. Once the earth dragon turned over, the recruits would surely emerge en masse. At that point, the two towering figures of the ancient god church, along with a dozen followers, would be able to eliminate the new recruits in one fell swoop, thus extracting the secrets of the three divine agents. They could also deal with the young master of the Bailey family, crippling the Daxia Night Watchman's new strength. As for the divine war, that was a matter for the deities, not for Yu Huai to concern himself with. How strange. I recall the earth dragon being nearby. Why can't I find it? Yu Huai pondered. Could it be possible that someone has taken the earth dragon away? A sudden voice emerged, providing a revelation that led Yu Huai to a moment of clarity. That makes sense. You speak the truth. Damn. Who are you? Chapter 66. Your uncle was beaten by a monkey. He found himself staring at three teenagers who were coldly observing him. The speaker was none other than Lin Qia's cousin, the true monarch Erlang, Yang Jin. Yang Jin scoffed. Shen Erniu, you have committed countless heinous acts, and today you shall pay the price. With that, he swung his three-pronged blade and lunged at Yu Huai. His movements were so practiced that it resembled a barbecue chef skillfully threading skewers. With Yang Jin making his move, Neza was unwilling to be outdone. He slightly rotated, revealing his 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding weapons to effectively trap Yu Huai. The white dragon emitted a dragon's roar, transforming into a massive dragon over 100 meters long. The dragon glided through the sky, opening its mouth to unleash pure white dragon flames upon Yu Huai. Yu Huai was left dumbfounded. when had so many powerful figures from the Night Watchers appeared. The ancient god church had been in a back-and-forth struggle with the Night Watchers since its inception, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Even when Yu Huai personally intervened, he had caused enough chaos in Daxia to leave the Night Watchers overwhelmed. He was well aware of the Night Watchers' capabilities and knew they did not possess such terrifying young individuals. Yet upon seeing Yang Jin's three-pronged blade and Neza's magical silk, a terrifying thought struck Yu Huai's mind. Could it be that they were deities of Daxia? No, was he had said that Daxia had no gods? Why had they suddenly appeared? In his final moments, Yu Huai pondered this question. Does Daxia have gods or not? If they do, why haven't they shown themselves for a century? If they don't, then who are these three individuals? As his head fell, blood gushing forth. Yu Huai, one of the three towering figures of the ancient god church who had opposed the Night Watchers for decades, was slain by the combined efforts of three god-tier beings. Just as his soul was about to fade, Yu Huai realized the truth. Daxia does have gods, but they are all ancient shadows. They have been silently accumulating strength, waiting for their moment to strike back. However, how is it that three god-tier beings are needed to deal with me, a mere Pete Klein agent of the evil god? Have I broken some heavenly law? Or is it simply that I ate dumplings without vinegar? Yang Jin and the others found themselves exchanging glances, each silently blaming the others for being too heavy-handed. Neza, didn't I tell you I could handle it myself? Why did you also engage? Yang Jin chastised Neza. Neza turned to the White Dragon, reprimanding, White Dragon, have you become restless? Who permitted you to spit fire? Now, what have we done? Yu Huai is dead. How do we report this to Wang Feng? Before we set off, didn't Wang Feng instruct us to spare Yu Huai's life? The subsequent plans cannot do without him. The White Dragon glared at Yang Jin, retorting, Erlang Shin, are you addicted to skewering? Yu Huai was merely a Pete Klein mortal. You pierced him through as if he were a kebab. Do you think you're a barbecue chef? As Yu Huai met his demise, he felt the instant his head fell, consciousness slipping away. In reality, many events unfolded in that fleeting moment. Yang Jin wielded his three-pronged blade, using his skewer technique to impale Yu Huai as if he were a candied hawthorn. Neza, holding a flame gun while standing on a wind and fire wheel, brandished the Chinkuan circle and the magical silk with his other hands, spewing out true fire from his three heads. As Yu Huai was skewered by Yang Jin, he was instantly turned into Turkish kebab. By the time the White Dragon unleashed its dragon flames, not a trace of Yu Huai remained. The feast could begin immediately. None of the three wished to take responsibility, engaging in a heated debate. From their arguments, it became clear that Neza feared Yang Jin, the White Dragon feared Neza, and Yang Jin, in turn, feared the White Dragon. A perfect cycle formed a dynamic of workplace hierarchy. The White Dragon's fear of Neza stemmed from the fact that Neza had once skinned dragons to make belts. Neza feared Yang Jin as he was the greatest war god of the heavenly court, a devoted son yet rebellious. Neza found himself unable to contend with Yang Jin. Thus he was filled with trepidation. Conversely, Yang Jin harbored a fear of the White Dragon, for within the tale of the magic lotus lanterns, Yang Jin's wife was a princess of the Dragon clan, and the White Dragon was his brother-in-law. None of the three were willing to shoulder responsibility. And as their quarrel escalated, genuine ire ignited. Yang Jin exclaimed, Neza, you ungrateful son, you heed not a word. The White Dragon retorted, Yang Jin, you shameless scoundrel. What right have you to scold Neza? Neza interjected, White Dragon, your kin are mere steeds. What gives you the authority to berate my elder brother? The White Dragon's countenance darkened, clearly struck at a sensitive point. Yang Jin, your uncle has been bested by a monkey, your mother has consorted with mortals, and your sister too has lain with one. Your nephew is but a mortal. His words were clearly excessive. Yang Jin glared fiercely, you, who have been ridden by monks, should hold your tongue. Your dragon clan is mounted by others, and the dragon princess has been ridden by me. Come, let us harm each other. After a moment, the renowned god of war, Yang Jin, chose to yield. Let us cease this bickering and devise a solution. The White Dragon and Neza then halted their dispute. Neza stroked his chin. I recall that Wang Feng has a penchant for the fairer sex, does he not? The White Dragon nodded. Indeed. Wang Feng was known for his lecherous tendencies. Since he is so inclined, is there not a fiery dragon in Jinan Mountain, and a female at that? Why not present her to Wang Feng? Neza continued. The White Dragon's expression darkened, his reluctance evident. Yang Jin clapped his hands in agreement. Indeed, a splendid proposal. I possess photographs from Wang Feng's chambers. He keeps two identical images, one labeled Mrs. Hei's and the other, Teacher Bodo. I suspect this woman is Wang Feng's white moonlight, the one whom he cannot forget. As he spoke, Yang Jin produced the two photographs from his pocket and handed them to the White Dragon. You, as a dragon, should instruct the female dragon to transform according to these images, thus ensuring Wang Feng will not trouble us. The white dragon accepted the photographs, scrutinizing them intently. Mrs. Hei's and Teacher Bodo? They hardly appeared to be of the great Xia people. Could it be that Wang Feng had a taste for exotic allure? Neza, unwilling to concede, argued back. Compound surnames. Can it not be a compound surname? Though Hei's and Bodo are uncommon, they do resemble East Asian features. Enough chatter, let us get to work. We still have to venture to the Sun City to slay a deity. After some time, when Wang Feng beheld a beauty identical to Teacher Bodo, he could not help but fall into deep contemplation. Could it be that Teacher Bodo has been reincarnated and has crossed over? The beauty responded at the Tsangnan toll station. Loki arrived in a top-tier sports car, speeding along the highway. Upon seeing the toll station, Loki's eyes brightened. Finally, we have arrived at Tsangnan. The grievances of Shiva ultimately belong to Norse mythology. Just as Loki reveled in his triumph, an electric vehicle and a motorcycle sped towards him from either side, forcing his sports car to a halt. Lu Wuwei, holding a takeout box, scrutinized Loki for a moment. Hello, have you eaten? Please sign for your delivery. Chapter 67 Loki. Fear not. The advantage is mine. Takeout? What takeout? As the god of mischief and schemes, Loki's acting skills were still sharp. He immediately slammed the steering wheel, cursing, takeout? How could a distinguished second-generation heir like myself possibly order takeout? You must be mistaken. I see you've laid eyes on my luxury car and wish to hop in for a photo op. Is that it? Have you ever seen a McLaren? Do you know its worth? It's not that I think little of you. Even if you delivered takeout your entire life, you might never afford a single wheel. Such a flimsy excuse. Had it been before, I might have welcomed you to sit and show off. But now, I am pressed for time. I must head to Tsangnan and cannot afford to indulge you. Loki's performance was masterful, portraying the arrogant heir to perfection. Lu Wuwei glanced at Loki's wicked mushroom hairstyle, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. You are not Shikunkin. According to Tyanyanka, your disguise seems to be that of Shigenji. Does it not? Enough with the act, just sign for the delivery. On the motorcycle, Wang Qing expressed her displeasure. Let us keep it civil, shall we? There are ladies present. However, Loki, your hairstyle indeed resembles Kuin's. Loki fumed, cursed be it. Such exquisite acting, and yet it has been seen through. Is the discerning eye of the great Xia so sharp? Realizing he had been unmasked, Loki chose to abandon his disguise, casually accepting the takeout box. He then exploded it with a resounding bang. The box burst open, revealing not food, but merely 4 bombs, which could hardly harm Loki, though they did leave his hairstyle in disarray. The wicked mushroom hairstyle was now even more tousled, resembling Kuin even more. You are the pinnacle of great Xia humanity. Are you not? That one rider is indeed you, correct? Loki asked, adjusting his hair. Lu Wuwei nodded, becoming vigilant and prepared for action. Wang Qing drew a whip, her expression hostile as she glared at Loki. You are indeed a rider. Then you must be Wang Qing, the daughter of the Slayer of Gods, the former commander of the Great Xia Night Watch. Am I right? Loki turned his gaze to Wang Qing. Loki erupted in laughter. Do you truly believe that with just the two of you, you can obstruct me? I, Loki, god of mischief and schemes, would not come personally without absolute certainty. Do you believe it? With a snap of my fingers, I could sever the dragon vein of the great Xia. Loki confidently addressed the two. They both shook their heads in unison, their expressions suggesting, bluff. Keep on boasting. If you have the ability, then snap your fingers. Loki's expression darkened. You dare to question the great god of mischief and schemes. Today, I shall demonstrate the chasm that exists between the divine and the mortal. With that, Loki raised his right hand and snapped his fingers before their eyes. With a sharp crack, nothing transpired. Awkward. Utterly awkward. Loki rubbed his nose, gazing at the dragon vein of Great Xia. Let me see. It should be time for Yu Huai to take action. Why is there no commotion? Unbeknownst to Loki, at that very moment, Yu Huai was being mercilessly beaten. Lord Ho wielded a golden spear, smiting Yu Huai as if spiking a volleyball, sending him flying. Li Kangxiang executed a stunning backflip kick, propelling Yu Huai to the opposite side. Acting as the goalkeeper, Nie Jingshan staunchly guarded the entrance, ever ready for the opponent's strike. Tang Yushin, meanwhile, squatted idly to the side, raising his hand. I report. Lord Ho, you are cheating. We agreed on soccer. Why are you using weapons? Is there no one to intervene? Lord Ho, you are being unreasonable. Lord Ho tossed the spear aside, looking up at the crowd. Who has seen this lord use a weapon? Li Kangxiang and Nie Jingshan shook their heads vehemently. We saw nothing. Nothing at all. Lord Ho had only been kicking the ball. He had not used the spear to strike anyone. Tang Yushin chuckled, but there was a slight mishap. I can surmise that there are guardians at the site of national fortune. However, do you think this god has but one trick up his sleeve? Young man, you underestimate me. Jinan Mountain is home to the fiery dragon. The dragon vein stirs, tremors echoing for 1,000 miles. Soon Huaihai City shall also be affected. Loki, though stubborn, was merely a god of schemes. Having a backup plan is only natural. Loki waved his hand gently, and a circular mirror composed of darkness appeared. The mirror clearly depicted the scene of Jinan Mountain. Below, the disciples of the ancient god church donned mourning attire. The first and second seats held 2 portraits, while Han Xiaoyan played the Suona, and the 9th seat wept and tossed paper money, exuding an air of professionalism as if they had not been strangers to such rituals. "Why did you leave so early?" cried the second seat. "It is not the second seat. Oh, it is not the second uncle. Stop. It is the ramblings of the master of the fields. Enough. The morning is over. It is time to feast. I shall sit at the children's table. Remember to prepare the takeout bags." "What? No children? Are there no restaurants operating in Songnan? To the Peace Hotel in Huaihai City, I shall go. I crave Hunan-style braised noodles. Without children, a table should be arranged for me, even if I must share it with my dog." Loki, by the gods. What a blunder. Fear not. A backup plan exists. Loki does not rely on outsiders. In times of trouble, one must remain composed to secure victory. Do not presume that I possess only 2 schemes, for as the god of trickery, having a third plan is merely customary. Arise, Karakin. Hellhound. With another wave of his hand, a spatial vortex suddenly materializes. One by one, the sea giants from the north and hellhounds, along with frost giants, emerge from the swirling void. The pinnacle of the North Sea giants alongside hellhounds and a multitude of frost giants at the peak of their realm. Their presence fills Loki with confidence. With one hand on his hip, he boasts, "This time, I refuse to falter. If I do, I shall live stream my demise." Such is my conviction. Lu Wuwei and Wang Qing exchange glances. In the next moment, the Phoenix Squad and the Masked Squad leap from their helicopter. It appears they may stumble again, but the issue is trivial. How much can these 2 special teams accomplish? The advantage remains with me. 800,000 against 600,000. How could I possibly lose? Loki scoffs. I concede that the special teams are formidable, but they are no match for my vast army. When I unleash my legion, how will you respond? Wang Qing's lips twitch as she gestures behind Loki. The black dog lets out a growl, its body swelling in size. It charges first, viciously biting down on the neck of a hellhound. Loki, damn it, not again. Chapter 68, The Battle of the Dual Monkeys. The conflict among beasts is brutal, devoid of elegance, as they collide fiercely, clawing and tearing at one another. In an instant, the area near the toll station in Songnan City transforms into a colossal battlefield. The Daxia demon clan clashes with the Nordic beast clan, creating chaos. Loki, experiencing yet another setback, feels a surge of anxiety, though he must mask it. Have all your trump cards been revealed? Let us see who can come to your aid now. As the god of trickery, you have exposed your cards, yet I still possess mine. A setback? Impossible. Insignificant humans. You shall never be my equals. Anubis, how long will you remain hidden? Loki gazes toward the direction of the turnover garden. At that moment, a spatial gate materializes above the garden. The dog-headed Egyptian god of the dead, Anubis, steps forth from the void. Blasphemer, I can smell your presence. Blasphemer, the great sun god Ra wishes to meet you. Come, let us go. Anubis, staff of the pharaoh in hand, hovers above the turnover garden, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Feng's chamber. His arrival ignites whispers among the residents of the turnover garden. Grandpa Nyo stands firm, his eyes locked onto Anubis. Why can foreign demons ascend to divinity while our Daxia demons are merely referred to as demons? Look at this dog demon, clearly. It has not successfully transformed, yet it can become a god. If becoming a deity were so easy, I would have long since caused a ruckus abroad. It is far better than being a demon in Daxia, regretting not having won the lottery. Grandpa Nyo expresses his discontent, prompting neighbors to offer consolation. Auntie rolls her eyes. It is too late for regrets. The elders have spoken, and we must take action. Initially, we thought this battle did not concern us. Yet here they come. Prepare yourselves, gather for battle. Auntie shouts enthusiastically, and in an instant, she transforms into a celestial maiden clad in white, her expression eager for action. Grandpa Nyo sighs. Yao Ji, you are a mother, so perhaps you should exercise a bit more restraint. Leave the fighting to us rougher sorts. Auntie retorts with a roll of her eyes. No, it has been so long since I fought, always looking after the children. I have almost forgotten the thrill of battle. With that, Annie initiates the attack, levitating gracefully. She extends her delicate hand, and with a powerful sweep, a white water sword hurtles toward Anubis. Anubis furrows his brow, sneering. How dare a mere unknown celestial maiden challenge the great lord of death? You clearly do not understand the meaning of demise. Shall I summon my warriors? With a disdainful snort, Anubis unleashes an overwhelming pressure, enveloping the entire turnover garden in a dark domain. Within this realm, mummies rise, roaring as they charge toward the garden. Grandpa Nyo shakes his head. In truth, I have always been a good bull. I merely have a temper. Thus, I earned the title of Bull Demon King. Once, I was a peer to the great sage equal to heaven. Do you truly believe I am merely made of clay? No temper? Assemble. Let us engage. After declaring this, Grandpa Nyo too transforms, shedding his hunched appearance to become a golden-armored warrior, radiating majesty and might. The neighbors behind him likewise transform, and a battle erupts in an instant. The entirety of Songnan City becomes a theater of war, with Nordic beast clans clashing against the Demon Clan, Bull Demon King against Anubis. Such a tremendous commotion cannot escape the notice of the new recruits training camp. At this moment, the recruits, led by Lin Chia, stand in perfect formation. All eyes on the instructor team, silently expressing their request for battle. Yuan Gang and others are equally armed, gazing intently at the courtly ladies in the conference room. The elegant Gong Yang Wan sips her coffee delicately, grimacing at its bitterness. Why do so many people enjoy this? Reporting to the leadership, the 239 recruits and 18 instructors from the training camp have assembled and request to participate in battle. Yuan Gang salutes loudly. Behind him, the recruits and instructors echo. We request to engage in combat. Gong Yang Wan rolls her eyes. No. Yuan Gang steps forward. Senior Gong Yang, I understand your concerns. But as Night Watchers, our mission is to protect the citizens of Daxia. We cannot stand idly by while our comrades fight, accepting protection without participating. That is disgraceful. Not protection. We request battle. There are only Night Watchers who stand to die, none who kneel to live. Senior Gong Yang, please grant our request to engage. After this, Yuan Gang kneels on one knee, demonstrating his resolve. Following suit, the instructor team kneels, and the recruits follow suit. Gong Yang Wan sighs. Do you comprehend the potential for death that lies ahead? Yuan Gang shouts. If the dark night descends, we shall draw our blades. Swords aimed at the heavens. Gong Yang Wan shakes her head, gazing into the distance. It is not yet time. The enemy has not yet arrived. No sooner has Gong Yang Wan spoken, than dark clouds gather above Songnan City, thunder roaring. The deities of the Indian temple, Indra and the monkey god Hanuman, converge above the city. The two deities tower over Songnan City. Indra bellows with thunderous authority. Humans, surrender Shiva's wrath, or perish. Gong Yang Wan's eyes light up. A deity of thunder? It seems I have yet to consume a thunder god. If I do, will my powers increase? Night Watchers, heed my command. Charge. Gong Yang Wan immediately orders, propelling herself toward Indra. Yuan Gang shouts, battle. I shall lead the first strike. Victory is assured with me. The recruits rush into battle, charging toward the Nordic beast clan. Within the asylum of Lin Chia, the music and the god of poets, Bragi, have just exited the ward. They witness an explosion of intense battle fervor emanating from the fourth room. Inside the Monkey Brother S ward, clad in a robe, he relentlessly assaults the seal of his garment. Battle. I, the great sage, wish to fight. Wang Feng, come here. I, the great sage, desire to engage. Friends, brothers, and elders are all in combat. I too must join the fray. Release me. I shall slay the gods. I am the great sage, equal to heaven, born for battle. I shall fight. The Monkey King's eyes blazed with intensity, radiating a formidable aura of menace. The ancient crimson cassock expanded and contracted with fervor. Each time the Monkey King was on the verge of breaking free, the cassock would firmly restrain him. With a creaking sound, the door to the infirmary swung open. Wang Feng sighed, Monkey King, I understand your wishes, but let me reiterate, until the hard-ass demons are vanquished, you cannot escape. With a thunderous crash, the cassock shattered, and the Monkey King's form abruptly materialized within the psychiatric hospital. False deity, prepare to face my staff, he declared. Chapter 69, the horn of counterattack has sounded. Where you can go, so can I. At the toll station in Songnan City, Lin Xia, in collaboration with Qing Yu and others, was engaged in a fierce struggle against the frost giant. He sensed a presence surging from the depths of his consciousness. With a swift stroke of his blade, Lin Xia, alongside Qing Yu, felled one of the frost giants. No sooner had he caught his breath than the Monkey King emerged from within him. The Monkey King cast a profound glance at Lin Xia before swiftly inserting 3 life-saving hairs into Lin Xia's forehead. Without delay, the Monkey King summoned his cloud and charged towards Hanuman, leaving Lin Xia bewildered. Xia, do you know this monkey? And Qing Yu inquired. Lin Xia shook his head, his mind already revealing that the monkey was none other than the hero residing in the heart of every man from the great Xia, Qi Tian de Sheng. He was astonished to discover that Qi Tian de Sheng was also confined within the psychiatric hospital. It seemed that his establishment was far from ordinary. It housed not only foreign deities but also the gods of Great Xia. He resolved to have a thorough discussion with Wang Feng at the earliest opportunity. He could not remain ignorant of the patients in his own psychiatric hospital. Lin Xia steeled his resolve and resumed his assault on the frost giants. In the skies above Sangnan City, the two newly arrived Indian deities had yet to track down Shiva's whereabouts when Indra was intercepted by Gong Yangwan. "Mortal, who are you?" Indra demanded. Gong Yangwan narrowed her eyes. "I am Gong Yangwan, the second one of the Great Xia's demon-suppressing division. Today, I challenge the Indian deity Indra." With that, she activated her powers and launched an attack. Indra, enraged, unleashed a tempest of lightning, striking at Gong Yangwan with relentless ferocity. Yet, she adeptly evaded his onslaught, closing the distance between them. "Sister, wait for me. I'm coming to help you." Below, Chao Yuan, wielding his blade against the Nordic beastman, felt a door within his chest swing open. The Black King Gong Yangzu leaped out with uncontained excitement, brandishing his dark blade towards the sky. Chao Yuan sighed in exasperation. "Black King, could you show me a little respect? I am the one who imprisoned you. You can't just waltz out halfway through your sentence." Despite his complaints, Chao Yuan's strikes did not falter. He cleaved a beastman in two while glancing upwards. At that moment, Gong Yang and her brother were attacking Indra from both sides. Just as Hanuman prepared to assist, the Monkey King struck with his staff. "Your opponent is me. Today, I shall show you who the strongest monkey truly is." Throughout the annals of mythological history, only a few monkeys are renowned by name. India's Hanuman and the Great Xia's Qitian Shing both wield similar powers and staffs. The question of who the strongest monkey is shall be answered in this battle. The Clash of Titans was not merely a struggle for survival but a contest for supremacy. With a resounding crash, the Monkey King and Hanuman collided, their staffs meeting with a thunderous explosion. In the blink of an eye, their staffs exchanged blows hundreds of times. The Monkey King grew more formidable, his golden staff dancing through the air, creating a symphony of clashing metal. The battle between the two monkeys overshadowed the conflicts of others, prompting onlookers to cease their skirmishes and witness the duel of these exceptional warriors. Within the new recruits' training camp, Wang Feng set aside his snacks, clapping his hands as he gazed towards the moon. "They are engaged in battle. We must not merely spectate. Just a moment. I shall summon the divine artifact to procure assistance for you." As he spoke, Wang Feng retrieved the holy horn of heaven from his pocket. Its emergence caused the previously serene Mikael to furrow his brow. "Didn't you claim that the artifact was fused within some indescribable location? How dare you lie?" Mikael, infuriated, attempted to rise, but found himself bound by the seals of the gods of chaos. He could only suppress his anger and question Wang Feng. Wang Feng scoffed, "Fool, my body is my own. I shall fuse it when I wish and draw it out when I please. Wait for me on the moon. I shall arrive shortly." Instinctively, Wang Feng tore through the void, aiming for the lunar surface. However, just as he extended his finger, he hesitated. Casting his gaze upon the night watchmen engaged in their fierce battle and the demon clans battling against the deities, Wang Feng sighed softly. "I have grown accustomed to lurking in the shadows. Now that the advantage lies with me, it is time to be brazen. From this day forth, I shall no longer tolerate anyone speaking to me loudly." In a flash, Wang Feng appeared at the center of the training camp square. Inside the cafeteria, the chef, Sun Lao, regarded Wang Feng solemnly. Wang Feng, with a fishing rod in one hand and the holy horn in the other, raised the horn to his lips and blew mightily. The deep, solemn sound of the horn resonated throughout the universe. With each note, Wang Feng advanced step by step into the void. As he moved, his spiritual energy surged explosively. The realms of the mirror, the pool, and the river converged. As the final note of the horn echoed, Wang Feng's realm surged to the apex of divinity. In the heavenly court of Great Xia, upon the resounding call of the solemn horn, the three primordial treasures exchanged glances. The Taoist master of virtue burst into laughter. The horn sounds. The balance of offense and defense shifts. Where you can go, so can I. Let us depart. Swords drawn towards the sun city of Egypt. Behind the three, countless deities and celestial warriors of Great Xia shouted in unison, directing their swords towards the sun city. In the void, the holy master Yolanda similarly heard the call of the horn. The horn of counterattack has sounded. My children, let us counterattack. Victory awaits us. With a sweeping gesture, Yolanda unleashed a vast and holy power of light that engulfed the entire earth. The fog began to dissipate, and light returned to the land. Upon the moon, the seraphim Mikael slowly rose, sensing the fury and struggle of the gods of chaos sealed within. Holding his massive sword, Mikael swung with force, swiftly annihilating the gods of chaos. Counterattack. Odin, clean your neck and wait for me. I shall come to slay you myself. In room 6 of the Celestial Psychiatric Hospital, the chaotic entity that had long disguised itself as the Holy Master Yolanda erupted in fury. Damn it! How dare mortals contemplate reversal? Awaken, great Lord Azathoth. Annihilate all who dare resist. Roaring with madness, the chaotic being charged into the center of the room, intent on killing the fifth cosmic will and awakening the supreme Azathoth of chaos. The 6 or 7-year-old Lin Chiye clenched his fists and struck the chaotic entity squarely in the face. I will not allow you to succeed. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. My world shall not be tainted by you. With a fierce shout, young Lin Chiye grappled with the chaos. Inside the room, Azathoth felt the chaotic call and immediately forsook the assimilation of the 5th cosmic will, forcing himself to awaken and descend to Earth. However, at that moment, the other cosmic wills, already tainted, shot beams of light from their black coffins, forcibly plunging Azathoth back into slumber. The 5th cosmic will, too, rallied its forces. 5 cosmic wills uniting to prevent Azathoth from awakening. Chapter 70. Please, Chief Instructor, slay the gods. The fog that had existed on Earth for a century suddenly dissipated, leaving the people of Great Xia in bewilderment. A century's time had swiftly passed. 20 years constitute a generation, and a century encompasses 5 generations. From the moment of their birth, they were acutely aware of one truth. The world outside the Great Xia was shrouded in an ominous mist, a realm fraught with peril. Now that the fog has lifted, a surreal sensation envelopes the populace, particularly in the cities adjacent to Cangnan, where the reverberations of battle can still be felt. Above Cangnan, Wang Feng strolls leisurely, as if on a casual fishing trip, a fishing rod in his left hand, serenely advancing into the void. His presence causes the entire battlefield to fall silent. At the toll station, Loki casts a sidelong glance at Wang Feng, his expression a tempest of uncertainty. The blasphemer, you have finally shown yourself. Loki hisses through gritted teeth, unleashing a cunning attack towards Wang Feng. Unfazed, Wang Feng continues his unhurried march. Wang Qing brandishes a whip, striking the deceitful attack. Your opponent is me. No one shall impede my father's ascent to the moon, she exclaims, as her whip dances through the air like a sinuous serpent, launching an assault on Loki. Lu Wei also springs into action, producing a takeout order from his pocket and casting it into the sky with force, unleashing a flurry of papers akin to Taoist talismans. The takeout orders begin to self-destruct with a series of thunderous booms. Below, the conflict does not deter Wang Feng's resolve to ascend. He continues his leisurely ascent, soon arriving at the clash between the Monkey King and Hanuman. The 2 monkeys are locked in a fierce struggle, wielding their staffs and engaging in close combat. One is the mightiest monkey of the Great Xia, the other the strongest from India, their strengths almost evenly matched. It appears that a victor will not be determined anytime soon. However, amid the chaos, the Monkey King subtly nods towards Wang Feng. Hanuman delivers a powerful blow, momentarily retreating, only for a whirlwind of yellow sand to erupt from his body, revealing the desert god Set. Blasphemer, this day shall be your last. Set bellows, as torrents of sand spiral towards Wang Feng. Frowning, Wang Feng is taken aback by the unexpected collaboration between Egyptian and Indian deities. Hanuman has cunningly concealed Set within himself, planning a treacherous ambush against the venerable Wang Feng. Do you truly think I am so careless as to allow you to strike me unawares? He scoffs, shaking his head dismissively as he continues to walk, resolute and unyielding. As the swirling sands approach, the figures of Marshal Tianping and General Zhuanlian leap from Wang Feng's shadows, brandishing their weapons to ward off the sandy assault. Monkey King, it's been a while. Have you missed me? Marshal Tianping chuckles, while General Zhuanlian also smiles. The Monkey King takes a deep breath, his stern demeanor softening. Fools. Brother Shah, let us deal with these false gods and then indulge in a drink. Both Tianping and Zhuanlian nod in agreement. Very well. Set sneers, you think you can stop me? With a resounding crash, the battle reignites. The 2 monkeys resume their fierce conflict, while Tianping and Zhuanlian engage Set. Meanwhile, Wang Feng continues his ascent. Before long, he reaches the atmosphere, where there are no battles to be found. The siblings, the Yangs, are aware of Wang Feng's intentions and have already lured Indra away. As the mist dissipates, vitality returns, and the world flourishes in abundance. Wang Feng smiles, exuding a formidable aura. Radiant white light envelopes him, and in that moment, he resembles a resplendent sun, emanating a pure and sacred presence. All eyes are drawn skyward, where 2 suns shine brightly. One is blazing and majestic, the other divine and grand. Suddenly, the sacred sun moves, hurtling towards the moon with tremendous force. Instead of the anticipated explosion, the moon merely quivers, akin to bubbles merging together. Michael rises slowly, resting his hands upon his colossal sword, nodding slightly towards Wang Feng. Wang Feng, with his fishing rod in hand, stands before the seal. Now, it is time for my performance. Allow me to demonstrate the power of humanity, he declares, swiftly forming intricate seals with his hands. Mysterious patterns manifest around them. And with their emergence, the gods of the cleric pantheon, previously subdued by Michael, roar anew, recklessly assailing the seal. Seal, Wang Feng commands. As a talisman adheres firmly to the seal, rendering the cleric gods impotent in their fury. All eyes fixate on Wang Feng with cold scrutiny. Gaze at me with such intent again, and I shall alter the seal to have you facing outward. Shall I summon dozens of Jigo? You won't even need to clench your cheeks when you relieve yourselves. The threat proves effective, and the cleric gods promptly bow their heads. Is half an hour sufficient? Michael inquires suddenly. Wang Feng waves his hand dismissively. An hour will suffice. I am more enduring. 6 swords or 5. Michael presses on. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Feng replies, 7 swords descending from the heavenly mountain. That sounds more poetic. Michael nods, tossing a massive sword to Wang Feng. With the giant sword in hand, Wang Feng stands alongside Michael atop the moon. Back in the capital city, the headquarters of the Night Watchman. Upon witnessing Wang Feng and Michael standing side by side in the lunar expanse, Zuiqing appears to recall something. In a flurry, he rummages through a drawer, quickly retrieving a document. After perusing the file, Zuiqing raises his intercom. All Night Watchmen, regardless of your current tasks, immediately cease all activities and assemble. This is an order. No Night Watchman is to be absent. Activate the Night Watchman Regulation 001, swiftly. Mobilize. The Night Watchmen across various locations spring into action. Moments later, Zuiqing, clad in azure robes and a black cloak, emerges from the headquarters. In the square, the logistics and administrative Night Watchmen stand in formation. Zuiqing raises his head solemnly and salutes. Great Xia Night Watchman, we respectfully request the General Instructor to slay the gods. We respectfully request the General Instructor to slay the gods. Across Great Xia, all Night Watchmen chant in unison, their demeanor grave and sincere, paying their respects. Waves of conviction surge from earth to the moon, converging upon the colossal sword in Wang Feng's grasp. In the land of national fortune, the valiant General Hui Zubing adjusts his attire, bowing respectfully. Please, young friend, slay the gods. Tang Yuxing, Nie Jingshan, and Li Qingqiang echo, please, General Instructor, slay the gods. Outside the Egyptian Sun City, at the heart of the heavenly realm, the 3 venerable ones, Taoist, primordial, and spiritual treasure, nod slightly. Please, esteemed friend, slay the gods. In Songnan, the demon clan, led by Bai Zhe, prostrates in unison, exclaiming, please, my lord, slay the gods. With each roar of fury and every wish uttered, the power of humanity coalesces upon the massive sword in Wang Feng's hands. After a century of fishing, I shall sever the divine from the mortal realm. Slay. Chapter 71. Slay Odin. Wang Feng wields the colossal sword, unleashing a crimson sword light that cascades from the moon. If miracles possess color, it would undoubtedly be the red of China. Accompanied by Wang Feng's human power, Michael, too, strikes with his sword light. Unlike Wang Feng's crimson blade, the Seraph Michael wields the power of the Holy Master, with the white light of the Holy Master intertwining with the red of humanity. The 2 terrifying sword intents collide with a thunderous roar, severing the connection between the divine temple and the mortal realm, ultimately cleaving the divine temple itself. A resounding crash echoes as the temple collapses. Brahma emerges calmly from the ruins, fixated on the moon, silent, flanked by a throng of enraged Indian deities. The first sword strikes, followed closely by the second. On Olympus, the Avengers, led by Nyx, are embroiled in conflict with the deities under Zeus. The sword saint, Zhou Ping, unleashed a strike that obliterated a deity. With a sudden awareness, he raised his gaze, only to witness 2 beams of sword light, one red and one white, bearing an overwhelming intent to kill. With a single swing, the Olympus mountain was cleaved in 2. Zeus coughed blood, staggering and weakened. The old god king, Kronos, looked towards the moon, his hand shifting incessantly. After a long pause, he sighed heavily, falling into silence. Just moments ago, Kronos had contemplated action but was now frozen in place. This old fool. He wishes to intervene without being provoked? Wang Feng scoffed. Another surge of sword intent struck forth, this time targeting the Egyptian Sun City. With a thunderous roar, the Sun City was severely damaged, resulting in countless casualties. The 3 primordial spirits of morality bellowed, and an overwhelming force of deities and celestial warriors commenced their assault on the Sun City. The 4th sword aimed at the Void Mental Hospital. Chaos was engaged in a fierce exchange with Kobayashi Nanaya when the sword energy struck, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Weakened, Chaos seethed with hatred, wishing fervently to slay Wang Feng on the spot. However, he was trapped within the confines of the hospital, with the 5th cosmic consciousness watching him closely. The 5th sword was directed toward the river of time in the void. The key of the door hastily evaded, yet no matter how it maneuvered, the sword intent relentlessly pursued. It ultimately struck the key of the door's body. The 6th sword targeted Asgard. Odin, seated upon his throne, made a shocking decision upon perceiving the incoming sword intent. The esteemed Norse god king, the supreme deity Odin, abandoned Asgard and fled without a hint of hesitation, harnessing his divine powers to soar towards Antarctica. The Norse gods were momentarily taken aback. Their god-king had fled? The first god-king to abandon his post in world mythology? Even more disgraceful than Zeus of Greece. Michael's voice, imbued with divine authority, echoed from the moon. Odin, the Norse god-king, as allied with the Cthulhu deities, leading to the invasion of the mists. By the command of the Holy Master, Odin must perish. After uttering this decree, Michael joined Wang Feng in their flight towards Antarctica. As they passed over North America, both unsynchronized, they swung their swords. And two strands of sword intent suddenly descended upon Lucifer's prison. Michael, I shall kill you. I will ensure your demise. Lucifer roared in impotent fury. His black wings severed completely. Some of the fractured seals were restored once more. Above Antarctica, Odin's figure continued to flee, narrowly evading Michael's assaults each time. Antarctica not only imprisoned chaos but also contained another of the Cthulhu's three pillars, the Black Goat of the Woods. Although Odin was tainted by Cthulhu, his consciousness remained clear. He understood that Wang Feng and Michael were both the strongest in their respective realms, and in direct confrontation, his survival was uncertain. Unable to combat them yet unwilling to die, he sought external assistance. Moreover, whether it was the Seraph Michael or Wang Feng, neither could afford to linger for long. Michael had to guard the seal on the moon, while Wang Feng was tasked with protecting the Great Xia. If handled adeptly, survival was not out of reach. With this thought, Odin quickened his pace. He had no inkling of the regret that awaited Asgard after his escape. Foreign deities often embodied a sense of individual heroism, caring only for themselves without considering the consequences. Rather than label them as deities, one might as well deem them as superpowered humans. As Odin raced towards Antarctica, Michael and Wang Feng pursued closely behind. How long can he hold out? Michael inquired. Wang Feng sensed the seal on the moon. At most 10 minutes. 10 minutes will suffice. We shall slay Odin in front of the Black Goat. Unfortunately, they were currently no match for the three pillars. Otherwise, they would have engaged in a decisive battle. Michael felt a twinge of disappointment. Since guarding the moon, he had never acted so audaciously. He had always been meticulous in safeguarding the seal, fearing the resurgence of the Cthulhu deities on Earth. Now, under Wang Feng's leadership, the opportunity to eliminate Odin, the harbinger of the mists, would serve to alleviate the hatred in Michael's heart. Wang Feng nodded emphatically. The two quickened their pace. The sound of sonic booms echoing as they surged towards Antarctica like arrows released from a bow. Above Antarctica, the Black Goat, having received Odin's plea for help, was growing impatient. If Odin could assist in breaking the seal, the Black Goat could utilize his own power to summon the Cthulhu deities to Earth. At that moment, the entire planet would become a source of sustenance for Lord Azathoth, who would lead the Cthulhu deities to corrupt other universes once more. Odin moved swiftly, soon arriving at Antarctica. After confirming his direction, he reached the side of the seal, channeling his divine power to forcibly breach it and release the Black Goat. A tempest of thunder roared as it hurtled towards the seal. Just then, Wang Feng's figure materialized, brandishing a massive sword to intercept the oncoming thunder. Michael swung his colossal sword directly at Odin's head. In an instant, Odin's head was severed. Michael seized the head, letting out a triumphant roar. The Cthulhu deity's lackey, Odin, has met his demise today. By the command of my master, those who collude with the Cthulhu deities shall perish. At the toll station in Sangnan City, Loki evaded Wang Qing's assault, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Odin had indeed perished. However, do not assume that with Odin's death, victory is assured. The true confrontation has only just begun. Awaken my agent. As per our agreement, deliver to me the wrath of Shiva. Loki whispered. Within Team 136, Xi Xiaonan's eyes glimmered with conflict as she turned her gaze toward Chunmai. Chunmai smiled gently, willingly handing the wrath of Shiva to Xi Xiaonan. Xiaonan, the path ahead relies solely on you. The captain cannot assist you. I can only silently pray for your success. Remember this. No matter the circumstances, you must live on. Only by living can you witness victory. Only through victory can you see the dawn. Chapter 72. When Shima, strength comes at a price. Forgetting is also a price to pay. Xi Xiaonan's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up as her voice trembled with emotion. Captain, Chunmai produced a tissue to wipe her tears. You're all grown up. Why are you still crying? He reassured her. All right. Time is of the essence. Take the wrath of Shiva and go. Lung Xian, take good care of Xiaonan. Chunmai embraced both of them gently. Xi Xiaonan, feeling reluctant, led Lang Xian away with the wrath of Shiva, heading towards the coastline as agreed. After their departure, Chunmai felt an inexplicable surge of agitation. After a long period of abstaining from smoking, he found himself lighting a cigarette. Wu Xiangnan, observing this, sighed heavily and squatted down beside him, sharing a smoke. What is bothering you? Isn't everything proceeding according to plan? The wrath of Shiva that Xiaonan and Lang Xian took away isn't real. There is no need to be overly concerned, Wu Xiangnan encouraged. Chun Mai lifted his gaze to the vice-captain, Wu Xiangnan. I'm not overly concerned. I simply feel uneasy. Xiangnan, do you know about our alternate ending? Alternate ending? Wu Xiangnan was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Chun Mai's words. Chun Mai then revealed the conclusion he had witnessed through the small conch to Wu Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan fell silent, pondering for a long while without speaking. He was no fool. As the vice-captain of a top-tier team, his thoughts were naturally meticulous. Wu Xiangnan believed in the conclusion Chun Mai had seen. Without the chief instructor, the outcome could have been tragic. However, the situation had since changed. Chen Mai was still alive, Zhao Kongxing was alive, and even he, Wu Xiangnan, was alive. In other words, the future is not fixed, it is filled with uncertainties. Old Chen, do not worry about Xiaonan and Lang Xian. You have stated that is merely one potential future. Perhaps in that realm, our fate is death, but this space is different. The chief instructor and Michael have slain Odin, leaving Asgard in disarray, undoubtedly embroiled in a struggle for power. Does Loki even have the time to target Xiaonan? Moreover, did not the chief instructor grant Lang Xian a divine status? Lang Xian has the potential to ascend to godhood. There is no need to fear them being bullied, for no one would dare to do so. By the way, you mentioned that only Hong Ying and Wen Chiemo from Team 136 are still alive. I know Hong Ying, but who is Wen Chiemo? Is there someone by that name in our team? I have no recollection of such a person. Upon hearing this, Shin Muyi was equally perplexed. Who is Wen Chiemo? Is there such a person in Team 136? Both fell silent, sensing as though they had forgotten something significant. Within the confines of Songnan City's first prison, Wen Chiemo emerged from his cell with a calm smile. Behind him, a languid voice resonated. Little brother, safe travels. Remember, mastering the enchantment of the mind to its fullest can cause all to forget your existence. Though you have made some progress, you must remember that further cultivation is essential. Wen Chiemo paused momentarily, then bowed respectfully. In the next instant, the languid voice turned inquisitive. How did the cell door open? Did I forget something? Wen Chiemo chuckled and swaggered out of the cell. As he passed by, despite encountering numerous individuals face to face, they all seemed oblivious to his presence. In a special cell, Zhang Xiaohua and a few others gazed listlessly out the window. So boring. I long to find a technician. Why has it been our turn to make an appearance? Frustration bubbled within him. How could that fool bully not come to apologize? I am the former captain of the Spirit Medium team. I want to fight. I want to go out and enjoy life. Not be imprisoned for not dipping dumplings in vinegar. Zhang Xiaohua rolled around on the bed in boredom. Wen Chiemo smiled and gently caressed the cheeks of a few individuals, prompting them to wail in unison. Damn it. Ergo, did you just slap me? This is outrageous. If I cannot defeat Bully, how can I contend with you? In the cell, they believed one another had struck first, and with nothing better to do, they began to brawl joyfully. Wen Chiemo chuckled and strode confidently towards the exit. With one step, he shot out like a meteor heading straight for the Songnan toll station. Once he left, the brawling individuals swiftly separated. Boss, do you think this is a bit inappropriate? Ergo asked. Wen Chiemo is a good comrade. It seems a bit unjust for us to treat him this way. Also, was it you who sneak attacked me with that ancient technique? Ergo, I have long seen through you, you rebellious rascal, always plotting to usurp the captaincy. Watch out for my soap attack. A bar of soap fell to the ground, and Ergo instinctively picked it up. Zhang Xiaohua smirked. How many floors must a bag of rice carry? Ultimate move. Ancient technique. At the Songnan toll station, sensing that Si Xiaonan had obtained the Shiwa-esque grudge, Loki ceased his entanglement with Wang Qing and Lu Wu Wei. With a snap of his fingers, two mysterious Klein realm beings appeared, one on each side, obstructing Wang Qing and Lu Wu Wei. Loki laughed triumphantly. In the end, you have lost. Victory belongs to us of Norse mythology. As Loki cackled madly, he suddenly felt a weight on his back, as if someone were riding him. He swiftly turned to look but found nothing amiss, thinking he was imagining things. Unbeknownst to him, Wen Chiemo was indeed perched on his back. Wen Chiemo retrieved an item from his pocket and opened the box. A flash of white light erupting. Within the psychiatric hospital, Merlin, who was capturing jellyfish, stumbled and fell. A black, ethereal line emerged from his forehead, racing towards the outside of the hospital. The line wobbled as it entered Loki's mind. Loki immediately felt dizzy, nearly toppling over. Shaking his head to dispel the dizziness, he dashed towards the coastline. Lu Wu Wei instinctively wanted to pursue him, but Wang Qing shouted, "Don't chase. It's pointless. We must focus on wrapping things up." The two withdrew from the battle to support the others. On the coastline, Si Xiaonan and Lang Xian stood quietly, awaiting Loki's arrival. Soon, Loki appeared before them, stopping abruptly and urgently exclaiming, "SpongeBob, Let us go catch jellyfish. Si Shaonan responded with a confused expression. What the hell? Why am I saying such ridiculous things? Loki pondered, feeling as if he were being manipulated, yet lacking evidence. Si Shaonan presented the Shiwa-S grudge, stating, Master, we have obtained the Shiwa-S grudge. We must leave Daxia immediately. It's getting late. I fear other human powerhouses may pursue us. After making his decision, Loki led Si Shaonan and Leng Xin away. Passing by the East Sea, they spotted a horse-drawn carriage standing eerily on the water's surface. Not far off, the vengeful goddess Medusa unleashed a furious roar, sending waves crashing against the carriage. The carriage remained unyielding, akin to a small boat amidst the storm. Come out. If you have the ability, then face me. Medusa roared in fury. Inside the carriage, Chenfuzi sipped fragrant tea, unfazed. If you have the ability, come inside. Chenfuzi mocked. Unlike the fierce battles against other human powerhouses, his mindset was one of defense, akin to a turtle's shell, as long as he stayed within his mental sanctuary. He could not be defeated. Enraged, Medusa summoned colossal waves, relentlessly battering the carriage. Loki, witnessing this, murmured, the wicked goddess of Greece. I would help Medusa, but then I recalled that Olympus is currently preoccupied, and Asgard is embroiled in its own power struggles. There is no time to assist Medusa, not wishing to intervene further. Loki felt an unsettling sense of being plotted against. He hastened his departure. Upon seeing Loki, Medusa's eyes lit up. Loki, help me eliminate this mortal, she cried. Believing Loki would assist her out of allegiance, she was dismayed when he only accelerated his escape, leaving Medusa bewildered in the winds. Damn the Norse gods. I should never have trusted their words, she cursed. A mere mortal had impeded Medusa's progress. Sensing the gazes of Michael and Wong foam from the moon, Medusa faltered, turning to flee. Chenfuzi, however, would not allow her to escape, stepping out from the carriage and beckoning her with a finger. Come here. Medusa felt a surge of anger rising within her. No longer fleeing, she activated her powers to petrify Chenfuzi. In myth, Medusa's gaze could turn any onlooker to stone. Her petrifying light shot towards Chenfuzi, who remained calm. He retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and donned them. With a scoff, he remarked, petrifying light? Technology transforms lives. With these glasses, let us see how your petrifying gaze can succeed. Damn human, you think you can play tricks with me? Medusa was increasingly incensed. It is well known that individuals in extreme anger often break into laughter, and Medusa was no exception. After laughing in fury, she began to contemplate a strategy to break the deadlock. Chenfuzi was evidently stalling for time. With his mental sanctuary, it was impossible for him to lose. Every time Medusa attempts to flee, the tense battlefield compels her to contemplate alternative strategies. Men are inherently lustful, and the pinnacle of humanity is male. The three sisters of dragon, as Greek deities, have Zeus, the lecherous king of gods, as their patriarch. Naturally, Greek goddesses would entice men. With this thought, Medusa's furious expression transformed into one of alluring charm. Her once fearsome snake hair, wild and terrifying, morphed into a cascade of crimson locks. Mortal, you cannot harm me, nor can I harm you. Why not engage in a different form of combat, to determine who reigns supreme? Medusa licked her ruby lips, adopting a seductive posture. Confounded, Master Chen paused before responding earnestly. Why not? Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting can all serve as arenas for battle. Master Chen, a figure of great wisdom among humanity, had faced off against evil deities before. Decades ago, when the lecherous god of Greece descended upon the borders of the Great Xia, he and other esteemed figures were no match for the divine intruder. Ultimately, it was Commander Wang Feng who arrived in haste, expelling the lascivious god after a week-long struggle, thus saving the Great Xia. From that moment, all esteemed beings understood an essential truth. There are myriad ways to confront outer gods. Music and art. Are you still a man? I have hinted at my intentions quite clearly. A duel until dawn. Is that understood? Medusa rolled her eyes. Master Chen, utterly astonished, pointed at himself in disbelief. What? You wish to share a bed with me? Good heavens. I am 70 years old. You, a fierce creature, wish to devour this tender grass? How old are you? Am I not deserving of some dignity? Do you have no sense of propriety or shame? Stammering, he proceeded toward the carriage. For the sake of the Great Xia's people, is it not merely a matter of engaging with a goddess? If Commander Wang can do it, so can I. Medusa, like the White Lady, is a serpent too. If Su Xian can be a rustic hero, so can I. An old steed in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. Do not underestimate the elderly. Medusa cast a scornful glance. Men are lustful creatures, regardless of age. Unless they're dead. A glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Once inside the carriage, she would swiftly eliminate Master Chen. As Medusa approached the carriage, A disheveled figure suddenly collided with her, causing her to stumble while hurling curses. Damn it! You ungrateful child, you would dare slay your father? The intruder was none other than King Li Jing. Frustrated, having just vanquished the Sun City, he had yet to catch his breath when his rebellious son Neza appeared with a human companion. The human, wielding forbidden powers, caused the tower in his arms to vanish. Following this, Neza cackled, Li Jing, do not flee. Watch me wear a great necklace. Li Jing immediately began to run, escaping from Sun City to the East Sea, inadvertently knocking Medusa aside in the process. Behind him, Neza pursued on his fiery wheels, shouting excitedly. Master Chen sighed, what a fateful entanglement. It seems the rustic hero is not meant to be. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed across the earth. Yang Jin's calm tone resonated. Who claims that the great Xia is devoid of gods? The Sun City has been oppressing us in the absence of our deities. Today, we shall eradicate it. A resounding roar erupted, and the remaining divine beings across the globe were thrown into chaos. As the mist descended, mythologies awakened worldwide to ensure their survival. Some deities chose to offer sacrifices of faith, while others opted to cling to existence. In this murky realm, aside from the 5 divine nations, countless other deities emerged. These beings would either ally with the 5 nations or carve out their own niches. Now that the gods of the Great Xia made a formidable return, the scattered practitioners began to rekindle their ambitions. With the Sun City devoid of divine presence, could the mortals not seize the opportunity? Chapter 74. The Schemes of the Sixth. Luring the monarch into a trap? Or some other stratagem? I have a feeling you harbor ill intentions, planning to ensnare the temple of the celestial gods. On the moon, Michael sat atop his seal, expressing his annoyance. Wang Feng looked at Michael with a knowing smile. Do not refer to it as a trap. It is a grand strategy, the finest of its kind. Have you heard of the tale of 2 peaches slaying 3 warriors? The gods of the Great Xia assaulting the Sun City is a deliberate ploy. I specifically instructed them not to harm the mortals. While the temple's connection to the mortal realm was severed, as the mist dissipated, the struggling deities perceived a potential source of faith and would undoubtedly unite. Individual strength may be insignificant, incapable of threatening the temple, but I wager that human greed is insatiable. Wang Feng recounted his cunning scheme to Michael with unwavering conviction. It was quite simple, really. It was merely about inviting the monarch into a trap. By severing the connection between the temple and the mortal realm, the temple would be compelled to confront 2 dilemmas, either contend for the mortals of Sun City or strive to restore their own. Currently, the 5 divine nations are embroiled in a vendetta. The Norse god Odin has been slain, and a succession war looms. The Sun City has been decimated by the gods of the Great Xia. The Takamagara has secluded itself. Only the Indian temple remains vibrant. The temple of the celestial gods faces 2 paths. Either engage in a relentless struggle against the Great Xia or absorb the power of the Sun City. Yet, the allure of the Sun City's power is too enticing, and other scattered deities are watching hungrily. It is foreseeable that this conflict will yield at least a decade of peace, during which other divine nations will lack the time to target the Great Xia. I can guess your intentions, but I must caution you about one thing. The father and son duo are heading toward Antarctica. Do you not worry about their contamination? Michael suddenly glanced toward the direction of Antarctica. At that moment, Li Jing was fleeing in disarray, pursued by the ferocious Neza, who occasionally shouted, "Wear a great necklace." Wang Feng smiled confidently. This is a feigned injury tactic. Everything is proceeding according to my plan. Do not panic. All is under control. Michael remained silent for a moment. I hope it remains within your control, for I fear that one day, I may be compelled to slay the tainted deities of the Great Xia. We both understand the dreadfulness of the deities of the K lineage. Caution is essential, for nothing is guaranteed. Upon looking up, he noticed Wang Feng had already departed without a word, clearly feeling he had been too verbose. Michael sighed, resigned to silence. At this moment, within Yellowstone Park in North America, Lucifer continued to curse Wang Feng and Michael from within his seal. Despite his numerous wounds, his vitriol was delivered with robust conviction. Your insults are truly appalling. Is it not beneath the dignity of a lord of hell to resort to such petty curses? Lucifer, have you considered the proposal from 50 years ago? Will you cooperate, or continue to remain sealed? Spare me the ambiguity. Just as Lucifer ranted, Wang Feng suddenly appeared before him. Upon seeing the smirking figure, Lucifer went into a frenzy, unleashing his demonic power against the seal. With a menacing glare, he pressed his head against the barrier, fixing his gaze on Wang Feng. Human, I will kill you. I will kill you sooner or later. One day, you will kneel before me. You will beg me for mercy. You will kiss my shoes. Wang Feng frowned, sensing that Lucifer had lost his wits. His mental state was concerning. If necessary, he would summon Li Yangguang to examine him. Since you are not ready, you shall remain confined. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. As Wang Feng spoke, He turned to depart without hesitation. Wait, don't go, Lucifer suddenly shouted. Wang Feng turned back, fixing his gaze on Lucifer. Did you just suggest that I kiss your shoes? Wang Feng squinted his eyes. Lucifer feigned innocence. My lord, you must have misheard me. I meant to say that I have a few little succubi who could kiss your brother. Wang Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh, the young man is quite perceptive. His future is limitless. My second brother is unmatched in the world. Can you imagine? Wait 2 years, and I suspect a certain deity from the Cthulhu pantheon will come looking for you. You understand what to do, right? Lucifer pounded his chest. I understand. I, Lucifer, am of steadfast character and shall never ally with an evil god. If he dares to come, I shall not hesitate to strike him down. Lucifer pledged his loyalty with fervor. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Feng slapped him across the face. Have you lost your wits? As the Lord of Hell, you don't even recognize an undercover agent? A flicker of anger crossed Lucifer's eyes, but in order to escape his bindings, he maintained a smile. I understand, my lord. You want me to act as an undercover agent? Rest assured, I'm a natural-born spy. Back when I mingled with Yelland, he always trusted me. And what happened? I turned against him in a heartbeat, leaving old Deng fuming with rage. However, Lucifer shifted his tone. Words alone are not enough, my lord. Let us sign a contract. It's not that I distrust you, but rather that I fear you might forget due to your busy schedule and many obligations, and then join forces with Michael against me. As he spoke, Lucifer produced a demonic contract and handed it to Wang Feng. Wang Feng, in turn, pulled out a piece of candy. A wise young man knows the importance of signing a contract. For that, you shall be rewarded with this candy. Once you consume it, your bindings will be lifted. This candy was crafted by the moral deity himself. It will benefit you without harm. Wang Feng extended the candy to Lucifer. The two exchanged sly smiles, their eyes glinting with cunning. Neither made the first move. After a moment, Wang Feng picked up a pen. Lucifer accepted the candy. As Wang Feng signed the contract, Lucifer popped the candy into his mouth. Once the contract was signed, Lucifer's demeanor changed instantly. You scoundrel, kneel and kiss my shoes. Lucifer laughed maniacally. Wang Feng reciprocated the laughter. You bastard, kneel and acknowledge me as your master. With a sudden jolt, their laughter ceased abruptly, as if they were geese caught by their necks. Lucifer fumed. Impossible. You didn't even read the contract. You signed a master-servant agreement. You ought to recognize me as your master. Wang Feng retorted. Damn. You consumed the obedient candy. Why don't you kneel and acknowledge me as your master? Lucifer replied. Do you take me for a fool? I am not a Navi, child. How could I eat your candy? Wang Feng exclaimed. How could I sign a demonic contract? Furthermore, the one who signs such contracts is Wang Feng, who makes headlines only for divorces. What does that have to do with me? A long silence ensued, both men harboring ulterior motives, neither falling for the other's trap. Eventually, Wang Feng broke the awkwardness, gazing skyward. What lovely weather we have today. Chapter 75. Wake up, Jialan. Lin Chia has come to marry you. Wang Feng and Lucifer exhibited their mutual scheming with great flair. Neither trusted the other. Both sought to outmaneuver the other into submission. The atmosphere turned tense, neither willing to concede. Wang Feng lay back against the sky, speaking nonsensical chatter, while Lucifer coldly observed his performance. In resignation, Wang Feng pulled a letter from his pocket. It was a handwritten note from the Holy Lord Yelland. Before the onset of the God-slaying plan, Wang Feng had discussed capturing Lucifer to serve as an undercover agent with Yelland. Yelland had advised that if it was impossible to subdue Lucifer, Wang Feng could present the letter to him. Once Lucifer read it, he would agree to be an undercover agent. Indeed, after reading the letter, Lucifer's expression turned to a bitter smile. Damn that old Deng. Even after ascending, he still commands me. Years ago, I was tasked with infiltrating hell, awaiting your summons. I never anticipated that, after all these years, I would still be expected to act as an undercover agent. Wang Feng's eyes lit up. This was promising. Reflecting on the nature of the white man, he suddenly had a revelation. If there were no opponents, one must create them. Wasn't he that the essence of white culture? Wang Feng lost interest and turned to leave. Observing this, Lucifer taunted, leaving so soon? Aren't you afraid I'm merely acting? Wang Feng ignored Lucifer's words. Even if it were a performance, it was not that he underestimated Lucifer. As the Lord of Hell, he certainly had the power. But did he dare to attack the Great Xia? Not to mention whether he would act. The Great Xia was protected by 3 supreme deities and countless celestial warriors. Could he hope to defeat them? In Geneva, although Wang Feng spoke the truth, it sounded rather harsh. Lucifer was left speechless, his anger boiling within. Yet he dared not express it, just as Wang Feng had pointed out. Even if Lucifer broke his bindings and allied with the Cthulhu deities, he still could not contend with the Great Xia. I will follow your plan, accepting the other gods to seize the Sun City human circle, helping you suppress the celestial temple. However, I have demands. After dealing with the Cthulhu gods, I wish for a fair fight against Michael, and you must not intervene. Lucifer articulated his requirements. Wang Feng remained silent, his taciturnity serving as acquiescence. It was time to pay a visit to Antai County and see some familiar faces. I wonder if little Chia misses me? Wang Feng departed from Yellowstone Park, standing upon the surface of the ocean. At this moment, the sea was teeming with numerous gods from various nations. These deities, during the fog's descent, either sacrificed humans to survive or hid away. Now that the fog had lifted, these gods willingly offered themselves. The leader, an African totem deity, addressed Wang Feng directly. Human, we have decided to unite to seize the Sun City human circle. And we require a promise. The gods of Great Xia must not intervene. Otherwise, we will ally with the Indian Celestial Temple against Great Xia. Before the totem deity could finish, Wang Feng suddenly took action. With a mighty sword, he swung it down. No god shall tread within the borders of Great Xia. Regardless of how you plan to seize the Sun City human circle, we are unconcerned. However, if you dare to step into Great Xia, prepare to meet your demise. With a single swing, the assembled gods were left speechless with anger. Moreover, I warn you once more, whoever conspires with the Cthulhu deity shall die. Wang Feng surveyed his surroundings, his gaze making it clear that none dared to meet his eyes. A mere mortal daring to threaten gods. In the past, when the fog still lingered, such thoughts would never have crossed their minds. Just days earlier, the Night Watchers had mobilized, and the aura of the supreme gods erupted. Wang Feng's silhouette wielding a sword on the moon alongside Michael left a lasting impression, particularly after the two had jointly slain the god King Odin. They dared not act recklessly, feeling like chastised wives, watching helplessly as Wang Feng strode away with indifference. Damn, this is infuriating. A mere mortal, daring to scold the pantheon of gods. Who does he think he is? Just Michael's dog, and yet he dares to act out. What of Lucifer? As the Lord of Hell, why did he not confront him? As Wang Feng departed, a group of scattered gods erupted in indignation, cursing him vehemently. As they vented their frustrations, they also directed their ire toward Lucifer. They had anticipated that Wang Feng's arrival in North America would lead to the slaying of Lucifer or, at the very least, a fierce battle between the two supreme gods, resulting in mutual destruction. Instead, they found themselves at a loss, as Lucifer, with his striking features, had seemingly betrayed them, choosing to collaborate with humanity in an unexpected alliance. The scattered gods vented their grievances, cursing the heavens and each other, unaware that Lucifer had already broken his bindings, standing behind them with a smile. Lucifer, you traitor, shouted one Southeast Asian deity. Though the cursing felt cathartic, they soon realized that all the gods had distanced themselves from him, wearing expressions of hesitation. Happiness, Buddha, you, an evil god, dare to bark? What are you barking about? Lucifer's calm voice resonated behind the Southeast Asian deity. Before the deity could react, a roaring black flame surged forth, engulfing it entirely. The gods instinctively sought to flee, only to quickly realize that the space around them had been confined. Regardless of how they channeled their divine power, they found themselves unable to escape. After cursing, one cannot simply leave. All must remain, for I intend to seize the Sun City human circle, and you shall serve as the vanguard within the city of Fengdu. Wang Feng staggered to a coffin, knocking on it forcefully. Awaken, rise and rejoice. I am your neighbor, old Wang. If you do not awaken, I shall have Qi Yi marry Jin Yan. Jialan, wake up. You are to be wed. Lin Qi Yi wishes to have children with you. Do not sleep any longer. Hurry and awaken. With a sudden thud, Lin Qi Yi's coffin sprang open. The lid came crashing down toward Wang Feng, who smiled slightly and effortlessly caught it. Without hesitation, he sat upon the lid. Little Qi Yi, it's been a while. Your temper has flared, daring to confront your Uncle Wang. Truly, I have spoiled you. Uncle is heartbroken and has decided to request a higher bride price from the West Queen Mother. At least an additional 200,000. Otherwise you shan't see Jialan. Lin Qi Yi emerged from the coffin, his face filled with rage. Uncle Wang, did I not instruct you to consider the consequences? Yet you flipped the table without a second thought. I could hardly contain Azathoth. If we lose, the chance to turn the tide will vanish. Chapter 76. The Return of the Emperor of Fengdu. The agent of the Holy Lord Yeland, Chloe, possesses the ability of the Holy Pact, enabling her to transport individuals from the future to the past. Beneath Jialan's coffin lies another coffin, that of the future Lin Qi Yi. This implies that throughout Jialan's 2 millennia of solitude, Lin Qi Yi has always accompanied her. The future Lin Qi Yi, somewhat irritated, believed Wang Feng's initiation of the god-slaying plan was reckless and uncharacteristic of his usually prudent nature. Observing the agitated Lin Qi Yi, Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively. The world is so beautiful, yet you are so tempestuous. This is not good. When confronting Azathoth, one cannot always retreat. There are times when we must take the initiative. Whether we can win relies on you. Lin Qi. My role is merely to create a distraction during your assimilation process. Young man, do not panic, remain steady. And we shall prevail. Everything is under control. Wang Feng continued confidently. It is better to lead others than to be led oneself. The narrative remains unchanged. But I shall accelerate the progression. However, in the end, the other divine nations chose to unite in their assault against Daxia. At the border fortifications, 12 war fortresses were constructed, consuming countless resources and manpower, barely holding the line, with many casualties. Through Wang Feng's schemes, Olympus was drawn into a war of revenge. Odin was preemptively slain, sealing the gods of the clans, plunging Asgard into a struggle for succession. Meanwhile, the loose gods, led by Lucifer, seized control of the Sun City human circle, severing ties with the Heavenly Temple's human circle, compelling the Heavenly Temple to engage in the competition for the Sun City human circle. This successfully incited internal strife within the other divine realms, thereby granting Daxiao at least a decade of respite. As the mists dispersed, vitality surged. In 10 years, while not restoring Earth to its peak strength, it would regain 50% of its power. With this strength, the fifth universe's will, Lin Qi, would gain the upper hand during the assimilation of Azathoth, fundamentally resolving the issue. Wang Feng eloquently articulated his rationale for exposing his own strength in pursuit of the god-slaying plan to Lin Qi. After hearing Wang Feng's explanation, Lin Qi fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable time, he slowly approached the coffin. Uncle Wang, thank you. You may continue with your plan. I shall return to my slumber. Please take Jialan with you. Let her nurture our bond, and if the opportunity arises, help us arrange a wedding. I do not wish to witness Jialan waiting in solitude any longer. The future Lin Qi's eyes turned red with unshed tears as he gazed longingly at Jialan's coffin. Resolutely, he lay back down in the coffin, closing his eyes, allowing Wang Feng to secure the lid. The unwavering love of youth moved Wang Feng profoundly, bringing forth an overwhelming surge of emotion. After sealing the coffin, he even considered nailing it shut. Had he had cement, he might have sealed it entirely. Wiping away his tears, Wang Feng exclaimed, "Damn, you all are truly heartless. You lack any sense of martial virtue. If only I had brought an umbrella. I would have used it to shield you from your own misfortunes." Inside the coffin, Lin Qi had concealed the coffin once more. Wang Feng stealthily approached Jialan's coffin, knocking again. When silence ensued, he forcefully pushed the lid open, only to be met with Jialan's wide, blinking eyes, filled with confusion. "Jialan, do you still recognize me? Please. Hold your tongue for a moment. Allow me to fetch you some milk." "What brand?" At this moment, do not inquire about brands. Suffice it to say, not all milk is called Talunsu. Before Wang Feng could finish, Jialan abruptly stood, her immortal power coalescing into a fist directed at Wang Feng's chest. Wang Feng's motion to adjust his belt halted momentarily as he barely dodged. "My belt is loose. I was merely tightening it. Why do you resort to violence? A woman over 2,000 years old should not strike without provocation. What are you, a Sichuan Chongqing tyrant?" Wang Feng grumbled as Jialan remained rooted, her immortal power continuing to gather. "Stop. Enough. Do you not wish to be with Lin Qi? I am here to lead you to him. If you continue this, I shall leave, and you can wait alone in this desolate tomb." As Wang Feng feigned departure, Jialan swiftly blocked his path, gripping his collar, her large eyes fixated on him. "Are you not going to fight? Not seeking trouble?" Wang Feng raised an eyebrow. Jialan nodded and shook her head, indicating she would not fight nor seek trouble. "Then follow me. We shall depart for Songnan to find Lin Qi. When you see him, maintain your composure. Do not throw yourself at him like a lovesick fool. In Daxia, there is a surplus of men, while women are scarce. By the way, I plan to arrange a wedding for you too. How much bride price do you think would be appropriate?" 388,000, plus a house and a car. Is that sufficient? As they exited the tomb, Wang Feng busied himself with his bride price plans. As an elder to the couple, he felt entitled to collect some bride price. As for the amount, he believed it was reasonable to request a simple sum of 100 to 180,000. It was not selling a daughter, after all. Just as they emerged from the tomb, a sudden voice broke the silence. Wang Feng frowned, glancing at the source. "You, old ding, recognize me? Very well. I shall assist you this once. You have aided others for centuries." Jialan blinked in curiosity, observing Wang Feng as he appeared to converse with a spirit, though her certainty wavered. After the exchange, Wang Feng reached into the void. The next moment, a bewildered Li Diyang appeared within the tomb, looking at Wang Feng with a mixture of familiarity and confusion. Wang Feng grasped the potential hammer and struck down with a single blow. Li Diyang's perplexed expression deepened into bewilderment. With 3 more strikes, clarity began to dawn upon him, as powerful waves of divine energy erupted from his being, transforming his very essence. From a taciturn and unassuming individual, he instantaneously transformed into a formidable emperor. The sovereign of Fengdu. Greetings, young friend. It has been a century, yet your charisma remains undiminished, the emperor expressed with a bow, overwhelmed with gratitude. Wang Feng raised an eyebrow. Young friend, you ought to refer to me as the chief instructor. After all, Li Diyang is your superior. Shouldn't you present a token of respect? Chapter 77. Do you desire a wife? The emperor of Fengdu found himself in an awkward predicament. If he had not regained his memories, Wang Feng would indeed be Li Diyang's superior. Yet now, with memories restored, Wang Feng's immediate request for gifts felt somewhat inappropriate. Nevertheless, being magnanimous, he decided not to demand too much. I have heard that there is a night watchman named Qin Han from Antak County. Take him on as your representative. A year hence, I shall appoint Qin Han as the captain of Team 006 in the capital. Should he fail to fulfill this role, I will not hesitate to bring trouble upon you, Fengdu. Realizing Wang Feng's intentions, the emperor understood that even without his subtle persuasion, he would have chosen Qin Han as his representative. Since Wang Feng had broached the subject, it would also serve to give the night watchman some face. Thus, when Qin Han discovered that he was the last remaining member of the night watchman team in Antak County, he initially contemplated fleeing, but unwittingly became the emperor's spokesperson. After a year of rigorous training, he was transferred to the bustling capital, rising from the lowest ranks of the night watchman to the most prosperous city. The ups and downs of life can often be inexplicable. Within the Songnan City recruit training camp, a few days had passed since the divine battle concluded. The recruits had assumed that with the end of the battle, the training camp would dissolve. However, to their astonishment, not only did it not disband, but new courses were also introduced. Consequently, the entire camp was filled with lamentations, with cries of despair echoing throughout. Learning is futile. It would be better to face the enemy in another divine battle. In the dormitory, Lin Qiye, having completed a day's training, washed up and lay on his bed, projecting his consciousness into the Celestial Psychiatric Hospital. Inside, Li Yifei, Hong Yan, and Merlin Blaji were leisurely playing mahjong. The cured Merlin no longer pursued jellyfish, exuding wisdom akin to a sage. Greetings, Director. You have arrived, Merlin greeted with a smile, sipping goji berry tea. Lin Qiye nodded, looking intently at Merlin's forehead. Merlin, may I open the fourth ward? Rather than immediately extracting Merlin's abilities, he focused on the fourth ward, home to the idol of all men in the Great Xia, Sun Wukong. The Monkey King. Since the day the Monkey King had appeared, Lin Qiye had eagerly anticipated opening the ward. Merlin sipped his tea, his wise eyes glinting. After a moment, he shook his head. Director, I personally advise against opening the ward at this time. Typically, the wards are unlocked according to your progress and strength. However, recent events necessitate caution. Even if the door opens, you must be aware of who resides within. If your strength isn't sufficient, it would be unwise to hasten the process. You must lay a stable foundation to withstand future tribulations. If my guess is correct, Wang Feng will soon come seeking you, and your tranquil days are about to end. Should Wang Feng offer you the choice between a vacation in Takamagara or an island getaway, remember to choose Takamagara. Merlin's words left Lin Qiye in a state of confusion. Just as he was about to inquire further, the door to the room was kicked open. Wang Feng swaggered in amidst a flurry of astonished gazes. Qiye, do you want a wife? If so, I can arrange one for you immediately. And you, Qingyu, do you want a wife too? I can get one for you as well. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses. Uncle Wang, I hadn't heard that the night watchman offered such generous benefits, sharing money, housing, and even wives. If you truly bring us wives, I, and Qingyu, will recognize you as my father. As long as you remain with the night watchman, I shall not depart. Unexpectedly, Wang Feng turned to the side, revealing two young ladies standing behind him, one in a blue hanfu, the other in a white dress. And Qingyu's previously bold demeanor vanished, akin to a goose caught by the neck. What the? Wang Feng, you're not following the script. You actually brought women. Adoptive father. From now on, you are my adoptive father. Bali Pangpang blinked, glancing between Jialan and Jiang Er, his chubby cheeks reflecting his bewilderment. Uncle Wang, have you changed careers to become a matchmaker? If you're pairing them up, why not add me to the list? Can you get me a girl like Molly? Bali Pangpang secretly slipped Wang Feng a Rolex, which Wang Feng discreetly tucked away. Simple. No trouble at all, just count on me. Little chubby. I'm planning to start a business and need some startup capital. Are you interested in investing? I assure you, this venture will be a lucrative one. I call it Old One's Flower Seeker. What do you think? Bali Pangpang blinked, a look of confusion in his eyes. Did you misspeak? When it comes to business, shouldn't it be Old Wang's Shop Seeker? Old Wang's Flower Seeker sounds rather dubious. As he spoke, he found himself staring into Jialan's captivating eyes. Who are you? Lin Qiye politely inquired. Wang Feng interjected. Allow me to introduce. She is your wife. I've discussed it with your aunt, and you two are set to wed tomorrow. What? Lin Xie was left speechless, his face a canvas of disbelief. Uncle, I'm only 18. Isn't that a bit too early for marriage? Wang Feng retrieved his phone, and the voice of his aunt echoed, Little Xie, it's not too early at all. I've met the girl. She's quite ample and capable of bearing children. Your uncle is right. Joining the night watchman comes with numerous challenges, so it's best to settle down early and secure a future. Plus, I'd like to hold my grandson soon. Admittedly, she may be a bit older than you, but that's fine. Older women tend to be more nurturing. A woman 3 years older brings fortune, and a woman 300 years older grants immortality. Jialan is probably around 2,000 years old, right? The aunt's voice faltered with uncertainty. 2,000 years? Good heavens. She is an artifact. Shouldn't she be handed over to the state rather than being my wife? Lin Xie exclaimed dramatically. Hearing this, and Xingyu turned to Jiang Er and tentatively asked, Ancestress? Chapter 78. A new special team. Jiang Er rolled her eyes. Who are you calling Ancestress? She just turned 18 this year. And Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she wasn't referring to his alluring 2,000-year-old ancestress. Upon learning that Jiang Er was also 18, Lin Xie's expression grew even more incensed. Pointing at Jialan and then at Wang Feng, he shouted, You're playing favorites. You are deliberately targeting me. Why isn't Xingyu's wife 18, while mine is an ancient relic? If you don't provide a reasonable explanation today, I'll hang myself at your doorstep. And before I do, I'll wear a red bridal gown. Even in death, I will not let you off the hook. Lin Xie ranted passionately, his indignation palpable. It is truly an affront. Although Lin Xie acknowledges that Garan possesses a beauty akin to that of a celestial being, her age of over 2,000 years is daunting. He, Lin Xie, is but 18, scarcely a fraction of her age. To liken himself to a mop in the vast ocean? How dare he? Such blatant bullying of the innocent is intolerable. It is true that an old bull may indulge in tender grass, but this is not merely indulging. It is akin to consuming the very seeds of the grass. Garan could hardly anticipate that 2 millennia later, her first encounter with Lin Xie would unfold in such an awkward manner. The joy of reunion evaporated in an instant. After 2,000 years of silence, she found herself at a loss for words, casting a pleading glance towards Wang Feng. Wang Feng patted his chest, reassuring her that everything would be fine, urging her not to panic. It's not a big deal, he said. Bali Pangang frowned. Uncle Wang, while you assure us, could you at least guarantee your own safety instead of mine? Wang Feng cleared his throat. Now, Chia, let's temper your emotions. Temper my emotions? You, Air Force cadet. Do you dare to threaten me? Lin Xie retorted, brandishing a long knife. Behold, the blade of Bai, a high-grade restricted item. Extend your neck and I shall demonstrate its sharpness. Lin Xie, flustered, clutched the long knife, ready to engage in a mock duel with Wang Feng. The latter, feeling quite helpless, wondered why Lin Xie refused to heed his explanations after he had spoken so kindly. Thus, Wang Feng resorted to pulling out his phone, switching to silent mode, and presenting the video to Lin Xie. After viewing it, Lin Xie respectfully bowed. My apologies for my earlier volume. I beseech your forgiveness for my outburst. The onlookers were bewildered. What happened to your earlier bravado? How did you become so meek? They silently criticized him. Wang Feng, however, wore an expression of teachable patience. Allow me to introduce these two, he began. The one in Hanfu is Garan, a diminutive fairy endowed with immortality. She is a true fairy, unlike those you may be accustomed to. The other is Jiang Er, also a possessor of restricted abilities. These two ladies will henceforth be members of your squad. Presumably, Yuan Gang had already informed you that 2 special teams would be formed from your cohort of new recruits. Wang Feng explained to Lin Xie and the others the configuration of the special teams, which typically comprises 5 to 7 members, with 7 being the optimal configuration. Yu Xiaobai's team, comprising 7 individuals, had already submitted a request to form a special team. After discussions with the higher-ups of the Night Watch, we have approved their request, and they have settled on the name Golden Crow Squad. Now, let us discuss the formation of your own team. Wang Feng turned his attention back to Lin Xie and the others. How well have you all bonded as a team? He inquired, glancing at Bai Li Pangpang. Pangpang puffed out his chest. Our bonding is nothing short of perfect. Let me assure you, as long as I utilize my monetary abilities, there is no problem we cannot solve. He then added, by the way, is the team limited to 7 members? Could we possibly add one more? How much sponsorship would it take to include Emoli? Bai Li Pangpang was candid about his intentions. Wang Feng chuckled. Emoli has her own team selected. Little fatty, if you wish to be considered for the role of Old Mo's son-in-law, you must first prove yourself. Prove? How do I prove that? Bai Li Pangpang asked, bewildered. You must demonstrate that you are the true heir of the Bai Li family. Wang Feng hinted. All right, the introductions are complete. You have a few leisurely days ahead. After that, your team will be dispatched to Guangshan City to await new missions. Garan and Jiang Air, follow me. Your accommodations are in the female soldiers' quarters. Wang Feng did not elaborate further, leaving the others with solemn expressions. Suddenly, he recalled something. Lin Xie, allow me to clarify, in comparison to Garan. You are the old bull and she is the tender grass. You are the ancient artifact that should be surrendered to the nation. In the conference room of the recruit camp, after arranging accommodations for Garan and Jiang Air, Wang Feng pushed open the door. Inside, Commander Yi Fan had been waiting for quite some time and rose to his feet. Commander, I have investigated the matter you requested. Everything aligns with your suspicions. The internal corruption within the Night Watch is indeed pervasive. The Bailey family has infiltrated the upper echelons of the Night Watch, altering documents. It appears they are plotting against us. Yi Fan's expression remained calm, yet the veins in his hands betrayed a simmering rage. Wang Feng casually perused the documents. Yi Fan, it seems you are not up to the task. I had hoped that upon inheriting the command from Qing Air, you would be able to manage those individuals. Yet, it appears that the Bailey family has swayed your closest allies, leaving only Zhuo Qing and Skith. Should Zhuo Qing fall, your position as the commander of the Night Watch would become merely ornamental. In my view, you ought to resign. After all, your wedding with Qing Air is imminent. Wang Feng continued, rifling through the papers on the table until he discovered a pack of cigarettes. Lighting one, he began to smoke casually. Yi Fan's face flushed, his lips pale, as he struggled to find words of explanation. After a moment, he sighed deeply, his demeanor deflated. I shall implement all measures as per your guidance. His voice seemed to drain Yi Fan of all strength. Having never smoked before, Yi Fan took a cigarette, lit it, and began to cough violently. Wang Feng frowned. It is merely a resignation. I am not asking you to leave the Night Watch. Why the melancholy? Yi Fan replied with a bitter smile. I feel like a failure. Throughout my tenure as commander, I have constantly compromised. I believed that in the face of external threats, we would unite against a common enemy. But it turns out I was merely deluding myself. I have come to realize that even if we lose and the enemy breaches our defenses, these individuals will still hold sway over us, remaining the elite among elites. Chapter 79, Commander Yi Fan resigns. The fifth commander of the Night Watch, Yi Fan, decided to resign from his position. This news sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Night Watch. He became the first commander in history to voluntarily resign while still alive. It is well known that there exists an unspoken rule regarding the position of commander. Only those who die in battle may leave their post. Yi Fan has thus set a precedent. Immediately following his resignation, an influx of calls bombarded Yi Fan's phone. Initially, he engaged in some explanations, but as the calls multiplied, he switched off his phone, leaving everyone in a frenzy. Unable to reach Yi Fan, the upper echelons of the Night Watch redirected their calls to Wang Feng, the commander. However, Wang Feng proved to be even more audacious. When inquiries about Yi Fan's resignation came in, they sought Wang Feng's assistance in persuading Yi Fan to reconsider, as he was Yi Fan's father-in-law, and thus the most suitable candidate for the task. Unfortunately, as soon as he picked up the call, Wang Feng retorted, I desire to ascend as emperor. Do you all consent? Are you willing to don the yellow robe for me? The recipient of the call hung up in fright. Knowing such a dark jest should not be taken lightly. With Yi Fan's phone unreachable and Wang Feng's line revealing his ambitions, chaos erupted within the Night Watch. Various factions convened hastily, discussing the best course of action. The meeting extended for an hour, culminating in numerous helicopters being dispatched from cities nationwide, all heading towards the training camp in Songnan. The Night Watch across major cities received orders to prepare for heightened vigilance. Just as the joy of victory from the divine battle faded, a thick cloud of tension enveloped the Great Xia. A palpable anxiety coursed through the territory. Within the newly established recruit training camp in Songnan City, the current batch of recruits found their horizons broadened. For a full 4 hours, helicopters hovered incessantly above the training camp, descending one prominent figure after another, figures typically seen only on television. A steady stream of formidable Night Watchers hurriedly arrived. Bai Li, the plump recruit, pointed to a powerful figure from the Sea Realm and exclaimed, Do you see that? That's the foolish Jew from Jing City. A Night Watcher responsible for the alleys. It's no surprise he's here, especially with the 2 widows from the Jia family also present in the camp. Look at that one. The captain of Team 007 and the captain of Team 009. Goodness, if a missile were to strike now, the entire upper echelon of the Night Watchers would be obliterated. Bai Li exclaimed animatedly. Zhuo Gu, calmly smoking, responded, Do we even need a missile? If Chao Yuan draws his blade, the Black King alone could annihilate them all. Chao Yuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, This morning, all the weapons in the training camp were confiscated, even the nail clippers. Moreover, the chief instructor extracted the Black King from me and gave him a couple of serious blows. The Black King is still in slumber. The plan for annihilation was suddenly thwarted, leaving Bai Li despondent. What a splendid opportunity! Alas, it's of no use. 7 Knights? Do you think these people rushed over in such a hurry because something significant is about to happen? Bai Li nudged Lin Chiyi, who was lost in thought. Lin Chiyi shook his head, indicating he was unsure. You don't know such a big deal? Team Jinwu approached lazily. Jin Xiaopeng, with a look of astonishment, spoke up. The others responded with looks of confusion. Jin Xiaopeng glanced around and lowered his voice. Commander Yi Fan has resigned. And Chief Instructor Wang Feng is clamoring to restore the imperial system, even finding someone to sew a dragon robe overnight. The two most powerful figures among the Night Watchers are either resigning or attempting a coup. These idle fools are frightened, hence their hurried arrival to gauge the situation. Resigning isn't frightening, as there will always be successors. But if Wang Feng truly desires to be emperor, with 60% of the Night Watchers trained under him, he could easily ascend without any opposition. Having spoken mysteriously, Jin Xiaopeng was met with a sharp glare from Yu Xiaobai. Grandfather Wang will never become emperor. He is merely intimidating them, giving these idle fools a warning. It seems someone among them has crossed Grandfather Wang's bottom line, prompting this reaction from him and Yi Fan. As the captain of Team Jinwu and a descendant of the Junzi Sword Yu family, Yu Xiaobai had a broad perspective and was well informed, earning the nods of agreement from the others. After explaining, Yu Xiaobai provocatively turned his gaze towards Lin Chiyi. Have you submitted your team's name? How about our Team Jinwu? Doesn't it sound impressive? Lin Chiyi, bewildered, looked up. What? The special team names are chosen by ourselves? I thought Uncle Wang named them. Our team is called Nightfall. Yu Xiaobai instinctively reached for his soft sword at his waist, only to remember it had been confiscated. He then coldly retorted, You little thief. Are you taking advantage of me? I call him Grandfather Wang, and you call him Uncle Wang, so I must call you Uncle too? Lin Chiyi scratched his head. That's not out of the question. If you're willing to call me that, I won't correct you. If it comes to that, we can each refer to each other differently. You can call me uncle, and I can call you brother. Furious, Yu Xiaobai exclaimed, You seek death. Seeing their captain about to clash with Lin Chiyi again, the other members of Team Jinwu rushed forward to push against the members of Team Nightfall, and Qing Yu and others stood their ground defiantly. A man must have fire. One cannot choose to evade challenges. The two teams began to shove each other, gradually escalating into a brawl. Both sides skillfully refraining from using forbidden techniques, relying solely on their physical prowess. However, the members of Team Nightfall, primarily students, were no match for the martial prowess of the ancient martial arts family of Team Jinwu, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Compounded by the fact that Team Jinwu had a full roster of 7 male members while Team Nightfall had only 5 male members, the strongest among them. Lin Chiyi found himself entangled with Yu Xiaobai. Were it not for Bai Li's protective charm, he would have fled long ago. Team Jinwu grinned as they prepared to decisively end the skirmish. Just then, a sharp voice pierced the air. A young woman clad in a blue-green hanfu appeared, her fists skillfully dispatching members of Team Jinwu to the ground. Ma Xiaoguo, realizing the situation was dire, hastily activated his forbidden technique. Look at my left kick. See my right whip kick. Huh, how could I be careless and not dodge this time? Hey, this time I dodged. You have no moves left, right? With an expressionless demeanor, Jiao Lan landed a punch squarely on Ma Xiaoguo's nose. Where's the martial virtue in striking someone after they dodge? Ma Xiaoguo, clutching his nose, angrily rebuked Jiao Lan for lacking martial ethics. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 80, the first mission of Team Nightfall: survive and return to Guangshan. While Jiao Lan single-handedly overwhelmed Team Jinwu, a heated argument erupted in the conference room. The high-ranking members of the Night Watchers had gathered, the Sea Realm experts remaining silent. One high-ranking leader of the Night Watchers roared in anger, Yi Fan, what do you treat the position of commander as? A child's play? Today you feel good, so you serve. Today you feel bad, so you resign. Do you have any political awareness? Do you not realize the current state of Great Xia? You may resign, but are you prepared for your successor? The high-ranking members pressed Yi Fan. Wang Feng spoke first. A successor is already prepared. The young master of the Bai Li family, Bai Li Jing, seems promising. After all, many of you have been co-opted by the Bai Li family. I never anticipated that within just 30 years, half of the 6 high-ranking members of the Night Watchers would have unclear ties with the Bai Li family. Each one of you clamors for the country and the people. Yet you have committed countless illegal acts over the years, having been co-opted by the Bai Li family. If the Bai Li family is so formidable, perhaps we should hand the position of commander over to them. Wang Feng slammed his hand on the table, and the atmosphere in the room became immediately tense. No one dared to speak. The Bai Li family had woven an extensive web of connections over the past 30 years, infiltrating everyone from the high-ranking members of the Night Watchers to the ordinary Night Watchers, leaving no one aware of the extent of the infiltration. Had it not been for the formation of Team Nightfall, Bai Li's application to join would have remained unapproved indefinitely. And even Yufan might have been kept in the dark for a lifetime. Looking back, Yufan felt a sense of dread. He was merely a businessman. Yet he had managed to infiltrate the Night Watchers like a sieve. Speak. Everyone, speak. He shouted. Weren't you all barking quite loudly a moment ago? Why has it turned silent? Not a word? If no one speaks, then no one is allowed to leave. Yuan Gang. Wang Feng called out to the door. Yuan Gang entered calmly. Notify everyone. Mobilize a battalion to surround the training camp. No one is to leave without my command. Additionally, inform Guanzai to monitor all mobile phones of those present at the training camp today. I want to see just how many members of the Night Watchers have been co-opted by the Bai Li family, and hurry up and urge Guanzai to investigate. My time is extremely valuable. Yuan Gang immediately saluted, acknowledging the order, and hurried off to notify Guanzai. As it became evident that Wang Feng was serious, the atmosphere among those present grew increasingly tense. Several high-ranking members of the Night Watchers exchanged glances. Ultimately, an elderly man with graying hair stepped forward. Brother Wang. I am Little Stone. Heed my advice. Do not pursue this matter to the end. They have indeed erred, but violence begets violence, once the blood has been spilled. Who will manage the Night Watchers? The elderly man spoke with profound implications to Wang Feng. It is essential to understand that killing is an endless cycle, and the struggle for power is often ruthless. As long as one remains alive, one must sometimes compromise in the face of internal discord. Little Stone was confident, believing that Wang Feng would merely vent his anger. Once the storm passed, life would resume its normal rhythm, with songs sung and dances danced. And peace would prevail once more. After the divine battle concluded, without the tension of a sword hanging overhead, all manner of spirits emerged into the light. Wang Feng chuckled, patting Little Stone's shoulder as he laughed. Little Stone smiled back, thinking Wang Feng had come to terms with the situation. But in the next moment, Wang Feng delivered a resounding slap to his face. How dare you call me brother? Let me make it clear. I shall take charge of this matter. You support Bai Li Xin, and I shall support the young master of the Bai Li family, Bai Li Tu Ming. Let us place our bets and see who will claim ultimate victory. I wager on the plump Bai Li to win. There remains a week until Bai Li Xion's birthday banquet. Little Stone, covering his face, revealed a cold smile. Let us wager. But with one stipulation. You must not lend aid to Bai Li Tu Ming. The affairs of the Bai Li family must be decided by themselves. If Bai Li Tu Ming loses, your advocated radical policies must be relinquished. The next commander of the Night Watchers will be chosen by us. Do you dare? Wang Feng snorted. A gentleman's word is his bond. Little Stone replied. A promise is hard to retract. To ensure fairness, Bai Li Tu Ming may select members from the Nightfall Squad as aides. If he loses, he must accept fate. If he wins, we shall withdraw from the Night Watchers. Wang Feng and Little Stone exchanged glances. Soon, someone produced a betting agreement, prompting both to sign. After Little Stone pinned his name, he frowned. This holds no merit. For a fair competition, you should sign as Wang Feng. Are you unable to play fairly? Or shall we tear our masks off and let your strength deal with us old-timers? After Little Stone's outburst, he glared at Wang Feng, brimming with defiance. Wang Feng shook his head in resignation and wrote his name correctly. The grand wager was thus established. Following this was the moment to witness a miracle. The initial reaction was one of exuberance. Bai Li Tu Ming immediately sensed something amiss. Reluctantly, he could only proceed step by step, leading the members of the Nightfall Squad out of the training camp. Upon exiting, he expected to find his subordinates waiting. Instead, after countless attempts, he could not reach the old steward or the bodyguard team. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed. I suspect that something has happened in Guangshan City. Or perhaps within the Bai Li family. Possibly a succession dispute among the heirs. It could also be a power struggle among the high-ranking members of the Night Watchers. The distance from Songnan City to Guangshan City is considerable. This journey will likely be fraught with challenges, akin to Sun Wukong's pilgrimage to the west. You must be mentally prepared, Pang Pang. Lin Shi Yi also sensed the gravity of the situation, gently patting Bai Li Tu Ming on the shoulder. Rest assured. Regardless of the outcome, the Nightfall Squad will stand by you. Suddenly, Chao Yuan looked up, spotting missiles approaching from a distance. He immediately shouted, Dodge. Get out of the way. Damn it. Bombarded right after stepping out. Bai Li Tu Ming, isn't your family merely affluent? The Nightfall Squad scrambled to evade. In the conference room, Wang Feng turned to Little Stone. The use of missiles indicates that the Bai Li family intends to eliminate their rivals altogether. Chapter 81. Bai Li Jing's Brazen Maneuver. The missile, enveloped in thick smoke, struck just as the Nightfall Squad was evading. A Bagua symbol emerged from the training camp. The missile collided with the Bagua, forcefully deflected, and exploded not far from the training camp, sending flames soaring and debris scattering. It resembled a frenzied beast unleashing its wrath without restraint. Damn. Fortunately, my strength has increased. Otherwise, I would have suffered greatly this time. Wang Bao, the inheritor of the Beijing Bagua palm, muttered disgruntledly. Bai Li Tu-ming was left pale with shock, having lived a life of luxury. Never before witnessing such a terrifying scene, his body trembling involuntarily. Lin Qi quickly regained his composure, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He scanned the surroundings and shouted, "Everyone, stay calm and maintain formation. Retreat to the cover." As he spoke, he seized Bai Li Tu-ming and dashed towards a dilapidated building by the roadside. And Qing Yu followed closely, her eyes behind her glasses sparkling with calm intelligence. Gripping a specialized communicator tightly, she attempted to contact the training camp. However, only static and noise greeted her, as the signal had evidently been severely disrupted. Chao Yuan was like a vigilant leopard, weapon in hand, cautiously guarding the rear. The Bai Li family is truly ruthless, resorting to such lethal measures against their own. What trouble has Pang Pang gotten into? The group took refuge in the abandoned building, the crumbling walls offering scant protection. Bai Li Tu-ming panted heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. I truly do not understand why my family would resort to this. I am merely uninvolved. How did it suddenly come to this? Lin Qi patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not fear. Now that we are embroiled in this, we must face it head on. At that moment, in the Night Watcher's conference room, Wang Feng intently watched the surveillance screen, which clearly displayed the Nightfall Squad's precarious situation. His brows furrowed as he sneered at Little Stone. Look at the Bai Li family you hold in such high regard. They resort to such underhanded tactics against their own kin. Do you still believe they can emerge victorious in this struggle? Little Stone's expression darkened, yet he refused to back down. Humph. This is merely the initial chaos. The outcome remains uncertain. Do not celebrate too soon. Besides, according to our agreement, we must not intervene. As long as the Nightfall Squad reaches Guangshan, you will have won. Conversely, if they fail to arrive on time, we shall claim victory, and the position of commander of the Night Watchers will be filled by our candidate. Observing Little Stone, who still busied himself with power struggles, Wang Feng could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. Power truly intoxicates. Little Stone was once such a fine young man. Others may not be aware of the Nightfall Squad's strength, but Wang Feng had no illusions. Little Stone was destined to lose this gamble. Meanwhile, just as Bai Li Tu-ming and the others caught their breath, they heard a cacophony of footsteps and the roar of vehicle engines outside. And Qing Yu leaned near the window, peering through the gap with a grave expression. This is bad. It's mercenaries. And there are quite a few of them. The Nightfall Squad swiftly devised a combat strategy. Chao Yuan, leveraging his agility, climbed to a high point on the building. Lin Qi and Bai Li Tu-ming positioned themselves behind the main entrance, using the ruined structure as a shield, bracing for the confrontation. And Qing Yu took a position off to the side, utilizing a homemade jamming device to disrupt the enemy's communications and coordination. As the mercenaries closed in, the front line cautiously approached with submachine guns at the ready. Chao Yuan held his breath and swung his blade. This strike ignited a powder keg. An intense gunfire erupted between the two sides. Bullets rained like hail, debris flying in all directions. Lin Qi dodged a hail of bullets, his blade flashing as he felled an enemy attempting to charge in. He shouted, "Pang Pang, hold the line," though Bai Li Tu-ming was in a state of panic. Witnessing his comrades fighting valiantly bolstered his courage, and he activated his power. Disarm all. The usually jovial character now bore a newfound resolve. The battle remained fiercely contested, but the Nightfall Squad, through their seamless cooperation, gradually stabilized the situation. At a critical moment, an off-road vehicle burst through the encirclement like a frenzied beast. A figure leaped from the vehicle, agile and commanding, shouting, "Cease fire." Upon witnessing this scene, the mercenaries halted their gunfire and retreated. The newcomer was none other than the corpulent steward of the Bai Li family, whose gaze swept over the disheveled Nightfall team before finally resting on the rotund Bai Li. A cold smirk curled at his lips. Bai Li glared furiously. Is this the work of Bai Li Jing? To go so far for the sake of inheritance? He truly has lost his mind. The old steward shrugged nonchalantly. In our family, the legacy is always bestowed upon the most capable. You are merely a hedonist. How could you be worthy of managing the Bai Li clan? Lin Qi brandished his sword defiantly, regardless of your family's internal strife. If you wish to harm Bai Li, you must first step over our dead bodies. The old steward scoffed. Oh, quite loyal, aren't we? However, I have not come to engage in a confrontation today. Rather, I seek to propose a bargain with the young master. Renounce your claim to the inheritance and enjoy a peaceful life as your family's night watchman. You will live in luxury and ease for the remainder of your days. Otherwise, the relentless pursuit will never cease. Bai Li clenched his teeth. In your dreams. Though I am laid back, I am legitimate. Bai Li Jing is merely an adopted son. The steward's expression darkened, refusing a toast only to drink a punishment cup. Then we have nothing more to discuss. Young Master by Li Jing awaits you in Guangshan. The Nightfall team dared not linger, seizing this fleeting moment of calm to continue their journey towards Guangshan. Only at this juncture did they comprehend why the Nightfall team's training had been abruptly concluded. In Guangshan City, within the headquarters of the Bai Li group, the graying Bai Li Xin lifted a teacup to sip. Before him stood Bai Li Jing in silence. I instructed you to deal with Bai Li Tu Ming, not to turn against the Night Watchman. I wish to know who granted you the audacity to mobilize armed personnel to assault the Nightfall team in Songnan City? Bai Li Xin set down his teacup, arms crossed, sitting on the sofa with an imposing presence. Cold sweat cascaded down Bai Li Jing's forehead. Father, I did not wish for this. The Night Watchmen have begun investigating the Bai Li group, and I was left with no choice but to give the order to act.